Chapter 94. The anchor. The night was perfectly serene as the two came and went with gentle grace. Zhu Houzhao, in high spirits, returned home and, instead of succumbing to slumber, engaged in conversation with Li Qing until dawn. After consuming a modest bowl of porridge, he finally eased into sleep. The humble Zhu household was bustling with life. Zhu Houzhao had 3 sons, each of whom had sired several children, and even a few great-grandsons. When accounting for the daughters married away and the daughters-in-law brought into the family, the household boasted over 30 members. Had Zhu Houzhao's sons not been born later in life, a 5-generation family would have been entirely feasible. Nonetheless, for generations gathered under one roof was commendable in itself. The younger generation displayed commendable filial piety, often inquiring after each other's well-being, dutifully extending greetings morning and night with meticulous care. In the realm of Jinling, the modest Li family might not be classified as affluent, yet they faced no hardships in sustenance. Their future prospects, whether in commerce or governance, held promising potential. Among the court, the only individual privy to Zhu Houzhao's secrets was Zhu Houzhao. Consequently, Zhu Houzhao's descendants would face no restrictions in seeking official positions, considering that over 40 years had elapsed since the death of Emperor Wuzong. With no concerns regarding his own legacy or the futures of his offspring, Zhu Houzhao maintained a cheerful demeanor, even while confined to a wheelchair, spending his days exploring the splendid scenery of Jinling alongside Li Qing. Of course, Li Qing did not solely attend to Zhu Houzhao. He also devoted attention to Li Qing, providing acupuncture, prescriptions, and ensuring the flow of his meridians. Frequent visits to the Yongqing Marquisate inevitably led to encounters with acquaintances, such as 6th brother and 8th brother. Both recalled vividly their experiences on the Qinhuai River, where they first met Li Qing, instantly recognizing him. Not only the young gentry, but also some older individuals, found themselves stirred by faint memories, including those from the generation of Li Bao, who had encountered Li Qing during his treatments with Li Hao years prior. Despite the passage of time, Li Qing remained unchanged. Upon reflection, it was as if the past had resurfaced. In truth, Li Qing's secret was no longer a secret. It was known not only within the capital, but also in Yingtianfu. Coupled with the existence of the small courtyard and Li Shui's long-term residence there, the elder members of the Li family had begun to speculate and hear various anecdotes. Now, with the truths confirmed, Li Qing's identity was unmistakable. However, no one dared to voice it, nor would anyone bring it to light. The Li family had long ceased to resemble the household of Li Hong and Li Hao, who once held the title of head of the family and Yongqing Marquis. While their estrangement from Li Qing was not absolute, the once obedient demeanor had dissipated. The question lingered: was the Yongqing Marquis truly a part of the Li family, or was the Li family merely a vessel for the Yongqing Marquis? Such immense favors had inevitably succumbed to the erosion of time, diluted through generations. While a deep-seated sense of gratitude remained, any attempts to reclaim past bonds might only yield enmity. Li Qing had never contemplated such reclamation. Yet many members of the Li family could not help but harbor complex sentiments, leading them, almost in unison, to feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Li Qing found a measure of contentment in this unspoken understanding. Li Qing no longer wished to invest emotionally. He found contentment in the current state of affairs. Li Shui and her cousin Li Xinggu felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts, but the thought of Xiao Bao offered them a modicum of solace. As for what would become of Xiao Bao in the future, it was likely that the Li family would no longer be the same. Li Qing had made it abundantly clear that he would no longer devote his energies to the Li family, and the aunt and niece could only respect his decision, silently acquiescing to the ungrateful behavior of the younger generation. As spring transitioned into summer, Jinling bid farewell to the lingering chill, blossoming into a vibrant scene filled with lush foliage and incessant cicada song. In the courtyard of the Yongqing Marquisate, the sun beat down mercilessly. The aging Zhu Houzhao struggled to muster his spirits, while Li Qing appeared equally worn, his eyes half closed, reflecting a sense of weary twilight. However, neither of them was one to dampen the mood, especially Zhu Houzhao, whose chatter was unceasing. "Xiao Bao, how is Zhao Xinji's lecture progressing?" Zhu Houzhao inquired, genuinely concerned. The elderly Wang had endured much hardship to develop his teachings, and if they failed to yield positive results, it would be better to cease altogether. This inquiry was also on behalf of Li Qing. Ever since his health had deteriorated, Li Qing had ceased to manage other matters, alternating his time between the Zhu residence and the Marquisate. Li Bao replied. Zhao Xuanfu's teachings are a blend of heart studies, Confucianism, and rationalism. He does not solely focus on heart studies, so the progress is slow but solid, each step taken with care. As of now, there are no signs of deviation. He paused, adding, not only at the Guozijian, but also at Jiming Temple, the situation is similar. The Li family no longer needs to promote it. Affluent landlords from hundreds of miles away come specifically to attend. Zhu Houzhao nodded slowly, a smile gracing his lips. It appears that Zhao Xinji truly comprehends heart studies. That is no small feat indeed. Understanding heart studies is challenging, and presenting them correctly is even more so, Li Qing remarked, sipping on chilled fruit wine. Why worry so much? It is prudent to cherish your time. Is good intention to be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs? Zhu Houzhao retorted, dissatisfied. I only wish to put your mind at ease. Truly, I have labored over this. His voice gradually diminished until he drifted into slumber. Li Shueter sighed and turned to Li Bao. Help your grandpa Zhu back to his room to rest. No need, Li Qing interjected, aware of Zhu Houzhao's current condition. If he stirs, he will awaken. Let him sleep as he will. He won't remain asleep for long. Hearing this, Li Bao sat back down. Suddenly, Li Xian stated, all men must face death. Then he fell silent. Li Shueter smiled faintly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. I thought you would have a lengthy discourse. Li Xian replied awkwardly. It's how martial generals are. Li Qing softly reassured him. Do not worry about me. Your little aunt has endured much as well. Relax. We all view these matters with a sense of acceptance. Yes, Li Xian muttered, suddenly feeling somewhat sentimental. He smiled bashfully, bowed his head, and soon succumbed to sleep. Seizing the moment, Li Qing infused both of them with a surge of vital energy, then declared, I shall be residing at the Zhu household from now on. Should anything arise, come directly to find me there. Li Bao was taken aback. Li Shuener's expression darkened. Great-grandfather, may I go and speak to my brother-in-law? Very well. Li Bao sighed, rising to leave. Li Shuener gazed at the picturesque surroundings and softly inquired, how did my nephew make his choice? Stay? Li Shuener nodded, momentarily at a loss for words, and after a while, she uttered, I can still carry on. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. You are not as fragile as you believe. I have long since grown accustomed to it. After a brief silence, Li Shuener asked, do you believe in the afterlife? Li Qing hesitated slightly before affirmatively nodding. Indeed. More than anyone else. We shall meet again, Li Shuener said. It may take a long time, perhaps a century or two, but one day we shall reunite. Li Qing agreed with a nod. I share that sentiment. Seeing his sincerity, Li Shuener finally felt reassured. This anchor would traverse the long journey of Li Qing's life. What brings you here? Zhu Houzhao drowsily opened his eyes, appearing dazed. Li Qing responded, this is your home. Zhu Wei, Zhu Wu, and Zhu Ziyi gathered around the bed, expressing their concern. Father, are you all right? Zhu Houzhao paused, his murky eyes regaining clarity, and retorted, I am still breathing, am I not? What is there to worry about? Go on, don't crowd me for air. If you take it all, what will I breathe? Their father's feisty spirit eased their worries. And after exchanging a few more words with Li Qing, they dispersed. Once outside, the three Zhu brothers focused their attention on Zhu Ziyi. Zhu Wei began, brother, we need to discuss something. Please, go on, Zhu Ziyi replied. Zhu Wei sighed. At this point, what is there that we cannot overcome? Zhu Ziyi still did not grasp his meaning and asked, what do you mean, brother? Are you truly oblivious, or are you simply pretending? Let me be clear. Zhu Wei took a deep breath and continued, Father does not have much time left. In the past, even if Father made mistakes, at this juncture, should the family still refuse to forgive him? Zhu Wu and Zhu Bin fixed their intense gazes on Zhu Ziyi. Finally, Zhu Ziyi comprehended what his brothers were implying, yet he could only remain silent. There were no words to express, nor could he voice them. Are you suggesting that your father is the martial sovereign emperor? The three brothers began to grow frustrated. Zhu Wei said, if you find it difficult, you need not involve yourself. Simply inform us of the family's whereabouts, and we shall seek them out. Zhu Ziyi remained mute. Where should we search? The palace? Is that too much to utter? Zhu Wei exclaimed angrily, at this point. Can't the family send someone to pay their respects? Has father committed some unforgivable sin? There is no family to speak of. Your father is the only son. Your grandfather passed away when he was young, and Zhu Li is merely a distant nephew. Li Qing interjected as he stepped outside. Moreover, he is also an only child. Zhu Ziyi nodded eagerly and remarked, brother, have you considered that uncle established such a vast enterprise in the precious land of Jinling? opening 3 grand restaurants, and forging a marital alliance with the Li family of Yongqing? If there were still family members, would they not come to acknowledge their kin? The 3 brothers were taken aback. Zhu Wei responded with suspicion. Our mother did not say it this way. Li Qing pondered for a moment before stating, your father deceived your mother. Your family has indeed traveled to Jiaoji and resided there for several years. The journey from the north to Jiaoji and the subsequent settlement in Jiangnan was all for your mother. The 3 brothers fell silent. They were somewhat aware that their mother had once worked as a courtesan, and upon hearing Li Qing's words, they grasped the misunderstanding their brother Zhu Li had about their cousin. Zhu Wei scratched his head and remarked, Li, you could have simply stated that the family is no more. Zhu Zili, somewhat disgruntled, replied, I'm at a loss for words and didn't know where to begin. Zhu Bin turned to Li Qing and inquired, Sir, how do you know so much about the Zhu family? Chapter 95. Worthwhile in this lifetime among the 3 brothers. The youngest was comparatively more astute, though only in relation to his 2 elder siblings. Li Qing readily responded, I share a good rapport with your father. During our past conversations over drinks, he shared these tales with me. This explanation was insufficient to instill trust, yet the brothers found themselves unable to refute it. Zhu Bin pressed further, how is it that you haven't aged a bit throughout the years? Li Qing chuckled, that's because I am a practitioner of the arts. Surely, I am not in pursuit of immortality? Zhu Bin retorted, what else could it be? Li Qing scoffed, the world is rife with practitioners, otherwise. The emperors of yore and the current retired sovereign would not seek longevity. The 3 brothers fell silent. Is there anything else? If not, you may disperse. Your father requires tranquility at this moment. Hearing this, the brothers hastily inquired, how is our father? His condition is quite dire, Li Qing replied candidly. Prepare yourselves mentally. The 3 let out a collective sigh, nodding solemnly. Thank you, sir. Very well, you may leave. Li Qing gestured dismissively and turned to return to his chamber. On the bed, Zhu Houzhao was idly lost in thought. He had overheard most of the conversation outside. Upon Li Qing's return, he remarked, your reasoning is insufficient. Your explanation lacks persuasiveness. Li Qing nonchalantly replied, there is no convincing explanation. They have no evidence to prove my words false. And I doubt your intelligence is keen enough to discern the truth. Zhu Houzhao rolled his eyes. Is it proper to belittle someone so? Being somewhat simple-minded has its merits. Li Qing mused. The more intelligent one is, the more troubles one invites. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Zhu Houzhao responded with a wry smile. Reflecting that there was little to worry about, the death of the Wuzong emperor in the 16th year of Jingde was a matter of historical fact. Li Qing, this time, I truly am nearing my end. Are you afraid? Zhu Houzhao slightly shook his head and sighed. It is merely regrettable that I cannot accompany you further. I would have liked to witness the Ming Dynasty several decades, or even centuries from now, and to wander and explore with you once you have some leisure time. Alas, my life is coming to a close. It is indeed a pity, Li Qing echoed with a sigh, then smiled. We shall meet again in the next life. Although you may not remember, I certainly will, and I will never forget. At this, Zhu Houzhao first felt joy, then said, in truth, it is unnecessary to remember. Once it is past, and that is quite all right. You are becoming quite sentimental. Let it be deemed sentimental then. Zhu Houzhao smiled gently, assuring, there is no need to worry about me. My wife is down below, and I shall not be lonely. Furthermore, I have confidence in dealing with Taizu. Who am I? Am I someone to suffer losses and endure grievances? Li Qing was rendered speechless. Please trim my nails, Zhu Houzhao requested. Li Qing nodded, rose to fetch scissors, and sat by the bed, taking Zhu Houzhao's wrinkled hand in his own to carefully trim his nails. After wrapping them up with care, Li Qing also snipped off 3 strands of long hair. Suddenly, Zhu Houzhao remarked, next time I enter the capital, mention to Zhu Houzong that he may refer to himself as Qingzu. I shall assist him in extricating himself from any predicaments. Li Qing responded affirmatively. By the way, apart from your junior disciple, whom else have you buried, or whose grave have you relocated? One is the first-generation Han Wang of Jiaoji, the younger brother of Renzong, and the other is your grandfather's beloved, Li Qing answered. Beloved? Zhu Houzhao paused, asking, are you referring to consort Wanzhen? Li Qing explained, in truth, aside from her advanced age, there is little to criticize about consort Wan. Indeed, age is not a blemish. It rather signifies a bond as strong as gold, and it illustrates that your grandfather was a person of deep emotions, a notable trait. However, returning to the subject at hand, the Ming Dynasty has indeed seen its share of deep affections. Taizu, Taizong, Renzong, and even Xianzong, not to mention Yingzong. As Li Qing strayed further off topic, he began to enumerate the emotional merits of the Ming dynasty, competing to ascertain who might be deemed the foremost. Zhu Houzhao listened with great interest. In conclusion, Zhu Houzhao remarked, "Having spoken so much, why have you omitted yourself from the list? We speak of the Ming emperors. I am not one of them. In essence, it is quite similar. When you stand before the world, you shall be regarded as such." Li Qing paused, sighing, "This is not my desire." Yet Zhu Houzhao chuckled. "Compared to you, my dear younger brother, you are the most pretentious of all. Is that so? Is it not?" Li Qing shot him a glare, retorting, "You only dare to act so brazenly because you believe I would not confront you. Who does not adjust their approach based on the circumstances?" Zhu Houzhao shot back. "Were you not trembling in front of Taizu, walking on eggshells? When it was my turn, did you not let me off the hook?" Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Houzhao, buoyed by his triumph, became increasingly self-satisfied. "When I reach the other side, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you." Li Qing, with an impassive expression, replied, "Complaints are welcome, but do not seek trouble. Otherwise, I shall deal with your ancestors as well." Such audacity! Li Qing chuckled. "You are not the first to utter such words." In truth, Zhu Houzhao had exhausted his wit, and after a few more exchanges, he lost steam, his tone softening. "I have gathered everything. You need not worry. It will not be misplaced." Li Qing tucked the scarf containing the hair and nails into his bosom. Zhu Houzhao exhaled deeply, saying, "I shall take a brief rest. Do remember to wake me later, as I still have matters to discuss." "Very well, sleep," Li Qing replied, infusing him with spiritual energy, ensuring his slumber was sweet. When Zhu Houzhao awakened once more, night had descended. Perhaps due to the profoundness of his sleep, he felt particularly invigorated, exuding a sense of vitality. "Why did you not wake me?" Zhu Houzhao expressed mild reproach. "I am fortunate to have awakened myself. Otherwise, it would have been quite regrettable. I possess a deeper understanding of your physical condition," remarked Li Qing with a smile. "Have you summoned everyone?" "Yes, let them all come." Li Qing rose and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, a throng of descendants from the Zhu family gathered, crowding around him to the point of relegating Li Qing to the periphery. As he listened to their calls of father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Li Qing suddenly felt that Zhu Houzhao's life had been worth living. As the sole heir of the Ming dynasty, he had ascended to the throne at a tender age, later becoming an emperor, a formidable general, a proprietor of an establishment, a father, a grandfather, and a great-grandfather. In his final moments, surrounded by his progeny, what more could he possibly regret? No longer an emperor, Zhu Houzhao had left no imperial edict, and the family estate had long been divided. His gathering of all descendants was merely to allow them one last glimpse of his conscious self and to share some words of encouragement. Zhu Houzhao, who had lived an unorthodox life, appeared unusually solemn this time, his demeanor marked by a newfound seriousness. He began to address each of his descendants individually, offering tailored advice based on their distinct personalities. The family, aware of the elders' dwindling time, had not anticipated such an imminent farewell. Although the elders seemed remarkably spirited, they were cognizant of the concept of a fleeting vitality. Zhu Houzhao's mind was exceptionally clear. His speech was coherent and easily comprehensible, typically unfazed by events. This evening found Zhu Houzhao profoundly concerned, making arrangements not only for his sons and grandsons, but also for his daughters-in-law and granddaughters. He even made specific requests for his two young great-grandsons, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Finally, he offered heartfelt encouragement to his eldest nephew. It took a full half-hour for Zhu Houzhao to complete the solemn ritual of his final words, after which his vitality visibly waned. A multitude gathered at the bedside, their expressions tinged with sorrow, while the daughters-in-law began to well up with tears. With so many present, including numerous women, Li Qing hesitated to intrude and instead suggested, "Tonight can still be passed peacefully. You should all return to rest and come back tomorrow." Li Qing was not merely speaking empty words. Ensuring Zhu Houzhao endured the night was within his capabilities, while also avoiding exhausting the elder's potential and causing him pain. Zhu Zai, who held profound trust in Li Qing due to his knowledge of the latter's secrets, added, "The physician's skills are unparalleled within the Ming dynasty. Since he has spoken, it shall surely be so. It is crucial not to disturb him during his diagnosis. Let us withdraw for now." The three brothers glanced at their father, who nodded slightly and weakly gestured for them to leave. With a quiet sigh, The brothers rose and approached Li Qing, bowing in unison, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." Li Qing acknowledged them with a nod. Soon, the room fell into a tranquil silence. The last to depart, Zhu Houzhao softly suggested, "I shall notify Xiao Bao and Ying. We can discuss it in the morning, otherwise they will not sleep well." Zhu Houzhao nodded silently, bowed, and then turned to leave. Li Qing settled beside the bed, saying, "I know you are nearing your limit, yet your sudden declaration of helplessness is rather unexpected." Zhu Houzhao managed to let out a faint smile, articulating with difficulty, "Even a mighty general cannot withstand the limits of human strength." Li Qing, taking the silver needle box from the bedside, extracted a few needles, and then remarked, "In truth, I can extend your days a bit longer. Ensuring your departure is not excessively painful." Not excessively painful still implies some pain, does it not? Zhu Houzhao retained his focus on the crux of the matter. "Just a little, do not be so delicate." Zhu Houzhao took a breath and replied, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. The younger ones have prepared themselves. If I linger too long, it would be rather awkward." Li Qing, exasperated, retorted, "At this point, you still jest?" "No, it is not jesting. I have spoken my farewell. If I do not depart, I have spoken in vain." Zhu Houzhao forced a smile and stated, "I have enjoyed a comfortable life for most of my years. I should not suffer at the very end, should I?" "Strictly speaking, it cannot be termed suffering," Li Qing replied. "If you can endure, then so be it." Zhu Houzhao, with a wry smile, lamented, "The choice is not mine but yours. Are you commanding my army?" Li Qing's anger flared. Zhu Houzhao fell silent, yet in Li Qing's eyes, it was a challenge. What can you do about it? Ultimately, Li Qing's heart softened, and he inquired, "Do you have any remaining wishes?" Zhu Houzhao pondered long and hard before articulating, "Help me sit up. I do not wish to lie in bed any longer. Shall we go and admire the night scenery?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Qing agreed. Chapter 96. A midnight conversation. Li Qing assisted Zhu Houzhao into a seated position, transferring him to a wheelchair, and then covered him with a blanket before wheeling him into the courtyard. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, the Milky Way shimmering magnificently. The summer night was laden with humidity, the breeze cool, and the cicadas continued their incessant chirping. Li Qing brought over a chair and sat beside Zhu Houzhao, letting out a contented sigh. "It has been ages since I have enjoyed such a leisurely stargazing. What are your plans for the future?" "What plans could I possibly have? Just take it one step at a time." Li Qing gazed up at the starry sky and mused, "I have always lived this way. The Ming Dynasty is vast, rife with uncertainties. Contemplating distant matters is futile. We can only proceed gradually." Zhu Houzhao remained silent for a moment before saying, "At least one thing is certain. As time progresses and the era evolves, individuals of exceptional capability, like Hai Rui and Zhao Xinji, who are willing to engage in practical matters, will multiply, ultimately rendering your presence unnecessary." Li Qing chuckled, "I shall take your words as a good omen." "Indeed." Zhu Houzhao lifted his gaze to the resplendent stars, murmuring, "Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, this life has slipped away. Often, I feel as if I am still that carefree youth, as if in a dream. How I wish to awaken and find myself back in my youth. How delightful that would be." Li Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Even with extraordinary abilities, one cannot reverse the relentless flow of time. "Ah, perhaps that is a bit sentimental," Zhu Houzhao said, shifting the topic. "Some say that when a person dies, they transform into stars in the sky, while others believe in reincarnation. Yet, some declare that death is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp." Li Qing, which do you think holds truth? "I do not know. Perhaps only in death can one truly discern," Li Qing responded half-jokingly. Zhu Houzhao rolled his eyes. "You certainly have a way with words. I expected you would offer me some comfort. What? Has the once great general now reached a point where he requires consolation?" Zhu Houzhao was left speechless. "The breeze is refreshing, and the cicadas chirp incessantly. Shall we reminisce about the past? What aspect would you like to hear about?" Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems I have yet to hear you speak of your experiences upon your arrival in the Ming Dynasty, particularly those events before you descended from the mountains." At this, Li Qing appeared somewhat lost in thought. In those early days, he was utterly bewildered, at times questioning whether it was all merely a dream. Fortunately, by then, the Ming Dynasty had established itself for several years, and the realm had largely settled from the chaos of war. He was fortunate to encounter an old man, and thus spent his days on the mountain, hunting, foraging for herbs, and cultivating a few crops. Life was quite meager, with meat being a rare luxury. Yet it was undeniably fulfilling. Gradually, Li Qing opened up. In those days, I was young, in my 20s, and with the superiority complex of a time traveler. It was inevitable that I would naively think, if I were to descend from the mountain, I would undoubtedly rejuvenate the Ming Dynasty. With a nostalgic smile, Li Qing continued, I love to spend my leisure time atop the mountain, gazing down, contemplating the world beyond. Novels, you know? They existed even in my time, and were far more accessible. With boundless imagination. In tales akin to my own circumstance, the protagonists were invariably saviors, effortlessly inventing and reforming, dismantling feudal order with a mere flick of the wrist, ushering in an era of prosperity and rewarding themselves with titles and pleasures. Li Qing chuckled. Indeed, I thought similarly. Who am I? A product of 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university, a model youth of the 21st century. Arriving in this era, I was certain of my advantage. With a spirited flourish, he continued, I believed I would astonish the world, akin to those protagonists, silent until the moment of revelation. However, as time progressed, Li Qing found himself reconsidering. He gradually perceived the exaggerated nature of those novels, even armed with a significant informational advantage. Altering the course of a dynasty proved to be a Herculean task. Nevertheless, he still believed he could accomplish great deeds. Bathed in starlight, with his hair gently dancing, his eyes sparkled as he declared, I have arrived. I cannot let my presence be in vain. Zhu Houzhao inquired, So, you descended from the mountains? Not quite. My descent was voluntary. Li Qing sighed, self-deprecatingly admitting, I fancied myself a champion of justice. Yet it was only when the Jinyui came knocking that I realized I was merely a dilettante. Zhu Houzhao asked, Then why did you descend? Out of cowardice. Li Qing replied, With great skill comes great boldness. Yet at that time, my skills were not sufficiently honed. Faced with a throng of armed Jinyui, I dared not confront them directly, and thus capitulated. And thus began his journey to treat the Empress Dowager Xiaozi? Li Qing nodded. At that time, the Empress Dowager was beyond saving. I was terrified, fearing that should she pass, old Zhu would utter a threat of burying me alongside her. Thankfully, I encountered the Empress Dowager, and old Zhu was not as bloodthirsty as I had imagined. Ultimately, I was not ensnared in the aftermath. During this period, he also started a family and officially took up a position within the Jinyui. The stars shone brightly, and so did Li Qing's eyes. I believed I had the upper hand, convinced that I held the script of the protagonist. I was audacious and domineering, harboring a deep disdain for evil. And I confronted Li Jinglong, wielding my blade against the prince with reckless abandon, feeling invincible. At that time, I was unaware that my achievements were not born of righteousness or exceptional ability. Rather, I was merely scratching the itch of the old Zhu. To him, I was nothing more than a convenient instrument. I imagined that within a decade, I would fundamentally transform the Ming Dynasty, and then depart, cloaked in anonymity, with them to explore the mountains and waters. Li Qing remarked, It was only upon the occurrence of a certain event that I truly recognized my folly. Zhu Houzhao inquired, What was it? The household registration system established by the old Zhu ensured that the sons of peasants remained peasants, the sons of artisans remained artisans, and the sons of soldiers remained soldiers, Li Qing explained. I thought that by articulating the pros and cons, the old Zhu would undoubtedly acquiesce. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Does the Taizu not understand? Zhu Houzhao asked, or does he simply not believe? No, the Taizu understands and believes, Li Qing clarified. The issue lies here. Even a beneficial national policy must consider timing and practical circumstances. The old Zhu comprehended and acknowledged this, yet he refused immediate implementation, insisting that such measures could only be enacted after his death, and that I must first become a power broker before proposing them. As time passed and my understanding of the Ming Dynasty deepened, I came to realize that the old Zhu was indeed correct. Later, the sudden passing of Prince Yiwing caught everyone off guard, particularly the Taizu. Li Qing sighed. Though I feel a deep sense of loss, I am not entirely shocked. Historically, the Prince Yiwing also departed before the old Zhu. With the throne vacant, the court and the realm were thrown into turmoil. The immediate priority was to establish a successor. I knew the trajectory of history, Li Qing continued, so I was intent on having the Prince of Yin succeed the throne. Wait, Zhu Houzhao interjected. Are you suggesting that in the annals of history, it was also the lineage of the Prince of Yin that ascended the throne? Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Zhu Houzhao was taken aback. realizing that while he understood Li Qing hailed from the future, he remained unaware that in that era, the Ming dynasty was also ruled by the lineage of the Prince of Yin. Until now, Zhu Houzhao had believed that Li Qing had chosen the Prince of Yin due to the inability to support Jiang Wen. Suddenly, Zhu Houzhao recalled something and asked, "Was there a version of me in history?" Li Qing nodded once more. "Yes, you were also called Zhu Houzhao, with the era name Jingde and temple name Wuzong. You were equally playful and unruly. However, the historical version of you met an early demise and left no heirs. Was the successor also Jiajing?" "Indeed, identical in brilliance," Li Qing responded, then added, "Yet, there is a difference. The cleverness of you two brothers in history was seldom utilized in the right direction, particularly yours, dear younger brother. Whereas now, you are a ruler of rare merit, a sage sovereign." "How marvelous," Zhu Houzhao murmured. "Had you not mentioned this, I would have remained oblivious my entire life." Li Qing took a deep breath and smiled. "It is indeed quite marvelous." Zhu Houzhao suddenly pondered and asked, "In history, was it also Jiang Wen who ascended, with the Prince of Yin seizing power?" "Indeed." Li Qing sighed, reflecting on the moment he learned of Zhu Yunwen's ascension as crown prince. It was a time when despair threatened to engulf him. He wished to vehemently oppose this decision. Yet old Zhu's arguments were so compelling that it marked the first time he truly understood the concept of an irreversible tide of fate. With a deep sigh, Li Qing declared that it was from that moment forward that he gained a clear understanding of his own path. To shape the prevailing trends? Yes, indeed. To shape the prevailing trends. He articulated. In terms of vision, he believed his son surpassed him significantly. He successfully persuaded the fourth prince to delegate maritime trade to the populace, laying the groundwork for commerce and industry. Subsequently, he implemented the policy of taxing land, which encouraged wealth accumulation among the people. During the reigns of Renzong and Xuanzong, he sought to engage with the populace while simultaneously preparing for the integration of the northern territories. However, the journey was not without its challenges. For instance, during the early reign of Ingzong, the young monarch's ascension raised suspicions, leading to a suspension of maritime trade. His return to the court had primarily one aim: to rejuvenate the national treasury. Eventually, Ingzong's reign faltered, and it was only after Zhongzong's accession that the nation returned to a steady course. The lessons learned during the Changhua era taught the Jurchens a thing or two, while the Tatar king was referred to as Little Prince. The Hongzhi period focused intently on generating wealth. As the court's revenues increased, so too did the strength of private capital. Much of this progress was driven by his initiatives. Yet many ideas also stemmed from the emperor's vision and the efforts of his ministers. It was through their collective endeavor that the Ming dynasty was handed over to you. Li Qing remarked, "You have also shown commendable spirit, not hindering the Ming during your tenure, and indeed have propelled it forward. By the time your younger brother came to power, the tide was largely established, paving the way for widespread education." Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhao earnestly responded, "It truly has not been easy." "Indeed, it has not been easy," Li Qing replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Step by step, as I look back, I see that we have navigated through countless mountains." Chapter 97. A smooth journey. Zhu Houzhao comforted him, saying, "Everything has been worthwhile. The great tide has been established, and the long road ahead is not solitary. Do not worry about me," Li Qing reassured. "I have already weathered far more challenging times. I am unfazed by the sky's collapse." Zhu Houzhao nodded, sighing. "Regarding these matters, I possess only a general understanding. Without your insights, it would be difficult for me to grasp the intricacies of the struggles involved." Hearing this at the end of life, I find little regret. "Do not say that," Li Qing retorted. "It is still early. If you were to pass now, how would I explain it to your son? Hang on, we must wait until dawn. Your relatives have yet to arrive. Then we shall endure?" "Yes, we shall endure." Zhu Houzhao smiled faintly and remarked, "The long night stretches on. Let us converse about something else, lest we succumb to monotony." Li Qing nodded and initiated another topic of discussion. Zhu Houzhao's condition had deteriorated significantly. Despite Li Qing's efforts to sustain him with his vital energy, the situation was increasingly dire. More often than not, he merely listened to Li Qing's words, responding only occasionally. As time passed, the two continued their dialogue until, at last, dawn broke. The sun rose from the east, casting its light upon the rooftops, illuminating the branches, and gracing Zhu Houzhao's pallid visage with a hint of rosy hue. It was a new day. In a hushed voice, Zhu Houzhao remarked, calm and serene, "Today is a fine day, a good day." After sitting through the night, shall we return indoors? Li Qing suggested. Let me have one more glance. After a moment, he reiterated, shall we return indoors? Bathed in sunlight as he departs, is it not a more splendid farewell? Zhu Houzhao has altered his fate. Li Qing, left with no recourse, decided to acquiesce to his wishes. Before long, the three Zhu brothers, along with a multitude of younger kin, arrived to find him in the courtyard observing the sunrise, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Shuer, Li Xine, Li Bao, Li Yingying, and Zhu Zai also made their way there. Unlike the optimistic younger members of the Zhu family, these individuals cast their gazes upon Li Qing. Noticing the shadow of despair upon his countenance, a silent understanding passed among them. Today marked the twilight of Zhu Houzhao's life, and a profound sorrow enveloped them. Surrounded by dozens, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhao engaged in animated conversation, their voices intertwining, creating a clamor that rivaled the incessant chirping of cicadas. Yet, the two remained oblivious to the din. Zhu Houzhao, ever accommodating, did not withhold his precious vitality, sharing laughter and stories with those gathered around him. As the sun ascended steadily, casting a golden hue, Zhu Houzhao's strength waned, his words dwindling to mere whispers, as he gazed intently at the faces surrounding him, cherishing each one, as if wishing to etch their images into his memory. The three brothers remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, urging him to rest, to which Zhu Houzhao merely smiled, unperturbed. Gradually, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, visibly deteriorating like a candle flickering in the wind or a lamp dimming in the rain. It was only then that the brothers grasped the dire reality, their faces falling in abject horror, while their wives began to weep, emotions swirling. Li Qing interjected, urging for silence. Let us not disturb him at this moment. The crowd reluctantly quieted, although the brothers were eager to inquire further about any possible remedies. Yet, Li Qing preempted them, stating, all that could be done has already been done. In truth, had Zhu Houzhao consented, Li Qing could have extended his days. But Zhu Houzhao was resolute in his refusal. Li Qing understood that it was not obstinacy but a deep-seated fear of prolonging the inevitable, a dread of death that Zhu Houzhao wished to avoid. This was not the essence of Zhu Houzhao, the Zhengde emperor, nor the valiant general. Li Qing chose to honor Zhu Houzhao's wishes. In mere moments, Zhu Houzhao's vitality began to fade, and with great effort, he lifted his head to gaze at the sun above, battling intense dizziness, murmuring, at the zenith of the sun, truly a splendid moment. Zhu Zai's expression turned sorrowful, tears cascading down his cheeks. Others either failed to grasp the meaning in their uncle's words or were fortified enough to withstand the emotional storm. Only Zhu Zai felt the deepest empathy. Zhu Houzhao yearned to articulate further thoughts, but fate constricted his throat, and though he struggled to breathe, it felt as if a colossal hand gripped his lungs, his words lingering on the verge of escape, yet silenced. Li Qing felt a tempest of emotions surging within him, a desperate attempt to reverse the decline, yet it remained futile. Zhu Houzhao, a man of tenacity, ultimately managed to speak, though his voice was but a whisper, inaudible to the ears around him. In the end, Zhu Houzhao forced a smile of resignation, his taut body gradually relaxing as he gently closed his eyes. Li Qing remained unresponsive, the echoes of Zhu Houzhao's final words resonating in his ears. Open the door. It is I, Zhu Shou. The words reverberated, again and again. Father. Zhu Wei suddenly broke into tears, unleashing a torrent of sorrow that echoed like waves crashing upon the shore, each wave more tumultuous than the last, creating a cacophony that left the heart in disarray. Without the presence of the ceremonial overseers, the weeping became chaotic, a symphony of grief that was overwhelming. The winds of the fourth year of the Longqing era swept through the Fengxiandian and the Degao Xuandian, journeying southward to Jiangnan, reaching Jinling, and finally enveloping Zhu Houzhao. Under the sun, his visage was serene, his hair and beard glistening, resembling one who had drifted into slumber. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and it was only when Li Qing perceived the noise had diminished that he realized Zhu Houzhao had retreated indoors, and the others had followed suit, leaving only Li Shuer by his side. Li Shuer, though sorrowful, offered words of comfort. The grandnephew has left without regrets, peacefully and fulfilled. Li Qing nodded, murmuring, I was merely reflecting on his words. Li Shuer was taken aback, yet she observed as Li Qing rose and strode towards the exit. After a moment of hesitation, she chose not to follow him. That night, Li Qing ascended the Zijin mountain once more, paying his respects at the Shaoling mausoleum. Pouring a libation for the late Zhu, he began to reminisce. Though you were somewhat impetuous, your reign as emperor is beyond reproach. The formidable general you were was not a mere facade. You embodied the spirit of your conquests. During your reign, you worked diligently, clearing numerous obstacles for those who would come after you. Before the Shaoling, Li Qing extolled Zhu Houzhao throughout the night. In the capital, within the Dagao Xuandian, Zhu Houzhao faced south, his gaze deep and contemplative. Your Majesty, what troubles you today? Zhu Houzhao remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the horizon. Huang Jin, discerning the mood, refrained from pressing further. His own eyes filled with confusion as he stared into the distance. When Li Qing returned, dawn had already broken. He did not go back to the small courtyard, but moved directly into the estate of the Yongqing Marquis. The younger generation had come to recognize his status and treated him with utmost respect, addressing him as sir with decorum and humility. This was not mere pretense. Without Li Qing, he remained the benefactor of the Li family. Furthermore, the Yongqing Marquis required Li Qing's expertise in healing. Li Qing remained unperturbed, having anticipated this scenario long before. After administering acupuncture to Li Qing, ensuring he could rest peacefully, he procured a fishing rod and ventured to the pond within the estate to fish. Though labeled as fishing, it was merely an excuse to seek tranquility and reflect. The bobber danced upon the surface, indicating a catch, yet he did not lift the rod. Before long, Li Shuer approached with a small stool, settling beside him in silent companionship. I find myself somewhat bored. The absence of a lively spirit renders the day dull. Fishing serves merely to cultivate one's temperament. We have weathered far more difficult times than this, Li Qing softly remarked. Is Li Qing awake? He inquired. He still sleeps, Li Shuer replied. He was quite fatigued after spending most of yesterday at the Zhu residence. Li Qing acknowledged with a sound, suddenly lifting the fishing rod. A plump carp leapt from the water, twisting and shimmering in the sunlight, its scales dazzlingly bright. At that moment, Li Shuer appeared momentarily entranced. In the days of yore, when I was still a young maiden, I recall that Li Qing had also fished here. It was a serendipitous moment when my elder brother and I arrived. Just as Li Qing lifted his fishing rod, revealing a splendid, plump carp. After the passage of many years, the scene unfolded once more. How impressive, exclaimed Li Shuer, echoing her sentiments from that time. Perfect for a fish stew at noon, Li Qing had also remarked. The distinction lay in one being a deliberate expression and the other a thoughtless utterance. Suddenly, Li Shuer felt a surge of emotion. Li Qing, mistaking her tears for sorrow over her nephew, commented, "You were just comforting me, and now you find yourself in tears." I am not," Li Shuer replied, taking a deep breath and blinking away her tears, choosing not to elaborate further. "I remember that fateful day when my mother had sent me and my brother to summon him for a meal. In the blink of an eye, decades have slipped by, father has departed, mother has passed, my elder brother is gone, and even one of my nephews is lost. I, too, have transitioned from youthful innocence to the frailty of old age. How could I not be moved by the memories?" Yet, Li Qing had long since forgotten such trivial matters. As time as passage tends to erase the inconsequential. Just as Li Qing had once remarked, every person is destined to die. After Li Qing spoke, the conversation dwindled, for that was all Li Qing had said. Li Shuer nodded slightly, declaring, "I shall arrange for it." With that, she departed with the fish in hand. Li Qing assumed she was still mourning for Zhu Houzhao, heaving a sigh as he resumed his fishing. In the palace, Zhu Houzhao gradually withdrew his gaze and turned towards the hall. Huang Jin followed closely, inquiring softly, "Your Majesty, if there is something you wish to share, please do not keep it to yourself." Naturally, Zhu Houzhao would not divulge the matter of Zhu Houzhao to Huang Jin. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather that the fewer who knew, the better, for it was far too astonishing. Overthinking, "I am quite well." Zhu Houzhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I shall take a brief respite. You may rest as well." Huang Jin assumed her master was merely pining for Li Qing and sighed inwardly, responding respectfully. Zhu Houzhao exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "That fellow has truly departed. Ah, his life was indeed vibrant and comfortable. He was most fortunate." While his lips uttered complaints and even harsh words, his hands lit 3 sticks of incense, as Zhu Houzhao silently intoned, "May the great Qing Dharma king journey peacefully to the Western Paradise." Chapter 98. Vigilance mourning, sealing the coffin, and burial proceeded methodically. Yet, there were moments when Li Qing would awaken at dawn, tilting his face slightly upward to gaze through the open window at the courtyard gate, which remained unknocked and silent, devoid of the six-character mantra. In truth, what he beheld was merely the cold, imposing gate of the Yongqing Marquisate. Indeed, nearly 2 centuries had passed, and the current gate of the Marquisate was no longer the same as it had been. Although the Yongqing Marquisate retained its essence, it was now imbued with the marks of restoration, appearing unchanged on the surface while having undergone a profound transformation within. Li Qing had significantly reduced his leisure activities. He no longer attended concerts, operas, or storytelling sessions. Aside from attending to Li Xian's health, he spent his time either fishing, assisting Li Shui'er in her cultivation, engaging in conversation, perusing the Yongle Encyclopedia, or simply reclining. Li Qing was never a diligent individual. He had always been rather indolent, even reluctant to partake in entertainment. Time flowed like water, relentlessly passing by. The summer waned and autumn approached, bringing with it a gradual chill in the air. Li Xian, taking the initiative, donned warm, substantial clothing early and settled into a wheelchair reminiscent of Zhu Houzhao's design. From a young age, Li Xian harbored a disdain for books, joining his grandfather in the Ming Navy at the age of 16, thus embarking on a military career. Ironically, it was towards the end of this journey that he developed an appreciation for reading, albeit not for the classics, but rather for his father's writings. Li Qing sensed his concerns and reassured him, saying, "There is no need to fret over the future of the Li family as descendants. The so-called disintegration of the Li household is merely akin to Emperor Wu of Han's decree of enfeoffment, redistributing the family assets more equitably. Although the Li family is prosperous, the wealth they possess is sufficient to ensure that each individual and their progeny can live in luxury. The Li family's wealth would not be directly donated. Instead, it would be expended by family members to facilitate better circulation of the economy. Donating to the court, which would then allocate funds, would be less efficient than the private sector's ability to generate and spend money. Indeed, the spending habits of the affluent are the most effective means of invigorating the economy, perhaps without exception. In fact, as early as the Xuande era, Li Qing had attempted to implement a similar enfeoffment policy, but it had met with failure. The primary reasons for this were twofold. First, the populace had just endured the costly and laborious Yongle era, rendering them relatively impoverished, and the Ming Dynasty had only recently entered a phase of recuperation, coinciding with a significant population explosion. There were simply too many individuals without resources to distribute, which hindered the policy's implementation. Second, capital was still in its nascent stage, and enforcing such a policy would be detrimental to commerce and industry. For these reasons, Li Qing chose not to persist, and instead opted to adapt to the prevailing circumstances. Now, however, over a century later, the material wealth of the Ming Dynasty had proliferated immensely, and population growth had stabilized, bolstered by ongoing educational advancements. In a few decades, the ideology of primogeniture would no longer be insurmountable. When the time came to revisit old matters, the resistance to change would naturally diminish. Moreover, allowing the Li family to remain so affluent would undoubtedly stifle the economic development of the Ming Dynasty, potentially resulting in stagnation, a scenario Li Qing was keen to avoid. Flow and movement across all sectors and classes were essential to foster growth. Li Qing remarked, "It is only fair that the Li family, who earns the money, also spends it. I cannot be so selflessly magnanimous." Li Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sighed. "It is a pity that these young ones seem utterly ungrateful." Li Qing remained silent. "Gratitude is unnecessary. I believe that the Li family you envision, your father and your aunt, have already surpassed expectations. If one were to consider their siblings, they have repaid their debts. The role the Li family plays now is precisely what I had hoped for. After years of toil and struggle across generations, it is time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Continuing to push forward would leave others without a path forward." Li Xian nodded silently. "Grandfather, have you ever pondered a particular matter?" "Speak on," replied Li Qing. "The Li family could indeed resolve their issues through the dispersion of wealth. How then should the Ming Dynasty proceed?" Li Qing chuckled, for reform was the answer. Li Xian glanced again at the book in his hands and shook his head, declaring, "It is impossible. How could the affluent ever share equally with the impoverished?" "It is not about equality," Li Qing replied, "but rather the adoption of a relatively just distribution method. In truth, you have not comprehended the volumes left by your father. However, this is not solely your fault. for few within the vast Ming dynasty possess such understanding. Li Qing, aware of his own limitations, offered a wry smile and refrained from retorting. Instead, he remarked, "Grandfather, I am well for now. You should take this opportunity to engage in other pursuits." Li Qing laughed. "What other pursuits could I possibly have?" "Wudong," Li Qing responded. "After so many years at sea, upon your return, you have either been preoccupied with state affairs or with us. You have yet to return home." Li Qing paused, gently shaking his head. "My elder brother has been remiss for quite some time. A later visit will bear no consequence. I truly have little of importance to attend to, at least not during this time of year." "Well then, when did it become your place to dictate my actions?" Li Qing retorted. "Do not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. Simply look after yourself." Li Qing sheepishly acquiesced. Li Qing shot him a glare before turning to leave. "Where are you going, grandfather?" "To fish." With the process of baiting, adjusting floats, and attaching hooks, Li Qing inadvertently acquired yet another skill. Fish graced the Li family's dining table at every meal: fried, grilled, steamed, deep-fried, boiled. Although the household chef was exceptionally skilled, the constant consumption led to an overwhelming taste of fish. Gradually, the grandchildren began to secretly order takeout. Observing this, Li Qing released the fish he had caught. Yet he continued to fish daily, as there were no other forms of entertainment available. A simple stool and a fishing rod sufficed to pass the time and provide a rare moment of tranquility. Li Bao officially took charge of the Li family and had become quite the busy individual, often away for several days, navigating the various enterprises of the Li clan. Following the incident on the Qinhuai River, the grandchildren adopted an increasingly discreet demeanor, fearing they might follow in the footsteps of their uncle and elder brother. Initially believing it was the late patriarch's directive, they now understood they had provoked their living ancestor and thus remained compliant. Life flowed as serenely as the waters of a pond, only disturbed by the occasional breeze that stirred a ripple. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing could not resist indulging in a cup. Fortunately, Li Qing was nearby, preventing a potential disaster. However, Li Qing bore him no ill will, simply advising him against emulating Duke Chao. Li Qing did not comprehend, and Li Qing offered no further explanation. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, as temperatures continued to drop, Li Qing was once again ahead of the curve, donning his cotton coat early. With the onset of heavy snow, the year entered the final quarter of the fourth year of the Longqing era. Having traversed countless springs and autumns, Li Qing still felt time raced by. Subconsciously believing he was still in the Jiajing period, though reality revealed that Longqing's fifth year was merely a breath away. Perhaps it was the monotony of life that gave rise to such feelings. Li Qing set aside his fishing rod, endeavoring to step outside and break this routine, hoping to slow the passage of time. Yet, he did not venture alone. He brought along Li Qing and Li Shuer. The wooden wheelchair is quite convenient. The elders push it while the younger ones sit, leisurely strolling through the morning market and admiring the wheat fields. The new year is approaching once again. Zhu Houzhao stands beneath the eaves, reflecting on the swift passage of time, feeling a sense of curiosity as he murmurs to himself, "It shouldn't be so, logically. Li Qing should be arriving soon." Huang Jin ponders for a moment and responds, "The Marquis of Yongqing, Li Qing, has grown older. Perhaps Li Qing is preoccupied because of him." Forgetting this, Zhu Houzhao slowly nods and sighs. "Indeed, time spares no one. We have all aged. The Emperor Taishang remains youthful. Only you would say that." Zhu Houzhao chuckles, shaking his head. "You are already covered in wrinkles and still claim you are not old." Huang Jin laughs awkwardly. "Your Majesty has yet to reach his 60th year. There is plenty of time ahead." "Not now, but soon," Zhu Houzhao replies with a bitter smile. "Not to speak of longevity, how many in this world truly live to 100? Huang Jin scratches his head. "Isn't there still Li Qing?" Zhu Houzhao acknowledges with a sound of agreement. Contemplating, "Huang Jin, shall we venture to Jiangnan once more?" Huang Jin is startled, then awkwardly laughs. At this time of year, Jiangnan holds little allure. Perhaps we should wait until the warmth of spring. As they converse, they notice the Emperor's dragon carriage approaching, prompting Huang Jin to quickly change the subject. "The Emperor Taishang, His Majesty is coming." "I am not blind," Zhu Houzhao retorts impatiently, his brow slightly furrowing. He understands that his son has sensed something, which brings him both comfort and concern. Moments later, the dragon carriage halts. Zhu Xian disembarks and strides forward, saying, "Father, in this frigid weather, take care of your health." "I am not so fragile," Zhu Houzhao exhales, responding calmly. What brings you here, not being in Qingqing Palace? Oh, it's nothing much. Simply that I haven't inquired about your well-being in several days, so I came to see you. Zhu Ziyan replies with a forced laugh. It's cold outside. Let us discuss this inside the hall. Zhu Houzhao sighs and turns to enter the grand hall, with Zhu Ziyan following. Huang Jin does not enter. Instead, he stands beneath the eaves, lost in thought, feeling a vague longing for Li Qing. Inside the hall, Zhu Ziyan speaks earnestly. Father, I wish to consult you on a matter. Speak. What is your opinion of Hai Rui? Zhu Houzhao's expression shifts slightly, but he quickly regains his composure, responding. What prompts this sudden inquiry about Hai Rui? It's nothing in particular, just a question. In truth, Zhu Ziyan is not entirely certain. He has yet to grasp the full truth, but he senses something amiss. His character is exemplary, and his abilities are formidable. Zhu Houzhao evaluates, then curiously adds. Speaking of Hai Rui, I recall something. Why did you not allow him to oversee the land measurements? Zhu Ziyan pauses before replying. I believe that officials like Hai Rui may not always be beneficial for the court. Indeed, Zhu Houzhao internally sighs, asking, what leads you to that conclusion? Chapter 99. Who is the enemy? Zhu Ziyan carefully chooses his words, stating, Hai Rui, as you said, possesses exceptional character and remarkable capabilities. Under his guidance, the court's national policies have been implemented exceedingly well, resulting in the measurement of vast tracts of arable land, which not only improves the lives of the common people, but also increases the court's tax revenue. Yet, Father, setting aside the matters of Chunin, let us focus solely on the situation in Yingtianfu, interrupted Zhu Houzhao. Throughout history, any infringement upon the interests of established groups has invited retaliation. The effective implementation of sound national policies has faltered for this very reason. The impeachment of officials in southern Jili is merely for show. We ought not to take it seriously. If we heed their words, the surveying and registration of lands will only scratch the surface. The prince continued. I understand that my bias against Hai Rui is not due to his impeachment. However, Father, I must lament that Hai Rui's methods are indeed extreme. In what manner are they extreme? Zhu Ziyan remarked. They have engendered a spirit of defiance among the populace. Hai Rui has gained renown, which has benefited the common people, while the court has raised its taxes. True, this yields multiple advantages, yet it has also inflated the expectations of the citizenry, significantly escalating the cost of governance for the court. My point is clear. The emperor may give, but he must not be coerced into giving by the people. Zhu Ziyan sighed. Father, your earnest counsel to Hai Rui during his time in the Ministry of Justice now seems to have gone unheeded. It is not Hai Rui who has failed to heed it, but rather you, Zhu Houzhao replied. Zhu Ziyan questioned. Zhu Houzhao stated, one cannot achieve great things without employing strict measures. You wish for the horse to run without allowing it to graze. What is Yingtianfu? It is second only to the capital. Even as a special envoy, Hai Rui would find it exceedingly difficult to execute the court's policies. If he does not proceed in such a manner, from where will the additional hundreds of thousands of acres of cultivated land arise? Zhu Ziyan sighed once more. I certainly understand. Yet if we allow Hai Rui to continue in this vein, I fear for the stability of our state and the turmoil that may ensue. People, once content, invariably seek even greater satisfaction, without exception. During the civil unrest in Chunin, how many citizens profited amidst the chaos? The situation in Yingtianfu was no different. How many among the populace held a mentality of whether or not there are dates, I shall strike the ground twice? If every citizen harbors such thoughts, would it not lead to great disorder? Father, my love for the realm and its people compels me to consider that ministers like Hai Rui are indeed perilous. Zhu Houzhao smiled faintly. Your concerns possess a measure of validity, yet you appear to overlook the concept of political maneuvering. No individual, including Hai Rui, can triumph over the multitude of officials and wealthy gentry in southern Jili. While they may manipulate public sentiment, it is merely to coerce compliance with the court's policies. Zhu Ziyan, rarely steadfast in his opinions, asserted, Father speaks wisely. However, as you have acknowledged, my concerns also bear weight. I am but a dullard. May I inquire how we should proceed? Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment before responding. Do you recall the counsel I once imparted to Hai Rui? Zhu Ziyan strained to recollect, tentatively suggesting, did you speak of lifting the pot to stop the boiling? Indeed, Zhu Houzhao affirmed. One must not attempt to resolve all issues at once. Problems will persist as long as there is development. After addressing one issue, another will inevitably arise. Zhu Houzhao fell into deep contemplation. So, Father is suggesting that the surveying of lands is a means to address one problem. Yet it gives rise to new issues that should not deter us from progress? Precisely. However, Father, how should we tackle these newly arisen problems? Zhu Houzhao chuckled. Consider this carefully. Is it truly a problem? Or rather, could it have adverse effects? Surely not. Of course not, Zhu Houzhao asserted decisively. Tell me, what has the court lost? Having lost the ability to respond promptly, Zhu Houzhao could only resort to his old tune, thereby escalating the costs of governance. A grave error indeed. Zhu Houzhao, with a hint of irritation, inquired, Tell me, who poses the greatest threat to imperial authority and the state? Without waiting for his son's reply, he provided the answer. It is not the common people, but the gentry, the landlords, the affluent, and the officials. Zhu Houzhao continued. While it may appear that the populace has overthrown the emperor and toppled the dynasty, are the commoners truly instigated by the emperor? Even the most inept ruler understands that if the people cannot sustain themselves, the demise of the dynasty is imminent. Why, despite the brutality of the previous dynasty, did the emperor still concern himself with governing the Yellow River? Throughout history, rulers have never turned a blind eye to the suffering of the common folk, not out of love for them, but because, to the dynasty and the emperor, the people themselves represent wealth. Certainly, the survival of the populace constitutes wealth, while their demise transforms it into poison. But who truly transforms wealth into poison? It is the gentry, the landlords, the affluent, and the officials. Zhu Houzhao sighed deeply. My son, why do you not ponder whether the emperors of past dynasties were truly oblivious to the state's ailments, or whether they recognized them but felt powerless to effect change? For millennia, our central plains have been agrarian at heart, and the fundamental reason for the fall of countless dynasties is often rooted in land consolidation. Why, at the inception of a dynasty, does the nation often appear vibrant and prosperous? It is largely because the interests of the gentry, landlords, and the wealthy, who once overthrew the previous dynasty, have been redistributed. I ask you again, what is the purpose of surveying fields? Zhu Houzhao replied reluctantly. Naturally, it is to curb land consolidation. Is that not sufficient? Zhu Houzhao remarked, rolling his eyes. What could be more important than this? Zhu Houzhao nodded in silence. Just as Zhu Houzhao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard his son inquire once more. Father, I still do not understand. The increase in governance costs is an undeniable fact. How could the court have incurred no losses? And why is this not a concern? Zhu Houzhao could only smile wryly as he asked, Who sent Hai Rui to survey the fields? You did, Zhu Houzhao responded. Hai Rui gained renown, but did you not as well? Compared to Hai Rui, your fame is even greater. Zhu Houzhao continued. Reflect on this. After the founding of the dynasty, why did the Taizu encourage the populace to report corrupt officials? Was it not to prevent these pests from harming the state? Zhu Houzhao fell into contemplation. Zhu Houzhao earnestly urged. There is a saying you must remember and keep close to your heart. Zhu Houzhao, momentarily startled, quickly replied, Father, please tell me. The enemy of the ruler is never the ruled, but rather the ruler himself. Zhu Houzhao sighed deeply. You must treat your subjects well, for they are your wealth. You must be wary of your ministers, for while they may seem to be your allies, they are in truth your adversaries. Zhu Houzhao remained in thought for a long while before nodding solemnly. I shall remember, Father. At last, he felt he had managed to navigate the conversation. Though it could not be said to be mere evasion, every word was indeed correct. Just as Zhu Houzhao was about to relax, he heard his son ask once again, But Father, in this case, what becomes of imperial authority? This was Zhu Houzhao's greatest concern and the root of his conflicting feelings towards Hai Rui. Zhu Houzhao felt a profound weariness and a sense of powerlessness. He had recognized these sentiments long ago, yet by the time he did, it was already too late. It was not a matter of lacking ability or being slow to realize the truth, but rather that he had come into this world too late, inheriting a situation that was already well formed. Acceptance was his only recourse, and thus he had endured much internal turmoil. As a father, Zhu Houzhao wished to spare his son from such debilitating strife, and thus advised him, You need the people, and the people need you. While it may appear that imperial authority is weak, in truth, it is robust. The weaker the royal power seems, the stronger it actually becomes. Zhu Houzhao could not grasp these profound words and replied candidly, I do not understand, Father. The people wish to live, and you also desire their well-being. What is the nature of your relationship? You are friends, allies. Zhu Houzhao continued. Historically, the court's policies have faced resistance from vested interest groups. If those who are supposed to implement these policies oppose them, how can they be enacted? It appears that Hai Rui has amplified his own reputation, but in reality, he has elevated your sacred name and your principles. The common populace supports you wholeheartedly. Those who claim to promote policies while actually opposing them, can they continue to do so? My son, Hai Rui is but a reflection of you. Do you understand? Zhu Ziyan comprehended this revelation with great astonishment. A wave of intense shame washed over him as he realized how profoundly he had erred. Father, I am filled with embarrassment, he confessed, his face flushed. Zhu Houzhao smiled gently, acknowledging that recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a virtue of great import. However, this principle applies solely to the father. One must not admit to errors in front of others. I understand. Father, Zhu Ziyan nodded in agreement, then hesitantly asked, should we allow Hai Rui to continue surveying the lands? Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment and replied, let him focus on water management instead. Excess in any endeavor can lead to detriment. If Hai Rui truly becomes a public enemy, it will be of no benefit to you. Unlike Li Qing, Hai Rui is not as resilient. It's wiser to conserve his resources. Yes, I understand, Zhu Ziyan responded, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him as his spirits lifted. Yet, he soon felt a deep sense of regret and frustration. If only he could harness such resilience, why was he not allowed to? This lingering discontent, the disparity of what everyone else possessed but he did, haunted him since his ascension to the throne. Father, when Lord Yongqing comes to the capital next time, for your son's sake, please persuade him to remain here. Without Li Qing, am I not an emperor? Zhu Houzhao chided with a smile. Must you not aspire to be more? Zhu Ziyan felt unjustly treated but dared not argue back. Go on, attend to your own matters. Do not keep running to me every few days. You are an emperor, and I am an emperor. Should we not maintain some dignity? Zhu Houzhao remarked sternly. Zhu Ziyan, feeling disheartened, rose and bowed slightly, whispering, I still wish for Li Qing. Go away. Zhu Houzhao erupted in fury. Zhu Ziyan shrank back, retreating in defeat. Once he departed, Zhu Houzhao's anger dissipated swiftly, and he returned to a state of calm, sighing wistfully. The weaker the imperial power, the stronger it becomes, and the stronger it is, the weaker it appears. Chapter 100. Grandfather the hero, grandson the brave. That night, at the Yongqing marquis residence, Li Qing lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, surrounded by a multitude of people in the room. Li Bao was the first to return, kneeling at the bedside. Unlike Zhu Houzhao, Li Qing was not one for witty remarks or idle chatter. He merely gazed at his descendants, repeatedly murmuring, I am fine, I am fine. Then, turning his attention to Li Shuer, he softly lamented, the unfilial nephew. The Li family still requires the concern of the little aunt. Finally, he looked towards Li Qing and stated, it is enough. We have all done our utmost. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence and sorrow. With a hint of self-reproach, Li Qing managed a faint smile, uttering, let us all enjoy the new year. Though he spoke these words, he understood deep down that this year, joy would elude them all. Li Qing spoke soothingly, do not worry, everything will be well. The Li family will endure, and its descendants shall thrive. Li Shuer, wiping her nose, reassured him, do not fret about this or that. The heavens of the Ming Dynasty will not collapse, nor will those of the Li family. Grandfather, I will manage our family well. I shall not let you down, Li Bao said, his voice choked with emotion. Li Qing sighed, enveloped in silence. Everything was arranged. There were no regrets or concerns, only the worry for his family's sorrow, which was an inevitable fate. At the end of his life, Li Qing spoke no grand words nor expressed any profound sentiments. His inherently somber nature remained unchanged even in his final moments. Had Zhu Houzhao still been alive, perhaps he would have elicited more words from him, but alas, it was Zhu who departed first. In truth, Li Qing yearned to convey something meaningful, to leave a lasting impression, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Li Qing gently reassured him, there is no need to force yourself to say something. Conserving your energy to simply observe your descendants is equally valuable. Whatever brings you comfort is what you should do. Li Qing managed a reluctant smile and softly acknowledged with a gentle hum. The Li family was numerous, the room was filled to capacity, and many more stood in the courtyard. Concerned that her eldest nephew might overlook some of them, Li Shuer organized the children into a line. allowing each one to approach the bedside to pay their respects, ensuring that Li Qing could behold each grandchild. This farewell was quite ordinary, devoid of any grand spectacle. Yet it imbued the scene with a warmth that was undeniable. Li Qing lay quietly, watching as one grandchild after another approached, observing their faces, listening as they each addressed him as father, grandfather, or great-grandfather. Perhaps this was indeed the most fitting way to depart. In his lifetime, Li Qing's achievements were neither grandiose nor wasted. He had enlisted in his youth, serving in the Jiangnan Navy, engaging in military drills, and combating smuggling. Rising through the ranks from a mere soldier to a 100-man commander, then a 1,000-man commander, he eventually became the commander of the Jiangnan Navy and held the position of governor. Though he benefited from the illustrious legacy of the Yongqing Marquis and the Jinling Li family, his own endeavors should not be overlooked. Admittedly, he did not partake in any monumental battles, but his contributions to the imperial treasury were significant. Had it not been for his meticulous oversight of maritime trade and his efforts against smuggling fleets, the court would have suffered considerable losses in tax revenue. However, these contributions lacked the allure of grand victories, which rendered them less noticeable, causing many to overlook the achievements of the Yongqing Marquis. Yet Li Qing understood. Li Qing spoke softly. Your life's accomplishments are scarcely inferior to those of your grandfather. A flicker of light ignited in Li Qing's dull eyes, and his breaths quickened slightly. Nothing is more exhilarating than the affirmation from one's elders. Li Qing smiled and remarked, "This is a fact. I know it. The emperor knows it, and the court knows that grandfather is a hero, and son is a valiant man." Li Qing nodded ever so slightly, a smile of pride gracing his lips. A sense of relief and pride washed over him, the kind that arises from not disappointing the expectations of one's ancestors and not tarnishing the family name. The Li family of Jinling stands true to its ancestors and to the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing felt a significant lightness in his heart. In terms of martial prowess, he fell short of his grandfather. In economic contributions, he could not compare to his father. Compared to the previous two Yongqing dukes, he had always perceived himself as somewhat inconspicuous, lacking in contributions and achievements, a thought that had long troubled him. However, a single statement from Li Qing today completely alleviated the burdens of his mind. Li Qing felt considerably lighter, radiating genuine joy and contentment. The words of his ancestor echoed in his mind, and the calls of his descendants resonated in his ears. His thoughts drifted, his vision grew hazy, his hearing diminished, and his eyelids grew heavy. He did not resist, but rather surrendered to the natural course of events and gently succumbed to slumber, his countenance serene and his sleep deep. The room was silent, and a group of people gazed at Li Qing in stunned silence, as if seeking confirmation of something. Li Qing offered no response. He merely tucked in the corners of his great-grandson's blanket and adjusted the strands of hair on his forehead before rising and exiting the room. The night was dark as ink, devoid of starlight, yet the Yongqing Duke's residence was ablaze with light. Li Qing gazed skyward and let out a soft sigh. Almost immediately, the sounds of morning surged from behind him like a tidal wave. Li Qing's expression remained unchanged, but his thoughts turned to Li Hao, Li Hong, and Li Jinglong. At some point, Li Shueter stepped out. There is no tradition for elders to guard the vigil for their juniors. Li Qing was an elder, and so was she. Think positively, Li Qing advised. Li Shueter nodded silently. The sorrow of a white-haired person bidding farewell to a black-haired one left her both heartbroken and at a loss. As a woman, it was not her place to preside over the funeral. As an elder, she could not keep vigil for her nephew. She found herself at a loss for what she could or should do. Li Qing understood her predicament and emotions, saying, "Come, let us take a walk." "All right," Li Shueter replied, nodding. As they stepped out of Yongqing Duke's residence, the darkness enveloped them, obscuring even the outstretched hand. Li Qing took Li Shueter's hand, moving forward slowly and steadily. The winter wind was biting, yet Li Qing's hand was warm, infusing Li Shueter's limbs with a comforting heat, warming her body and heart alike. They walked on in silence. With the departure of her two elder nephews, Li Shueter had become increasingly melancholic. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have found a topic to discuss by now. Ultimately, it was Li Qing who broke the silence. "Do not be too sorrowful. Those who have passed always worry about those who remain. Do not let them fret." In the dim light of night, Li Shueter nodded in agreement. Li Qing continued walking, saying, "After the new year, I intend to visit the capital. You should come along. You want to take me with you?" "Of course. I will always take you with me." Li Qing replied naturally, I wish for you to live a long life. Li Shuer hesitated, her words caught in her throat. But ultimately, she nodded once more. As the new year approached, she would soon celebrate her 90th birthday. Li Shuer understood that Li Qing had lost all sense of time and preferred to avoid contemplating her true age, believing that a century was still a distant prospect. In Li Qing's eyes, she saw no distinction between herself and Zhu Houzhao or Li Qing. They were all merely juniors. She refrained from mentioning her age, often choosing to forget or deliberately overlook it. In truth, only a decade remained. Even that span seemed insurmountable for her. 10 years may not be extensive, yet for her present self, it felt interminable. What is the matter? Li Shuer sniffled and remarked, I will strive diligently, and you need not feel overly pressured. Indeed, Li Qing responded, you possess a certain talent for cultivation, and with my guidance, achieving longevity is not an insurmountable task. With effort, surpassing a century is not beyond the realm of possibility. We shall both endeavor. If it proves unattainable, you cannot hold it against me, Li Shuer added. Li Qing merely smiled. The two continued their stroll, conversing as the cold night enveloped them, walking until their hands and feet grew warm, until sorrow could not keep pace with them. Upon their return to the Yongqing Marquisate early the next morning, the morning hall had been meticulously arranged, with white couplets affixed above the door and lanterns hung, casting a pallid hue over the entire estate. The household bustled with activity, notifying relatives, reporting to the court, and attending to a myriad of trivial matters. Li Qing refrained from participating, escorting Li Shuer back to her residence. Once she lay down to rest, he departed once more. After winding through the familiar paths, he arrived at the family cemetery, spending a leisurely afternoon conversing with his godson, eldest niece, and grandson. Ultimately, he returned to his small courtyard, barely removing his shoes before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. 2 days later, the new year arrived. Li Qing did not attend the festive market nor procure any celebratory goods. Xiao Bao and the others were preoccupied with the funeral arrangements and had no time to spare. Li Shuer also chose not to come, wishing to spend more time with her elder nephew before the casket was sealed. Thus, Li Qing found himself in a state of tranquility. This new year was remarkably peaceful. No preparations for festive goods, no elaborate meals, no red envelopes to arrange. With a book in hand, he could easily pass the entire day. Time flowed ceaselessly, and before he realized it, the day of his great-grandson's burial had arrived. Simultaneously, the court's posthumous honors arrived. There was little to discuss, as it followed the familiar pattern: promotions, titles, and bestowed epitaphs. Li Shuer ultimately participated, trailing at the rear of the funeral procession, watching from a distance as another member was laid to rest in the Li family cemetery. Thus, Li Qing completed his life's journey, his fate sealed with the closing of the coffin. The feelings cannot be described as heart-wrenching. Rather, they are steeped in profound disappointment and helplessness. This sensation has been savored too many times, yet it remains difficult to swallow. Li Qing continued to lie in a state of inertia, unable to break his poor habits, often lifting his head at dawn to gaze through the window at the courtyard gate. However, each time he did so, the weight in his arms would press him back down. Li Qing patted his chest and murmured to himself, just wait a bit longer. Your little aunt is no longer young. Once the canal thaws, I shall journey to the capital. Thus, he remained in seclusion for another 2 months. During this time, Li Shuer moved in, and Li Bao and Zhu Zai also frequently visited, as life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. The sorrow left by Zhu Houzhao and Li Qing gradually lessened with the passage of time. Truly, it is a remarkable remedy. In its presence, even the celestial elixirs would pale in comparison. As the ice on the canal melted and the temperature rose significantly, Li Qing took Li Shuer aboard a steamship, traveling from south to north, heading towards the capital. Li Qing was determined to fulfill his promise to Zhu Houzhao, while also considering Zhu Houzhao. Chapter 101. The considerate Jiajing in March. The capital still bore a chill in the early mornings and evenings, though it was somewhat warmer at noon. Since Li Qing's last visit to the capital, the household had resumed its regular upkeep, requiring no cleaning before occupancy. After dinner, Li Qing said to Li Shuer, I will visit the Grand Haishuandian tonight. By the time you awaken tomorrow morning, I shall have returned. Li Shuer understood his urgency concerning Zhu Houzhao's affairs and nodded. I am somewhat weary from the journey. Attend to your matters. After a pause, she inquired, does the retired emperor know that Zhu Houzhao is to be buried here? This is no trivial matter, even if it is in the form of a ceremonial tomb. Li Qing nodded. He has known for some time and has even given his consent, including for the entirety of him to be interred here. Li Shweder sighed in relief, sincerely remarking, "These cousins have ultimately chosen reconciliation. How wonderful." In truth, there was never any deep-seated enmity. Li Qing stated, "The grand ceremony of the past cannot be blamed on the father and son. Zhu Houzhao does not harbor resentment towards them. His behavior is fundamentally just a display of affected sentiment." Li Shweder smiled wryly. It would be best not to voice such thoughts in his presence. Despite a myriad of flaws, the emperor's stature alone suffices to overshadow them all, yet it cannot conceal his brilliance. "I shall speak as I please," Li Qing muttered, nodding. "You should rest early. I will return shortly." "All right," she replied. At the Grand Haishuandian, Zhu Houzhao reclined on a couch, engrossed in reviewing the Yongle de Dian. Huang Jin suggested, "Your Majesty, it is nearly the hour of Z. Perhaps it would be wise to retire early? With age, one requires less sleep. And resting too early often leads to waking in the latter half of the night." Zhu Houzhao provided his rationale for staying up late, turning another page of the compendium. "If you are tired, you may rest. I will sleep soon." Huang Jin clicked his tongue and inquired, "Would you like a roasted sweet potato as a midnight snack?" "No. I have little appetite. Go and rest," Zhu Houzhao replied. I am not particularly tired at the moment. I will keep you company a while longer," Huang Jin said with a forced smile. Zhu Houzhao, feeling somewhat helpless, shifted his gaze from the compendium to Huang Jin, sighing, "Is it that you?" Suddenly, his expression sharpened. Huang Jin, taken aback, turned around and glanced behind him. A young man clad in a dark robe, with thick hair and a tall, graceful stature, approached leisurely, exuding an extraordinary charm, his lips curling into a faint smile. It was none other than Li Qing. Huang Jin's small eyes widened in astonishment. He wanted to rub them in disbelief, but soon realized that it was implausible for him to share an illusion with his master. Thus, he hurriedly rose and approached, exclaiming in delight, "Li Qing, you've come." Li Qing nodded with a smile, surveying him from head to toe, and remarked, "Even after the new year, you haven't gained any weight. What is the matter? Is the emperor not allowing you to eat enough?" Huang Jin chuckled. "How could that be? Didn't you say that being too plump is undesirable? I'm just keeping it in check." Coughing lightly, Zhu Houzhao had already concluded the grand ceremony and sat upright, signaling to Li Qing that he could come forward to speak. Huang Jin quickly added, "The emperor has been mentioning you for quite some time." "Who has mentioned him?" Zhu Houzhao snorted coldly. "Huang Jin, when did this habit of yours to speak without thought begin? I've told you countless times, proximity to virtue leads to virtue, and proximity to vice leads to vice." Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, and then said, "Your Majesty, I shall go roast some sweet potatoes. Would you like a piece?" "That's unnecessary to ask. I'm already hungry. Go roast them in the outer hall. I cannot endure the smell of smoke." "Understood. I shall do so at once." Huang Jin laughed heartily and trotted off. Li Qing pulled up a chair and seated himself before the bed, inquiring, "Do you not rest at this hour?" The rare concern from Li Qing was greatly appreciated by Zhu Houzhao, who huffed softly and replied, "Isn't it because I'm getting older? When you come and go, I grow old. When you're absent, I wither away." "Surely it is not that exaggerated," Li Qing chuckled. "I have not been gone for long, and besides, I truly cannot be away for too long." Zhu Houzhao dropped the pretense and asked, "Has he departed?" "Who?" After a brief silence, Zhu Houzhao whispered, "My cousin." "Yes, he has left," Li Qing affirmed. "I came not only to see you but also for him. I had agreed long ago, even when you were in the Western lands." Zhu Houzhao sighed gently. After all, as an emperor, he should not live in turmoil. Pausing, he added, "You haven't brought him back, have you?" Li Qing shook his head slightly, responding, "He will not return. He remains in a tomb for the attired." "A tomb for the attired?" Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow. "After a lifetime of indulgence, he ends up like this? You spoil him." Zhu Houzhao's irritation grew as he coldly laughed. "Does he think this is a carefree existence? How naive. If he wishes to come, let him come. If he does not, then let him be. What nonsense is this tomb for the attired? He is acting foolishly, and you indulge him as well? Ha ha, as the ancients say. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. All this waywardness and playful nature are nurtured by your indulgence. You have spoiled him his entire life, and now you are still favoring this Li. Are you not being biased?" Li Qing recognized that Zhu Houzhao was once again falling into his old habits. Indeed, jealousy could transform a person's demeanor entirely. Nevertheless, To be fair, it was true that Li Qing displayed a slight preference for Zhu Houzhao over Zhu Houzhao. Very well, it is not merely a few, but rather quite a substantial number. Indeed, it is primarily the character of Zhu Houzhao in his early years that rendered Li Qing disinclined towards him, even developing a certain aversion. In contrast, Zhu Houzhao possesses intelligence, courage, and a sense of responsibility. Although he may abandon his duties, there was much to commend him before doing so. Thus, in his earlier days, Li Qing never indulged Zhu Houzhao. However, the present circumstances differ significantly. Concerning the current Zhu Houzhao, Li Qing finds himself unable to act against his better judgment. Aware of his own shortcomings, he allows Zhu Houzhao to vent his grievances without uttering a word of rebuttal. To his surprise, Zhu Houzhao continues his tirade unabated, even brazenly retrieving 2 green plums from beneath his pillow, tossing them in the air and rubbing them together in the palm of his hand before Li Qing. Unable to tolerate this behavior any longer, Li Qing exclaimed, "Are you never going to cease? Have you grown so bold as to push your luck further? Beware that I may strike you." Strike me if you dare," Zhu Houzhao retorted, full of bravado. Li Qing gritted his teeth but refrained from striking him, instead snatching the 2 green plums with the intention of smashing them. However, Zhu Houzhao panicked, as if his very life were at stake, repeatedly exclaiming, my apologies, I was wrong." Li Qing sneered, "It is too late now." Wait a moment," Zhu Houzhao pleaded earnestly. "After so many years of cherishing these plums," he added, "these are crafted from exquisite jade, worth a considerable sum. Should you destroy them, their value surpasses 1,000 stone of grain. What kind of family do we belong to? We cannot afford such recklessness." His words struck a chord with Li Qing, who found himself reluctant to destroy them. "I will ask you this. Do you still have objections? Return them to me first. Once you return them, I shall have no objections." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's destructive impulse resurfaced, and after a moment of internal conflict, he tossed the plums back to Zhu Houzhao. In a flurry, Zhu Houzhao caught them, inspecting them closely in the candlelight to ensure there was no damage, and breathed a sigh of relief. He then coldly remarked, "Are you this irritable with him as well? Do you dare to pull this stunt again?" Zhu Houzhao became more subdued, cautiously placing the green plums back down, and then expressed his frustration. "I am merely reminding you that you cannot be so partial. Let us discuss the matter at hand." "Very well," Zhu Houzhao responded, no longer emotional. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you certain we must proceed this way?" Li Qing nodded and sighed. Having spent half his life in Jinling, where his wife, old friends, and descendants are laid to rest, you must understand that since the day he departed, he has truly let go. He is merely Zhu Shou. Zhu Houzhao fell silent. "I understand now. From this point forward, the sacrificial rites for the imperial mausoleum shall be elevated in status." In truth, the rites that Zhu Houzhao had been accorded had always been simplified, a directive set forth by Zhu Houzhao himself. The officials believed this to be a manifestation of his discontent towards his cousin, driven by political motives to suppress him. However, the reality was that Zhu Houzhao was acutely aware that his cousin had not perished. The living still walk the earth. What purpose does a memorial serve? Do you require my assistance? No. All that remains are a set of garments, a few strands of hair, and some nails. Moreover, what help could you possibly provide? Zhu Houzhao inquired. Does he possess a dragon robe? This query rendered Li Qing speechless, and he could only respond with a reluctant admission. It would be prudent to prepare one. Zhu Houzhao did not seize the opportunity to mock Li Qing. Instead, he pondered aloud. Shall I command the artisans to craft a skeletal figure from exquisite jade? After all, he is an emperor. Mere clothing, hair, and nails hardly suffice. Before Li Qing could voice any objections, Zhu Houzhao interjected. An emperor cannot lack even the smallest offering for burial. Let us consider this a burial artifact. A jade skeletal figure hardly equates to an extravagant interment. Li Qing paused for a moment before asking, "How long will it take?" "It should only take about a month. There is no need to worry about any exposure. You can trust my capabilities." Zhu Houzhang's efficiency instilled confidence in Li Qing. "Let us proceed as you suggest," Li Qing sighed, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not inter him and depart. I shall ensure that the quality of the jade figure remains paramount and will expedite the process." "Indeed, I will take care to remind you," Zhu Houzhang whispered. "As our old friends gradually fade away, we must not solely dwell on the past, but also cherish those present." Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the heavy footsteps of Huang Jin approached, and from a distance, Li Qing could sense the exuberance with which he ran. Chapter 102. A new guest arrives. The roasted sweet potatoes are ready, Huang Jin exclaimed, breathless as he entered, cheerfully distributing them among the emperor and Li Qing, ensuring he did not neglect himself by preparing one for his own enjoyment. Li Qing, do sample it and tell me how it tastes, Huang Jin eagerly urged. Zhu Houzhao shot him a sidelong glance, curling his lip in disdain. Upon peeling back the skin of the roasted sweet potato, a rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air. Li Qing inhaled deeply, took a generous bite, and praised, delightful. As good as ever. Meanwhile, Zhu Houzhao, his mouth full of the roasted sweet potato, remarked, do you even remember the taste of roasted sweet potatoes or elixirs? I have long forgotten. Li Qing feigned ignorance. However, Huang Jin was particularly attentive to this remark, awkwardly interjecting, Li Qing, the emperor's elixirs have long been depleted. Since you are here, it would be wise to concoct some more. Indeed, I shall, Li Qing mumbled, his words somewhat garbled. He remained indifferent, perpetually dismissive. While Zhu Houzhao's expression grew increasingly sullen, feeling disregarded, Li Qing chose to ignore him. Before long, he finished the roasted sweet potato, letting out a satisfied burp. Huang Jin quickly added, that was not enough, I shall roast a couple more. No need. Good things should be savored slowly. Li Qing waved his hand, stating, this time, I plan to stay in the capital for an extended period. There is no rush to leave. Ah, splendid. Huang Jin beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Hearing this, Zhu Houzhao's frown softened, and he inquired, for how long? It depends on my mood, or rather, your performance, Li Qing replied. My performance? How dare you speak of performance? Zhu Houzhao retorted, feeling increasingly slighted. Who is the emperor here? Your son, Li Qing answered with a smirk. Zhu Houzhao grumbled. The emperor emeritus is also an emperor. Li Qing, uninterested in banter, clapped his hands and rose to his feet. Zhu Houzhao instinctively recoiled at Li Qing's seemingly idle threat, only to observe that Li Qing's expression was tranquil, devoid of any foreboding signs of aggression, prompting him to halt his movements. Li Qing grasped his arm and struck his wrist, focusing intently as he took his pulse. After a while, he scrutinized Zhu's complexion and inquired, do you feel any discomfort? At this question, Zhu Houzhao was suddenly beset by an overwhelming sense of unease, his mind racing with thoughts of mortality. Am I not long for this world? He stammered. Li Qing, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, opened his mouth to examine his tongue. Zhu obediently complied, abandoning any semblance of bravado. Never mind, just close your mouth. Li Qing remarked disdainfully, noting that the discoloration was merely a remnant of roasted sweet potatoes, failing to convey any significant health indicators. Surely, I am not on the brink of death. Zhu Houzhao was evidently alarmed. He expressed nonchalance regarding the inevitability of life and death, yet deep down, he yearned for longevity. The sudden intensity of Li Qing's scrutiny unnerved him. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Li Qing teased. Zhu Houzhao, wide-eyed, retorted. It's easy for you to jest when you have a long life ahead. I cannot compare. Rest assured, you are fine, Li Qing reassured him. Are you certain? Zhu asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Just tell me plainly what ailment I have. Do not conceal it. He inhaled deeply, feigning composure. I can handle it. Li Qing placed a hand on his forehead. Does Zhu Houzhao have any ailments? Certainly. Not only is he now a man of advanced years, but even the young are susceptible to various minor ailments. In the eyes of a physician, nearly everyone exists in a state of suboptimal health, although most do not suffer significantly enough to endanger their lives. Of course, this does not apply to Li Qing. You are not afflicted. Do not frighten yourself. Li Qing said patiently. Traditionally, one would say you are well. And if one were to stray from tradition? Zhu pressed, his anxiety palpable. Li Qing replied with a stoic expression. From the moment an infant separates from its mother and takes its first breath, one is inherently unwell. Is that so? Zhu Houzhao replied somewhat dejectedly, understanding Li Qing's implication. So, I truly have no significant issues? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. And you? Merely conducting a routine examination. Li Qing responded curtly. Must you be so fearful of death? Zhu Houzhao, with a hint of defiance, shot back. Who fears death? Must you be so acerbic? Li Qing rolled his eyes and departed. Zhu Houzhao called after him. Will you return tomorrow? Li Qing ignored him, striding out of view. Your Majesty, Huang Jin remarked cheerfully. When Li Qing says he will stay longer, he will indeed stay longer. Zhu Houzhao, indifferent, merely shrugged. What's the point in your excitement? If he doesn't come, will our lives cease to continue? Huang Jin asked so early. Why are you not asleep? I dozed for a bit, but woke up and took a stroll in the courtyard, Li Shuer inquired. Is everything in order? Li Qing nodded. We must wait a while longer. Zhu Houzhao intends to craft a jade skeletal frame for Zhu Houzhao. Jade skeletal frame? Li Shuer remarked sincerely. Who would have thought he could be so meticulous? I was equally unprepared for Li Qing's subtle addition, as he remarked, rest early. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to explore the morning market and savor the local delicacies. Li Shuer nodded in agreement, replying, you should also retire early. The following day, as dawn began to break, Li Qing rose early, soon followed by Li Shuer, who emerged from her chamber, clearly having already freshened up. You're up so early? He inquired. Once I woke, I simply got up, she replied. The water in the pot is warm and still heating. Li Qing chuckled wryly. There's no need for you to fuss over me. Just take care of yourself. But you said that a bit of activity is beneficial for one's health. Li Shuer countered with a smile. It won't tire me. I need it for myself too. Let this be the last time, Li Qing sighed. As he made his way to the eastern kitchen, the morning market in the capital was bustling, with numerous stalls offering breakfast items such as buns, wontons, millet porridge, noodles, pickled vegetables, and fried snacks in abundance. However, the market lacked the presence of the bourgeoisie. It was primarily frequented by common folk and the servants of wealthy households. Those with affluence preferred to avoid such places, as the citizens of the capital valued their reputation highly. In terms of the ambience of urban life, the capital fell short when compared to Jinling. Although the offerings were similar, the flavors diverged significantly. Jinling prided itself on exquisite and delicate cuisine, while the capital favored hearty portions and robust flavors. A bowl of wontons here cost 18 won, equivalent in volume to 2 bowls in Jinling, and were generously spiced with pepper. Li Shuer found herself full after only half a bowl, her mouth tingling from the heat, while Li Qing relished the taste. Finishing what she had left, after settling the bill, the two leisurely strolled, also intending to purchase some vegetables. This visit to the capital would span an extended period, and given Li Shuer's age, it was more prudent for her to avoid the fare of restaurants, opting instead for home-cooked meals for better health. The prices here were generally lower than those in Jinling, although some items were indeed twice as expensive. This discrepancy was not difficult to comprehend. The wealth of the capital was concentrated among high-ranking officials, and it could be said that the economy of the capital relied heavily on their patronage, thus prioritizing services for the affluent. In contrast, Jinling's wealth was more evenly distributed. The prosperous Jiangnan region, with its thriving commerce and industry, allowed the common folk to enjoy a higher purchasing power, creating a notable disparity. Li Shuer mused. In comparison, the morning market in the capital aligns more closely with the lives of ordinary people. Not quite. Li Qing gently shook his head. While the living standards of the common folk here may not match those of Jinling, they still exceed those of over 70% of the prefectures in the Ming Dynasty. The material wealth of the Ming is far from sufficient to elevate all its citizens to the lifestyle of the capitalist populace. Li Shuer smiled wryly. You are simply too ambitious. Not all 5 fingers are the same length. I certainly understand that, but it is unwise to be blinded by a single leaf. This is not greed, but rather a desire for progress and ambition. Indeed, she replied, yet I can't shake the feeling that you are subtly mocking me. Not at all. You are mistaken. As the two engaged in conversation, they departed from the market and returned to the Lien family's residence, arriving just as the hour of Chun was drawing to a close. From a distance, Li Qing spotted a sedan chair parked at the entrance of their home, with an unfamiliar figure standing before the courtyard. Li Shuer also noticed and asked, who is that person? They seem unfamiliar. Li Qing found the situation somewhat peculiar. Although he had not seen the person's face, he could easily rule out acquaintances and approached with curiosity. As they conversed, the stranger noticed them, gazed intently for a moment, and stepped forward. The newcomer was indeed unfamiliar, appearing to be of a certain age, with a 3-inch beard beneath his chin, a medium build, and a dark complexion that exuded a refined elegance. Before long, they were face to face. May I inquire if I am in the presence of the esteemed Lord Yongqing? It is I, Li Qing replied, surprised. And you are? I am Li Chunfang, currently serving as a grand scholar in the cabinet. I apologize for the intrusion and hope you will not take offense, my lord. Li Chunfang bowed respectfully, his tone filled with deference. Li Qing's expression shifted to one of realization as he nodded. Ah, So you are the esteemed Grand Scholar Li. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Too kind. Too kind. Li Chunfang responded repeatedly. Your grace is overwhelming. He then cast a glance at Li Shuer, his gaze inquiring. Li Qing introduced, this is Miss Li Shuer, daughter of Lord Li Hong and sister of Lord Li Hao of Yongqing, the head of the research project for the Li family in Jinling. Li Chunfang was momentarily taken aback, then stood in respect, bowing once more. I did not realize I was in the presence of Miss Li. A woman of such talent is indeed worthy of admiration. Li Shuer smiled gently. You are too courteous, Grand Scholar. Such courtesy is warranted, Li Chunfang replied earnestly. I have heard of Miss Li's reputation even before my official career began, and it has only grown more illustrious since. Li Qing took a step forward. Let us proceed inside to discuss matters. Of course, Miss Li, please, Li Chunfang gestured. In the guest hall, the two took their respective seats, while Li Shuer retreated to a side room to afford them the privacy needed for their discussion. Li Qing wasted no time. What brings you here today, Grand Scholar? Li Chunfang quickly responded. In the presence of your grace, how could I dare to consider myself a Grand Scholar? Simply calling me by my name would suffice. After a pause, he continued, to be candid, I have come regarding the matters involving Zhang Taiyue and Gao Suqing. Chapter 103. Audacity. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. Have they had a falling out? Your insight is remarkable, my lord. I must admit, I am quite at a loss regarding the situation, Li Chunfang praised, sighing heavily. This discord began early last year, and I fear I am powerless to resolve it. Li Qing inquired, how did you know I had returned yesterday? Oh, the matter is this, Li Chunfang explained. After the morning court session today, I visited the Dai Gao Xian Hall, where I heard the Grand Emperor mention it. He indicated you might have a solution. Li Qing urged, please elaborate. Certainly. Li Chunfang considered his words carefully. The root of the discord can be traced back to Hai Rui, Su family of Songjiang. Li Qing interjected. Li Chunfang was momentarily astonished and replied sincerely, indeed, my lord. You are quite astute. Li Qing nodded in understanding. Please continue. After Hai Rui concluded the land measurement in Yingtianfu, Zhang Taiyue strongly recommended him for water management, while Gao Suqing advocated for his continued role in land measurement in Songjiang. Initially, the emperor heeded Gao Suqing's counsel, but for reasons unknown. Zhang Taiyue later persuaded the emperor to change his mind, thus escalating the conflict. Li Chunfang lamented, to speak plainly. The crux of the matter is that the discord between both parties can also be seen as a conflict between Hai Rui and Grand Scholar Su. Li Qing asked, are you suggesting that the dispute over land measurement has caused a significant rift between Hai Rui and the Su family? Indeed, Li Chunfang confirmed. Initially, Hai Rui treated Scholar Su with great courtesy, and Su reciprocated kindly. In the early stages of land surveying, both parties maintained an amicable relationship. Hai Rui honored the Su family's reputation, and in turn, the Su family returned a portion of the land. Had Hai Rui chosen to halt his actions at this juncture, it would have been a scenario where all parties were content. However, subsequently, Hai Rui undertook a matter that Li Chunfang deemed contentious, yet necessary. He extolled the virtues of self-cultivation of land, prompting a significant number of peasants, who had previously wished to be tenants, to reclaim their farmland. This resulted in substantial losses for the Su family. Li Qing remarked, this is not merely a contentious issue, it is a benevolent act, embodying national policy. Indeed, the Marquis speaks truthfully. Li Chunfang readily acknowledged Hai Rui's intentions, yet the Su family undeniably suffered unwarranted misfortune. Are you suggesting that the common folk are taking advantage of the chaos to profit? This is not entirely accurate, Li Chunfang countered. The Su family is the foremost merchant family in Songjiang Prefecture, engaged in the trade of cotton, silk, and various industries, with clearly defined and large-scale agricultural planting plans that also ensured the local populace's grain supply. Furthermore, the Su family provided sufficient benefits to the tenants, allowing them to work in their workshops, thus enriching both themselves and the common folk. A truly mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Hai Rui's actions disrupted the Su family's plans entirely, resulting in considerable losses, which were not advantageous for the populace either. In light of this, Scholar Su articulated a clear stance to Hai Rui and the court, affirming that the Su family would undoubtedly pay their taxes in full, and if any farmland were concealed, they would willingly accept a tenfold penalty from the court. Li Qing inquired, did the court agree? Li Chunfang sighed. The court did not have the opportunity to make a decision before public sentiment began to stir. In other words, Hai Rui did not acknowledge Su Jie's statements. Indeed, Li Chunfang lamented, Gao Suqing holds a high regard for Hai Rui, whereas Zhang Taiyue is considerably less supportive of him. Li Qing suddenly interjected, what of your opinion on Hai Rui? After a moment's contemplation, Li Chunfang replied, undoubtedly. Hai Rui possesses a heart devoted to the nation and its people, while the Su family undeniably benefits the local community. Their differing stances naturally lead to divergent perspectives. In my view, there is no absolute right or wrong, only differing philosophies. Li Qing chuckled, Li Shoufu, you are indeed worthy of your title. It is apparent you embody the essence of a chief minister. Li Chunfang chuckled awkwardly, discerning the underlying sarcasm in the remark. Li Qing then shifted the conversation. How does the court respond to the conflict between the two? Li Chunfang exhaled. The majority believe Gao Suqing is acting out of personal vendetta. And the same sentiment extends to Zhang Taiyue, who is perceived as seeking to repay Scholar Su. Setting aside emotions, who is subjectively favored more? Zhang Taiyue, Li Chunfang stated. And you? Li Chunfang smiled wryly. Though I am the chief minister, I am also a colleague to both. How could I choose sides? Resolving the issue is the responsibility of a chief minister. Wouldn't you agree, Marquis? What does it mean to be impartial? This is it. Li Qing did not press further but remarked, from my understanding, Gao Gong is indeed a man of strong temperament. However, he does not harbor a deep-seated grudge against Su Jie. How could it come to this? Li Chunfang paused before responding. In truth, Gao Suqing is not acting out of personal vendetta. In the realm of Songjiang, the Su family is not easily subdued. Gao Suqing's decision to send Hai Rui was indeed based on this reality. After a brief pause, the subsequent events truly altered Gao Suqing's disposition. Did Su Jie seek assistance from Zhang Juzhing? The astute Marquis, Li Chunfang, expressed his admiration, while Gao Suqing was incensed. Believing that resigning from official duties to return to his homeland and enjoy his twilight years was the only acceptable course, and any further interference in state affairs was utterly unforgivable. Li Qing nodded slightly, having comprehended the situation and reached a clear moral judgment. Li Chunfang inquired, what is your view, my lord? Li Qing responded, neither Gao Gong nor Hai Rui is at fault. Taken aback, Li Chunfang furrowed his brow and cautiously asked, may I inquire about your esteemed opinion? Is it necessary to elaborate? The Su family's monopolization is a fact, and Su Jie's involvement in state affairs post-retirement is also true. Yet, my lord, wouldn't it be preferable if Hai Rui's approach were adopted for the benefit of the common people? Li Qing scoffed, stating, it is the Su family that requires laborers, not the other way around. This is one point. The Su family's resource monopoly appears to benefit the local populace. Yet without their control, the people could receive far more. That is the second point. The systematic and large-scale cultivation of crops is not established on the foundation of the people's interests, but rather on the Su family's gains, effectively exerting substantial control over the majority of Songjiang's populace, which could be described as a nation within a nation. That is the third point. With an air of detachment, Li Qing concluded, with these three cumulative offenses, it would not be excessive for the court to confiscate the Su family's assets. To claim that their conduct benefits the people is laughable. He continued with disdain, even if the Su family were to fall. The silk and cotton produced by the people would still find a market. Without the Su family's monopoly, they could sell at a higher price. Compared to the Su family in Songjiang, the Li family in Jinling possesses a larger and broader industry, yet they do not engage in the same practices of monopolization. I can assert with certainty, regarding this matter, that the production costs of the Su family's cotton and silk are significantly lower than those of the Li family. To compete with the populace for profits and then to frame it as a boon to the community, how audacious. The officials in court truly excel at embellishing the capitalists. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Li Qing's eloquence left Li Chunfang speechless. After a moment, Li Chunfang managed a dry laugh. My lord, I did not come today to dispute right or wrong, but rather to hope you might mediate the conflict between Gao and Zhang. In comparison to the matters of the realm, the situation in Songjiang bears greater significance, and you are well aware of this. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, you are well aware of your inner bias, and so am I. I must remind you that this is not advantageous. Understood, Li Chunfang wisely refrained from arguing, solemnly stating, it is the duty of a minister to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign, to serve the nation faithfully, as you have taught me, my lord, and I shall remember it well. After a pause, he expressed his hope that the Marquis could lend a helping hand. for the cabinet bears heavy responsibilities and should not indulge in internal strife. Recently, the discord between the two had deepened, and he felt his own capabilities were lacking. Has the emperor not considered resolving this? Li Qing interjected. Li Chunfang hesitated, then, with determination, replied, the emperor does not entirely oppose a slight discord between the two. As you might understand. Li Qing nodded in resignation. Observing this, Li Chunfang's spirits lifted. Does this mean you have acquiesced, my lord? The emperor does not tolerate discord between the two individuals. Rather, he is deeply averse to it. Their conflicts bring him suffering and weariness. And when the affairs of the cabinet falter, he is the first to receive blame. Li Chunfang's face was filled with hope and eagerness. Truly, one does not seek trouble. Trouble seeks the individual. Li Qing replied curtly, bring them here this afternoon. Relieved, Li Chunfang rose and performed a deep bow, stating, I shall not trouble the Lord any further. When may I return to seek your counsel? Not too early. Come after you have completed your official duties. The Lord's foresight is commendable. While conflicts must be resolved, one must not neglect their responsibilities. Li Chunfang flattered him once more before taking his leave. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Li Shuer entered the reception hall and inquired, what does the chief minister want with you? To mediate, I suppose. Li Qing succinctly explained the situation. Li Shuer furrowed her brow and sighed. In truth, the Su family represents the norm, while the Li family is merely an exception. I am well aware, yet such blatant and shameless distortion of truth is utterly excessive, Li Qing retorted. One may indulge in meat. But to smacking one's lips and priding oneself as a paragon of virtue, such behavior must not be encouraged. Li Shuer hesitated, asking, are you truly considering a heavy-handed approach? Li Qing silently shook his head. To kill a chicken to scare the monkey? There is no need to be so extreme towards Sujia. Upon hearing this, Li Shuer ceased her inquiries and smiled, saying, you make the decisions. Li Qing rolled his eyes. I am not consulting you. What shall we have for lunch? Li Shuer inquired. Let us have noodles, she suggested, knowing there would be a drinking gathering in the afternoon. Believing that having noodles before drinking would be gentler on the stomach, even though Li Qing did not require it. Li Qing rose, saying, very well, I shall prepare it. The noodles and sauce were to Li Shuer's liking. She savored her bowl, declaring contentedly, a lavish feast cannot compare to this bowl of noodles. Indeed, one must consider who prepared it, Li Qing replied, comfortably belching after washing the dishes. Subsequently, he retrieved a copy of Journey to the West from his study to pass the time while awaiting guests. Chapter 104. Divergence of Ideals in the Cabinet. Gao Zhang and his companion were seated apart by a considerable distance. Upon the arrival of Li Chunfang, Zhang Jujing set down his pen and smiled. The chief minister has returned. Just in time, a document from the north has arrived, and I was contemplating discussing its contents with you. Gao Gong also set his pen aside, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Chunfang chuckled, too much courtesy, Master Taiyue. With your talents, there is no need for consultation. Zhang Jujing, with a serious demeanor, replied, as the chief minister, I must show you the respect you deserve. Gao Gong scoffed slightly and resumed his work. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chunfang said, Su Qing, please accompany me for a moment. Startled, Gao Gong saw Li Chunfang already moving towards the exit and had no choice but to follow. The Duke of Yongqing has entered the capital. Gao Gong expressed surprise, but soon grasped the implication. Have you already met with the Duke of Yongqing? Indeed. Li Chunfang stated candidly. Not only have I met him, but I also discussed the matters concerning Hai Rui and the Su family with him. Would you like to know his perspective? Gao Gong, uncertain, replied, I would be grateful for your insight, sir. Deep down, the Duke of Yongqing still leans towards you and Hai Rui. However, one must be cautious. Excess in any matter can lead to downfall. I do not suggest you be overly forgiving, but one must always consider the greater picture. Li Shoufu suggested that the subordinate refrain from fixating on Su Huiding, merely for the greater good. Li Chunfang remarked earnestly that Su Qing, with his forthright nature, was by no means as narrow-minded as his subordinates claimed. From the beginning, he understood that Su Qing's intentions were not driven by personal vendettas, but rather by a concern for the state and its people. After expressing his admiration, Li Chunfang shifted the conversation, questioning whether Zhang Taiyue truly acted for personal gain at the expense of the public. Gao Gong remained silent for a moment before inquiring about the position of the Yongqing Marquis. Li Chunfang, of course, would not misrepresent Li Qing's sentiments, but he found it effortless to dismiss Gao Gong's concerns with a mere rhetorical question. leaving Gao Gong speechless. Let us expedite the voting process, and afterward, accompany me to Lianjiaten. This is also the will of the Grand Emperor, he added. Gao Gong sighed, nodding in agreement. Upon returning to the hall, Li Chunfang continued, Tai Wei, come with me. Zhang Jujing set aside his writing instruments and followed him out. Li Chunfang smiled. Su Qing's temperament may be a bit hasty. Had I summoned Tai Wei first, he might have overthought the matter. I assure you, I harbor no bias. Your Excellency is too gracious, I understand, Zhang Jujing replied, acknowledging the sentiment. Li Chunfang nodded and stated, the Yongqing Marquis has returned and is currently at Lianjiaten. I spoke to him regarding the matters of Hai Rui and the Su family, which has greatly angered him. Li Chunfang's expression turned grave as he recounted the Yongqing Marquis' harsh words, suggesting that the court's actions against the Su family would not be unwarranted. Zhang Jujing was momentarily taken aback. Is that true? Li Chunfang promptly reiterated the Marquis' sentiments. If Tai Wei doubts this, he may inquire directly with the Yongqing Marquis this afternoon. Zhang Jujing smiled wryly, fully aware of Li Chunfang's character. He knew he would not misrepresent the Marquis' words to stir unnecessary trouble, yet he felt perplexed. The Yongqing Marquis was not typically so extreme. Why was he so incensed over this issue, displaying a fervor akin to Gao Gong's? As Zhang Jujing's thoughts wandered, he suddenly realized something, pondering whether the Yongqing Marquis was deliberately attempting to lower his expectations. Tai Wei? Yes, Your Excellency, please continue. Li Chunfang, interpreting his anxiety, reassured him. The Yongqing Marquis will still consider the greater picture. Even if he insists on taking action against the Su family, it will not implicate you. After a brief pause, he added, I will not remain idle in this matter. Zhang Jujing composed himself and expressed his gratitude. Having prepared the two men psychologically, Li Chunfang did not enter the hall immediately. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards, murmuring, Ah, the glory of the Chancellor. Yet it is a burdensome role to bear. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Li Chunfang exchanged a glance with Gao Zhang, pushed the door open, and stepped inside first. Li Qing was reclining on a chair beneath the eaves, engrossed in a novel, preemptively stating, no need for formalities. He then gestured toward 3 nearby chairs. The sunlight streamed perfectly onto the corridor, creating an ideal setting for basking in the sun. The 3 men exchanged bows and took their seats in turn. Li Chunfang sat closest to Li Qing, and upon glancing at the contents of the book, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then pursed his lips, regaining his composure. After a brief pause, Li Qing closed the book, straightened up, and addressed the 3 individuals, stating, in truth, there is little to articulate. The rights and wrongs are quite apparent. Though Hai Rui's actions may have been somewhat forceful, they are not without justification. Without any preamble or ambiguity, Li Qing asserted his stance directly. Gao Gong felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Jujing remained silent, and Li Chunfang maintained his calm demeanor. Yet all 3 tacitly refrained from expressing their opinions. Li Qing continued, the surveying of fields is a significant undertaking, and flood control is no trivial matter. Both serve the nation and the people. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong's fervor diminished slightly, and Zhang Jujing's mood lightened considerably. Li Chunfang remained steadfast in his poise. Li Qing, leaning more towards Gao Gong's resolution, remarked, if any of you have thoughts or opinions to share, please do so. The words of Minister Li can hardly be as detailed as yours. The retired emperor has tasked me with mediating, and it would be remiss of me to remain inactive. Speak freely, Scholar Gao, please begin. Gao Gong rose and took a couple of steps towards Li Qing, declaring, it is said throughout the court and the populace that I harbor personal grievances against the Su family. Today, before the esteemed Duke Yongqing, I shall speak candidly. Clearing his throat, Gao Gong boldly asserted, if there be selfish motives, mine are solely for the nation above and the people below, to earn a place in history, nothing more. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Rumors cease with the wise. The world is rife with those who measure a gentleman's heart with the malice of the petty. Scholar Gao need not be troubled by such slander. Hearing these words, Gao Gong felt a great sense of relief. With a deep exhalation, it seemed he wished to purge all his grievances and frustrations, and after a moment, he continued, Scholar Su has indeed contributed to the state. Yet it is Su himself who deserves the credit, not the entire family. In the past, the 3 Yangs of the cabinet, Yang Rong and Yang Shiqi, similarly served the state. Yet the descendants of Yang Rong brought ruin to their hometown, and the son of Yang Shiqi was notorious for his disregard for human life. This illustrates the folly of linking an individual's merit to that of their family. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Gao Gong continued. It is rumored among the people that the Su family of Songjiang is akin to Su Banqing. While such rumors should not be wholly trusted, they do not arise from thin air. Of course, wealth is not inherently sinful, but the Su family's substantial land consolidation cannot be overlooked. Their claims of transparency regarding land reporting and tax contributions are mere sophistry. The state's policy of returning land to the people is an integral part of the Land Survey Initiative. Does it truly require the Su family's involvement? I harbor no doubts that Scholar Su would deceive the court. While he is present, the Su family may act thus. But what will happen in his absence? Is it preferable for the land to be managed by officials and gentry, or entrusted to the common folk? The answer is self-evident. Gao Gong declared emphatically, the Su family must return the land to the people. There is no room for debate on this matter. Seeing that Gao Gong had concluded, Li Qing inquired, "Is that all you wish to say?" "That is all," Gao Gong replied. Li Qing nodded. "Your reasoning is sound." Gao Gong was elated, eager to capitalize on the moment. But then Li Qing turned to Zhang Juzhing. "Scholar Zhang, you should also share your thoughts." This address to Zhang Juzhing caused him to feel a prickling discomfort. Rising, he approached Li Qing and bowed respectfully, stating, "I too express profound agreement with Brother Suqing's concerns." "Since you concur, why then do you sing a different tune, Scholar Zhang?" Gao Gong interjected sharply as he had just taken his seat. Li Qing chuckled and said, "Master Gao, please remain patient and allow Master Zhang to finish his discourse." Gao Gong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, closed his mouth. Zhang Juzhing pondered for a moment before speaking. The families of officials and gentry have long enjoyed preferential treatment. This is both an unwritten rule and a reflection of societal norms that have persisted for centuries. Should the matter concerning Hai Rui and the Su family be mishandled, it would undoubtedly cause upheaval in the capital city, and across the provinces of the Ming Dynasty. Everyone has their time to retreat. Master Su's reputation is exemplary, and he has rendered great service to the state. If the Su family were to be treated in such a manner, public sentiment would inevitably fracture. Gao Gong wished to interject further, but was restrained by Li Chunfang at his side. Zhang Juzhing continued, "Indeed, even if the Su family were to collapse, in the long run, it might not be entirely detrimental. However, the immediate repercussions would be intensely painful. If only the Su family and the Songjiang prefecture were affected, it might not be so dire. Yet, the moment action is taken against the Su family, it would trigger a chain reaction, spreading throughout the provinces and prefectures of the Ming Dynasty. If the entire dynasty were to experience such turmoil, even if it were not a prolonged crisis, the Ming would be unable to bear it." Zhang Juzhing spoke earnestly. The Ming Dynasty is powerful, yet it is also fragile. While the notion of rebuilding after destruction may sound simple, once it reaches a certain magnitude, true restoration becomes an arduous task. Meanwhile, Gao Gong disregarded Li Chunfang's warnings and coldly retorted, "I cannot agree." Li Chunfang replied. This time, Li Qing did not hastily voice his opinion, but turned to Li Chunfang, asking, "Minister Li, what is your perspective on this matter?" Li Chunfang began to formulate his response. After a moment, Su Qing contemplated a point that could encompass the broader situation, while Taiyu prioritized the overall perspective. Despite their differing starting points, both paths converged towards the same conclusion, devoid of superiority or inferiority, and certainly without right or wrong. "Let us speak plainly," Li Qing said with a hint of irritation. "Indeed," Li Chunfang replied, his face flushing as he reflected, "in my humble opinion, the Su family of Songjiang must be admonished, but it must be done with moderation. Su Qing's concerns are not without merit, yet Taiyu's assertions hold validity as well. The Songjiang prefecture still requires the Su family. Ordinary merchants and gentry cannot fill the void left by their downfall. Great capital and a robust economy are both indispensable. Presently, the Ming is still in a phase of ascension and has yet to reach a plateau, making it unwise to provoke conflict at this juncture." "What if the Li family were to assume that role?" Gao Gong inquired. "They are also substantial capitalists, yet the Li family has not engaged in land consolidation." This statement was not flattery towards Li Qing, but rather Gao Gong's genuine sentiment. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. Though the Li family has not monopolized or consolidated land, they have effectively done so in practice. Should the Li family continue their unchecked expansion, within 20 years, they would undoubtedly become a singular dominant force, which would not bode well for the state or the populace. Li Chunfang and Zhang Jujing quickly responded. The Duke of Yongqing is selfless. I am in complete awe. Gao Gong, distressed and disheartened, exclaimed, Shall we simply stand by and do nothing? Li Qing turned to Zhang Jujing and said, You speak. Chapter 105. One must cultivate a sense of reverence. Zhang Jujing understood the intentions of the Duke of Yongqing. The words of Minister Li Chunfang were essentially the sentiments of the Duke. Otherwise, the Duke would not have prompted him to rephrase. He also recognized that the Duke of Yongqing, through Li Chunfang, conveyed that the court's actions against the Su family were not unwarranted, serving as a reprimand to both himself and the Su family. At present, the Duke of Yongqing's request for him to speak is not only a matter of courtesy, but also a gesture of respect towards the Su family. Should the Su family wish to forfeit their dignity, the Duke would undoubtedly ensure that they experience a forced loss of face. Reflecting on the past, Scholar Su was once among those who sought to uphold the dignity of the Duke. However, time has transformed allies into adversaries, resembling the cyclical nature of fate. Nevertheless, the Duke remains composed, prudent, and rational, considering the larger picture. Zhang Jujing exhaled slowly, feeling inexplicably relieved. He offered a deep bow and remarked, My lord, Minister Li. Scholar Gao, I must admit that I have been overly focused on stability, lacking in meticulous consideration regarding the affairs of the Su family in Songjiang. Li Chunfang glanced at Gao Gong, who subtly averted his gaze. Li Qing turned his attention toward Gao Gong, who after a moment of silence replied, As Minister Li has pointed out, regarding the Su family in Songjiang, I bear no selfish motives, nor do you, Taiyue. I have been too radical. While you have been excessively conservative, neither of us harbors ill intentions. Li Chunfang promptly concluded, We all have good intentions, acting for the sake of the nation and its people. Now that we have spoken openly in the presence of the Duke of Yongqing, we can express our positions. The two, despite differing ideologies, would not easily mend their rifts. However, at the very least, they could mitigate their conflicts to some extent. By making their positions clear in front of Li Qing, Li Chunfang now had the words to support his stance, which Li Qing echoed. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jujing took the initiative to acknowledge his shortcomings. Gao Gong accepted this and also articulated his own deficiencies. Strictly speaking, this reconciliation was mutual and voluntary. Nonetheless, neither Li Qing nor Li Chunfang was particularly concerned about it. What mattered to them was that Gao and Zhang kept their grievances to themselves, without letting them interfere with public affairs. As for how long they could maintain this restraint, that was a matter for the future. Li Qing inquired, What does Scholar Zhang intend to do? Zhang Jujing responded, If it is necessary to return land to the people, then let it be done. I will draft a letter outlining the pros and cons. I believe Scholar Su will certainly understand the difficulties faced by the court and the challenges confronting the sovereign. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Unless absolutely unavoidable, it is better not to act in the name of the court. In this way, the greater picture is preserved. The Su family retains their dignity, and public praise can be garnered. Pausing, he added, If the Su family chooses to consider the suffering of the people, your cabinet should ensure it is well publicized. When good deeds are done, they should be recognized. Gao Gong was elated and hurriedly expressed, The Duke of Yongqing's words are pearls of wisdom. I am profoundly impressed. Zhang Jujing and Li Chunfang exchanged wry smiles, indicating their acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a commendable act. Yet the targets remain the court, the emperor, and the common folk. For those of the same class, this could be perceived as a blatant betrayal. However, both understood that while the Duke might choose to relinquish dignity, the Su family did not possess that option. Li Chunfang sighed. Is this truly the right course? A small group may offend the masses. Once the honor is established, it must be maintained. Li Qing reassured him, Do not worry. This action will not incite widespread turmoil. Li Chunfang, of course, was aware that it would not lead to significant unrest, yet he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Though not a student of Su Jie, he resonated deeply with his ideals, and witnessing the Su family's current plight was rather disheartening. Li Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. The intellectual elite, though not entirely devoid of self-interest, generally hold the welfare of the nation and the populace in their thoughts. They embody the notion of being anxious for the troubles of the world before their own joys. The three individuals were taken aback. Is this truly the esteemed Marquis Yongqing? Over the past 2 centuries, the Marquis has shown nothing but disdain for the scholarly class. Even as a member of the Jinlingli family, he has regarded them with contempt. Today's words have truly opened their eyes. In their hearts, an idiom surfaced. A weasel wishing a chicken well has ulterior motives. However, upon reflection, if the Marquis harbors ill intent, what does that make them? They consider themselves learned men, devoted to ideals of serving the nation and its people, aspiring to leave a mark on history. Li Qing remarked, human nature is inherently good, yet also possesses an innate tendency towards malevolence. To my understanding, human nature is shaped by the environment one inhabits. As the current era witnesses the awakening of public consciousness and the advancement of information exchange, we can no longer rely solely on one voice. In the future, history will record two narratives, one inscribed in the annals of time, the other residing in the hearts of the people. The former is captured by written words, while the latter is validated through oral tradition. Today, if you treat the populace as fools, they will surely condemn you in the future. It is easier to be a villain than a virtuous person, hence, a sense of reverence is essential. Without compulsion, the motivation to be good diminishes significantly. You, who occupy high positions, may disregard the common folk, believing that even the influential must yield to you. While you may choose to be self-centered, do not forget that the people have become less easily deceived. They too are vessels of history. Li Qing's gaze swept over the three, and he spoke with indifference. Even the retired emperor respects history. Do you dare not to? The three bowed deeply, sincerely exclaiming, the Marquis Yongqing indeed speaks with profound consideration. Li Qing continued softly, a gentleman speaks of actions rather than intentions. Being compelled to act virtuously is still virtuous. Today, it is you who are being compelled, but in the future, many more will find themselves under the same pressure. He paused, recalling the saying, if one wishes to keep something hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. You are all exceptionally talented individuals, endowed with great wisdom. Yet, despite your prowess, you cannot evade the scrutiny of history, nor can you deceive the world while you are alive. While being virtuous may be arduous, being malevolent will undoubtedly incur severe consequences. I hope you grasp this truth. The three bowed once more. The words of the Marquis Yongqing shall be etched in our hearts and never forgotten. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Those who look upon you in the future will possess clearer and deeper insights than you do of them. If you act with integrity toward your country and your people, history will not forsake you. Indeed, the wisdom of the Marquis Yongqing is profound. Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. When one occupies a lofty position and surveys the lives of others, one finds that no grievance is insurmountable. The points of contention that weigh heavily today will likely seem trivial in retrospect. Gao Zhang and the others exchanged glances, witnessing a diminishment of their mutual grievances. Very well. Let us return, Li Qing said wearily, truly puzzled by how the three managed to ascend to such esteemed positions in the cabinet. 3 cabinet ministers could not muster a banquet. Had it not been for the greater good, Li Qing would have been reluctant to squander words with them, exhibiting a complete lack of understanding of human sentiment. It was unfortunate that Li Schwerer believed there would be a drinking gathering in the afternoon and suggested having noodles for lunch, which turned out to be in vain. To be fair, they were not entirely to blame. Firstly, Li Qing was notorious for his unforgiving nature and for never being at a loss for words. Secondly, the esteemed position of the Yongqing Marquis was so elevated that it deterred any inclination to share a table with him. In truth, their intentions lacked purity, preventing them from achieving what Zhao Zhenji did. The three bowed once more and took their leave. Did the Yongqing Marquis enjoy reading that tale? Before departing, Li Chunfang, noticing the Marquis once again perusing a book, inquired seemingly without intent. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Did you write this? No, I was merely curious. Li Chunfang chuckled awkwardly. I have no time for such matters. I take my leave. Li Qing withdrew his gaze, offering no escort. Ah, Marquis, do stay, he called as the three departed, leaving the courtyard in tranquility once more. Li Schwerer stepped out, astonished. So there is no drinking gathering? Indeed, Li Qing replied lazily. 3 ministers unable to produce a single person adept at social graces. It leaves one speechless. You still leave a good impression on people, Li Schwerer remarked. Li Qing chuckled. Are you saying I've run out of words? Compliment me on something else. I've not had a good reputation for 12 generations. Li Schwerer smiled sheepishly. Regardless of my thoughts, I still hold you in high regard. Li Qing shook his head, setting down the book as he rose. There is still ample time. Shall we take a stroll? Yes, that sounds good. The Yongqing Marquis has come to the capital? In the Grand Haishuandian, Zhu Houzhao was invigorated, eagerly inquiring. When did he arrive? Did father mention keeping him in court to serve the nation? Why would I want him to stay in court? Zhu Houzhao replied, exasperated. I am no longer the emperor. I have no desire to concern myself with such matters. Zhu Zaihuan was taken aback. Were it not for his father bequeathing the throne to him, he would doubt his own legitimacy as the emperor's son. Is this truly the case? After a brief pause, Zhu Zaihuan exclaimed, Father, I am indeed your son. He sought to awaken paternal affection, yet the father's love was as unyielding as an avalanche, remaining unmoved. Adhering to the principle of not indulging his offspring, stating, if you can persuade Li Qing to stay in court to share your burdens, that is your merit. If you cannot, then that is your inadequacy. Father, please, help me out, Zhu Zaihuan implored, his face flush with desperation. The only response was a rebuke. Get lost. Zhu Zaihuan found himself in a state of despondency, feeling disheartened. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to rely on his own efforts. The next day, as the morning court concluded, he set out for Lianjiaten. However, before he could articulate his intentions, Li Qing preemptively interrupted, declaring that a return to court was impossible in this lifetime. I shall never return. Zhu Zaihuan's defenses crumbled. As the saying goes, like father, like son, Zhu Zaihuan lamented, Are you targeting me? Li Qing sighed. Do you believe me when I say no? I do not. Then it must be true. Zhu Zaiqi clenched his teeth and declared, Li Qing, regardless of the circumstances, I am the emperor. My words are edicts. You must heed them to some extent. Li Qing responded, What difference does it make if I enter the court? Or rather, how do you wish for me to alleviate your burdens? Zhu Zaiqi paused, retorting with a hint of resentment, That is for you to ponder. Li Qing fell silent. Since the moment my secrets were revealed, I could no longer appear in the court. Of course, I no longer need to guide the affairs of state, he said leisurely. After laboring for nearly 2 centuries, if I were still ensnared within the court, unable to achieve anything outside its confines, would that not render my efforts futile? Indeed, you still do not comprehend. Comprehend what? Zhu Zaiqi challenged. The Duke of Yongqing speaks plainly. Li Qing continued. The current regime of the Ming Dynasty has reached its limits from top to bottom. My presence or absence in the court is of little consequence. I can certainly lend you support, but it would merely reduce the clamor around you, providing no substantial assistance to either you or the state. Less clamor is still preferable. Zhu Zaiqi insisted, determined to have Li Qing at his side. Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you understand why my voice as the Duke of Yongqing carries such weight? Naturally, Zhu Zaiqi mumbled. It is due to your exceptional political acumen and formidable political prowess. Incorrect, Li Qing corrected him. The ministers fear me, not because of my potential return to the court, but because if I truly re-entered, it would incite them to unite against me, opposing me at all costs. In that case, there would be no second, third, or fourth Li Qing, and the Ming would revert to the awkward situation of having but one Li Qing. My entrance into the court would only transform the virtuous into the wicked. Do you understand? Li Qing elaborated, yet Zhu Zaiqi struggled to grasp the full meaning. Is it not better for us, as sovereign and minister, to work together to reform the ministers? Li Qing sighed. You are overly optimistic. What you envision is utterly unattainable. The disadvantages of my entering the court far outweigh the benefits. Otherwise, why would so many have sought to preserve my dignity back then? Zhu Zaiqi was left speechless, unable to counter. So, does that mean you shall never re-enter the court? Not at all. When the time comes for me to act, I shall do so. Li Qing replied. When will that be? When the moment is right. Yet you claim this is not directed at me? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Zhu Zaiqi suppressed his frustration, but eventually could not contain himself, nearly shouting, Li Qing, you are pushing your luck. After a moment, Zhu Zaiqi, like a deflated balloon, slumped down and sighed. If you are resolute in your refusal, I cannot force you. I merely hope that when you speak, you will act accordingly. When the court requires your presence in the future, do not resist. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Zaiqi sighed deeply and inquired. It is now the 5th year of the Longqing era, and it seems you have yet to present a single strategy to me. I can accept your absence from the court, but surely proposing one strategy would not pose a hardship for you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing replied, The trade between our nation and Japan has now been opened. As time progresses, the threat of pirates will undoubtedly diminish, perhaps even vanish entirely. In the future, Qi Jiguang will find himself with leisure, allowing him to focus on training the naval forces. Zhu Zaiqiang expressed his profound bewilderment, stating, Surely, you are unaware of Qi Jiguang's remarkable achievements? Of course, I am well aware, having known long before. The casualty ratio is horrendous, even with potential improvements. How much further can it elevate? Zhu Houzhao questioned. What is the significance of this? It is to prepare for future conflicts, replied Li Qing. Conflicts at sea? Indeed. Li Qing asserted, this battle is destined to commence, and its scale will far exceed your imagination. The Ming excels in naval vessels and firearms, yet lacks in martial virtue. Recall the time of the Taizu when he faced Qin Yuliang. Despite inferior ships and weaponry, he still triumphed over Qin. Qin's foolish tactics did not lead to his downfall, which indirectly illustrates that an unyielding faith in weaponry is unwise. Are our Ming soldiers inferior to those of the West? Yes, Li Qing retorted sharply. Western pirates roam freely, and nations exist in a state of colonization or subjugation. It is survival of the fittest. What can we offer in comparison? Noticing Zhu Houzhao's discontent, Li Qing continued. In the era of Genghis Khan, the Mongols were invincible, yet by the time of the Yuan Shun Emperor, the golden lineage had deteriorated. This is not the same matter. Zhu Houzhao replied. That is merely an analogy for clarity. Precisely, Li Qing responded. In the early Ming, there were many great generals such as Su De, Chang Yechen, Li Wensheng, and Lan Yu. Yet now who do we have? Our soldiers have not endured the trials of bloodshed, and our commanders lack extensive experience in large-scale warfare. If we do not train our troops, how shall we respond when conflict arises? Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow. How can you be so certain that a large-scale war is imminent? Due to the colonial expansion of the Franks, they can no longer thrive. That reasoning is insufficient. Zhu Houzhao countered. When the Franks were powerful, they dared not engage in battle with the Ming. Would they dare to do so now that they have declined? Li Qing explained, this is not difficult to comprehend. When strong, there is no need for conflict, but in decline, there is a desperate struggle. Zhu Houzhao, distressed, lamented. We have barely managed to save a bit of our budget. Today's visit feels like losing both the lady and the soldiers, Li Qing remarked. But surely, one need not expend much of the budget for mere struggles? Zhu Houzhao inquired cautiously. Li Qing responded earnestly, in times of life and death, we shall spare no effort. The scale of war will undoubtedly be vast. Zhu Houzhao pondered. If I do not inquire, and you do not speak, yet upon my questioning you reveal this, does it not imply that we are far from that time? Li Qing gave a wry smile and nodded. One could say so. However, the precise moment of war's onset remains uncertain. It is prudent to prepare in advance. As emperor, you must recognize that often a ruler's whim can ignite war. Take the case of the Yingzong. From the decision to wage war to his personal expedition, the entire process took less than a month. Zhu Houzhao fell silent. After a long pause, he asked, does my father know? Li Qing nodded. I informed him quite some time ago. Zhu Houzhao sighed and gently acquiesced. You are a person of great experience. Though you missed the first wave of great generals, you still encountered the second. You have negotiated with Naruhua during Taizong's time, and swept the northern Yuan courts alongside Lan Yu, while also witnessing the Jingnan campaign and serving as a military supervisor on numerous occasions. Such prowess is unparalleled. Since we cannot keep our family heirloom close, let us diligently forge ahead, for after all, Li Qing is resilient and not easily broken. I am not suited for this. Zhu Houzhao expressed his dissatisfaction. If you are not suited, then who in the world would dare to take the mantle? Firstly, the naval and land warfare cannot be compared. Secondly, I lack the experience of leading a navy. Moreover, my secrets cannot yet be revealed to the world. Is the knowledge now diminished? Zhu Houzhao murmured, no longer insisting. He was not convinced, but rather believed that Li Qing still possessed greater utility, such as generating wealth. Li Qing had an extraordinary talent for spending, yet he was equally adept at earning. The substantial expenditures of the Ming Dynasty were largely due to Li Qing. The reason why the finances of the Ming Dynasty remained vast without collapsing was also because of him. Zhu Houzhao inquired. The Ming Dynasty is already heavily in debt, and the budget for the integration of the northern desert has been halved, with silver currency already beginning to flow overseas. Overall, we remain in a state of deficit. War, especially naval warfare, is the most extravagant, primarily a contest of firearms. If what you say is true, how can such a significant financial gap be bridged? I will find a way, replied Li Qing. Zhu Houzhao's gaze was intense. Your words, Lord Yongqing, lack credibility. Furthermore, is there any support from the Li family of Jinling? Zhu Houzhao was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and awkwardly stated, that is not my intention. Li Qing smiled noncommittally. When does Lord Yongqing believe would be a suitable time to prepare? Zhu Houzhao asked. Did I not just say, when the pirates have significantly diminished? Li Qing responded. Seizing the opportunity while the soldiers are eager, allowing Qi Jiguang to lead by example, thereby reshaping the Ming Navy would indeed be the best course of action. Zhu Houzhao nodded slightly. I understand. After a pause, how long can Lord Yongqing stay upon returning to the capital? Li Qing pondered and replied. This visit is primarily to assist your father in restoring his health, so I will remain for some time, without a specific deadline. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhao immediately said, I have an ungracious request. Speak. The Crown Prince is already 5 years old and has begun his education. Since Lord Yongqing must frequently visit the Grand Haishuangguan to tend to the Taishang Huang, I shall arrange for the Crown Prince to reside there so that Lord Yongqing can impart some knowledge. Zhu Houzhao inquired. Surely Lord Yongqing would not refuse? Li Qing considered briefly and agreed. Hearing this, Zhu Houzhao finally smiled, saying, As long as Lord Yongqing wishes to enter the court, I shall always keep the gates open for you. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Zhu Houzhao sighed and rose to leave. Li Shuer, puzzled, asked, Why is the emperor so infatuated with you? It's the psychology of a child, desiring what others possess. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. Nearly 200 years have passed, and in an intangible way, the emperor has developed a path dependency, merely desiring possession for the sake of possession. Li Shuer was taken aback, then curiously inquired, Do you know the emperors after launching? I am aware, the next one is quite famous. In what way is he famous? Li Qing contemplated saying he was a recluse, but then recalled that Jiajing had also been reclusive for many years, so he shifted to say, his tomb was desecrated. Does that count as being famous? Li Shuer was extremely shocked. Li Qing laughed heartily, saying, There's no need to be so alarmed. The course of history has already veered off track. Consider it merely entertaining. So, the next emperor in history was not a wise ruler? Not at all. Not only was he not, but his grandfather was not either. Li Qing lamented. 99% of people believe that the Ming Dynasty fell at the hands of this grandfather-grandson duo. Li Shuer was astounded. And what of the one before us? I cannot say. Li Qing lazily remarked. I have no recollection at all. Perhaps I was rather conventional. Li Shuer was about to inquire further, but soon deemed it futile. Hence, she changed her words. Having altered your grandfather, surely you can change your grandson as well. Chapter 107. Discipline of children. A large yellow rat darted swiftly, and as the palace eunuch attempted to intercept it, the little creature scurried inside. Upon entering the grand hall, the eunuch noticed that the young prince had already reached the knees of the emperor emeritus. Thus he discreetly withdrew. The grandson bowed before his grandfather. Rise. Zhu Houzhao said, setting aside the copy of the Jiajing edict, affectionately pinching his grandson's cheek. Have you been slacking off again, hiding here with your grandfather? No. Father Emperor sent me here. The little one chuckled and added, I haven't visited for several days. I missed you, grandfather. Is that so? Zhu Houzhao laughed heartily, reaching to lift his grandson, placing him upon his lap. Goodness, you've grown. In a couple of years, I fear I won't be able to lift you any longer. The little fellow giggled, then let me grow slowly. Look, my grandson is quite eloquent, Zhu Houzhao said, feeling a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Huang Jin chuckled along. Zhu Houzhao teased, gently scratching his grandson's nose, adopting a mock-serious expression. Now, tell me honestly, did you come of your own accord, or did your father send you? Father Emperor sent me, but I wanted to come too. Is it truly not to evade your studies? Not at all, Zhu Yijuan replied earnestly. Father Emperor mentioned a certain Li Qing, who possesses great knowledge, and wishes for me to learn some governance strategies from him. A certain Li Qing, Zhu Houzhao chuckled, patting his grandson's small face. Truly, you are my grandson, so very much like me. Zhu Yijuan joined in the laughter. After a moment of affectionate banter, Zhu Houzhao scoffed. What is there to learn from him? His abilities are merely mediocre. Indeed, you are the greatest in the world, grandfather, Zhu Yijuan declared promptly. Zhu Houzhao laughed uproariously. And just how tall is the greatest in the world? The little one pondered momentarily before responding. As tall as the Feng Tian Hall. Well said. You shall be rewarded. Zhu Houzhao beamed, reveling in the cleverness of his grandson, contrasting with his son's dullness. In a jovial mood, Zhu Houzhao waved his hand. Speak. What reward do you desire? Your grandfather shall grant you anything. Zhu Yijuan tentatively suggested. Could it be that grandfather might not allow that fellow Li Qing to teach me? Why is that? I only wish to accompany you, grandfather. Ah, so you seek to avoid your studies, Zhu Houzhao replied, both amused and exasperated. That will not do. A promise made must be kept. There are no exceptions. The little one protested softly. Zhu Houzhao chuckled heartily. Clearing his throat, he said, this Li Qing, though slightly beneath your grandfather, still possesses some merit. Moreover, it costs nothing. Why not take advantage of it? Well then, I suppose, Zhu Houzhao sighed like a miniature adult. Does your promise still hold true? Aside from this matter, it does. The little one's eyes twinkled as he said, I wish to study for 2 days and rest for 1. That will not do. Then how about studying for 5 days and resting for 2? The little one, with his big eyes filled with hope, found himself once again met with the harsh refusal of Zhu Houzhao. 3 days without practice makes one rusty. 3 days without reading makes one forgetful. Learning has no limits. And without progress, one regresses, he declared. The child, merely 5 years old and unable to conceal his emotions, pouted his lips, on the verge of tears, and glared at his grandfather, the emperor. Zhu Houzhao, feeling somewhat helpless, forced a wry smile and asked, What is this? Have I angered my little grandson? The child responded insincerely, I dare not. Ha ha, the emperor only wishes for your good, Zhu Houzhao said, as he playfully tugged at his grandson's cheeks, managing to coax a smile from him. The little one, however, remained speechless. As soon as his grandfather released him, he slipped away, scanning the surroundings. Spotting only Huang Jin nearby, he finally found an outlet for his frustration, huffing, Where is that fellow Li Qing? Am I to wait for him? No sooner had he spoken than a young man entered, squinting at him. For reasons unknown, the child felt an inexplicable chill, quickly followed by a sense of indignation. Who was he? The crown prince of the Ming Dynasty, with his grandfather present. He had to maintain the dignity of the imperial family. Frowning, he looked down his nose and huffed, Are you Li Qing? Such insolence from a little one. Li Qing approached expressionlessly, then seized the child by the neck, lifting him as one would a chick, followed by a thunderous applause. The child, utterly unprepared for such audacity, was left dazed until a sharp slap struck his backside, awakening him to the painful reality. You audacious one, Zhu Houzhao exclaimed. How dare you? Li Qing responded with increased force. The child burst into tears, wailing, Grandfather, help me. Zhu Houzhao was taken aback by Li Qing's mercilessness towards a child and immediately erupted in anger, admonishing, Such childish words. What is the meaning of this? Li Qing paid him no mind, continuing to spank the child. The grand keeper of the palace, hearing the commotion, rushed in to assess the situation. Upon seeing the scene before him, he wished he could blind himself. He then pretended nothing was amiss, quietly retreating as silently as he had arrived. Stop! Please stop! No more! The child cried. Li Qing, do not overstep your bounds. Zhu Houzhao roared in fury. You insolent fool! The child, amidst his tears, managed to interject, Grandfather, I am not a dog. Zhu Houzhao paused in shock, then grew even angrier. Li Qing was such a scoundrel that he had caused him to lose his composure. A grandparent's affection knows no bounds. How could a grandfather remain indifferent while his grandson was being struck? Seeing that his attempts at intervention were futile, the elder reached for a paperweight, ready to take action. However, just as he descended the jade steps, Li Qing set the child down. Zhu Houzhao found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat, fearing that provoking Li Qing would lead to further punishment for his grandson, yet also feeling that letting it go was beneath him. He stood frozen in place. Huang Jin hurriedly picked up the little prince and retreated to the side, saying, Your Majesty, Li Qing has complied with your orders. Zhu Houzhao begrudgingly relented, muttering, Consider yourself wise to the times. Should this happen again, I shall not be so forgiving. Unexpectedly, the little one protested, with tears brimming in his eyes, Grandfather Emperor, what about this punishment I have received? Consider yourself fortunate to endure such blows, Li Qing remarked. Your Majesty, please look at him. Zhu Houzhao inhaled deeply, his expression darkening as he admonished, Do not weep. A man must not display such weakness. Yet, the little one lamented, but it truly hurts. Father has never punished me so severely. Zhu Houzhao gritted his teeth and declared, Li Qing, should this happen again, I will not let you off so easily. He added, I shall impose a salary deduction for 3 years. Huang Jin frantically gestured to Li Qing, but alas, his small eyes went unnoticed. Li Qing replied coolly, Your indulgence towards him will ultimately manifest as slaps upon his own visage. Zhu Houzhao, exasperated, retorted, Is it truly necessary to be so pedantic with a child? I apologize. Such is my nature, Li Qing responded. Enough, enough, Huang Jin attempted to mediate. However, the little one was ungrateful, wriggling free from Huang Jin's grasp, glaring as he exclaimed. You have not felt the sting of punishment. What right do you have to say such things? Huang Jin awkwardly chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, Zhu Yijuan. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow. Yes, the little one complied, still fearful of his grandfather. And he discerned that the emperor would not impose severe punishment on the man named Li Qing. Zhu Yijuan approached his grandfather, wiping away his tears while furtively glancing at Li Qing, a mix of resentment and fear in his gaze. When Li Qing cast a stern look, the little one shivered, tears cascading down his cheeks as he cried, Grandfather Emperor, I wish to return to the Qinqing Palace, to the Eastern Palace. Zhu Houzhao grew increasingly agitated. Huang Jin, take the crown prince next door to calm down. Yes, Huang Jin replied, leading the young prince to the inner hall. Zhu Houzhao shot a discontented glare at Li Qing and lamented, Your temper has grown ever more volatile. Leaving aside the fact that children speak without restraint, he is unaware of your true identity. Li Qing candidly acknowledged, I have indeed become somewhat irritable, yet it is for the sake of more effective teaching. Of course, if you do not wish for me to educate him, then I admit my impulsiveness. You have already struck him. Do you still wish to refrain from teaching? Zhu Houzhang's frustration mounted, while Huang Jin, perceptive as always, remarked, You have truly lost your decorum. After a pause, he inquired, Has the emperor summoned you? Indeed. Li Qing replied. What was discussed? I spoke with him regarding the future naval conflicts. Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment and asked, When do you anticipate this war will commence? It will not be far off. At the earliest, within a decade, and at the latest, it will not exceed 20 years. The Netherlands is merely the beginning. The fuse has already been lit, and an explosion is inevitable, Li Qing sighed. The internal conflicts are irreconcilable and cannot be digested. Diverting outward is the only solution. Only by defeating the Ming can all issues be resolved and ascended to greater heights. So it seems I shall not witness it. Zhu Houzhao sighed. Who is the candidate? Qi Jiguang. Li Qing nodded. Qi Jiguang's military training and achievements are well known, and he is still relatively young. Hu Zongxian is too aged, and Yu Daiyou is also older than Qi Jiguang. He is the most suitable. Zhu Houzhao pinched his brow. Posing the same question as his son, what about funds? Where will the money come from? From the wealthy, Li Qing stated. How shall it be gathered? After a moment of silence, Li Qing replied, in a reasonable manner, one that will not incite turmoil. What exactly do you mean? Finance. What is finance? Zhu Houzhao wore a perplexed expression. It was the first time he encountered such terminology and could not fathom its profound implications. However, the notion of melting down gold and silver to replace it with paper currency? Li Qing, Chapter 108, Unruly. Zhu Houzhao assumed he had guessed correctly and inquired. You do not intend to replicate the cotton and linen scheme, do you? Li Qing slightly shook his head. The affluent are not fools. One cannot thrive solely on a single tactic. In any case, this is a more advanced approach, as long as you understand the essence. Zhu Houzhao preferred not to overthink the matter and turned to ask, is it solely aimed at the wealthy? Precisely aimed at the affluent. Li Qing smiled and nodded. How much money do the impoverished possess? This statement held merit. Zhu Houzhao suddenly voiced a suspicion. Might this adversely affect the development of industry and commerce? The likelihood is minimal. If applied appropriately, it will not only be non-detrimental but also beneficial to the flourishing of commerce and expedites industrial advancement, Li Qing replied. Zhu Houzhao felt reassured. He knew that Li Qing approached national affairs with utmost seriousness, gravity, and caution. He would not speak frivolously or without foundation. Alas, I am too old to partake in the impending upheaval. You must pay close attention. Li Qing remarked. With enough effort, one might not be left behind. Your efforts? Not mine, Zhu Houzhao retorted like an elder. Huh, do I concern myself with whether you keep pace? Li Qing scoffed. If you cannot keep up, it's simply a matter of fate. Zhu Houzhao bristled with indignation. Having bullied the younger generation, he now found himself subjected to the same treatment. This fellow was truly audacious and lacked decorum. Zhu Houzhao took a deep breath and, with a stern expression, stated, Since you have agreed to teach the crown prince, then proceed with your instruction. Your presence here is no longer required. Zhu Houzhao was not inclined to see Li Qing any longer. Coincidentally, neither was Li Qing. Huang Jin appeared, leading the young prince. Li Qing said, Prepare some clothing for the prince. It should be sent to Lianjiaten later. Huang Jin was somewhat bewildered, then turned to look at the retired emperor. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow and asked, "What does this mean?" "It means nothing. As you know, children can be mischievous. Since you wish for me to teach, we shall do it my way," Li Qing replied calmly. "I intend to provide him with focused instruction. Of course, if you disagree, then so be it." Zhu Houzhao became enraged. "Are you trying to undermine my authority? If you choose to interpret it that way, I can do nothing about it." Li Qing shrugged, feigning indifference. "I do not wish to go," the young child spoke up. "Grandfather Emperor, you absolutely must not agree to him. This fellow Li Qing dares to strike me before you. How could I survive if you were not present?" The child could scarcely contemplate it. Zhu Yijuan's large eyes brimmed with tears, fear palpable. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhu Houzhao's gaze. After a moment of internal struggle, he adjusted his stance. "Perhaps it is best to teach him here. My previous words were merely in anger. You came to the capital to tend to my health. This would serve a dual purpose, would it not?" Li Qing responded. "That can certainly be accomplished simultaneously, though it may dilute focus. If you are unconcerned about the quality of instruction diminishing, I have no objections." Huang Jin asked, "What do you say?" Zhu Houzhao turned to Huang Jin. Huang Jin stammered, "Is this something I can comment on?" The plump Huang Jin had never felt such a weight of responsibility before. Momentarily flustered, he pondered deeply, yet found no clarity. Finally, feeling timid, he retreated, saying awkwardly, "What can I say, as a servant?" In a moment of frustration, Zhu Houzhao pondered deeply, while the corpulent Huang was in distress. After a while, his not-so-quick-witted mind suddenly sparked with insight, and he remarked, "Li Qing, you must consider this carefully. If so, your stay in the capital will be significantly prolonged." Zhu Houzhao paused momentarily, but soon relaxed, thinking to himself that perhaps this was not such a loss after all. "Li Qing, think again." Zhu Houzhao resumed his authoritative tone. Li Qing coldly retorted, "Have I ever wavered in my decisions?" The small, anxious child, trembling with fear, pointed his tiny finger at his own nose and exclaimed, "Do I not have a say in this matter?" "You have no say?" Li Qing raised his hand and gave him a light smack on the head. Turning to Zhu Houzhao with impatience, "Think again." Zhu Houzhao clenched his teeth and then sneered, "One should never refuse free labor. Huang Jin, prepare some attire for the crown prince." With a few hurried steps back, Zhu Yijuan fell to the ground, his small face displaying an expression far too grave for his tender age, utter despair. Then, defiantly, the child lifted his chin, opened his mouth wide, and began to wail even louder than before, as he tasted the bitterness of hopelessness for the first time. "I want to see Father Emperor. I want to see Father Emperor." "Are you throwing a tantrum again?" Li Qing glared at him. Zhu Yijuan's face turned pale, as he desperately covered his mouth with both hands, tears streaming down his cheeks, casting a pitiful glance at his grandfather. Even Zhu Houzhao, formidable as he was, could not bear to witness this and averted his gaze, urging, "Take him away." Li Qing tugged the small child along as they exited. Zhu Yijuan was nearly dragged out of the grand hall. "Your Majesty, though Li Qing's methods may be unconventional, he is always mindful of propriety and will certainly guide His Royal Highness well, so there is no need for concern," Huang Jin reassured. Zhu Houzhao sighed and nodded. "A little hardship is beneficial. A small tree cannot grow straight without proper pruning." After a pause, he instructed, "Inform the emperor to refrain from visiting Lianjiaten for the time being. Otherwise, the crown prince may develop an overconfident demeanor." "Yes," this servant obeys. As the courtyard gate closed, the small child immediately displayed a keen understanding of the situation. "I will study diligently. Please, do not strike me again," he whimpered, pouting. "I will be a good crown prince, a good student, trust me." Li Qing noted that the little one was genuinely frightened. Having always regarded his grandfather as the foremost authority, his father as second, and himself as third, today marked a significant awakening for him. Li Qing is truly invincible. Li Shuer gazed at the scene in astonishment and stammered, "Who might this be?" "Well, if all goes as expected, this is the one whose grave was disturbed." Li Shuer remarked. The child does not comprehend, and seeing Li Qing's expression soften, quickly changed the subject. "Li Qing. No. Teacher Li, who is this?" "Your great-grandmother. Dare you insult me?" The little one was taken aback, but then recalled that Li Qing had dared to strike him, so he promptly closed his mouth, adopting an innocent demeanor, and asked, "What shall I call you, grandmother?" Li Shuer did not mind the term grandmother, but preferred not to be addressed that way in front of Li Qing. Thus, she replied, "My surname is Li, from Jinling. Your Highness need not address me in such a manner." The little fellow inquired with astonishment, "But what about the Li family of the Yongqing Marquis of Jinling?" The prince indeed proved to be astute. Li Shueter smiled and nodded in affirmation. "Ah, I see," Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, and upon glancing at Li Qing, his confidence swelled a bit more. "You also bear the surname Li and hail from the Yongqing Marquis estate?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "One could say that." "Very well, I comprehend now." Zhu Houzhao, adopting a demeanor of a young master, clasped his hands behind his back and surveyed his surroundings. "It is said that the Li family is wealthier than nations. Why does it appear so humble?" He continued, I understand now. It is the practice of concealing one's riches. Yet, everyone is aware of the Li family's immense fortune. Who are they trying to fool?" Li Qing was indeed formidable, yet at this moment, he felt no fear. No descendant would dare show disrespect to their elders, especially those born into prominent families. Li Qing might be a bit naive, but this elderly lady clearly understood the hierarchy of respect and would not overstep her bounds, making her quite manageable. Having gained the upper hand over this elderly lady, he could now allow her to manage Li Qing, truly a turn of fortune, placing the advantage on his side. The little one had already begun to chuckle. "A gentleman avenges himself. Does he need a decade?" Zhu Houzhao puffed up his little chest, reverting to his previous rebellious demeanor. His nose held high. "I am weary today. Let us continue the lesson tomorrow." The young one, hands behind his back, approached a grove of green bamboo, feigning profundity as he turned away from the two and declared, "Prepare a splendid luncheon. I am in the stage of growth, and the Li family cannot afford to neglect me." Li Qing found it quite amusing. To be fair, this little rascal, despite being a mischievous brat, was indeed precocious. "What shall we have for lunch?" "Perhaps noodles," suggested Li Shueter. Zhu Houzhao quickly added, "I want pepper vinegar shrimp, pickled mustard tripe, garlic vinegar blood soup, 5-flavor steamed chicken, and essence of lamb bones." What a list of culinary delights, and he certainly had a hearty appetite. "Let us start with these. If I think of anything else later, I will add it." After a while, when no response was forthcoming, Zhu Houzhao turned around, only to find Li Qing had vanished. The little one frowned slightly and asked, "Where did he go?" "To the eastern kitchen," replied Li Shueter. Zhu Houzhao snorted, "If a child is not taught, how can a father be at fault?" "Lady Li, as an elder, how can you remain indifferent while your junior behaves so rudely?" Li Shueter chuckled softly and shook her head. "Your Highness, perhaps you should conserve your energy for studying." Zhu Houzhao was taken aback, then huffed, "Do you know who I am?" "The Crown Prince." Li Shueter picked up a book of tales from the journey to the west and advised him, "Do not dwell on matters unrelated to your studies. Nor should you lose your temper with your teacher." "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The little one, thwarted in his attempt, grew quite irate. "Are you mocking me?" he retorted, his anger escalating. "Indeed, as the old saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a warped wall. Is it any wonder that fellow is so audacious with such poor upbringing in the Li family?" Li Shueter, however, was not inclined to quarrel with a child and chose to ignore him. This sensation of striking a pillow brought the little fellow to a furious state until the voice of Li Qing echoed from the eastern kitchen, complaining, "I'll teach you a lesson." At that moment, the little one decided it was wiser to avoid conflict. The lunch did not feature the luxurious pepper vinegar shrimp, garlic vinegar blood soup, or other imperial dishes. Instead, there were merely 3 bowls of noodle soup, small, medium, and large. Simple yet exquisite. This dish awakens the appetite of even the most discerning palate accustomed to culinary delights from land and sea. However, the little one feigned indifference, pouting in protest. "Is this truly all you will allow me to consume?" Li Qing, wishing to maintain decorum at the dining table, calmly replied, "First, partake of your meal. We shall converse afterward." The child swallowed hard, huffing, "You shall provide me with a reasonable explanation shortly." With that, he seized his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Delicious." In Chapter 109, Unruly Disciples, Zhu Houzhao savored his meal with great relish, leaving little but remnants of broth behind. Had it not been for the need to uphold the dignity of the imperial family, not a drop would have remained. Li Shueter was somewhat astonished by the voracity of a 5-year-old. Yet, as is often the case, once satiated, the child could not remain still, promptly demonstrating the art of putting down chopsticks and chastising the cook. "Why was my order not prepared?" Li Qing chose to ignore him, having just dined. It seemed inappropriate to engage in conflict. Noticing Li Qing's silence as he cleared the tableware, The child grew increasingly audacious and commanded, "Respond." As Li Shuer reached for the dishes, he insisted, "Put them down. You must act like an elder. Your indulgence today will only lead to consequences later." Li Shuer, bemused, could only shake her head at the audacity of such a small figure. "I shall handle it," Li Qing interjected, brushing aside Li Shuer's hands, declaring, "Keep an eye on this little rascal. Do not let him escape." Observing that Li Qing dared not disrespect his elders, Zhu Houzhao snickered. "What do I have to fear? Do you think I would be intimidated by you? How amusing." Yet, he was not entirely reckless. Upon Li Qing entering the kitchen, the child instantly softened his demeanor, shedding the earlier sternness, and spoke with a tone both gentle and sagacious. "Though I am young, I am not oblivious to matters of state. The Li family of Jinling is loyal to the throne, and their esteemed reputation has not been easily earned. It must be cherished and never allowed to be tainted by a single misstep." Li Shuer, both amused and perplexed, ventured to inquire, "Your Highness, do you truly fear him?" "Fear him?" Zhu Houzhao chuckled, lifting his chin defiantly. "Who am I?" Li Shuer played along, responding, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." "Precisely," he proclaimed. "Shouldn't that be enough?" Li Shuer was increasingly puzzled. Had the child not faced any reprimand? The little one, now agitated, gritted his teeth and declared, "If there is a next time, you shall see that I will not relent." After a brief pause, he added, "Madam Li, for the sake of the Li family, do not act foolishly." Li Shuer was left speechless. At that moment, a knock echoed at the courtyard gate, followed by the voice of Huang Jin. Li Shuer rose to open the door. The child promptly plopped down, comfortably settling into the chair Li Shuer had just vacated. Feeling it lacked grandeur, he adjusted his position, crossing his legs in what he believed to be a more imposing manner. Before long, Huang Jin entered, accompanied by a young eunuch bearing a large bundle of the young prince's change of clothes. "This servant greets his highness." The child grunted, barely glancing in their direction. Huang Jin inquired, "Is his highness comfortable?" "I adapt wherever I go," Zhu Houzhao proclaimed with pride, adding, "Return and inform the emperor and my father. There is no need for concern on my behalf." "Indeed, I shall convey your words faithfully," Huang Jin replied, stifling a chuckle. "Your Highness, do you have any further commands?" Although not particularly astute, Huang Jin understood Li Qing well enough to recognize that such posturing from his highness would inevitably lead to trouble. To avoid any ensuing awkwardness, he sought to make a hasty exit. Zhu Houzhao, eager to showcase his own prowess, waved his hand dismissively and said impatiently, Go on, go on. If there is nothing else, do not disturb me while I study." "Yes, I take my leave," Huang Jin acknowledged with a bow, neglecting to even glance at Li Qing before swiftly departing. The little fellow basked comfortably in the sun, chuckling to himself. In his imagination, Li Shuer was already under his control, and naturally, Li Qing would be as well. Thus, this place would transform into a veritable paradise. Here, there were no imperial watchful eyes as in the Qianqing Palace, nor the stubborn officials of the Eastern Palace who would report at the slightest disagreement. With Li Qing in his grasp, he felt free to indulge as he pleased. Study? What nonsense! The little one was already immersed in the joys of life, oblivious to when Li Qing had approached him. "Have you laughed enough?" Zhu Houzhao snapped, glaring at Li Shuer. "You ought to manage your own child." Li Shuer sighed and shook her head, indifferent to his outburst. The small creature furrowed his brow and retorted, "I advise you, if you do not intervene, the court shall. When the court gets involved, it will be a serious matter." Li Shuer placed her hand on her forehead. How could this little one be so incessantly talkative? "Stand up," she commanded. The small fellow shrank back slightly, instinctively wanting to retort, but the words that came out were, "If I must rise, then so be it. Who cares?" With that, he straightened his waist, and, with a little wiggle, slid off the lounge chair. Li Qing settled down comfortably, leaning back against the chair's support, and lazily asked, "Will you take a nap this afternoon?" "I am the Crown Prince. My time is precious, and I do not indulge in naps." "Then why not take a stroll to familiarize yourself with the surroundings?" Li Qing suggested, eyes closed. The little one scoffed, "Such a tiny place. I can see it all at a glance. What is there to familiarize myself with?" Li Qing chose to ignore him, closing his eyes to rest. However, in the eyes of the little one, this was a sign of weakness, prompting him to tilt his small mouth, exuding a sense of confidence. Children are the most restless of beings. With Li Qing ignoring him and Li Shuer indifferent, the little one had no choice but to meander about the courtyard. To him, Wandering aimlessly was far more enjoyable than studying. He spent his time critiquing the green bamboo one moment and the fruit trees the next, finding amusement in his own company. Li Qing quietly inquired, "How do you plan to teach him? Where will you begin?" In truth, there was little to teach. When it came to the classics, the scholars surpassed him, and in matters of governance, Zhu Houzhao was not much inferior. After all, he was merely a child. Overloading him with too much knowledge would be counterproductive. Li Qing sighed, stating, "At this age, there is no need to impart excessive knowledge. It is essential to cultivate a good character and establish a proper value system." Li Qing nodded slightly, responding softly, "Indeed, that is true. Compared to his father, he is excessively compliant, having been made the crown prince in his youth. He bears some resemblance to his elder nephew, and it seems imperative to focus on his character. Otherwise, should he lack his nephew's capabilities yet inherit his flaws, it may lead to considerable hardship." Li Qing let out a cold smile and remarked, "This little rascal is even more troublesome than that fellow was at his age. I take great pleasure in disciplining unruly children." Li Qing vaguely recalled that her mother had also been a mischievous child who had undergone thorough training at the hands of Li Qing. Looking at the little one now, she could only feel pity. After a while, Zhu Houzhao, feeling utterly bored, called out, "Li Qing, I wish to go out for a stroll." "Very well," Li Qing replied, sitting up. "However, before we venture out, you must come here first." Seeing Li Qing's agreeable demeanor, the little one cheerfully approached and asked, "What for?" Without hesitation, Li Qing seized the child and placed him across his lap, delivering a series of slaps. It was inappropriate to discipline a child during mealtime, and having just finished eating was no better. Now, however, it was permissible. The little one was bewildered, perceiving Li Qing as somewhat deranged, his behavior utterly inscrutable. Initially, he struggled to break free and resorted to verbal threats, only to receive even harsher reprimands. Ultimately, he succumbed to tears, surrendering to the situation. After enduring the punishment, the child, with tears welling in his eyes, indignantly questioned, "Why did you hit me again?" Li Qing replied, "You are not to call me that. Do you understand?" Zhu Houzhao, infuriated, could only retort, "Fine, I won't call you that next time. Now, go change out of that yellow outfit. I will take you out." Li Qing commanded. Zhu Houzhao, still fuming, declared, "I do not wish to go." "Oh, what is this? I'm tired. I want to rest. I want to take a nap." The little one's voice gradually diminished. "At your age, how can you possibly be tired?" Li Qing asserted. "I will count to 3, otherwise, I shall surely make your backside blossom." Zhu Houzhao turned to Li Qing, pouting, "Li old madam, will you not intervene?" Li Qing chuckled. "It is the emperor's wish for him to instruct your highness, as per the desires of the grand emperor. I cannot interfere." 3. "Fine, I will change." The little one conceded, albeit begrudgingly, retrieving a set of outer garments from his bag, grumbling as he went. Soon, he emerged, flustered and aggrieved, exclaiming, I cannot do it." "You little rascal," Li Qing exclaimed in irritation. Zhu Houzhao silently vowed to repay this indignity 100-fold in the future, justifying, "I am the crown prince. I am only 5 years old. Is it not natural that I cannot dress myself? I shall assist the crown prince." "No, I shall do it," Li Qing interrupted. "Let Li old madam handle it instead." Zhu Houzhao began to fear Li Qing once more. He was truly one to discipline without reason. Li Qing stated seriously, "From the moment your grandfather entrusted you to me, you must obey my commands. Do you comprehend?" "Very well," Zhu Houzhao replied, dejectedly following Li Qing. "Wrong, start over. Do not put it directly over your head. First, extend your arms into the sleeves. No need to rush, one arm at a time." Zhu Houzhao pouted, whimpering as he followed Li Qing's guidance. Finally managing to don his outer garment after a quarter of an hour. "That will suffice. Let us depart. I am truly exhausted. May I rest for a while?" The little one is not merely fatigued. Rather, he wishes to evade facing Li Qing again, for she is utterly terrifying. Li Qing coldly rebuffs, "No. When then? May I return?" "Return where?" "To the palace. You may return once you meet my expectations." "What expectations?" Zhu Houzhao is determined to appease Li Qing at any cost, yearning to escape this wretched place and leave this demon behind. Li Qing scoffs, "Does the court ever divulge examination questions? Could you refrain from such volatility?" I am quite reasonable. I do not enjoy acting like a petulant child. Truly, we can engage in cordial dialogue. I shall strive to be an exemplary student. Can you be a commendable teacher?" The little one's eyes shimmer with tears, his cherubic face brimming with hope. Chapter 110. Merit not matching position. The little one is indeed a reasonable individual, yet only towards his father and grandfather, nothing more. His greatest flaw lies in his arrogance. He is acutely aware of it. From the perspective of a feudal dynasty, this is not entirely objectionable, although it may foster a worldview that devalues humanity. Historically, emperors have always reigned above the masses, which is not without justification. However, the current Ming era is evolving. The Ming is gradually shedding the constraints of feudalism, breaking free from millennia of shackles. Should the nation's heir retain such a perspective, it would create a discordant chemical reaction with the times. In the distant future, emperors will remain indispensable. Their character and worldview significantly affect the dynasty. Li Qing, non-committal, states, that depends on your performance. Not receiving the desired answer. The little one puffs his cheeks in frustration, insisting, it cannot be only me who performs. Li Qing chuckles softly, then turns to Li Shuer, saying, shall we go together? You may proceed. I have fallen behind in my training these past few days. Li Qing pats the little one's head and departs. The little one, dejected, trails behind. Initially, Zhu Houzhao was filled with joy, marveling at everything around him, blissfully forgetting his discontent with Li Qing. Yet, this sense of novelty was fleeting. After merely half an hour, the little fellow could no longer endure. I am weary, carry me. But who insisted on strolling about? It was I. Yet how can I confront Li Qing's calm, yet menacing gaze with my current status? The little one's scant resolve crumbled, and he muttered, what I meant by strolling was not this kind of outing. Zhu Houzhao plaintively remarked, I am truly tired. I am but 5 years old, still a child. You are an adult. You cannot impose your standards upon me. That is not fair. Indeed, that is a valid point. Li Qing nodded. Let us rest a moment. Then return home. Upon arriving in the bustling street, you wish to return without even having played? The little one, visibly reluctant, huffed, I do not want to go back. Were you not weary? You could carry me, right? I am no longer tired. Zhu Houzhao begrudgingly amended. Li Qing squinted. So, you were deceiving me just now? I was not. Think again, Li Qing replied coolly. To lie to me incurs a heavy price. Zhu Houzhao, filled with frustration and trepidation, hung his head and sighed. Very well, I am tired, but I still wish to play. This was the unvarnished truth. No further discussion. Oh, understood. The little one, now devoid of his earlier spirit, muttered. Is that acceptable? Not at all. Zhu Houzhao was not surprised. Although their acquaintance had barely spanned a day, he had already gleaned ample insight into Li Qing's character. Thus, he reluctantly proposed, may I have a skewer of candied hawthorn? Li Qing retorted, do you have any money? No. Then how can you eat? Li Qing rolled his eyes. There is no such thing as free snacks. Even your father and grandfather must spend money to buy things, let alone you. Zhu Houzhao clenched his tiny fists and glared at Li Qing, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Dare you glare again? The little one, well aware of the necessity to yield under another's roof, quickly changed his tone. Teacher Li, could I borrow a bit of money? I promise to repay you. What a joke. I have no money. Li Qing chuckled. Did you not hear today at the Grand Gaoxian Hall? I have been penalized with 3 years' worth of salary. Zhu Houzhao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed yet puzzled. You, Teacher Li, also receive a salary from the court? Am I not allowed to? Li Qing replied. The little one dared not argue and awkwardly smiled. Of course you can. But isn't it true that only the Duke of Yongqing receives a court salary? I am the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing asserted. Zhu Houzhao was taken aback. Then scoffed. I may be young, but do not treat me as a fool. Last year, the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing, passed away, and this spring, the title was inherited by Li Qing's eldest son, not you. Believe it or not, you have 15 minutes left to rest, Li Qing reminded him. With his small shoulders slumped and back hunched, the little one attempted to appease, then let it count as a loan, and I shall pay you back with interest. Li Qing chuckled and inquired, do you truly wish to eat? Zhu Houzhao nodded vigorously, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment, stammering. It's not that I've never had anything to eat. It's just what? It's just that there's no flavor in my mouth. The little fellow looked quite dejected. Li Qing found this amusing and stated, you may eat, but you must buy it with your own money. What do you mean? You will earn money through labor, and with that money, you can purchase candied hawthorn, Li Qing explained. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brows and huffed. I came here to learn, not to labor. So, it turned out he was both greedy and lazy. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head, and led him to a vendor. where he purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Under Zhu Yijuan's eager gaze, Li Qing took a bite of the largest hawthorn at the top of the skewer. As the hardened syrup shattered upon impact, it made a delightful crunch. The sweetness of the syrup mingled with the unique tartness of the hawthorn, making Zhu Yijuan's mouth water. Delicious! Li Qing exclaimed with satisfaction, taking another bite. The little one, unable to contain himself, swallowed hard and exclaimed in exasperation, "Sour, bitter, the fruit is spoiled." Li Qing, undeterred, took another big bite. With 7 hawthorns on the skewer, Li Qing devoured them with the voracity of a cow chewing peonies, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Still yearning for more, he immediately set his sights on the second skewer. "Stop it, just stop. Sour and bitter, the fruit is spoiled. Children should not consume hawthorn." With a brief pause, the child insisted on continuing. "I am a diligent individual," Zhu Yijuan promptly declared. Hawthorn possesses the ability to stimulate the appetite. After such an extensive journey, lunch had been digested, and the little one was indeed hungry and craving. Seizing the moment, Li Qing teased, "Do you wish to eat?" "I am merely famished. I only had a small bowl of noodles for lunch," the child replied. "It was a medium bowl," Li Qing corrected. "Here, take it," Zhu Yijuan offered. The bright red hawthorn glistened in the sunlight, appearing particularly enticing. The child, momentarily forgetting their displeasure, snatched it and bit down. Li Qing had not deceived. It was indeed delectable, even surpassing the palace's offerings, and the little one revealed a look of joy and satisfaction. Before long, a string of hawthorn had vanished, and the child inquired, "What labor must I perform in return?" As Li Qing began to walk back, he softly remarked, "From now on, after meals, you shall wash the dishes." "What?" The child's eyes widened in disbelief. "A gentleman avoids the kitchen. You would have me wash the dishes? You are merely a child, yet you consider yourself a gentleman," Li Qing replied, exasperated. "Of course, you may choose not to wash them." "Really?" Li Qing nodded. "As long as you are willing to endure the consequences. A string of candied hawthorn is hardly worth such a price." "You are quite unscrupulous," the little one retorted. Visibly upset, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "If you include the cost of meals, it becomes justifiable. I shall ensure the palace compensates, and double the reimbursement," Zhu Yijuan said indignantly. "Why should the palace pay for what you eat?" Li Qing chuckled. "Firstly, a gentleman avoids the kitchen in that manner, and secondly, if you pride yourself on being a gentleman, you should adhere to the principle of not accepting food without merit. Moreover, the court is not affluent. How can you further exacerbate their difficulties?" "What nonsense is this?" The child was taken aback. A bowl of noodles and a string of candied hawthorn could truly burden the court's finances? Li Qing smiled. "Every deduction is still a deduction. Every addition is still an addition. You must understand this principle. If one only enjoys the blessings of their ancestors without fulfilling their responsibilities, they are unworthy of their position. At present, you are indeed unworthy." Zhu Yijuan was both astonished and furious. "You dare speak so boldly?" Li Qing scoffed. "You overestimate your importance. Truly believing the world is yours for the taking? Are you not afraid I shall report you?" Li Qing laughed softly. "You may attempt it. I shall do just that," the child declared, attempting to flee. However, just as they took a few steps, they were seized by the collar and lifted up. The little one kicked their legs and exclaimed, "Aren't you brave? Why do you not allow me to go?" "No rush. Once lessons conclude, you may report as you wish. For now," Li Qing stated coldly, "you must either obey or face the consequences. The choice is yours." Zhu Yijuan, still a child, could not keep up physically. Li Qing did not push, allowing for moments of walking and resting. By the time they returned to the courtyard, it was nearly dusk. "I am utterly exhausted," the little one lamented, struggling to climb onto Li Qing's lounge chair, flipping over and sighing. "I shall never venture out again." Li Qing, not solely stern, inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Zaozi noodles. I desire a medium bowl." "No, a large bowl. I crave a substantial serving." Zhu Yijuan was genuinely famished. Li Qing chuckled softly and proceeded to the eastern kitchen. In a mere 15 minutes, 3 bowls of steaming hot Zaozi noodles were ready. Large, indeed, exceptionally large. The little one immediately perked up. Within less than a quarter of an hour, 1 bowl had vanished into Zhu Yijuan's stomach, leaving him utterly content, for the first time realizing the exquisite delight of food. "Time to wash the dishes." "I cannot," the little one retorted, adopting a defiant demeanor. "Such a small child. How could he possibly wash dishes?" "I shall teach you." "I cannot learn." The little fellow, feeling unjustly treated, was quite indignant, clearly intent on shirking responsibility. On the way back, he pondered that washing dishes was indeed beyond him. How could a dignified prince stoop to such menial labor? If it came to it, he could simply sleep on his stomach at night. After all, Li Qing would not dare to truly punish him. Instead of erupting in anger, Li Qing walked directly to the courtyard wall and snapped off a slender green bamboo branch. As he swung it, the thin strip whistled through the air, creating a sound that echoed with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, akin to a mountain collapsing. The little rascal immediately reconsidered his defiance, taking a day off. Chapter 111. A Young Gentleman. In the eastern kitchen, Zhu Houzhao sat on a small stool, reluctantly dipping his tiny hands into the basin of water, only to retract them as if shocked, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Using such icy water to wash the dishes will surely harm my hands and affect my ability to study and write. Will you wash or not? I would prefer to use warm water, Zhu Houzhao weakly suggested. It snowed just over half a month ago. What if my hands suffer from frostbite? You would be hard-pressed to explain that, wouldn't you? The child was certainly clever, even employing subtle threats, albeit in a misguided manner. Li Qing replied, warm water is permissible. But can you boil the water? Can you teach me? Certainly, but you must cover the cost of the firewood. But I have no money. The little one protested, frustrated. The palace funds are off limits, and knowing I lack funds, you cannot expect me to exchange more labor for it. Can you? A teachable child indeed, Li Qing complimented. Yet this only incited further frustration in the little one, who internally cursed Li Qing while outwardly proclaiming, one must adhere to a gradual process. I can endure some hardship, but there must be an adaptation period. Zhu Houzhao protested, Li Laosher, I am but a child. You cannot impose adult standards upon me. If I were to hold you to adult standards, you would wash the pots too, and you would also serve tea and water, Li Qing responded with a cold demeanor. I do not charge you tuition. I provide for your meals, drinks, and sleep. Yet you balk at the mere task of washing dishes. Consider yourself fortunate. And do not dare to bargain further, lest I demonstrate my resolve. Am I to be grateful for this? What else? Li Qing replied with indifference. Just say thank you. You are excessively tyrannical. With a swift motion, Li Qing flung the gourd rind into the pot and advanced to confront him. The little one, startled, fell backward, pain and grievance flooding over him, and he began to wail. I said I would not come. You insisted. You know I cannot endure hardship. Yet you still force me to suffer. The little one was genuinely heartbroken, with not a trace of pretense. Li Qing remained unmoved, quietly observing him weep. After a considerable time, Zhu Houzhao could no longer cry. His tearful gaze fixed on Li Qing as he implored, what do you truly desire from me? Uphold your promise and work, Li Qing replied. I truly cannot, Zhu Houzhao lamented. I shall teach you, came the response. Oh, crying proved futile. Causing a ruckus would only lead to punishment. The proud identity he held had become merely a facade. The little one truly had no recourse but to resign himself to his fate. As Zhu Houzhao sobbed, he followed Li Qing's guidance. And after a quarter of an hour of stumbling, he finally managed to cleanse 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks. With tear-filled eyes and reddened hands, the little one, still sniffling, inquired, is it done? Yes, you may rest now. The small child, feeling a sense of relief, stood up and took a couple of steps outside before turning back to ask, where shall I sleep? Follow me, replied Li Qing, leading the little one to a west-facing room. He retrieved bedding from the cupboard and arranged it neatly, saying, get some rest early. Having said that, he began to leave. Wait, just a moment, the little one asked, do I sleep alone? Li Qing, taken aback, responded, you are not an infant. Do you not usually sleep alone? Yes, but... The child pouted. There were always servants nearby, and now you want me to sleep alone? The small one felt a twinge of fear, for the environment was unfamiliar and the darkness of night had settled in, casting shadows in the dimly lit room. Coupled with the day's myriad of negative emotions, it left him devoid of any sense of security. I am right next door. You may call for me if needed, Li Qing assured him, adding, of course. Do not shout unnecessarily. Can I perhaps have a companion? Absolutely not, Li Qing replied coolly. Do not negotiate with me further, nor use your youth as an excuse. Remember this. Are you not afraid of what might happen to me? Li Qing stated, firstly, we are in the capital. There are no kidnappers lurking about. Secondly, even if there were villains, I could ensure your safety. In essence, as long as you do not seek trouble, there will be no what-ifs. What do you mean by not seeking trouble? It means do not oppose me or flaunt your cleverness, Li Qing explained. As long as I am here, there is no danger, But to you, I, myself, may pose a risk. The little one was taken aback and felt the urge to cry once more. Teacher Li, your benevolence and magnanimity, I implore you, spare me. Li Qing sighed, his patience waning. We have classes to attend tomorrow. Hurry and sleep. The mention of tomorrow only deepened the child's sorrow, facing punishment, reprimands, and the burden of learning. What a hellish existence this was. Zhu Houzhao began to reminisce about the old stalwarts who spoke in archaic phrases and readily reported grievances. Compared to Li Qing, those individuals seemed almost benevolent. Sleep. As the little one was about to plead again, he was startled by Li Qing's firm command. Pouting, he shuffled his feet, kicked off his shoes, and, whimpering, burrowed into the covers, revealing just his small head while occasionally wiping tears with the back of his hand. Children of this age are most endearing, and anyone else would likely soften at the sight. Li Qing exhaled deeply and said, "Sleep soundly. I will call for you in the morning." The only response he received was the sound of suppressed sobs. Li Qing closed the door, his footsteps gradually fading away. Zhu Houzhao turned sideways, gazing out the window, lost in thought. The sky darkened as twilight descended, with only a faint light filtering through the paper window. A sense of fear and confusion filled the little one's heart. The young child's delicate face was etched with sorrow. Since he could remember, he had been enveloped in an environment of utmost luxury, which led him to take his fortune for granted, believing it to be a given. Yet now, he was acutely aware of how blissful his previous existence had been. "Is this all right?" Li Shuer expressed her concern, pondering whether they might be overstepping. "Not at all." Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "The child is merely 5 years old, yet he is not an ordinary 5-year-old. Compared to his peers, he possesses a mature and well-rounded intellect. When it comes to dealing with mischievous children, I have ample experience." Li Shuer was left speechless. "So, how do you intend to proceed?" "Quite simply, through play." Li Qing stated. "Learning to read and write does not require my instruction. Children are innately playful. It is only through play that they can grow, reinforcing their memories so they do not easily fade with time." Li Shuer pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Such a novel approach to teaching will undoubtedly foster profound memories." With a smile, she added, "Having a child around, though a bit naughty, brings a touch of joy, indeed. The little one is rather endearing." Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Let the training commence." The following day, as dawn broke, he called out, "Wake up. It's time to rise." The little one, still groggy, opened his eyes to find Li Qing's youthful and handsome face before him. His heart fluttered, and he murmured, "The nightmare is indeed real. I have truly fallen into your clutches." Li Qing's expression darkened. "Quickly, get dressed. Class starts soon." Zhu Houzhao glanced at the window and felt a surge of morning irritation, exclaiming, "But it's not even light yet. This is class, not court. You have but 15 minutes. Li Qing replied, walking away without looking back. Fuming, the little one kicked his legs in frustration, quickly exhausting the warmth of his blankets. Reluctantly, he climbed out of bed to dress himself. Without Li Qing's guidance, he forgot how to put on his clothes. The more anxious he became, the more difficult it was to dress properly, ultimately leading him to wail in distress. "What are you crying about?" Li Qing re-entered the room. With tear-filled eyes, Zhu Houzhao, feeling both wronged and indignant, exclaimed, "Dressing is too hard. I cannot do it." "Then simply do not learn. A dignified prince should not be reduced to tears." "You know I am the prince?" Zhu Houzhao, too afraid to voice it, wiped his tears and nodded. Under Li Qing's guidance, after a moment of focus, the little one managed to dress himself, a sense of accomplishment blossoming within him. Li Qing observed with a smile, asking, "Have you learned this time?" "Yes." The little one proudly puffed out his chest. "Good, now let us wash up." The child nodded and followed Li Qing out of the room. The washing water was warm, bringing a gentle wave of happiness to the little one. For the first time, he felt that using warm water for washing was a delightful experience. However, his sense of happiness was short-lived, as Li Qing instructed him to wash himself independently. How to brush teeth, how to brush the incisors, how to brush the molars. What is the ratio of salt to water? After a single brushing session, which lasted a full 15 minutes, the little one felt as though his mouth had swollen, barely managing to meet Li Qing's satisfaction. Washing and drying his face consumed another quarter of an hour, leaving the warm water lukewarm. Finally, the little one wiped his face with a huff, tossing aside the towel, and exclaimed, "Is this satisfactory now?" With a smile, Li Qing nodded and remarked, at last, "You resemble a little gentleman." The disgruntled child, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of joy and pouted, "I am not a 3-year-old." Meanwhile, Li Qing cheerfully interjected, "Indeed. His Highness is already 5 years old." However, the emphasis was not on age, but rather on the little gentleman aspect. Zhu Houzhao cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, feeling that her words lacked the charm of Li Qing's. Clearing his throat, Zhu Houzhao declared, "To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Shouldn't we have a hearty meal before class?" Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Let us go indulge in some delicious food." Surprised by the amiable response, the little one felt a surge of happiness. The trio ventured to the nearest modest market, halting in front of a wonton stall, where Li Qing ordered 3 bowls of wontons, with the little one specifically requesting, "Make them large," while the vendor prepared the wontons. Zhu Houzhao's attention wandered to the surrounding stalls and passers-by, taking in the novelty of the scene. Having grown up, this was his first encounter with such a lively atmosphere, and he found it quite fascinating. As the steaming wontons arrived at the table, the little one eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, ready to devour them, only to have them swiftly knocked from his hands by Li Qing. "What are you doing? Patience is a virtue. If you don't mind the heat, go ahead," Li Qing advised gently, blowing on his own wontons. The little one, slightly disgruntled, imitated Li Qing by picking up a wonton and blowing on it. But his lack of dexterity with chopsticks resulted in the wonton plummeting back into the bowl before it could cool. After several attempts, the little one grew increasingly frustrated. Fortunately, the vendor, displaying keen observation, promptly provided a small spoon, allowing the little one to scoop the wontons with ease, eliminating the worry of futile effort. And he soon savored the delectable wontons. "They're so delicious," he slurped, his little face radiating satisfaction. In truth, they were not exceptionally tasty, far inferior to the imperial delicacies. Yet the little one found them delightful due to the novelty and the bold flavors. Common folk rarely dined out, and even a bowl of wontons was considered a luxury. If the vendor hesitated to add condiments, patrons would feel cheated. Moreover, labor required ample oil and salt, and vendors who offered lighter fare would struggle to retain customers. However, Zhu Houzhao was different. The imperial cuisine was inherently light, lacking in oil and salt, and experiencing this burst of flavor for the first time, he felt an endless delight. The more he ate, the stronger the peppery taste became, causing him to slurp and relish the spiciness, ultimately devouring every last wonton and savoring the broth with his spoon, feeling thoroughly content. Yet, being merely a 5-year-old child, consuming so much left him in a state of fullness, causing him to burp repeatedly. In truth, he was not entirely greedy. The primary difference lay in the fact that Li Qing's household did not allow for the same indulgences as the palace. In the palace, one could eat at any moment, whereas in Li Qing's home, meals were strictly confined to designated times with no snacks to be had. Furthermore, his physical activities were considerable, and at this hour, being only at the beginning of the morning, if he did not consume enough, he would be left famished before noon. Having settled the payment, Li Qing took the opportunity to purchase some vegetables. The small child, transformed into a shadow, trailed closely behind him, curiously inspecting this and that, displaying no signs of shyness and even believing he was assisting in selecting the produce, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a delightful stroll, upon completing the vegetable shopping, Li Qing also acquired a small bag of candies. By the time they departed the market, the little one was no longer as stuffed. On the way home, the greedy little one began to eye the candies, repeatedly reaching out with his tiny hands, though not once did he succeed. With a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, "Only children eat candies. What adult would?" He considered it quite childish. Li Qing paid him no mind, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Li Qing, treating him as if he were invisible. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the child had yet to taste a single piece of candy. Disappointed, he mumbled something about being tired of it and resignedly asked, "Are we about to start class?" Li Qing nodded, replying, "Very soon. Make sure to take care of any business first, lest you find yourself in a predicament during class. Can you manage that?" "How vulgar," the small one retorted, rolling his eyes, but he complied nonetheless. A quarter of an hour passed, and Li Qing began to suspect that the child had perhaps fallen in. Just as he was about to investigate, the little one finally emerged, walking gingerly and clearly suffering from numb legs. "Teacherly, my legs are terribly numb. Would you grant me a quarter of an hour to recover?" Zhu Houzhao was indeed stalling, having developed a resistance to early learning. Furthermore, with Li Qing as the instructor, he feared the inevitable reprimands during the lesson. Thus, he sought to delay for as long as possible. Li Qing, not overly concerned with this brief respite, granted him the time to alleviate his discomfort. In the blink of an eye, the quarter hour passed. Understanding Li Qing's temperament, Zhu Houzhao did not press his luck further and sighed, "Let us begin." Li Qing tucked the candies from the bamboo basket into his coat and rose, saying, "Follow me." Huh. The little one was bewildered. Where to? To class. Are we going to the Grand Xinyuan Hall, or perhaps the Qingqing Palace, or the Eastern Palace? Zhu Houzhao's heart raced with excitement. His imagination ignited. What a splendid adventure. However, Li Qing had no intention of leading him to the palace. In fact, they did not even leave the village, merely meandering about. Disappointment washed over Zhu Houzhao, accompanied by a sense of curiosity. What sort of class is this? Yet, he thought to himself, this unconventional lesson was rather pleasant. No need for formal rhetoric, no loud recitations, nor any writing required. It felt delightfully effortless. After a full quarter of an hour of wandering, Li Qing finally came to a halt. Zhu Houzhao followed suit, turning to see what had captured Li Qing's attention. A group of children, roughly his age, were playing with mud at the entrance, shaping it into round, square, and hollow forms through playful tumbling and tossing, then smashing it down with a resounding clap. The back of the round and square clumps of mud burst forth with a loud thud, resounding even more than Li Qing's palm striking his backside. A group of children erupted into laughter, chattering away as they compared whose hole was the largest. Then they resumed their playful antics, ready for the next round of competition. Suddenly, Li Qing asked, "Do you want to play?" I, Zhu Houzhao, felt that it was beneath my dignity, yet I had no desire to study or write, so I nodded. "Is that all right?" "Of course, go ahead," Li Qing replied. Elated yet doubtful, I hesitated, asking, "You're not testing me, are you?" "Oh, I wouldn't bother playing with filthy mud," he dismissed. "If you don't want to play, we can just go back to studying." "I want to play," I quickly retorted, eager to engage in the mud. Without further ado, I dashed over. I was quite familiar with the group and immediately picked up a freshly molded piece of mud, hurling it with vigor, causing a large hole to erupt from the back. It was my first time playing, yet without anyone's guidance, the outcome was surprisingly effective. Evidently, children possess an innate talent for play. I placed my hands on my hips and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "See, I'm quite impressive." The other children looked at me in astonishment, and one among them retorted angrily, "I took great care to make that. Who told you to throw it?" With that, he shoved me hard. I lost my balance and fell onto my backside. It was March, and the warmth of summer was still a distant thought. I wasn't dressed lightly, so the fall didn't hurt much, but it filled me with indignation. As the crown prince, I had endured Li Qing's teasing before, but being bullied by a peer was intolerable. I dusted myself off and retaliated. However, the other children, united in their cause, rallied to defend their friend. Having enjoyed a privileged upbringing, I was stronger and more robust than my peers. Yet, it was futile against 5 opponents. In mere moments, I found myself tumbling down again, and soon the children piled atop me like a tower. "Ouch! I can't move," I cried out in helpless fury. "Let me go, you rascals." "You're the rascal, you little brat." The children, though inexperienced in fighting, were adept at insults, far surpassing my own abilities. Frustrated and breathless, I sought to retaliate but found myself unable to move. I could only muster the strength to shout, "Li Qing, help me, save me." Just as I finished speaking, I felt a sudden lightness. My spirits lifted immediately. I pointed at my peers and gritted my teeth, declaring, "Go, give them a taste of their own medicine." However, a sharp slap interrupted my words. Infuriated, I exclaimed, "If you won't hit them, why strike me?" Li Qing retorted tersely, "If you keep talking nonsense, it won't just be a slap." I felt utterly wronged, and tears streamed down my face in frustration. The other children, seeing an adult approach, quickly called for their grandfather. In a matter of moments, the elderly from the neighboring households emerged, alerted by the commotion. At this time of day, the younger couples were toiling away in the fields, leaving only the elders at home. Upon seeing Li Qing's dignified demeanor and the fine quality of his clothing, they didn't inquire further and were ready to discipline their own grandchildren. Li Qing hastily intervened, smiling as he remarked that it is perfectly normal for children to engage in playful scuffles and that there was no need for anger. He introduced himself as a resident of the township, albeit one who resides primarily in Jiangnan. After sharing a brief account of the situation, he produced some candies and distributed them among the children, before engaging in conversation with the 2 elderly individuals. Observing his cultured and gentle demeanor, coupled with his down-to-earth manner of speaking, the elders gradually relaxed, offering a few admonitions to their grandson, and ceased to interfere in the minor disputes among the children. The playful antics of the little ones were indeed commonplace, and Li Qing remained unperturbed, as did the two elders. Turning to Zhu Houzhao, Li Qing advised, "If you wish to play, do so with the clay, but refrain from throwing it at others." The young lad, still fuming, dared not retort but stubbornly turned his head away, muttering, "I won't play anymore. Is that all right? Here, take one." A larger child offered him a carefully molded piece, saying, "You don't need to play with the clay. I'll share some with you." Candies were a rare treat, typically enjoyed only during festive occasions. And today each child received 5 or 6 pieces, making the little bit of clay seem insignificant in comparison. Zhu Houzhao felt a twinge of temptation, yet having just issued a harsh statement, he hesitated to accept. "Be a man, don't be petty. Just enjoy your play," Li Qing said with mild annoyance. "You are the teacher. I shall heed your advice," Zhu Houzhao replied, finding a way to save face as he accepted the lump of clay and tossed it with a satisfying thud. The children resumed their frolicking, delighting in both the candies and their playtime, laughing heartily. Before long, the little one had forgotten his earlier grievances and fully integrated into the fun. Li Qing did not intervene, allowing the two elders to continue their idle chatter. After a while, having exhausted the conversation, the elders led their grandchildren home, leaving only Li Qing and Zhu Houzhao on the street. The young boy, still yearning for more, expressed his frustration, saying, "I will soon surpass them." Li Qing chuckled heartily. Let us be on our way. Chapter 113. The proper way to engage with mischievous children. Are you happy? Zhu Houzhao grumbled, not that it was particularly entertaining. Li Qing smiled and chose not to elaborate further. A quarter of an hour later, they returned to the courtyard, and the little one grew anxious, tentatively inquiring, "Is it time for class?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "Why not head to the study and practice writing for a while?" "What should I write?" the boy asked. "Write whatever you can," Li Qing nonchalantly gestured, before making his way to the sitting room. Zhu Houzhao stood still for a moment, then hurried into the study. This was far better than he had anticipated. There were no esoteric texts or questions to ponder, nor any lectures to endure. It was simply too liberating. Although Li Qing did not impose strict requirements, the young lad did not take the task lightly, diligently writing over 200 characters. His handwriting was barely legible and far from aesthetically pleasing, but considering he was only 5 years old, Li Qing refrained from lecturing or criticizing him. Zhu Houzhao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that the paper was subpar and that he lacked experience in grinding ink, which would have enhanced the appearance of his writing. Li Qing simply smiled and suggested he pay more attention next time he ground the ink. The little one felt a mix of relief and embarrassment, nodding earnestly in agreement. For lunch, they enjoyed dumplings instead of the usual noodle dish. Uncertain of how Li Qing prepared the filling, it was undeniably delicious, especially when paired with the tangy and spicy dipping sauce. The little one devoured an entire bowl, followed by half a bowl of dumpling soup, feeling warm and content. Zhu Houzhao reclined against the chair, placing his small hands on his belly, emulating Li Qing, while Li Qing basked in the sun, her cheeks glowing with a rosy hue, relishing the rare tranquility. After a while, it was time to wash the dishes. To my surprise, the little one had become less resistant to this task, jumping off the chair and carrying the bowls and chopsticks to the eastern kitchen. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, remarking on the swift change. Li Qing chuckled. "This isn't my first unruly child." Curiosity piqued, Li Qing hesitantly asked, "Am I considered an unruly child?" Li Qing replied leisurely, "Compared to your mother, you are but a novice." In truth, Li Qing was not unruly. Her behavior was quite commendable, with the exception of her sometimes misguided intentions. Li Hao could be a bit unruly, yet not to the extent of Li Jinglong. Speaking of unruly children, Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Jianxin, and Zhu Houzhao came to mind. While Zhu Houzhao was more of a cunning boy, not fitting the description of an unruly child. In fact, these 3 unruly children were far more mischievous than the little one currently before them. Li Qing had managed to handle them with ease, so dealing with this small child was naturally effortless. About 15 minutes later, the little one returned from the eastern kitchen, proudly announcing, "I've finished washing." Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement and continued to chat with Li Qing. "Perhaps you should take a look, just in case something is amiss," the little one suggested. Li Qing was taken aback by the rapid transformation within a single day. Li Qing, however, understood the reason behind the little one's newfound pride and chuckled. All right. Let me see. Upon entering the eastern kitchen, he found exactly what he expected. The little one had even scrubbed the pots. Although the work was done rather hastily, Li Qing still offered praise for the effort. Li Shuer, who had followed him in, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Highness, how did you manage this?" "Who am I?" Zhu Houzhao replied with pride. "If I set my mind to it, there is nothing I cannot accomplish." However, realizing that such a statement might come off as boastful, he quickly added, "Except for studying, there are no shortcuts to that." Li Shuer chuckled softly. "You haven't explained how you accomplished this yet," she noted, bemused by the sight of the older child who, even when standing on a stool, could not reach the bottom of the pots. Li Qing remarked, clearly. He climbed onto the stove. "I didn't make a mess of the stove," the little one retorted, "and I didn't get my clothes or shoes wet." Li Qing nodded. "You shall be rewarded with an additional half an hour of nap time. Off you go." Merely offering verbal praise would not ignite the little one's ambition. It was essential to provide some tangible rewards, while also maintaining a balance, lest it foster a mindset of only acting for rewards. The little one beamed with joy, asking, "Can I use my nap time freely?" "Of course," came the reply. The little one jumped up joyfully, quickly scooping a small basin of water before dashing off. Li Shuer, concerned he might run outside, called out, "Your Highness." "No need to worry. He won't run out," Li Qing reassured her. Li Qing smiled and said, "You will know if you go outside and take a look." With that, he picked up a ladle floating in the water tank and began to knead the clay for a second time. When Li Shuer stepped outside, she found the little one squatting in the corner, busily engaged in some task with his little bottom in the air. Curiously, she approached and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Zhu Houzhao, without turning his head, replied, "I'm mixing clay. This morning, I encountered a few audacious children, and next time I want to show them my prowess." Li Shuer was taken aback, a thought suddenly crossing her mind. Is he really starting to learn how to mix clay at such a young age? With nothing else to do, she watched him with great interest as he worked with the mud, adding soil when it was too soft and water when it was too dry. The clay grew in quantity as the little one busily rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms, seemingly oblivious to the cold. Just before the water in the basin ran out, he finally managed to create a moldable lump of clay. The little one grinned widely, his face radiating joy and satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Am I not impressive?" Li Shuer couldn't help but nod and asked, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with this?" You will know soon enough," Zhu Houzhao replied, setting down his sleeves and beginning to transport the clay under the eaves, where he repeatedly pounded and shaped it. Li Shuer watched with keen interest. Before long, the little one molded a hollow circular piece of clay, resembling a dumpling skin yet to be filled. Holding it in his palm, Zhu Houzhao proudly declared, "Watch closely." With that, he raised it high, flipped his small hand, and brought it crashing down. A loud bang echoed, as a large hole burst open in the back of the dumpling skin, sending clay flying, with the largest piece landing squarely on his face. Zhu Houzhao, unbothered, didn't he even attempt to clean up. Instead, he gleefully asked Li Shuer, "Wasn't he that loud?" Having never played with such a thing before, Li Shuer was momentarily taken aback and replied, "It certainly was." Haha. The little one was overjoyed and continued to smash and pound, exclaiming that the next one would be even louder. Li Shuer burst into laughter at his antics. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Li Qing approaching, and she stepped down from the eaves, softly asking, "Is this what he was playing with this morning?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied. Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle. If those scholars and officials were to find out, I fear they would collectively lose their minds. "Let them be," Li Qing chuckled. "When it comes to my teachings, I shall do as I please." With that, he stepped forward. Zhu Houzhao, noticing his approach, immediately boasted about the new piece he had crafted, asking, "What do you think? Is it not better than that group of little rascals?" Li Qing replied, "The true measure of quality will be revealed in a contest. Next time, I shall definitely win." The little one huffed, continuing to play with the clay. Li Qing chose not to interrupt him and instead joined Li Shuer in basking in the sunlight, sharing insights about cultivation, while the cheerful sounds of the little one's clay explosions provided a lively backdrop. Before they knew it, the hour had grown late. Li Qing stood and stretched, asking, "Are you done playing?" Zhu Houzhao nodded, slightly disappointed, saying, "I lost it." "Lost what?" Li Qing asked with amusement. "Come on. Let us go retrieve it." The little one was taken aback. Then his face blossomed with joy as he incredulously asked, "Really?" "Of course. Li Qing remarked. You are my student. While you may not care about face, I certainly do. How can I allow myself to be overshadowed like this? Zhu Yijuan's flushed face radiated excitement as he declared, This time, I am certain to win. What are you still standing there for? Let us go. The little one resembled a general preparing for battle, full of vigor and determination. However, Li Qing playfully smacked his head and retorted, Is that how you intend to go? Deflated, the young boy expressed his discontent. I knew you weren't being sincere. You were just teasing me. Li Qing chuckled. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. The clay is nearly dry. Go to the storage room and find a gourd to fill with water. The boy paused for a moment, then brightened again and hurried off. Fortuitously, Zhu Yijuan's opponents from the morning were still present, though few in number. Instead of playing with mud, they had switched to a game of eagles catching chicks. Thanks to the sweets from the morning, several children no longer regarded him with hostility and enthusiastically invited him to join. Although Zhu Yijuan was not opposed to the game, he was eager to reclaim his honor and said, This is rather dull. We should play with mud instead. To his surprise, the other children showed no interest, saying, If you don't want to play, then forget it. Unwilling to concede, the clever lad thought for a moment and proposed, If we play with mud, I will bring you candy tomorrow. Really? The children were instantly intrigued, halting their movements. Zhu Yijuan instinctively nodded, but then remembered he had no money and looked hopefully at Li Qing, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I always keep my word. The boy declared proudly, My family is well off. All right, let us play with mud. They began mixing, molding, and launching mud balls. Li Qing observed from a distance, allowing Zhu Yijuan to express himself freely. Amid the sounds of mud splattering, laughter filled the air, each child striving to outdo the others. After a considerable time, Zhu Yijuan had his fill. Though he did not win, he did not consider it a loss either, for it was his first attempt, and achieving such results was commendable. You must honor your word, a child reminded him, while another chimed in, Let us make a pact. Zhu Yijuan found this childish but complied, saying, I promise you will have candy tomorrow. Come early, they urged. Zhu Yijuan, turning his back to the group, spoke in a tone of a sage. My word is worth its weight in gold. After walking a short distance, he finally set aside his self-appointed authoritative demeanor and sheepishly admitted, I didn't expect they would have a trick up their sleeves. With a bit more practice, victory will surely be mine. Li Qing chuckled softly and asked, Do you still harbor resentment towards them? Zhu Yijuan puffed out his cheeks and grumbled, It's not resentment per se, but those little rascals were indeed insufferable. What was so insufferable? They hit me and called me names. It's infuriating to think about. I may have made a mistake, but they had no right to hit me. They insulted me countless times, using such foul language. If this were taken seriously, it would be worthy of capital punishment. Li Qing replied, Who was at fault first? But they, Zhu Yijuan exclaimed, You are not siding with me at all. Have you ever considered what would happen if I stood by your side, took a stand for you, and punished them as you suggested, imprisoning them? Would you still be able to play in the mud with them? Li Qing spoke softly, adding, Moreover, have they truly committed an unforgivable crime? The little one, feeling vexed, replied, I already said I am no longer angry, but since you insist on asking, fine, it is not an unforgivable crime, and I will not hold it against them. Li Qing chuckled and inquired, If given a chance to start anew, would you still wish for me to side with you and punish them? Zhu Yijuan fell silent. The child, reluctant to lose face yet unable to utter insincere words, changed the subject. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Li Qing, without resorting to force, simply stated, Is it truly the mark of a man to evade challenges? Zhu Yijuan sighed dramatically, Well, no. Upon uttering those words, the little one felt a wave of relief wash over him, saying, In truth, it is not a matter of great significance. We were both merely swept up in our emotions, lacking calmness. I was, and so were they. It has passed, and that is that. Li Qing nodded in appreciation, Indeed. You are correct. The child, scratching his head, sheepishly admitted, Honestly, I didn't take it to heart. I was just quite angry at the time. But if you let your anger dictate your actions, there may be no room for redemption. Li Qing shifted his tone to a more serious one. Today, I am here with you, and I did not heed your words. But what if it were someone else? Would they still listen to you? Zhu Yijuan. He sighed. You must remember, never make decisions when you are angry. What seems intolerable in a moment of rage often pales in comparison once you regain your composure. Li Qing's tone grew increasingly stern. Some people spend their entire lives trying to create waves, while others, with a mere thought, can stir up a storm. You possess unparalleled power, bound to countless lives. Many are born because of you, and many perish due to you. Must you not exercise utmost caution? Pausing, he continued. As you mentioned, one could execute them for their crimes. But is that truly the responsibility of a crown prince, a future emperor? Zhu Houzhao lowered his head and gently shook it. Li Qing exhaled, softening his demeanor. You are but a child. They are children as well. You have received the finest education, while they have only played in the mud. This is an incomparable disparity. Do you understand? I understand, Zhu Houzhao replied. What do you understand? The little one pondered for a moment and said, just as you cannot impose your standards upon me, I cannot impose my standards upon them, correct? Li Qing smiled again, nodding in agreement. Precisely. With a sigh akin to that of a little adult, Zhu Houzhao remarked, I will remember. Do you truly remember? Indeed. I do. Well then, that is good to hear, Li Qing remarked. Having played and quarreled with them, how do you feel about it? Zhu Houzhao thought for a moment and slightly shook his head. I do not quite understand. Li Qing found it somewhat challenging to expect him to arrive at this understanding on his own, so he took the initiative to articulate it. They are indeed living beings, capable of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. They, like you, play in the mud. They are not mere numbers. In times of natural calamity, there are always those who suffer. The official documents submitted by local officials to the court represent vibrant lives. Li Qing was certainly not attempting to instill in Zhu Houzhao the concept of equality among all people. That would be impossible, at least in this era. Rather, his aim was to cultivate empathy for the common folk within the young boy. In a decade or so, when you grow up, you will choose a consort, start a family, and they too will form families. You will become a husband, a father, a grandfather, just as they will. The distinction lies in the fact that you are destined to be a ruler while they are fated to be the ruled, yet you are not enemies. Li Qing did not intend for the young boy to grasp everything immediately. Instead, he sought to implant a general concept and a correct understanding that could be continuously reinforced to shape his perceptions. He wished to establish a memory anchor in the boy's mind, one that he would cherish, starting from everyday experiences. By allowing Zhu Houzhao to play and frolic with them, this imprint could be deeply engraved. Only through such an innovative approach to teaching could success be achieved. The young boy was undeniably astute. Although he could not fully comprehend Li Qing's intentions, and much of what he said escaped his grasp, he was still capable of discerning right from wrong, and some of it had indeed resonated with him. Upon returning home, Li Qing refrained from delivering lessons or assigning homework, granting Zhu Houzhao ample freedom. Naturally, the young boy was delighted and continued to play in the mud, yet inexplicably, a subtle sense of guilt began to stir within him. During dinner, after a moment of inner turmoil, he proactively suggested, let us commence lessons tomorrow. I will pay close attention. But first, I must insist that you refrain from resorting to violence. Li Qing chuckled and inquired, have you forgotten your promise to those other children? A flush crept across Zhu Houzhao's face as he responded sullenly, let us fulfill that promise before starting lessons. After a pause, he added, I will repay you for the cost of the sweets through additional labor. That is my vow. Now, that is what I call taking responsibility, Li Shuai remarked. Your Highness speaks with conviction and acts with courage. You are destined to become a wise ruler. The young boy pursed his lips and lowered his gaze to his meal. After dinner, Zhu Houzhao hesitantly said, I would like to take a hot bath. After a day spent in the dirt and grime, I promise to repay you for the firewood you have recorded. That is acceptable, but I have one condition, Li Qing responded. What is it? You shall gather the water for your bath, though I will teach you how and keep you company. This time, the young boy did not hesitate and readily agreed. Although he was to gather the water, he was merely a supporting character. It was still Li Qing who prepared it. Not only the bath water, but even during the bathing process, Li Qing did not truly allow him to fend for himself. Both tasks, whether heating water or taking a bath, carried certain risks that could not be taken lightly. The young boy comfortably leaned against the wall of the tub, gazing at Li Qing through the rising steam. Suddenly realizing that Li Qing was not so terrible after all. In fact, he seemed rather amiable. Li teacher, he coughed lightly. May I ask you something? Certainly. Li Qing replied. Why did my father permit you to teach me to read? Furthermore, it seems my grandfather holds you in very high regard. May I inquire as to the reason? Zhu Houzhao asked, perplexed. The Li family is affluent and powerful, having always been loyal to the throne, enjoying favor from emperors throughout the ages. However, it seems that this has not extended to the present circumstances. Moreover, Li Qing is not the Duke of Yongqing, merely a young member of the Li family. With a faint smile, Li Qing remarked, once the lecture concludes, you may inquire with your royal father and grandfather. The little one stepped forward, his small hands grasping the wall opposite him, inching closer to Li Qing. How long will this lecture take? He asked eagerly. It depends on your performance, Li Qing replied, setting down his book. It could be a month, perhaps 2, or even longer. We shall conclude when my expectations are met. I am rather unoccupied at the moment, so do not think you can simply linger. Of course not, Zhu Houzhao chuckled nervously. Today, while I was writing in the study, I didn't see any classical texts. What will you teach me? Li Qing chuckled softly. Why must it necessarily be classical texts? Is reading and writing the only form of education? Isn't it? The young boy inquired, puzzled. Actually, the lesson began the moment you entered this courtyard yesterday. Li Qing clarified. The little one's mouth gaped in astonishment. So, I have already been in class for a day and a half. Yes, indeed. But how was I to know? Li Qing smiled. I employ an immersive teaching method, which differs from that of other instructors. So, will it always be like this? Isn't this method delightful? Of course it is. The little one exclaimed, joyfully splashing water as he waved his fists, though he quickly halted, sheepishly adding, I got a bit too excited, please don't be angry. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. Indeed, I feel as though I have been struck by immense happiness. Zhu Houzhao grinned, feeling buoyant with joy. After a moment, he expressed concern. With this teaching method, what should I say when my father and grandfather question me upon my return to the palace? Do not worry. You will have no trouble explaining, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. If they are dissatisfied, it will be directed at me, not you. That is true. The little one sighed in relief, his spirits lifted. Teacher Li, may I call you something else? What would you like to change it to? Li Xianxing, the little one suggested. Li Qing laughed. Is there a distinction? Certainly. A teacher is an old mentor, often a middle-aged man with a long beard. You are not old. You are merely in your youth. So it feels odd to call you that. Who told you that a teacher must be old? All the teachers I have encountered have been like that. Zhu Houzhao replied matter-of-factly. That interpretation is incorrect, but never mind. Call me what you wish, Li Qing said, dismissing the argument. The young boy nodded cheerfully, tilting his head. Xianxing, I find you rather handsome. When I grow up, I hope to be as charming as you. Tell me, does your father possess more handsomeness than I? This question left the little one momentarily speechless. Chapter 115. The attention-seeking youngster splash. Water splattered as the little one was pulled out, bare and slightly embarrassed. Li Qing picked up a large towel and swiftly dried the droplets from his body, tossing him into the quilt while saying, Get to bed early. We need to head to the market first thing tomorrow. Isn't it a bit too early to sleep when the sky isn't even dark yet? Zhu Houzhao replied awkwardly. Tell me something about my studies or some grand principles. Otherwise, I can't shake off this sense of guilt. Li Qing chuckled softly. Grand principles can be rather abstract. Leaving aside the scholars from the Hanlin Academy, your father and grandfather have surely imparted much wisdom to you. Have you truly absorbed and internalized it? The young lad pouted. But one must learn something, right? What if I end up like the foolish ado, lost in oblivion? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I have spoken of grand principles before. Did you not grasp what I shared with you on our way home this afternoon? How much of it did you actually retain? Zhu Houzhao scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly admitting, I didn't quite remember everything. Not remembering is quite normal. Li Qing did not elaborate and walked straight outside. The little one pouted, mumbling, That's just typical of me. If it were any other boy my age, you'd certainly hinder them. Is your handsome appearance more impressive than my father's? Can good looks fill one's stomach? Do not underestimate the youth's potential. The truth will reveal itself in a decade or so. He rambled on for a while, and soon, fatigue overcame him. After an active day and the soothing warmth of a hot bath, he quickly fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, dawn was breaking. Awake? The little one rubbed his small fists against his eyes, his dark, button-like eyes gradually regaining clarity. After a yawn, he declared, Time to get up. Li Qing placed a cotton coat at the head of the bed and began dressing. I can manage, no need for guidance. The little fellow, now bare-bottomed, felt too shy to ask Li Qing for help again, confident in his own abilities. Li Qing, amused, rose and said, Don't overexert yourself. I know, the little one urged. I just need a moment. After a while, he called, Sir, could you assist me, please? Next time, I promise I can dress myself. He added while on the way to the market. Li Qing merely smiled in response. Li Shuer offered him encouragement and affirmation. After their morning market visit, the trio took a brief stroll. Li Qing purchased some rice, flour, and cooking oil, along with a small bag of candies. On the way home, the little one proudly proclaimed, "Let me carry the candy." Li Shuer inquired with a smile, "Does His Highness enjoy sweets?" "Oh, I've had everything. I'm not particularly fond of these. I just want to help relieve some of Sir's burden," the little one replied earnestly. Li Qing understood the child's intentions, but chose not to point it out. He took the bag of candies from the bamboo basket and handed it over, saying, "Here, take it." Zhu Houzhao gleefully accepted it, tucking it into his bosom and giving it a pat. The little fellow grinned widely, his chest puffed out, standing tall, his spirits exceptionally high. Li Shuer was taken aback, realizing he was a show-off, eager to flaunt his superiority. Across the way, a group of children caught sight of him. Unable to contain himself, the little one shouted enthusiastically, "Look over here." Several children, engaged in their game of pebbles, paused to glance up, and upon confirming his arrival, they joyfully abandoned their game and rushed forward. "Hold on, don't rush." Zhu Houzhao clutched his chest and murmured, "No one shall suffer a loss. Line up properly, or there will be no sweets for you." This statement proved effective, as several children immediately formed a queue. The little fellow's vanity was thus satisfied, and he proceeded to retrieve his candies, counting them out before distributing one to each child. Before long, every child received an equal number of sweets, and the impression of the foolish son of the landlord was notably positive. Zhu Houzhao unwrapped a piece of candy, popping the last remaining one into his mouth, crunching it loudly, and thought to himself, "It isn't even that delicious." Such a lavish way of indulging was unique to him. Others savored the sweetness, making a single piece last quite a while. Observing his manner of consumption only solidified the impression of the foolish son of the landlord. With the saying, "One is at a disadvantage when receiving," even children were not exempt. After sharing the candies, the group of children grew friendlier towards him, inviting him to join their game of stones. Li Qing had no objections, and Zhu Houzhao certainly would not decline. The little fellow quickly immersed himself in the game, casting aside his boastful claims from the previous day about winning. Li Qing allowed him to enjoy himself without interruption, recognizing that even precocious children should embrace their youth without excessive ambition. Leaning against the mud-walled courtyard, Li Qing folded his arms, watching the little one play without interference. Without needing to turn around, Li Qing sensed Huang Jin's arrival. Shortly after, Huang Jin approached, instantly spotting the conspicuous crown prince, and remarked, "Is this truly acceptable? What could possibly be wrong?" Huang Jin awkwardly replied, "If this were to get back, it might cause a stir. Then why mention it?" Huang Jin chuckled ruefully. "With the crown prince here, how could it possibly go unnoticed? The cabinet and the 6 ministries are already aware. And so what if they are?" Li Qing responded nonchalantly, inquiring, "Did the Grand Emperor send you?" Huang Jin nodded. "Is he worried about his grandson, or perhaps about alchemy?" "A bit of both." Huang Jin replied with a dry laugh. "You promised to practice alchemy, yet it has been days without any progress. The Grand Emperor has been anticipating this for quite some time." "I've been preoccupied with teaching," Li Qing retorted. "I can't discern where you've been busy." "Your eyesight is poor. You simply cannot see clearly," Huang Jin replied. "Enough with the banter. Let us take the crown prince back. Lu Bing has also arrived." Li Qing casually commented, "Isn't Lu Bing's authority untouched? Why does he come here without cause?" Huang Jin explained, "Precisely because Lu Bing wishes to continue his duties. He is concerned about his health and seeks your assistance. He is only in his 50s. He is being overly cautious," Li Qing remarked. "Didn't you earlier suggest he might suddenly perish?" Li Qing sighed. "Didn't I provide preventative prescriptions and health methods? I shall tend to him shortly. Caution breeds no significant error." Huang Jin chuckled. "Unlike me, Lu Bing holds an important position as the commander of the Jinyue." As the crown prince approached, Huang Jin halted his conversation, contemplating whether to bow. Zhu Houzhao, perceiving his hesitation, waved his small hand in advance, signaling him not to bow. The little fellow relished the spotlight, yet he was acutely aware that revealing his identity would deter the other children from playing with him. As he approached, Zhu Houzhao was overtaken by a wave of apprehension, fearing that Huang Jin was sent to escort him back, a notion he was reluctant to entertain at this moment. "Did your grandfather send you?" Zhu Houzhao whispered, gesturing for Huang Jin to lower his voice. Huang Jin nodded in response. The little one grew increasingly anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, "I just arrived and haven't yet learned any genuine skills from Mr. Li." "Oh, your Highness has misunderstood." Huang Jin stifled a laugh. I am not here to take you back to the palace, but rather for Li Qing. Is that so? The little one visibly relaxed. Glancing back at his companions and then at Li Qing, he declared, since there are official matters to attend to, we shall return. Turning around, he called out, I'm heading home now. We shall play again this afternoon. Huang Jin was somewhat taken aback. How has the little prince become so understanding? Let us go? And ensure no one discovers my identity, Zhu Houzhao quietly reminded, leading the way. Huang Jin scratched his head, bewildered, casting a glance at Li Qing. Li Qing smiled and said, we can discuss it later. Sighing, Huang Jin trailed behind as the two of them, one large and one small, walked ahead. The little one occasionally jumped up to pat Li Qing's arm, realizing that Li Qing had leaned against the wall earlier and his long sleeves were now dusted. Observing this scene, a deeper smile graced Huang Jin's eyes as he thought joyfully. In the future, when the little prince ascends to the throne, Li Qing will similarly navigate the court with ease and grace. In the courtyard, Li Shuer and Lu Bing were engaged in a polite conversation. A large cloth bag filled with medicinal herbs lay atop the stone table. Upon the trio's return, the two ceased their discourse and rose to greet them leisurely. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Bing bowed deeply, then turned to Li Qing, offering a respectful salute. You are indeed the Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Houzhao exclaimed in astonishment, unable to conceal his disbelief. How can you be so young? Lu Bing froze, realizing he had spoken out of turn. He sought to rectify his blunder but was at a loss, casting an apologetic glance at Li Qing. Unexpectedly, the Duke of Yongqing's response was both simple and direct, as he playfully delivered a light slap to the prince's head, grumbling, where do you get all these questions? Off to the study to practice your writing. To everyone's surprise, the little prince complied without further inquiry and obediently went off to write. Lu Bing was taken aback. As the commander of the imperial guards, who had earned the trust of both emperors, he was well acquainted with the prince's temperament. When had the little prince become so obedient? Let us move to the guest hall, he said, regaining his composure and following Li Qing alongside Huang Jin. Once seated, Li Qing attentively observed Lu Bing, inquiring about his health. You appear well, with no issues. The past concerns have dissipated, so do not burden yourself with unnecessary fears. Lu Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he couldn't help but blush, awkwardly adding, the former emperor and the current one have placed such trust in me. I dare not fall ill. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Commander Lu has dedicated decades of service to the nation and its people. Your efforts are truly commendable. Not at all, Lu Bing quickly replied. If it weren't for the Duke of Yongqing, how could we enjoy such prestige today? That has little to do with me. My ability to serve as the prince consort is not due to my prowess, but rather the vision of our founding emperor, Li Qing remarked, waving his hand. Since you are here, let us attend to the alchemical furnace. Huang Jin added, the alchemical furnace is located in the storeroom by the eastern kitchen. Do remember to clean it thoroughly. Lu Bing shot Huang Jin a sidelong glance, clasped his hands towards Li Qing, and then turned to depart for the study. In the study, Zhu Houzhao was meticulously writing. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. It was unlike the aroma of food. This scent was uniquely refreshing, invigorating, and soothing to the soul. The young one set down his brush, rose, and leaned out of the window, only to discover a purple copper alchemical furnace emitting wisps of smoke. Li Qing sat before the furnace like an old sage, while Huang Jin tended to the charcoal stove, seemingly roasting sweet potatoes. As for Lu Bing, he was inhaling deeply, appearing rather unrefined. What is happening here? The curious child was both intrigued and fascinated. Abandoning his writing, he hurriedly dashed out of the study. What are you doing? Lu Bing hesitated to explain, fearing he might misspeak, and thus urged, Huang Jin, why don't you explain it to His Highness? Huang Jin, being a straightforward person, clarified, Your Highness, we are concocting elixirs. Concocting elixirs? The young one appeared somewhat perplexed, but then recalled his grandfather's inquiries about the arcane arts, nodding in understanding before exclaiming, Mr. Li, you can do this too? I possess many skills. Li Qing replied with an air of confidence. Huang Jin and Lu Bing nodded in agreement. It was no mere flattery. The title of universal sovereign bestowed upon the eternal youth marquis was far from exaggerated. He had served as a member of the Jinyui, held the position of supervising army, been a minister, a grand secretary of the cabinet, and a national master, engaging in battles against the Tartars and confronting the Walla, while also stirring the pot in Japan and causing disruptions in the kingdom of Frolang. Domestically, he focused on livelihood, economy, and education. Internationally, he amassed silver and exported debts. The grandeur of today's Ming dynasty was not solely the result of the efforts of the eternal youth marquis, yet he was undoubtedly an indispensable figure, without question. Zhu Houzhao, unaware of these matters, merely assumed Li Qing was boasting. The child pursed his lips and inquired, "Can you cultivate immortality? What do you think I am doing?" Li Qing retorted with a hint of amusement. "Is concocting a potion considered cultivating immortality?" The young one scoffed, dismissing it as mere trickery, claiming it was simply transforming medicinal broth into pills, which he deemed rather unimpressive. Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. That is indeed the case. It is essentially converting broth into pills. The young one sighed, adopting a mature demeanor, and remarked, "I must say, sir, do you have medical knowledge? Is it safe to consume?" In the child's understanding, only those of considerable age, at least middle-aged physicians, were worthy of trust, and Li Qing appeared too youthful. "I do not partake myself," Li Qing replied, further perplexing Zhu Houzhao. "If you do not dare to consume it, how can you offer it to others? Wouldn't that be endangering them?" Li Qing shrugged and smiled. "What can I say? Your grandfather insisted. Both the divine generals have arrived. I had no choice but to comply." "What?" Zhu Houzhao gasped, astonished. "Are you saying this is for my grandfather?" Huang Jin interjected. "Your Highness, Li Qing does not concoct recklessly. This elixir is beneficial and poses no harm." "Indeed, Your Highness, just take a whiff. It smells delightful," Lu Bing added, laughing awkwardly to lighten the mood. This is unacceptable." The young one was alarmed. Why would my grandfather bypass the many esteemed physicians in the imperial hospital to rely on a young novice? "I must go to the Grand Haishan Hall." The little fellow declared his intention to leave, but unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he was hoisted up. "Put me down." Zhu Houzhao kicked his legs in frustration, exclaiming, "Do you even realize the gravity of your actions? If anything were to happen to the emperor, the Li family wouldn't be able to protect you. You must halt this recklessness." Li Qing gave him a playful pat on the head, chiding, "Your grandfather is not the first to have tasted these concoctions. Your father has indulged as well. What makes you think you can lecture me on restraint?" Having struggled in vain, Zhu Houzhao reluctantly conceded, "Fine, you can eat first." After a pause, he turned to Huang Jin and Lu Bing, adding, "You both must partake as well." Huang Jin was indifferent, having had his fill before, but Lu Bing felt a surge of joy and promptly replied with utmost seriousness, "I shall obey your command." Still feeling uneasy, Zhu Houzhao inquired, "Huang Jin, Lu Bing, is what Li Qing said true? Have both my grandfather and father truly consumed the elixirs he crafted?" The two nodded in unison, affirming, "It is absolutely true." "Very well then." The young one sensed that they would not deceive him and, upon reflection, realized that Li Qing had no reason to harm the retired emperor or the reigning monarch. However, his curiosity regarding Li Qing's true origins deepened, as he suspected there was more to him than simply being a member of the Li family. "Try calling me by my full name again," he challenged. "Mr. Li, are you truly the eldest son of Li Xian?" "Not at all. Just as I thought." The little one huffed, glancing at Huang Jin and Lu Bing, declaring, "So, you two have conspired to deceive me." The two looked bewildered. "In what way have we misled your highness? He is not the Duke of Yongqing, yet you claim he is. Is that not deceit?" Huang Jin clarified, "Your highness, Li Qing is indeed the Duke of Yongqing, although he is not the Duke of Yongqing from the Jinling Li family, yet he is." Seeing Huang Jin had already revealed this, Lu Bing felt less concerned about the title and further explained, "Your highness, there was a Duke of Yongqing during the Hongwu era, and that is the gentleman before you." Zhu Houzhao's mouth fell open in astonishment, and after a brief moment, he burst into hearty laughter. Huang Jin, puzzled, asked, "What causes you to laugh so?" "I laugh at your naivety." The little one chuckled. "Do you think I am but a 3-year-old child? Why not claim that you are the reincarnation of the great martial emperor while you're at it?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "If I were the reincarnation of the great martial emperor, what would that make Taizong?" "What Taizong?" The little one paused, then retorted, "It's Qingzu." He suddenly recalled hearing his grandfather mention that Qingzu was said to be the reincarnation of the great martial emperor, and begrudgingly altered his statement, huffing, "It would be more credible to say he is the reincarnation of Pengzu or Zhang Zhenren." Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "I have not encountered Pengzu, but Zhang Zhenren is indeed my master." "All right, enough of this childish deception, but you've truly outdone yourself in deceiving even yourself," the little one remarked. utterly unconvinced since no one had ever spoken to him about Li Qing. Though merely 5 years of age, he possessed a sound mind and was naturally skeptical of such claims. Li Qing, disinterested in proving himself, continued to refine his elixirs, the aroma growing ever more enticing. Zhu Houzhao, unable to suppress his anticipation, swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a desire to taste. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Qing suddenly announced, "It is ready." Huang Jin promptly seized the iron hook and drew out the charcoal basin from beneath the furnace. Liu Bing, a poised and serious commander of the Jinyue, exhibited a rare display of impatience. Subsequently, as the alchemical furnace was opened, an indescribably rich fragrance wafted forth, filling the air with a sweetness that tantalized the senses. Li Qing, seemingly endowed with merciless iron hands, reached directly into the furnace and retrieved the elixirs. The little one stared in astonishment. Li Qing casually plucked 2 pills, tossed them into his mouth, and then, with a self-satisfied grin, proclaimed, "Delightful indeed. Is this not the elixir crafted for the emperor, your grandfather?" Ignoring the remark, Li Qing casually grabbed a few more and extended them to Liu Bing, stating, "Since the crown prince has spoken, you should partake as well." Liu Bing rubbed his hands together before accepting them, alternating between his left and right hands to cool them, and after a moment, he delicately placed one in his mouth, savoring it with an expression of utter bliss that left the little one dumbfounded. Was this performance not too lifelike? Reluctant to consume it all at once, Liu Bing only ate one, carefully stowing the remainder in his pocket as if it were a treasure. The little one smacked his lips and glanced at Huang Jin, who simply blew on the elixir before shoving it into his mouth and swallowing it in large gulps. Li Qing had tasted it, Liu Bing had tasted it, and Huang Jin followed suit. Zhu Houzhao, having confirmed the elixir was harmless, was tempted to sample it himself, primarily due to its irresistible aroma. "May I have a taste as well?" No sooner had he spoken than a pill was expertly launched into his mouth. The little one paused momentarily, instinctively biting into the pill, which released an exquisite sweetness that enveloped his senses. The profusion of saliva made swallowing effortless, and soon a warm current surged through his body, spreading to his limbs. "How delightful!" the little one murmured, his cheeks flushed. Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he poured the remaining elixirs into a jade vial and handed it to Huang Jin, saying, "Let us refine these for now. I shall remain for a while longer and prepare a larger batch before I depart." "Very well," Huang Jin replied, taking the vial and glancing at the crown prince. Hesitating to explain, unsure where to begin, Li Qing reassured him, "Do not worry about this side. Return to report. The crown prince is quite well in my company." Huang Jin nodded, bowing alongside Liu Bing before taking his leave. The little one still felt a twinge of unease and contemplated chasing after the grand hall, but was once again lifted by Li Qing. Zhu Houzhao, flailing ineffectually, resignedly said, "Surely, you must provide some explanation?" "I have, yet you choose not to believe," Li Qing replied. "If you merely brushed your lips against one another, I might be convinced. Am I truly so easily swayed?" The little one, frustrated, fumed. "If you truly possess such ability, make it impossible for me to doubt." Li Qing sighed in exasperation, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you believe that people can fly?" "What do you mean?" Just as the words left his lips, Zhu Houzhao suddenly felt something amiss, as if his body had become as light as a feather. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that he had grown to match Li Qing's height. As he uttered a single word, he continued to grow, and the bewildered Zhu Houzhao suddenly glanced downward. Just one look rendered him speechless. "Am I flying? I can fly?" the little one murmured, overwhelmed with astonishment. Growing higher, higher, ever higher, the diminutive Zhu Houzhao ascended, eventually surpassing the courtyard walls, the rooftops, and the branches of the fruit trees, soaring upwards. Chapter 117. Respect. Zhu Houzhao felt a mix of fear, excitement, and exhilaration. It seemed as though an invisible essence was lifting him, soft yet reassuring, truly resembling a ride upon clouds. The little creature gazed around, observing the nearby courtyards and alleys laid out beneath him. It was still early afternoon, and the homes appeared rather desolate, although the alley remained lively with children chasing and playing games. Suddenly, the little one was tempted to shout out, to let those kids see, but hesitated, fearing that a loud cry might break this enigmatic state, causing him to plummet from the heavens. Zhu Houzhao looked down and felt dizzy. The thrill and excitement vanished, replaced by a profound fear that filled his heart, leaving his little face pale. "If I fall from such a height, Will I survive? In truth, it was not that high, merely a little over 3 zhang, yet the perception of length and height creates a stark visual impact. Moreover, with no point of support, the little one felt exceedingly small. Li Qing refrained from allowing him to ascend further, fearing it would frighten him, and also because, at greater heights, it would become challenging to accurately utilize his qi to support him. The difficulty of flying oneself is entirely different from that of enabling another to fly. This was feasible primarily because the little one was still so young. Of course, had Li Qing disregarded the consequences, it would have been a mere punch to elevate the little creature several more zhang. However, such an act would have been perilous. The invisible essence gradually weakened, and the little one slowly descended, returning to solid ground. In a short while, the little one was back on solid earth, yet remained in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Li Shui softly remarked, "Is this truly acceptable? It will be known sooner or later. Knowing earlier is not detrimental, and guiding him from the start would be beneficial." Li Qing sighed. Alas, Zhu Houzhao learned too late. Had he known my secret from the outset, had he understood the impossibility of eternal life, he would not have spent such a lengthy period in a state of anxiety and indecision. Of course, the responsibility lies with me. It was my desire for momentary ease that led to the misdirection. Li Qing exhaled deeply and added, "History has shown that laziness is not commendable." "But this will tire you," Li Shui retorted. "Not necessarily." Li Qing gently shook his head. "The little one is still a blank slate, yet to be marked. Guiding him is not difficult." The little creature remained in shock, repeatedly whispering, I flew. With a sudden clap to his forehead, Zhu Yijuan involuntarily lowered his head. And as he regained his senses, he became overwhelmingly excited. He pointed to the sky, then to himself, babbling incoherently for a while before finally articulating, I flew. I just flew. Li Qing inquired with a smile, was it thrilling? The experience was exhilarating. The little fellow bobbed his head enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Eventually, he grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it you? Did you make me soar? What do you think?" Zhu Yijuan's wide eyes reflected sheer disbelief as he murmured, "Are you truly an immortal? What do you think?" Zhu Yijuan remained silent, yet his demeanor indicated he had come to believe it. After a while, the little one managed to calm down and inquired, "Sir, are you truly the Yongqing Marquis from the Hongwu era?" Li Qing chuckled in bemusement. "Have you heard of my tale?" "Not really," the little one admitted, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. "I only know that such a person exists." At merely 5 years old, he had yet to delve deeply into the annals of his ancestors. Additionally, Li Qing's reputation was rather poor, and he was widely disliked. So no one would readily mention this powerful minister in front of the crown prince. Zhu Yijuan learned of the Yongqing Marquis during a chance encounter when he overheard his father grumbling and pressed for details, gleaning from the vague responses that there was another Yongqing Marquis in the Ming Dynasty. Had it not been for the extraordinary experience just witnessed, the little one would never have drawn parallels between the two. Yet now he was convinced. "Is it true? Can you truly achieve immortality?" Zhu Yijuan swallowed hard. Li Qing nodded slightly. "You must have a plethora of questions swirling in your mind. No need to rush." He moved to a stone table and gestured, "Come, sit down. Feel free to inquire about anything. Today, I shall share all that I know." "Oh, all right." The little fellow scampered over, his small bottom bouncing as he leapt, turning around to perch atop the table, eager for knowledge. "Was that truly an elixir you concocted?" "Not quite." The little one was momentarily taken aback, then pouted and shook his head. "I don't believe it. After just one, I felt as if I were floating. If that is not an elixir, what is it? Your father has consumed hundreds, and your grandfather thousands. Can you see any difference between them and ordinary people?" Zhu Yijuan was taken aback, scratching his head, and stammered, "It seems they are not different at all." "Why is that?" "Quite simply because it is not an elixir," Li Qing clarified. "What you mentioned is accurate. It was merely transforming medicinal broth into pill form, nothing more. But why was it so fragrant? Good medicines are often bitter. Elixirs are not good medicines. Thus they are naturally pleasant," Li Qing replied with a smile. "That can't be right." The little one shook his head vigorously. "If it's not a good medicine, how can it make one feel so comfortable and ethereal?" "Because it was your first experience consuming it, leading to such sensations," Li Qing explained. "Earlier, Huang Jin took a handful. Did you observe any extraordinary reactions from him?" Zhu Yijuan was left speechless. The little one struggled to accept this, but found no counterargument. After a lengthy pause, he pondered, "If even Liu Bing and Huang Jin know your secret, Surely my father and grandfather are aware as well. What about Emperor Wuzong, Emperor Xiaozong, and Emperor Xinzong? Do they know? Li Qing nodded gently. The little fellow furrowed his brow, hesitatingly asking, if they all know your secret, why haven't you granted them immortality or even longevity? Li Qing fell silent for a moment before responding. It is not for lack of desire. Rather, it is beyond my capability. You can make me fly, but you cannot grant others longevity? The little one struggled to comprehend, as, in his understanding, the challenge of flight seemed far more daunting than that of achieving longevity. While centenarians are exceedingly rare, they are not mere legends. The notion of a wingless person soaring through the skies exists solely within the realms of mythology and fantastical tales. Li Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, as the saying goes, one cultivates one's inner breath while training the sinews and skin externally. The ability to soar is not an otherworldly skill. Rather, it can be understood as the release of that cultivated breath, nothing more. As he spoke, Li Qing brought his fingers together and pointed lightly into the air. A bamboo tree by the courtyard swayed, shedding several leaves, illustrating his point. You should have sensed an invisible force lifting you just now, correct? In truth, you were not flying. You were being elevated. Li Qing continued, moreover, my longevity is unrelated to this phenomenon. What is it related to then? The boy inquired. One might say it is simply a matter of fate, Li Qing replied. When I arrived in the Ming Dynasty, aging ceased to affect me. The young lad appeared astonished and skeptically replied, are you jesting? If that were the case, shouldn't you remain in an infantile state? I was this size when I arrived. I do not comprehend, Li Qing explained. I grew into my current form in another world, and through a series of fortuitous events, I found myself here, and thus became what I am. He elaborated. Initially, I was an ordinary person, but later, I learned some skills from Master Zhang. The abilities I possess are the result of 12 dynasties of practice, and they have no connection to immortality. Zhu Houzhao began to grasp the concept, yet found it even more perplexing. This is all rather astonishing, isn't it? Li Qing nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, the young boy sighed. Well, I cannot prove that you are lying, so for now, I shall believe you. Li Qing chuckled softly and nodded. I am not a deity. Simply regard me as your Mr. Li, without any undue pressure. The young lad scratched his head and nodded in agreement. Sir, you cannot grant others immortality, can you? No. Otherwise your royal grandfather would not age. Let us not dwell on that. Li Qing exhaled. If you have any further questions, do voice them. Zhu Houzhao rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before his eyes brightened with curiosity. Can I learn your skills, sir? What do you mean? He asked, observing as the boy brought his fingers together and attempted to mimic Li Qing's gesture. Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. You cannot. The young lad's face fell with disappointment. It's not that you cannot, but rather that it is exceedingly difficult, Li Qing clarified. Even if you possess the talent, it would require an immense amount of time and effort, not to mention the hardships endured along the way. By the time you truly master it, you would have already aged. What significance would that hold? Pausing for a moment, he continued, if you were the child of an ordinary family, it might be forgivable. However, you are the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty, the future emperor. How could you expend your energy on such trivial pursuits? The boy appeared somewhat disheartened, yet slightly flushed. Nodding begrudgingly, I understand. Li Qing smiled and asked, do you think it's impressive that I can make bamboo leaves fall with a mere gesture? Yes, it is quite impressive. The boy admitted, unable to hide his envy. Not at all. It pales in comparison to your own grandeur, Li Qing replied gently. In fact, you would be even more impressive. The young lad pouted, interpreting Li Qing's words as mere consolation. Li Qing remarked, wherever the emperor's decree reaches, all under heaven must comply. When the military might points its spear, even 1,000 miles away, weapons clash like a tide. I can only watch the bamboo leaves in the courtyard fall. So tell me, who possesses true majesty? Zhu Houzhao scratched his face, dreamily replying, it seems that the emperor indeed holds more grandeur. Precisely, Li Qing responded with delight. In truth, I could have refrained from sharing this with you, as it is not customary for someone of your youth to be privy to such matters. Your grandfather and father have chosen not to speak of me for this very reason. Yet, do you know why I choose to reveal the truth to you? Zhu Houzhao shook his head. It is because I have faith in you, Li Qing smiled. I believe that despite your tender years, you can resist the allure of these ephemeral temptations. The young boy was left in a state of astonishment. Growing up, Zhu Houzhao had never experienced such respect. This was a first. Even though the officials in the outer court bowed respectfully before him, and those in the inner court knelt humbly, did they truly respect him? Previously, Zhu Houzhao believed so, but now he felt differently. It was Li Qing who genuinely honored him. As for the others, their deference was rooted more in fear of imperial power than in true respect. Zhu Houzhao inhaled deeply, his small face adopting a solemn expression as he declared, "I am the heir apparent, destined to be the king of all under heaven. How could I be ensnared by trivial pursuits and forsake the greater path?" Li Qing smiled slightly. Chapter 118. Assignments. Meanwhile, Li Shuai, who had been silent, felt a wave of relief upon hearing these words. While one should not fully trust the utterances of children, they can reveal much. Zhu Houzhao's ability to articulate such sentiments indicated that his worldview was quite sound, a quality most precious in an emperor. In this regard, he far surpassed his grandfather. Of course, this was also a result of his upbringing. Zhu Houzhao, born into the royal family, was cultivated from the outset under the standards of a prince, tasked with supporting the state and benefiting the people, a responsibility that could cost one their head. This background led to Zhu Houzhao appearing somewhat petty after ascending to the throne. He could not be solely blamed for this. Zhu Houzhao's circumstances were different. By the time he was born, his grandfather had already evolved into his ultimate form, and his father had fully embraced the teachings of the Grand Emperor, having ascended to the throne himself. Zhu Houzhao was named crown prince at an early age and was deeply influenced by both emperors. Thus, it was natural that his worldview remained well aligned. The rapid transformation of the young boy within mere days was indeed due to Li Qing's innovative teaching. Yet it was also a testament to the solid foundation that was already laid for him. If he were truly a mischievous child, even the most adept instruction from Li Qing could not have achieved such results. "What would you like for lunch?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Houzhao tilted his head in thought and replied, "Can you make hot pot, sir? Then we shall have hot pot." The little boy beamed and said, "As the saying goes, if you don't practice for 3 days, your skills will wither. While play is enjoyable, one must not forget to study. I shall go write for a while longer." "Very well, off you go." The child scampered away. Li Shuai remarked with ease, "Such a transformation in just a few days. You truly possess a talent for handling mischievous children. It is not solely my merit. It is largely due to the excellent upbringing he has received from his elders." Li Qing replied while stretching, "What would you like for lunch? I am amenable to anything." Li Qing snorted, dismissing the pretense, and urged for specifics. "Let us just have hot pot," he decided. With that, he headed to the kitchen. Preparing hot pot was not a cumbersome task. It merely required washing the vegetables, slicing the meat, concocting some dipping sauces, and preparing a base for the broth. Li Qing even rolled out some noodles, completing the meal in less than 45 minutes. Cooking, after all, was rather uncomplicated. Once the hot pot was set up, he leisurely settled down with a novel. "Gurgle, gurgle." Li Qing set aside his book and called towards the study. "Dinner is ready." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a small figure scampered in. Having long been enticed by the aroma, but holding back due to his earlier bravado and concern for appearances. "Wow, sir, your culinary skills are exceptional," the little one exclaimed, overwhelmed by the rich scent. Li Qing replied with mock annoyance, "Stop buttering me up and go wash your hands." "Hey, I'm just speaking the truth." Zhu Houzhao chuckled as he hurried off. In the blink of an eye, he returned, bustling with excitement, and plopped down on the stone bench, eagerly gazing at Li Qing. Li Qing handed him a plate of dipping sauce and pushed the bowl and ladle towards him. "Use the ladle to scoop, then dip with your chopsticks. Otherwise, the broth will splatter everywhere." "You're so considerate, sir," the little one beamed, nodding enthusiastically. He scooped up a slice of lamb, ready to indulge, but suddenly remembered something and extended his arm, offering it to Li Qing. "You eat first, sir." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Go ahead and eat." The little one resumed his feast, quickly scooping up several slices of meat into his bowl, gently blowing on them before dipping them in the sauce. After some effort, he finally savored the tender, slightly spicy lamb, its juices bursting forth, perfectly harmonizing with the seasonings, filling his mouth with an exquisite flavor. What a delightful experience! The array of dishes, noodles, dumplings, hot pot, were all delicious, each surpassing the last. Zhu Houzhao had tasted many delicacies, yet nothing compared to this feast, leaving even the imperial banquets in the shadows. The little one's appetite was insatiable as he wielded his utensils with increasing skill. wondering to himself how the meals prepared by his teacher could be so delectable, how they could leave him wanting more. The allure of the food was irresistible, and his chopsticks moved with a life of their own. Though it was March, the warmth of the kitchen made him sweat from his nose and forehead, his cheeks flushed, as if he might melt away. However, the bliss was short-lived. Within a mere quarter of an hour, little remained in the pot. Disappointed, he fished around, only retrieving some spices, and with a pouting face, he said, "Sir, I'm still hungry. Could you please prepare some more lamb and fish slices? Have some noodles instead," Li Qing suggested. The child was in a growth phase, and protein from fish and meat was essential, as was the inclusion of carbohydrates. "All right, fine." While the noodles cooked, Zhu Houzhao inquired, "Is this how your teaching is? All play and no work? What's wrong with that?" "Of course I enjoy it," the little one replied, a hint of gloom in his tone, "but I can't shake the feeling that it's frivolous. I feel guilty. How about assigning me some homework?" "This can't be the way to go." The little one felt a tinge of worry, fearing that indulging in play would hinder his ability to focus on his studies in the future. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, saying, "I initially intended to assign you some work in a few days, but since you have taken the initiative, I shall assign it to you now." Zhu Houzhao's spirits lifted, and he eagerly inquired, "Please, sir, enlighten me." Once the most averse to assignments, he now found himself yearning for them. Li Qing picked up the serving chopsticks, stirring the noodles in the pot to prevent them from sticking, and remarked, as Han Fizi once said, "A prime minister must emerge from the provinces, and a valiant general must rise from the ranks of soldiers. As you mentioned, you are the crown prince, destined to rule the realm. Therefore, why not first become the leader of Lianjiaten? What say you?" Zhu Houzhao nodded slowly. "Could you be more specific, sir?" "In simple terms," Li Qing replied, "you will be the leader of the children in Lianjiaten. Earn their genuine respect, so that when you propose a game, they will willingly participate." "Oh, so I am to be the children's leader," the little one murmured. "This seems rather lacking in challenge. Sir, could you raise the difficulty a bit?" "Do not aim too high. Focus on achieving success first," Li Qing advised. As the noodles were cooked, he served a small bowl to the little one, saying, "This is your assignment. Put in your best effort." "Just watch me, sir," the little one replied with confidence, considering the task all too easy, estimating he would complete it in no more than 3 days. Li Qing interjected, "Do not speak of success before it is achieved, lest you bind yourself with your own words and find yourself in a disadvantageous position. You may think this is akin to burning one's boats and fighting to the death, but throughout millennia, how many have truly done so? If victory were easily attainable, who would resort to such drastic measures? Placing undue pressure upon oneself is not the mark of a wise person." Zhu Houzhao nodded, somewhat disheartened. "Now, enjoy your noodles." "Yes," the little one replied, blowing on the noodles before slurping a mouthful, his eyes widening in surprise. Li Shuai remarked, "Did His Highness have an epiphany?" Not quite," Zhu Houzhao said. His cheeks flushed, "but these noodles cooked in hot pot broth are tastier than the meat." Li Shuai chuckled softly, and Li Qing shook his head, amused. After the meal, Zhu Houzhao presented his writing to Li Qing, and indeed, it had improved since yesterday, albeit slightly. Li Qing affirmed, "Keep up the good work." The little one nodded happily and went off to wash the dishes. After completing his tasks, the little one, as usual, imitated Li Qing and Li Shuai by leaning back in the chair to bask in the sun, enjoying his meal. However, unlike before, when he merely savored the quiet afternoon, he now contemplated how to become the leader of the children in Lianjiaten. This assignment was not difficult and should not consume too much time, lest it compromise his standards. Zhu Houzhao stared blankly, lost in thought. Li Shuai whispered, "The little one still seeks shortcuts, or perhaps he is simply too impatient. Do not mind it." Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "One must go through experiences. Without them, how can one grow? How to complete the assignment is entirely up to him. The act of engaging in the task is far more significant than the completion itself." Li Shuai nodded, refraining from further comments as she continued to bask in the sunlight. After a while, Zhu Houzhao's eyes regained their clarity, and he spoke, "Sir, may I borrow some money from you?" "Certainly." Li Qing readily agreed, subtly inquiring, "How many do you need?" "I do not have a specific number yet, but it won't be many." "All right, just let me know when you have a precise figure." Li Qing replied languidly, "Go take a rest for a while. Let's head out again when the noon hour approaches." "Very well." The young one hopped off the chair, lost in thought, and went to the side chamber of the grand hall. Zhu Houzhao, having consumed the elixir, squinted and asked, "Has the crown prince been clamoring to return?" In response to the Grand Emperor, His Highness has not expressed any desire to return, Li Qing replied with a bow. The prince enjoys a harmonious relationship with Lord Qing. Indeed, quite harmonious, Huang Jin added. I can see that the prince has no intention of returning, and even fears that we might bring him back. Zhu Houzhao smirked slightly, chuckling. This fellow certainly knows how to charm children. Huang Jin and Li Qing exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Li Qing, is your health well? By the grace of the Grand Emperor, I am in good health. That is well, Zhu Houzhao sighed gently. Although all seemed well, the outer court was no longer as unruly as during the reign of Emperor Xiaozong, yet the necessary deterrents must not be relaxed. One must take good care of oneself. I shall obey, Li Qing replied respectfully. Your Majesty, Lord Qing has given me several elixirs. Keep them, they are not particularly valuable. Zhu Houzhao chuckled and shook his head, then poured out nearly half of the elixirs, saying, You shall personally deliver these to the Qianqing Palace and present them to the Emperor. Li Qing understood the Grand Emperor's intentions and responded affirmatively. By the way, please inform the Emperor not to visit Lianjiaten to see the Crown Prince. Yes. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled something and asked, Grand Emperor, regarding the ministry. Zhu Houzhao smirked. If they wish to go, let them. There is no need to concern ourselves. Understood, I shall comply. Chapter 119. The noble consort, Li in the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Ziyan consumed the freshly prepared elixir, savoring its essence while inquiring about his son. Li Qing, of course, spoke candidly. Upon hearing, Zhu Ziyan felt a tumult of emotions, a mix of joy and indignation, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he simply stated, I understand. Seeing that the emperor had no further commands, Li Qing bowed and said, I take my leave. Wait a moment. Zhu Ziyan retrieved another elixir, saying, Minister Liu, you have diligently served the nation for decades. Take good care of yourself. Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Majesty. Li Qing stepped forward a couple of paces, awkwardly adding, In truth, I have benefited from the grace of both the Grand Emperor and Your Majesty. Today in Lianjiaten, I received several elixirs from Lord Qing. Zhu Ziyan chuckled lightly. What Lord Qing gives is his own, and what I bestow is mine. Simply accept it. Yes, I shall comply. Only then did Li Qing take the elixirs with both hands. Noticing that the emperor had ceased his inquiries, he bowed once more and took his leave. Zhu Ziyan placed the jade vial into the drawer of his writing desk, muttering resentfully, It is often said that affection grows with distance, and indeed it has deceived me. My son is favored by Li Qing, receiving his guidance. While this is undoubtedly a source of joy, it also deepens my feelings of frustration, as others seem to possess what I do not. Truly, this is excessive. What a paragon of selflessness Lord Qing is, merely a man who caters to his own interests. Zhu Ziyan felt a genuine sense of discontent. Curiously, he learned only today of Lord Qing's culinary skills. If it were not for Li Qing's report today, it would have been quite difficult to ascertain the situation. As for his son, well, he has directly indulged himself. This truly reflects the adage that comparisons breed discontent. As Zhu Ziqiang mused in frustration, soon after, he could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile, sighing, Oh, you, indeed, have outdone yourself. Even feeling jealousy over your own son. Shaking his head, Zhu Ziqiang's gaze returned to the documents sprawled across the imperial desk, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself. It is already the 5th year of the Longqing era, yet I have yet to accomplish a significant achievement. Whether it be the surveying of arable land or the opening of trade with Japan, neither has left a profound impact. I must pick up the pace. But where to begin? Catching sight of the palace eunuch entering, Zhu Ziqiang instinctively halted his musings and turned his attention to the young attendant. Your Majesty, the concubine seeks an audience. Zhu Ziqiang paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. Admit her. After a brief interval, a stunning woman in her 20s gracefully entered. Her complexion was fair, her figure slender yet voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripened grape. Lady Li offered a respectful bow. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. What brings you here? Zhu Ziqiang inquired, feigning ignorance as he closed the documents and gestured for the young eunuch to withdraw. Once the eunuch departed, Lady Li visibly relaxed. Shedding a layer of formality and adopting a more playful tone, Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since I last saw Yijuan. Would you allow him to stay with me for a couple of days? Zhu Ziqiang chuckled. Did Yijuan not just stay with you a few days ago? But I simply miss my son. Lady Li replied softly. Is there a mother who does not long for her child? Although Yi Juan was but 5 years old and merely the crown prince, Lady Li, despite her status as a mother, could not take her son into her own quarters without the emperor's permission. In fact, she could not even visit him in the Eastern Palace at will. "Is Yi Juan not here?" Zhu Houzhao asked, to which he replied sternly, "A doting mother often spoils her child. Yi Juan is at an age where he should be focusing on learning and growing. You ought to indulge him less." Lady Li's expression faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Is your majesty rebuking me for meddling in the affairs of the harem? Look at you, did I say such a thing?" Zhu Houzhao replied. Lady Li approached him, moving behind to massage his shoulders while saying, "Your majesty, Yi Juan is only 5, still growing. While education is indeed vital, balance between work and rest is essential." As she spoke, her words trailed off, for the emperor had gently grasped her arm, applying a light pressure. Having known each other for years, Lady Li was well aware of the ensuing developments. While she did not reject the notion of intimacy, the daylight and the presence of others made her feel somewhat bashful. "Your majesty, this is the outer hall," Lady Li whispered. Zhu Houzhao smiled slightly. "Then let us move to the inner chamber." As the rain ceased and the clouds parted, Zhu Houzhao reclined upon the dragon couch, once again contemplating matters of state, while Lady Li preened before the mirror, adjusting her attire. "Your majesty, please allow Yi Juan to stay with me for a couple of days. It would not interfere with his studies during the day." Lady Li pressed her case. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Houzhao would have acquiesced, but now he sighed. "Yi Juan is not in the Eastern Palace, let alone you wishing to see him. Even I cannot meet him at will. I am powerless to assist." Lady Li paused in her movements, inquiring, "Is Yi Juan with his Imperial Majesty at the Grand Hall?" She felt somewhat disheartened and indignant. How could the emperor not allow parents to see their son? Yet, she dared not express her feelings openly and could only carefully inquire. "Might I be so bold as to ask, Your Majesty, have you displeased father?" Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment before replying. "Yi Juan is not in the Grand Hall. He is currently under the tutelage of a legendary figure. In short, you shall not see him for a while. Not just you, but I too." "A legendary figure?" Li Shi was taken aback. "Who might that be? May I know?" Zhu Houzhao chuckled. "It is not a secret that cannot be disclosed. Many are aware of it. Whether you know or not makes little difference. For now, I shall refrain from telling you." The last remark left Li Shi utterly speechless. However, she could not do much about it. Occasionally, she could act a bit spoiled or express minor grievances, but she could not afford to lose her temper. After all, she was not merely a favored concubine. Even as a queen, she lacked the all-encompassing affection that Empress Zhang of Shaozong enjoyed. Although the emperor cared for her, he did not devote his entire affection solely to her. Li Shi dared only to tread lightly, awkwardly stating, "Is it truly impossible to share this with me? What use is it for a woman to know so much?" Zhu Houzhao, having finished his task, began to lecture her. "But I long for Yi Juan," Li Shi implored, her voice tinged with sadness. Just as Zhu Houzhao was about to respond, a eunuch's voice rang out from the outer hall. "Your Majesty, may I enter?" Li Shi's cheeks flushed, and Zhu Houzhao felt a twinge of helplessness. "Come in," he beckoned. Shortly thereafter, an older eunuch entered, glancing between the emperor and the favored concubine, his gaze questioning. Zhu Houzhao nodded expressionlessly. The eunuch, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly noted the time and retreated. Zhu Houzhao sighed in relief and suddenly smiled. "Return and rest. You have always been diligent. Perhaps this time you might bear me a son." Li Shi, however, took little solace in that notion. No number of sons could compare to the significance of a crown prince, as nothing mattered more to her than the bond between mother and heir. She knelt before the emperor, assisting him with his shoes, and tentatively said, "There is something I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." "Indeed," he replied. "While the crown prince's education is of utmost importance, the bond between father and son is equally vital." Li Shi understood that merely appealing to the emperor's maternal instincts would not sway him, so she shifted to prioritize the emperor's interests, thereby establishing a shared concern for their family. "This does hold merit," Zhu Houzhao slowly nodded. Just as Li Shi was about to press her advantage, the emperor continued, "But this is Father's decree, and I cannot go against it." "I see. That is indeed a valid point," she conceded, feeling somewhat disheartened. "If father has spoken, then we shall not go. However, might we still allow Yi Juan to sense his father's love? What do you think, Your Majesty?" Zhu Houzhao chuckled at her response. "Are you afraid your son might forget his mother? Is that it?" "Not at all. I am only thinking of you, Your Majesty." Li Shi replied with a sheepish smile. All right. All right. You are simply being overly sentimental. Zhu Houzhao laughed, shaking his head. Very well. It seems the weather is about to warm. I shall have someone send over lighter garments. Li Shi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. How wise of you, Your Majesty. I shall prepare some as well. Zhu Houzhao chuckled and waved his hand. Go on, go on. I shall not disturb Your Majesty's work any longer. Li's wishes were fulfilled as she gracefully bowed and retreated. Upon exiting the Qianxing Palace, she couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and anxiety, pondering who the legendary figure mentioned by the emperor could possibly be. Alas, she wondered when Yijuan would return to the palace. For her son was her sole hope for a prosperous life. In a modest alley, Yijuan was engaged in a playful mud fight with some friends while inquiring, "How many children in this village are of our age?" The other children shook their heads in confusion. Disheartened, he exclaimed, "This village isn't that big. How can you not know this?" One child replied, "We don't know how to count." The little fellow frowned but quickly perked up again, asking, "So, you all know the children in the village?" They nodded in affirmation. "How wonderful." Zhu Yijuan clapped his hands, then curiously asked, "With the court establishing numerous schools, especially in the capital, why aren't you attending school?" One child answered earnestly, "We're too young to learn. Attending school now would waste books and money. My grandfather says I should wait until I'm 10. Another child concurred, "My dad says the same." A chubby child scratched his head in surprise. "Wait, don't you all go to school?" Zhu Yijuan was astonished. "Aren't you attending?" The little plump one replied, "My dad says school is useless. It's better to tend to the fields for tangible benefits." He suddenly looked a bit forlorn. "What will I do if you all go to school?" Rather than comforting him, the other children teased him, causing the little one to cry. Nearby, Li Qing, who had been observing quietly, suddenly said, "Don't be upset. You can also attend school." The timid child, afraid of adults, didn't dare to ask for guarantees from Li Qing. Instead, he looked longingly at Zhu Yijuan. "Leave it to me," the little boy declared boldly. "I will sponsor your schooling." "Really?" "Of course. You're so kind." The chubby child nodded earnestly, his tears drying up. He wiped his face and curiously asked Zhu Yijuan, "You're already attending school, right? Is it fun? Is the teacher strict?" At this, the other children also set aside their playful thoughts, filled with curiosity as they gazed at Zhu Yijuan. Clearing his throat, he said, "School is not merely a place for fun, it's for learning. It broadens one's horizons and enhances understanding." The chubby child scratched his head. "Those who have attended school are impressive. I don't understand what you mean." The others looked equally puzzled, unfamiliar with the concepts of broadening horizons and enhancing understanding. Zhu Yijuan clarified, "It simply makes one smarter." Now, the children comprehended, and their imaginations began to soar. "Could you do me a favor? I'll bring you all some candy tomorrow," Zhu Yijuan proposed. Upon hearing the promise of candy, the children immediately perked up, eagerly asking what the favor was. "After lunch tomorrow, I'll come with the candy. Before that, gather as many people as you can," Zhu Yijuan instructed. Unexpectedly, the children seemed reluctant. One of the children inquired, "Do you no longer wish to play with us?" "Not at all," Zhu Yijuan replied. "I simply desire to engage with more friends." The little ones exchanged glances, and in unison, they lowered their heads in silence, distractedly picking up clumps of mud and absent-mindedly tossing them about. Zhu Yijuan, puzzled, asked, "Do you no longer want candy?" "Yes, we do." "Then why are you reluctant to let me meet more friends? Speak up." The chubby child scratched his head and said, "Could you just play with us?" "Yes, yes." The other little ones nodded eagerly. Zhu Yijuan, confused, responded, "Isn't it more enjoyable with more people?" The small ones, slightly annoyed, huffed, "Forget it. Even without you, I can still make new friends." As he turned to leave, the chubby one quickly grabbed his arm and said, "I want to help." The others sighed and reluctantly agreed. "All right, then prepare quickly. There will be no shortage of candy for you." The little one felt somewhat reassured and replied, "See you tomorrow." "Yes, don't forget the candy." "I won tea." The child beamed, turning to Li Qing, "Sir, let us return." Li Qing stretched and began to walk back, with the child hurrying to keep pace. After covering a few paces, he asked, "Sir, I'm a bit confused. Why are they so unwilling?" Why indeed?" Li Qing pondered before responding. "During homework time, I can provide you with a single method to solve a problem, but only once. After that, you must think for yourself. Are you certain you wish to use it now?" Upon hearing this, the child hesitated, contemplating for a moment before asserting, "I wish to use it now." Their reluctance stems from several reasons. Firstly, They do not want other children to enjoy the candy. Secondly, if you meet more friends, the candy expenses will inevitably increase, potentially diminishing the amount they receive. And thirdly, once you make new friends, you might shift your affections and gradually stop playing with them, which would lead to a lack of candy for them. Li Qing stated calmly. These are the reasons for their reluctance. The child appeared shocked, murmuring, they think too much. Don't they? What? Do you not believe it? Zhu Houzhao chuckled awkwardly. I merely think you overestimate their cleverness. They seem rather simple-minded, not likely to consider such deep and long-term implications. However, Li Qing remarked, indeed, they may not consciously think so deeply or far ahead. But the instincts for survival are inherent, as is the ability to weigh pros and cons, driven by instinct rather than thought. That seems rather far-fetched. The child still seemed skeptical, saying, among the 3 points you mentioned, I can reluctantly agree with the last two. But I truly cannot comprehend why they would not want others to enjoy the candy. There seems to be no conflict of interest. Li Qing replied calmly. It is quite simple. A sense of superiority is derived from comparison. If everyone has candy, it loses its sweetness. The true delight lies not in the candy itself, but in having something that others do not. After a pause, he added, does the previous chubby child's father forbidding him from attending school create a conflict of interest with the others? It does not. Why would a few little rascals mock him? Was it to satisfy their sense of superiority by ridiculing Zhu Houzhao? How utterly cruel. The little one, filled with indignation and frustration, recognized them for what they were, a group of miscreants. Li Qing laughed heartily. What if everyone in the world were like this? How could that be possible? Li Qing chose not to engage in a debate, knowing that in due time, the little one would witness the darker facets of human nature. There was no need for immediate argument. He simply remarked, but these little scamps will be your subjects in the future. Are you truly willing to abandon them for this reason? The small creature hesitated, shaking his head in a mix of petulance and anger, declaring, I shall educate them properly. Li Qing smiled, remaining silent. Zhu Houzhao suddenly recollected something and chuckled awkwardly. Sir, about the money you promised to lend me? I am a man of my word. How much do you require? 20 taels of silver, Zhu Houzhao replied. Though he hadn't determined the exact number of children, he could estimate based on the clue of schooling at the age of 10. The little one felt that would suffice. I will bring it home to you. Very well. The small creature brimmed with confidence, believing that the successful cases of befriending others with candies provided him a reliable method. He thought there was nothing a single candy couldn't resolve. If there was, then 2 would suffice. The village of Lijiaten was not large, and there wouldn't be many children under 10, so 20 taels worth of candy would surely be adequate. Li Qing shook his head inwardly, but refrained from correcting him. Without bumping into the southern wall, how would one experience pain? Upon returning home, he found Chunhong from the palace ceremony office waiting for him, with 2 large boxes placed in the courtyard. Zhu Houzhao immediately guessed, you were sent by Father Emperor, weren't you? Your Highness, the Crown Prince is truly perceptive. Chunhong feigned astonishment, bowing, servant greets His Highness. After a moment, he added, I have also paid my respects to the Marquis of Yongqing. Li Qing glanced at the boxes, which were all prepared for the Crown Prince. Indeed, as we approach late March and the weather grows warmer, the Emperor, reluctant to have the Marquis bear expenses, ordered us to bring some garments for your Highness, Chunhong explained with a sheepish smile. He then turned to the young prince. Your Highness, the Imperial Consort has also prepared your favorite delicacies and penned a letter for you. Zhu Houzhao, preoccupied with thoughts of his little comrades, nodded absent-mindedly. Please convey my regards to Father Emperor and Mother Consort. Yes, I shall convey your Highness's wishes. Chunhong flashed a sycophantic smile, inquiring, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure your words are relayed. No need. Zhu Houzhao waved his small hand. You may leave. As you command. Chunhong, feeling somewhat awkward, bowed and said, Your Highness, please take care of your health. I take my leave now, Marquis. Go on, the little one replied, growing impatient at the excessive pleasantries. Chunhong, resigned, chuckled awkwardly as he departed. Zhu Houzhao did not open the boxes. He lacked the inclination at that moment and went straight to the study. Li Qing softly remarked, this imperial consort possesses a clever mind. Indeed, they all do. Concerning this letter, Li Qing expressed her concern. Children often cling more to their mothers. If the young crown prince develops a desire to return to the palace, your ability to retain him could greatly diminish the effectiveness of your teachings. On the journey of growth, one invariably encounters a myriad of trials and temptations, which are not solely detrimental but are, in fact, essential conditions for maturation. Li Qing remarked with a smile, "Those who can capture his presence can naturally win his heart." As she spoke, she opened a box filled with snacks and exclaimed, "Quite an assortment. Come take a look and see if there's anything you fancy." Li Shuai replied with a wry smile, "These are meant for the crown prince. This is inappropriate." "This can also serve as a token of goodwill," Li Qing retorted, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake to savor. This is even more delectable than what one finds in the shop, and it's still warm. You should try some." The little one had lingered in the study for quite some time before emerging. Upon seeing Li Qing indulging, he rushed forward to grab a handful of candied fruits, munching away while scrunching his face in inquiry. "Sir, if it takes me more than 3 days to complete my assignment, does it still count as finished?" He had just reflected and realized he may have been overly optimistic. Of course it counts. There's no explicit time limit on this task. Take your time. Li Qing encouraged. "Are you beginning to feel that it isn't as simple as you initially thought?" "Yes, primarily because that group of rascals is quite troublesome." Zhu Houzhao replied with a hint of frustration. "I fear that even in the family compound, there are such little rascals." Li Qing chuckled softly, not rebuking him, and handed him an envelope saying, "This is a letter from your mother. Take a look." "Oh." The child tore open the envelope, glancing at its contents and only managing to decipher a little, given that he was merely 5 years old and unfamiliar with many characters. "Sir, there are some words I don't recognize. Could you read them to me?" Li Qing clapped his hands, took the letter, and briefly scanned it before saying, "Your mother expresses that she misses you dearly. She is quite concerned for your well-being, worried that you might not be sleeping well or eating properly." Li Qing disclosed the contents plainly to Zhu Houzhao. Finally, he asked, "Do you miss your mother?" Li Shuai felt a surge of anxiety, sensing Li Qing's audacity. Upon hearing this, the little one's spirit sank further as he nodded, "Yes." Li Shuai grew even more anxious. "Do you wish to return to the palace?" Li Qing inquired again. "Yes." The little fellow mechanically nodded. Li Qing smiled and said, "If you wish to return, then so be it." "Huh." Zhu Houzhao suddenly came to his senses, exclaiming, "Sir, what do you mean? Have I disappointed you? Didn't you wish to return to the palace?" Li Qing replied, "But I have not completed my assignment." Zhu Houzhao sighed, expressing, "I do miss my father, mother, and grandfather, yet returning without fulfilling my studies would be quite embarrassing. After all, I am the crown prince and cannot afford to lose face." After a pause, he awkwardly proposed, "Once I finish my assignment, may I return to the palace for a couple of days before coming back?" "Of course," Li Qing replied, "I do not restrict your freedom. Even if you choose to return now, I would have no objections." Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhao's previously resolute determination wavered slightly. After a moment of inner conflict, he asked, "Sir, how long will you be staying in the capital?" "Indeterminate, but it shall not be for long," came the reply. Zhu Houzhao immediately tensed up and quickly inquired, "When will you come again?" Li Qing shook his head. "Unless under special circumstances, I generally do not return." "Oh, then, I shall not go back," Zhu Houzhao declared. Li Qing smiled. "Is it because of me?" Zhu Houzhao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Father, mother, and grandfather can be seen at any time. However, once the teacher departs, it becomes quite challenging to meet again." "I can certainly grasp that." Li Shuai was genuinely taken aback. In just a few days, the young prince had developed such a dependence on Li Qing. It was indeed remarkable. Li Shuai suddenly began to understand why emperors throughout history had favored Li Qing so greatly. His charisma was profoundly compelling. The next day, while attending the market, Zhu Houzhao utilized the borrowed funds to purchase a few taels of candy as initial capital. Upon returning home, he began to strategize on how to make the most of it. Li Qing, providing no interference, allowed him ample space for creativity. Li Shuai found it quite amusing to engage in lively conversation with the little one, yet she refrained from giving any advice, merely inquiring about his plans. Lunch was still delightful, yet Zhu Houzhao found it lacked flavor, as his mind was preoccupied with the prospect of showcasing his talents later that afternoon, hoping to impress Mr. Li. After the meal and washing the dishes, the little one, impatient and eager, invited Li Qing to step outside. At this moment, the child's desire for expression was at its zenith, and Li Qing, unwilling to decline, accompanied him, with the contemplative Li Shuai trailing behind. After traversing several alleys, the trio arrived at their destination, only to find it devoid of people, Everyone was still dining. Zhu Houzhao set down the bamboo basket filled with candy and said petulantly, "I'll prepare first. You two wait for the show." The two nodded, deliberately distancing themselves to allow him to perform with greater ease. Li Qing softly remarked, "The little one has indeed taken a shortcut, yet he overlooks the principle of gaining through mutual benefit. Once the advantage is exhausted, the bond dissipates. 20 taels can purchase an abundance of candy, yet it cannot satiate insatiable desires. Might that wall be too formidable? Only through such experiences can one truly remember." Li Qing replied lazily, "My time is rather limited, and the child is too sheltered. Typical trials will have little effect on him. Besides, he is not as fragile as you presume. Let us wait and see." Li Qing smiled and nodded in anticipation. This is far more entertaining than listening to music or watching a play. Li Qing was rendered speechless. Approximately 15 minutes later, two children from a nearby household crossed the threshold and, upon seeing Zhu Houzhao with his basket brimming with candy, were utterly astonished, hardly believing their eyes. "Brother Zhu, you have come," the two children exclaimed, sprinting towards him, eager to seize the candy. "Wait," the little one exclaimed, narrowing his eyes, "there is plenty of candy. But where are the people I need?" "They will arrive shortly," he asserted. The two children still attempted to reach for the candy. Zhu Houzhao, adopting a stern expression, replied, "Only when the people arrive will there be candy to eat." Despite his authoritative demeanor, the two children remained unconvinced. Had it not been for Li Qing and Li Qing standing nearby, they might have lunged for the sweets without hesitation. Zhu Houzhao sensed their disbelief and inwardly scolded. "Truly a group of little rascals. I had thought better of you." In order to fulfill his task, suppressing his irritation, he stated, "The candy is right here. It one tea sprout legs and run away. You must first call the others." The two children, reluctantly agreeing, called out for their companions, and soon enough, the group had assembled. Zhu Houzhao urged, "Quickly go and call someone. I shall wait here for you." Gazing at the overflowing basket of candies, the little ones became increasingly reluctant. Though they could not count, they understood that the more people there were, the smaller their share would be. "Zhu Gu'er, let us just play among ourselves, shall we?" "Indeed, Zhu Gu'er, it won't be as enjoyable with too many around," the children pleaded fervently. Akin to treasure hunters who had unearthed a trove but feared that more would learn of their secret. The little ones could certainly perceive their peers' avarice, and while feeling vexed, they finally recognized the validity of Mr. Li's analysis from the previous day. However, Zhu Houzhao was not one to yield easily. Upon noticing the lack of decorum from his companions, he abruptly overturned the table and declared, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. You shall not have any candies, and I shall play with you no more." Seeing him genuinely prepare to leave, the chubby one was the first to relent, hastily exclaiming, "I am willing, I am willing." The others, resigned, followed suit and hung their heads as they went to summon more friends. The village was small, and before long, 5 or 6 children arrived in response to the news, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the basket of candies, ready to snatch them up. Zhu Houzhao bellowed, "Form a line. Everyone shall have their share, otherwise, not a single piece shall be given." Even before the distribution began, the little ones were already on the verge of losing their temper, forgetting that the very purpose of sharing candies was to bond with their peers. As before, the group of children remained unimpressed, particularly 2 boys aged around 8 or 9, who dismissed Zhu Houzhao altogether. "You must be new here. You look unfamiliar. Which alley do you come from? We've never seen you before. Who are your parents?" "Over there," Li Qing replied lazily. "And where are your parents?" At the mention of adults, the 2 boys instantly wilted. In an age that held strict adherence to discipline, children bore a genuine fear of grown-ups. "If we are to line up, then we shall," they muttered, taking the first and second spots. The other children followed suit, forming a queue. The little one, however, lost his enthusiasm, feeling that this group of rascals was unworthy of the candies. Giving them sweets felt like a waste. Yet, unwilling to disappoint Mr. Li and reluctant to give up halfway, he pinched his nose and began distributing the candies. "This is yours. This is yours." Zhu Houzhao assigned 5 candies to each child, distributing them fairly. Before long, an astonishing scene unfolded before the little one's eyes. After the initial distribution, the children immediately lined up again, seeking to continue sharing. The little one was dumbfounded, stammering, "But you already have some. You have so many, and we only received a few." Exactly. I am distributing to others." Zhu Houzhao became frantic, nearly wanting to kick the basket of candies over, exclaiming, "Let them have it. I shall not serve you any longer. Yet, the little one refrained from acting out in such a manner and, with a stern expression, retorted, You have already received your share and cannot take more. The candies are right here, and I dare anyone to try and snatch one. With Mr. Li, the adult, standing nearby, the other children dared not to seize any, allowing their anger to fester as they dispersed. However, they did not venture far, gathering at a distance, munching on their candies while their eyes remained fixed on the basket. Perhaps the adults from the other side would soon depart? After a while, more children arrived upon hearing the news, and the distribution process remained unsatisfactory, inciting great frustration in Zhu Houzhao. Gradually, more children came, and Zhu Houzhao continued to be irate during the distribution. Li Qing had not left either. The first child to receive candy, noticing that Li Qing had no intention of departing, reluctantly took their leave. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded shortly thereafter. Children over the age of 10 began to arrive, followed by adults. In no time, the entire alley was teeming with people, having just finished their midday meal. The adults had yet to commence their labor. Upon hearing from their children that free candy was being distributed, no one wished to miss out on the opportunity. Zhu Houzhao had prepared an ample supply of candy, intended solely for children under 10. Yet now the entire village had come to claim their share of the bounty. Such provisions were woefully insufficient. Since the dawn of his memory, Zhu Houzhao had only encountered benevolent souls and had never witnessed the harshness of the world. Overwhelmed by feelings of helplessness, anger, and injustice, tears streamed down his cheeks. Ultimately, it was Li Qing who stepped in to clarify the situation, stabilizing the chaos. As the adults gradually dispersed, the heart-stopping scene began to dissipate, though, in the process, the older children had taken advantage of the situation, and some mischievous ones had engaged in underhanded dealings. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind an empty bamboo basket that had once brimmed with sweets. In the end, only Zhu Houzhao and a few of his companions remained. The children gazed at him with faces filled with resentment, seemingly angrier than Zhu Houzhao himself. This time, however, he bore no grudge against them. He retrieved the candies he had discreetly saved and said, These are for you. I have counted them. Everyone gets an equal share, not a single piece less. The children took their portions one by one and left silently, growing increasingly distant from him. Zhu Houzhao's composure shattered entirely. Hey, you little chubby one, come here. He called out to the last of the departing children. While the others were difficult to manage, this one was easier to handle. If you wish to attend school in the future, come here. The chubby child, indeed, was compelled to return, head hanging low. How I treat you is how you treat me. Zhu Houzhao shouted in a fit of emotion. Is this how it should be? The chubby boy, somewhat startled and feeling a tad aggrieved, replied sulkily, We ran all over the village, yet you didn't give us a single extra piece. Others who did nothing received the same as us, and we were the ones who knew you first. This doesn't seem fair. Zhu Houzhao was taken aback. At that moment, his immense anger found no outlet. After a pause, he stammered, You are unreasonable. The chubby boy, not fully grasping the meaning, assumed it was an insult. He felt neither anger nor annoyance, only a sense of disappointment and sadness. Zhu, how about we just play together from now on? The chubby one suggested. Who would want to play with you lot? Zhu Houzhao suddenly recalled something, halting the decision he was about to make in his fury. He took several deep breaths to suppress his ire and said, Haven T, I treated you well? The chubby boy pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then why do you treat me this way? The chubby child struggled to articulate his feelings and, after a long pause, finally said, You made new friends and forgot about us, and that makes us uncomfortable. Candy was not given to you. The chubby boy fell silent once more. Zhu Houzhao's face turned a shade of purple from anger, her teeth clenched as she swallowed her hurtful words. Among her peers, the chubby boy was indeed the best of them all. The little one picked up the bamboo basket and turned to leave. As she stepped out to the alley, an overwhelming sense of grievance and suffocation surged forth, unable to be contained any longer. Zhu Houzhao's tears flowed freely, her mouth widening in despair, and she began to wail loudly, crying with a heart-wrenching sorrow that would move anyone who heard her to tears. Amidst her sobs, Zhu Houzhao lamented, I gave them candy, yet they treated me this way. What ungrateful wretches. Chapter 122. Neither good nor evil. Sniffle, sniffle. The little one's nose reddened from crying, her sobs mechanical and unceasing. Li Shuai felt a pang of sympathy. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. Be wary of harming your health, for you are the heir apparent. The little one absorbed none of it. Her tears nearly dried, yet still unending in their flow of grievance. Li Qing inquired, Zhu Houzhao, are you going to give up? Zhu Houzhao shrugged her small shoulders, sobbing. These ungrateful fools are beyond comprehension, foolish and brutish. They are not worth my efforts. Then, do you intend to give up? Zhu Houzhao's cries grew even more intense, shaking her head in defiance despite her heart's desire to surrender. She knew she could not, despite the anger and unfairness she felt. Crying was futile. To resolve the issue, one must first reflect on their mistakes. Li Qing placed a hand on her shoulder, easing her mechanical sobs as he advised, consider your shortcomings. Zhu Houzhao pouted, I have been bullied to this extent, and you still want me to reflect on my mistakes? You are not on my side at all. Li Qing chuckled softly and asked, will the future ruler of the realm stop here? Who said that? The little one suddenly flared with indignation, her sobs ceasing. Li Qing refrained from immediate affirmation or encouragement, stating calmly, if that is the case, then reflect earnestly on the reasons for your failure. I am unfortunate to have encountered such a group of rascals. This was merely an expression of anger, not a reflection on her failures. Li Qing replied coolly, as long as the problem remains unresolved, it will persist. Since venting does not provide a solution, perhaps it would be wise to calm down and thoughtfully consider where the issue lies. Zhu Houzhao nodded, her expression one of pitiful resignation as she wiped her tears and fell silent. After a long while, she mused, this is the consequence of bestowing kindness indiscriminately. The chubby boy and his companions, as well as that group of rascals, do not appreciate unwarranted goodwill. I should not have distributed candy so freely. Li Shui's eyes brightened, ready to provide positive feedback, but Li Qing preemptively halted her. And what else? What more is there? Li Qing continued. Such as the words of the chubby boy. Huh, is it my fault that they are insatiable and greedy? Zhu Houzhao retorted. At the core, it is still the case of unmerited kindness leading to ingratitude. I have been too generous to them. Then why did you not immediately refute the chubby boy? I was simply too enraged. Li Qing sighed and said, you may deceive others, and even me, but you cannot deceive yourself. Zhu Houzhao fell silent for a moment and retorted, sir, do you not think that is a fallacy? Is it not? Indeed, it is a fallacy. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed indignantly. As the crown prince, destined to rule the realm, I must treat all equally. Those chubby ones are my subjects, as are many other little ones. If I were to show favoritism, would that be just? Li Qing nodded slightly and replied, your intentions are commendable, and your heart is in the right place. Yet you have misinterpreted the notion of equality. How have I misinterpreted it? Zhu Houzhao asked. Did not the chubby boy say so himself? Li Qing continued. If the distribution is the same, then others receive the same share, yet they must run all over the place while those few do not. Is this truly equality? Noticing the little one's discontent, Li Qing shifted his approach. Let me rephrase. If two commoners receive the same amount of grain throughout the year, yet one toils endlessly while the other merely reaps without planting, do you consider this fair? That is impossible. Zhu Houzhao retorted. One reaps what one sows, without sowing. How can one harvest? Yet those who do not run errands for you cannot expect to receive the same rewards as those who do, Li Qing pointed out. Zhu Houzhao opened his mouth, speechless. Empathize. If you were in the chubby boy's position, what would you think? Li Qing's voice softened. Distribution need not be equal. It must be reasonable. The contributions of individuals vary, and thus their rewards must also differ. If all were the same, who would still be willing to contribute? Zhu Houzhao lowered his head. I understand now. In truth, you still do not fully grasp it, but that is all right. Take your time. I believe you will eventually understand. Li Qing said leisurely. You are intelligent and eager to improve. You will surely complete this task successfully. Trust in yourself. The little one remained dejected, having faced a harsh reality that weighed heavily on his spirit. Sir, I shall not disappoint you, but I feel disheartened by them. Zhu Houzhao expressed genuine disappointment. Sir, if what you say is true, and everyone in the world behaves thus, what should I do? What will become of the Ming Dynasty? The blow of the day was indeed overwhelming, shaking the very foundations of his belief. Li Qing felt compelled to offer some encouragement. Today, there are not only children present, but adults as well. Reflect on why I managed to defuse the crisis merely by clarifying the facts. It is because you speak with authority, Zhu Houzhao replied. That is not correct, Li Qing countered. It is not that I possess persuasive power, but rather that the other party is an adult, not a child. Zhu Houzhao looked perplexed, not understanding the implication. Li Qing elaborated, children may act without restraint, but adults cannot. Their self-esteem, laws, and various regulations bind them. Hence, they must exercise caution. So you mean not everyone in the world is a rogue, but rather all children are? Zhu Houzhao asked. No, you misunderstand, Li Qing clarified. What I mean is that adults are more adept at weighing pros and cons. As one matures, human nature increasingly prevails over primal instincts. Zhu Houzhao scratched his head. Sir, perhaps you could provide an example? Very well, Li Qing responded. Why do adults not snatch candy? Firstly, it is due to the fact that a few candies are hardly worth their dignity, compelling them to snatch belongings from children. Secondly, the act of theft is unequivocally prohibited, constituting a violation of the law. Thirdly, my attire and demeanor reveal that I am not an ordinary commoner. I do not engage in a rivalry of wealth and poverty, a principle that has been established over millennia. Li Qing remarked, were you not a prince, not of royal lineage, and lacking a proper education, would you not behave like those children? Zhu Houzhao, having gained wisdom, found himself unable to empathize. Li Qing did not engage in further debate, simply stating, now, tell me, is it realistic to expect illiterate children, who can only indulge in sweets during festive occasions, to adhere to reason and propriety when faced with such temptation? Zhu Houzhao ran his fingers through his hair, falling into silence. Li Qing smiled and inquired, upon reflection, does it not seem less unjust, less infuriating, and less sorrowful? The young lad pouted, choosing not to respond. Li Qing did not press him for an answer, but continued, it is not solely the children who are foolish, it is the adults who are constrained by rigid conventions. Of course, such a statement may be somewhat extreme. There are indeed good individuals, and they are far from rare. However, those in power cannot solely rely on the goodness of humanity, for that would be misguided. One must accept the darker aspects of human nature and seek to restrain and guide them, encouraging a curbing of malevolence. Zhu Houzhao listened quietly, gradually detaching from his anger and beginning to contemplate calmly. After a long pause, he expressed, there is one thing I do not understand. Speak, Li Qing replied. If adults are aware of these truths, why do they not educate the children? Li Qing sighed with a hint of bitterness. Do you recall what I said yesterday when I clarified your doubts? What was it that you said? Which statement? You remarked that I overestimated their intelligence, asserting that they are simple-minded and incapable of thinking far ahead. Li Qing sighed. In truth, adults are much the same. More often than not, they are driven by instinct. They do what they can, but if you ask them to articulate the reasoning behind their actions, it becomes somewhat burdensome. Of course, this is but one aspect of the matter. What else? Furthermore, the very conventions that bind adults do not apply to children, who are still afforded the immunity of youth. Li Qing continued, using today's incident as an example. If you were an adult, fully aware, would you prevent your own children from taking candies? I would. Zhu Houzhao insisted. But when the children of others are enjoying candies while your own are left wanting, and they are crying and clamoring for them, what would you do? I would buy them. Acquiring those candies would require at least half a day's labor, would it not? I would. The young lad remained obstinate. Yet his resolve began to waver. Li Qing continued. Firstly, those distributing the candies have declared that children may take them for free. Secondly, even if the children are impolite, their youth serves as a perfect excuse. You would not feel ashamed, nor would anyone mock you. Would you still deny your own children the opportunity to partake? Zhu Houzhao fell silent. To adhere to reason and propriety often comes at a cost, and for the less affluent populace, who would refuse such a beneficial opportunity that entails no expense? Li Qing stated, what parent does not wish for their children to enjoy a little sweetness? The young boy remained silent, his lingering discontent dissipating entirely. Li Qing sighed softly, remarking, in truth, for the vast majority of common folk, the only standard for raising children is simply that they survive. Zhu Houzhao was taken aback. It is indeed difficult for you to comprehend, yet this is the reality. The common people's energies are entirely devoted to mere survival, leaving little room for the education of their offspring. Zhu Houzhao found this hard to accept, feeling dejected as he replied, so, all the faults lie with the Zhu family, and today it is all my fault? One might say so, Li Qing replied. But do you believe our ancestors were not diligent, serving the nation and its people? The problem exists objectively. It is not a matter of whether they did enough, but rather that this is not a question of right or wrong. Li Qing continued, it is the responsibility of a sovereign to contemplate and address how to resolve issues. He then inquired, as the future ruler of the realm, once you ascend to the throne, will you summon a judge to engage the common people in a contest of right and wrong? You must confront the situation with calmness, engage in rational thought, and analyze problems dispassionately, rather than attributing blame to the populace. Li Qing gently stated, human nature is neither inherently good nor inherently evil. Its essence is shaped by the sovereign's influence. Today you may view them as scoundrels, yet tomorrow you might find them endearing, provided, of course, that you employ the right methods. In Chapter 123, The Cabinet Faces Adversity, Li Qing patted the young one's shoulder and rose to bask in the sunlight beneath the eaves. Li Shuai, feeling a pang of sympathy, feared that her good intentions might backfire, and thus chose to remain silent. Joining Li Qing in the sun, while leaving the little one sprawled on the stone table, small and vulnerable. The nature of the right method remained unspoken. Neither Li Qing nor Zhu Houzhao inquired further. The young one understood that if Mr. Li articulated it, the assignment would lose its significance. Zhu Houzhao was at a loss regarding the method, feeling utterly bewildered, yet the little one was no longer confused. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the courtyard gate. Distinct from the robust tones of Gao Gong and the steady voice of Zhang Zhuxing, the elegant timbre belonging to Li Chunfang resonated, inquiring whether the evergreen duke was at home. Without lifting his eyelids, Li Qing responded through the door, "Have you come empty-handed again?" Outside, there was a prolonged silence. As the three exchanged glances, utterly astonished that the esteemed evergreen duke would utter such blatant words of soliciting bribes. After a considerable pause, Li Chunfang awkwardly replied, "I apologize for my hasty arrival, Your Grace." "Ah, the door is not locked. Do come in," Li Qing replied with a hint of humor. Li Chunfang, albeit hesitantly, glanced at Zhang Zhuxing, who, usually affable, expressed dissatisfaction for the first time. Gao Gong shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Zhuxing as well. Zhang Zhuxing felt wronged yet had no means to express it, thinking to himself, "Heaven have mercy, I have been in comparison with the evergreen duke for quite some time. Yet I truly did not know he held such fondness for matters of human interaction." Pushing open the ajar door, the three entered the small courtyard with palpable awkwardness. Zhang Zhuxing, bringing up the rear, closed the door, casting a resentful glance at Li Qing as if to say, "Had you mentioned this earlier, we would have been aware." It was not that they were incapable of handling matters or lacked understanding of human affairs. Rather, it was Li Qing's exalted status and immense influence that set him apart from the mundane. "Your humble servant pays respects to His Royal Highness." The three scholars bowed in unison, subsequently offering a salute to Li Qing. "We apologize for the intrusion, Your Grace. Please do not take offense." Li Qing responded with a nonchalant hum, maintaining a cold demeanor. The three individuals faced a wall of indifference, their expressions filled with disappointment, and turned their attention to His Highness. "Your Highness, are you comfortable here?" Zhu Houzhao wore a gloomy expression, his little face sullen and silent. The three of them found themselves at a loss for words. In all of the capital, and indeed throughout the vast realm of the Ming Dynasty, there was no one else who treated them with such disregard. However, there was little they could do, as two formidable figures resided within this modest courtyard. "Your Highness, have you been keeping up with your studies these past few days?" Zhu Houzhao cast a glance at the trio and scoffed, "You all come here. Have you not neglected your official duties?" "We have completed our duties before coming, Your Highness," Li Chunfang replied with a forced chuckle. Gao Gong and Zhang Zhuxing also wore smiles, feeling despondent, secretly resolving to check the calendar before their next visit to the Li family compound. The young boy sighed and inquired, "Did Father Emperor send you here?" Gao Gong responded, "In reply to Your Highness, we are not here at the Emperor's behest. Your Highness's departure from the central authority has caused great concern among the officials, and we have come as representatives of the court to extend our greetings." Departing from the central authority? The little one paused for a moment before sneering. "Is the central authority of the Ming Dynasty confined to the imperial palace? How minuscule it is." Gao Gong was taken aback and hurriedly clarified, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. We are merely concerned for your well-being, as the heir to the throne. Your significance is paramount." All right, the child interjected, feeling irritated and not in the mood for pleasantries. "You claim to represent the officials. Yet I have only been here for a few days, and all the officials already know? Who leaked this information? It wouldn't be you three, would it?" Zhang Zhuxing took over the conversation, explaining, "In response to Your Highness, no one has leaked any information. The officials do not refer to all the bureaucrats in the capital. We are simply concerned for you, Your Highness. Gao Gong concurred. Li Chunfang cautiously asked, May I inquire when Your Highness plans to return to the palace? Which palace? Jinqing Palace or the East Palace? Why not just say when I will leave this place? Li Chunfang thought to himself, what is wrong with this little prince? He has never behaved like this before. After just a few days, it is evident that proximity to the likes of Yongqing Ho has indeed had an effect. Our concerns about the little prince being too close to him were not unfounded. Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing shared similar sentiments. The three dared not directly ask Li Qing for the person they sought, merely looking at the prince with hopeful eyes. As long as the prince spoke, their subsequent requests would be justified. Zhu Yijuan showed no intention of yielding, snorting, Why do you care when I return? Your Highness, we are worried that you may fall behind in your studies, Gao Gong said in a low voice. Do not use this to pressure me. I am here with Father Emperor's permission, as well as Grandfather Emperor's intention. The little one pounded the table and glared. If you have the ability, go speak to them. If not, then just return. It had only been a few days. If they stayed any longer, the three dared not imagine the consequences. With no other option, they all turned their gazes towards Li Qing, seeking his explanation. What are you staring at? Li Qing retorted, having never cared for others' opinions, especially since the Hongwu Emperor's time. He was hardly concerned about the expressions of these three grand scholars who were incapable of knowing how to handle matters. What do you want from me? The fiery-tempered Gao Gong, though exasperated, had no choice but to ask, My lord, if we have erred in any way, please do enlighten us. Li Qing lazily waved the book in his hand and remarked, To pass down teachings without effort will surely lead future generations to starvation. Gao Gong froze momentarily, while Zhang Juzhing appeared equally perplexed. However, Li Chunfang's face flushed with embarrassment, soon followed by a look of understanding. Your lordship speaks wisely. This is indeed a matter we have not considered thoroughly. It shall not happen again. Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion over the seemingly jovial demeanor of the chief minister. Li Qing nodded and stated, If you remain unconvinced, you may send someone here. This is my utmost concession. Of course, if the crown prince wishes to return to the palace with you, I have no objections. I shall not return. Zhu Yijuan interjected promptly. The three exchanged glances and nodded slightly in agreement. Very well, then, it shall be as such. Li Qing closed his eyes to rest. Zhu Yijuan, no longer engaging with others, propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The three were left with no choice but to depart reluctantly. Once outside the courtyard, Gao and Zhang immediately turned to Li Chunfang, their eyes inquiring. Li Chunfang chuckled as he explained. The phrase to pass down teachings without effort will surely lead future generations to starvation originates from a mythological novel that narrates the arduous journey of four individuals facing countless trials. Might I ask, Chief Minister, could you not get to the point directly? Gao Gong, being somewhat impatient, was averse to lengthy explanations. Li Chunfang chuckled and nodded, stating plainly, Next time you visit, simply bring some food and drink. Gao Gong replied, You see, I was being succinct, yet you remain unclear. Li Chunfang shrugged and proceeded to briefly elaborate on the plot. Gao Gong found it rather absurd, as did Zhang Juzhing. Chief Minister, how could the Duke of Yongqing draw a connection from a purple gold bowl to food and drink? Zhang Juzhing inquired, perplexed, before awkwardly adding, I mean no offense. It's just that the implication seems rather profound. Gao Gong nodded, affirming, The Chief Minister is exceedingly astute, yet the Duke of Yongqing may not fully comprehend this. Even if he did, it would require the assumption that the Chief Minister has read this mythological novel, which the Duke cannot possibly know. Zhang Juzhing concurred. I share the same sentiment. Li Chunfang's smile faltered, as if his entire demeanor had soured. Li Daxuaxi, Oh, this matter. Li Chunfang hesitated momentarily before awkwardly stating, In any case, bringing food and drink is certainly a safe bet. Noticing that the two seemed intent on probing deeper, Li Chunfang quickly shifted the topic. Very well, I will come first tomorrow, and by the way, you must follow my lead. If anything goes awry, I shall take the blame. Gao and Zhang felt somewhat embarrassed at this. So it is settled then, Li Chunfang declared. After all, I am the Chief Minister. He paused, reflecting, although this outcome may not align with our expectations, the Duke of Yongqing's stance indicates that he shall not return to the court to direct affairs, allowing us some closure and alleviating the concerns of the officials. Upon hearing this, Gao and Zhang's spirits lifted, and they lost interest in inquiring about the mythological novel. The Duke of Yongqing was not unreasonable. Rather, he was excessively headstrong. Gao Gong sighed. If only the Duke could temper his obstinacy, stepping into the court would be advantageous. Alas, Zhang Jujing silently mused. A fierce tiger walks alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. Li Chunfang remarked, this matter should be reported to His Majesty. I believe he will not refuse. The two nodded slowly, their spirits considerably lifted. In a small courtyard, Zhu Yijuan expressed his discontent. Sir, why must you invite them as well? Do you not wish for their presence? Indeed, I do not, Zhu Yijuan replied gloomily. They are quite bothersome, and I do not wish for them to witness my moments of vulnerability. Li Qing chuckled heartily. At such a tender age, you are rather concerned about your pride. I am the crown prince. Naturally, I must uphold my dignity, the young boy retorted, feeling somewhat dejected. It suffices to have you alone. Bringing them along is merely superfluous. Li Qing shook his head in amusement. If it were to be so, there would be many who would find it difficult to sleep. Who would that be? The cabinet and many officials. Those who are privy to my secrets cannot rest easy, Li Qing explained. The young lad scratched his head and inquired, why is that? Are there many in the capital aware of your secrets? Indeed, there are many. As for why the officials are restless, do not forget, you are the crown prince, the future ruler of the realm. Zhu Yijuan found it somewhat perplexing, as he was unaware of Li Qing's illustrious past. However, he grasped the crux of the matter. Alas, the strong are often misunderstood. Li Qing responded, it is the weak who require understanding. The strong are indifferent to such matters. The young boy, with a sigh reminiscent of an adult, rallied his spirits and declared, I shall accomplish this. Indeed, I have faith in you. Chapter 124. The transformation of Zhu Yijuan. The following day dawned early, with the usual hustle and bustle of market day. Zhu Yijuan continued his tradition of purchasing sweets and ventured into familiar alleys, where he predictably encountered his playmates engaged in their frolics. Noticing his empty hands, the children's enthusiasm dwindled to nothing, merely glancing at him before returning to their previous amusements. The young boy had anticipated this reaction, yet he felt a surge of frustration, akin to having fed all his candies to a dog. Fortunately, after yesterday's insightful analysis by Li Qing, he was not as upset and recognized that resolving the issue was paramount. Zhu Yijuan took a deep breath and, with a grin, exclaimed, Oh, still playing, are we? Only a chubby boy nodded, asking, Did you eat, Zhu Gu'er? I did. The young lad, having learned to treat others with discernment rather than equally, called out, Chubby boy, come here. The chubby boy hesitated, addressing his companions. I think Zhu Gu'er is calling me for something. The other children remained silent, casting unfriendly glances at the chubby boy. Feeling a pang of regret, the chubby boy contemplated backing out, but upon hearing Zhu Gu'er call him again, he reluctantly approached. Speak quickly, Zhu Gu'er. The chubby boy halted a few steps away, glancing back as if fearing misunderstanding from his peers. Zhu Yijuan took a couple of steps closer, producing a handful of sweets from his pocket, and whispered, These are for you. A generous portion, and given the proximity, it was impossible to conceal. Thank you. Zhu Gu'er, you are truly kind. The chubby boy beamed, genuinely delighted. Is this the essence of possessing what others lack? Zhu Yijuan pondered, feeling a newfound confidence swell within him. Yet he remarked, Shall we play elsewhere? Hey, chubby boy, what are you doing? Protested a few children who had not received any sweets. One child scolded, How pitiful. It's just a piece of candy. Who hasn't had one before? The chubby child chuckled innocently. It's not just one. It's a handful. The previous candies were also given by Zhu Gu'er. Zhu Yijuan paid them no heed and said to the chubby child, Let us go play somewhere else. As he spoke, he took out another piece, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, grinning. We can eat candies while we play. The chubby child hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Just as the two were about to depart, another timid child could no longer contain himself, dropping his stone and trotting over, stammering, Zhu Gu'er, I want to play with you too. Zhu Yijuan said nothing, pulling out a small handful of candies, slightly fewer than what he had given the chubby child. The chubby child stood tall and proud, while the newly candy-received child turned back, displaying a genuine expression of joy despite not receiving any. Let us go? The little one declared with spirited decisiveness. Wait a moment, Zhu Gu'er. Another child rushed over, unable to resist, and in an instant, the remaining children collectively chose to reconcile with Zhu Gu'er. Zhu Yijuan once more distributed the candies differently, adhering to the order of arrival. And although this unequal distribution seemed unfair, it surprisingly yielded positive results. Only the last child felt discontent, but that solitary grievance could hardly stir any commotion. The chubby child, brimming with happiness, suggested, "Shall we play the stone game, Zhu Houzhao?" The child who received the second most candies joined in the invitation. Yet, Zhu Houzhao shook his head, replying, "Playing stones is rather dull. Let us have a race instead." The little one pointed towards the distant alleyway, declaring confidently, "We shall race to see who arrives first. The winner gets 3 candies, the second 2, and the third 1. Upon hearing of the rewards, several children immediately agreed without hesitation. "All right, everyone line up. I will say go and then run." The children complied enthusiastically, aligning in a row under Zhu Houzhao's direction, and as he signaled, they darted forth like the wind. Zhu Houzhao followed, lagging behind, one hand clutching his chest while the other swung rhythmically. Li Qing stretched lazily, keeping a leisurely pace. "This is yours, and this is yours." Zhu Houzhao distributed candies based on their performance, fulfilling his promise. Those who received candies were naturally delighted, while those who did not felt merely a twinge of regret. Not blaming Zhu Houzhao, but rather lamenting the companions who had hindered their performance. "Is everyone tired?" The little one called out loudly. "If not, shall we race again?" Not tired. They were still yearning for what they had not obtained, desiring even more. "Very well, let us switch to another alley and try again," Zhu Houzhao proclaimed loudly. "But let it be known, this time everyone must rely solely on their own abilities. Those who resort to tricks will earn no candies." Zhu Houzhao is right. Using tricks doesn't count. The child who had previously underperformed immediately raised both hands in support, loudly endorsing the notion. Indeed, Zhu Houzhao's deliberate approach bore commendable results. Even before the race commenced, other children were drawn in. Soon, they clamored to join. Zhu Houzhao, however, turned up his nose and stated, "Want to play with us? Perhaps another day. Why must you be like this? What of it?" The chubby child stepped forward, asserting, "Zhu Houzhao said another day means another day." Subsequently, the other little ones stepped forward, united in their shared indignation and solidarity. "We'll change it, right, brother Zhu?" Zhu Houzhao nodded and said, "Next time. I wish to add more friends. I will choose you first." "Really?" "Of course." Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment and added, "If you accompany us, it will be easier to join in." Before the chubby ones could persuade him further, Zhu Houzhao remarked, "There are no sweets today. They are my best friends." The little ones felt their superiority affirmed and ceased their entreaties, knowing that without the newcomers, their distinction would be less pronounced. Especially when they caught the envious gazes of those who followed, the sweets in their mouths tasted even sweeter. After racing down another alley, they naturally attracted many more children clamoring to join. This time, Zhu Houzhao did not need to speak, nor did the chubby ones need to intervene. The few children granted the privilege of joining first were not pleased. "Want to play with brother Zhu? Queue up." Li Qing felt a sense of gratification. Although they were far from completing their assignments, the little ones were undoubtedly heading in the right direction, proving themselves to be teachable. Having learned from past mistakes, Zhu Houzhao exhibited restraint, refraining from excessive boasting after the 2 races concluded, and instead suggested returning to play in the mud. The chubby ones wholeheartedly supported this, and the 2 groups of children eager to join followed suit, resulting in a gathering of over 20 little ones, engaging in playful tussles that resembled a festive celebration. Li Qing, as usual, leaned casually against a courtyard wall, observing from a distance, allowing the young ones ample freedom. At that moment, an inopportune voice rang out, "Mr. Li Qing." Li Qing turned to see it was indeed Li Chunfang, sighing as he approached. "What brings you here? This is not a place for official titles." Li Qing interjected, suggesting they keep it informal and avoid revealing the prince's identity, lest it create a scandal. Li Chunfang clicked his tongue in disapproval, reluctantly agreeing, and then craned his neck to look around. Among the children of impoverished families, the prince stood out conspicuously, a true standout. Li Chunfang quickly spotted the prince, disregarding decorum, engaged in playful scuffles with a group of young children, covered in mud. This sight was intolerable to him. What a disgrace! How could this be acceptable? Li Shuer, who had accompanied Li Chunfang, remarked, "This is also a way of sharing joy with the people." Naturally, Li Chunfang disagreed, asserting that such a display was hardly an appropriate form of engagement. His heart sank further at the sight of the mud smeared across the prince's face, hands, and cuffs. After a moment's hesitation, Li Chunfang prepared to confront the situation. However, after taking just a couple of steps, He was abruptly seized by the scruff of his neck by Li Qing, who tightened his grip, nearly causing him to lose his breath. Li Chunfang, known for his good temperament and kindness, was indeed the prime minister. If anyone else had dared to seize him, it would have incited his wrath, but facing Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing, he had no choice but to endure. "My lord," Li Chunfang whispered, her anxiety palpable. "I have promised not to reveal the crown prince's identity. Yet I cannot allow him to persist in this manner. I retract my vow from yesterday." Frustrated, Li Chunfang protested, "Aren't you afraid I might lodge a complaint against you?" "Feel free to do so," he retorted. "However, I hold the authority here. Should you dare to challenge me, do you believe I won't retaliate?" Recalling the notorious reputation of the Marquis Yongqing, Li Chunfang ultimately refrained from confrontation, instead pleading softly, "This cannot stand. He is the heir apparent, the future emperor." Li Qing understood that traditional scholars abhorred such matters and empathized with her plight. Nevertheless, he found it tiresome and jabbed her a few times. Li Chunfang, restrained and unable to voice her thoughts, resorted to closing her eyes, believing that out of sight might bring her peace. Fortunately, she did not endure this for long. After about half an hour, the crown prince finally concluded his merriment and bid farewell to his companions, approaching her. Zhu Houzhao glanced at Li Chunfang, noticing her expression as if she had bitten into a rotten rat, and asked, "Sir, what has happened to her?" "Nothing much, just an overabundance of excitement. I merely alleviated her distress," he explained, jabbing her again. At last, little Li regained her freedom and immediately exclaimed, "Your Highness, be silent." Zhu Houzhao interjected, "If others overhear, how shall I continue my life in the Li family compound? Speak of this later." With that, he turned to leave. Li Chunfang, brimming with frustration and wanting to explode, hesitated for fear of repercussions and reluctantly followed him. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, a table laden with sumptuous food and wine greeted them. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Li Chunfang and remarked, "Master Li, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge." Caught off guard, Li Chunfang felt a wave of regret wash over her as she realized she had forgotten this aspect entirely. Chapter 125. The complaint. Li Chunfang wished to strike herself for her indiscretion, thinking, "What have I done? When was my secret exposed?" She deduced it must have been during the last encounter with Marquis Yongqing, when he had mentioned his fondness for the tales. Surely, it was her unusual demeanor at that moment that had caught his attention, leading him to inquire, "Did you write this? Could it be that I am overthinking this? Perhaps I am merely scaring myself. The Marquis might have spoken without intent." These thoughts flitted through her mind, but Li Chunfang quickly regained her composure, as if nothing had transpired. "Ah, my lord, you flatter me," she replied, gathering her emotions. "Shall we eat while we converse?" In light of the exquisite cuisine and wine, Li Qing chose not to press further. After all, it was merely a banned book, insufficient to place Li Chunfang in a precarious position. The two emperors would not take issue with the chief minister over it, as it contained no outright denunciation of Zhu Yuanzhang, merely alluding to the less savory aspects of the officialdom. As the three of them took their seats, Li Shuer conveniently found an excuse to retire to her quarters. Disinterested in participating in such an affair, Li Chunfang poured tea for the crown prince and wine for Li Qing, then remarked, "Your Highness, as the heir to the throne, your well-being is of utmost importance. Education should be prioritized, yet it is equally essential to balance work with leisure. A little enjoyment after rigorous study is not a vice." As a high-ranking official in the current cabinet, his words were naturally pleasing. However, before he could shift the conversation, the crown prince interrupted, "I am not playing. I am merely completing the assignments given by Mr. Li." Upon hearing this, Li Chunfang's previously stabilized emotions erupted once more. "May I inquire, Duke Yongqing, are your words to be taken seriously? What of it?" Li Qing replied nonchalantly, consuming his food and drink as if utterly unconcerned. Li Chunfang, exasperated, retorted, "You are trifling with the legacy of our ancestors and the stability of the realm. How can you behave so recklessly? How dare you?" Li Chunfang had every reason to be furious. To put it bluntly, Duke Yongqing was occupying a position without fulfilling its responsibilities. In such a critical period of education, it was unforgivable not to take it seriously and to indulge in such frivolity. Glaring at Li Qing, Li Chunfang found his demeanor indifferent and cold. "The stability of the realm? You have the audacity to speak of such matters before me?" Li Qing scoffed. "Do you truly believe you are worthy to utter those words? Your insolence knows no bounds." Li Chunfang's defenses crumbled. Li Qing chuckled, Those words are not yours to use. Your Highness, you cannot say this, nor that. Why not simply strike me to relieve your frustrations? Li Chunfang, disregarding the decorum of his position, attempted to overturn the stone table. However, it remained steadfast, and after several futile attempts, he found himself seated again, his face flushed with embarrassment. Duke Yongqing, the affairs of the nation are the responsibility of both the ruler and the subjects. Though you are a subject, your actions cannot solely dictate the course. Suppressing his rage, Li Chunfang continued, the heir's role is too significant to be left entirely to your whims. Responsibility of the ruler? The subjects? If it were Su Jie, he would not utter such nonsense. What do you mean? I have no obligation to explain myself, Li Qing sneered. Moreover, allowing a member of the cabinet to intervene is already my greatest concession. Do not entertain thoughts of bargaining further. My temper is notorious, and you wish to test it? Li Chunfang felt a pang of frustration. Encountering such a brazen individual was truly a stroke of ill fate. Yet, recalling the countless predecessors who had suffered under Duke Yongqing's tyranny, he felt slightly better. After a lengthy silence, Li Chunfang's reason triumphed over his anger. With a deep sigh, he asked, My lord, since you have distanced yourself from the court, what is your purpose here? For the sake of the Ming Dynasty and its countless subjects. Li Qing replied, Do not allow me to speak. You certainly excel at rhetoric. Li Chunfang gritted his teeth and, resigned, declared, If that is the case, why not return to the court? Li Qing took a sip of his wine, toying with the glass as he responded, At this stage, my absence from the court is also for the sake of the Ming Dynasty and its countless subjects. So, it seems you are always in the right. Li Chunfang swore he had never encountered such shamelessness. Li Qing smiled. If you cannot bear it any longer, go seek the emperor or the retired emperor. Alternatively, if you can persuade the crown prince to follow you back, then perhaps it would be wise to accept reality. Li Chunfang was at a loss and had to resort to emotional appeals, sighing, My dear relative, this matter cannot be handled in such a manner. I certainly believe your intentions are good, yet personal perspectives are often not entirely accurate. Even the sovereign, the esteemed emperor, heeds counsel. How can you be an exception? Li Qing paused momentarily and replied, I acknowledge my approach may be somewhat domineering, but I truly find it hard to place my trust in you. Are you the only virtuous one in a sea of malice? Certainly not. I merely assert that when countless individuals converge into a singular entity, a decline in intellect, compromise, and internal strife is inevitable. While someone like Minister Li can assert authority unequivocally, I wouldn't mind relinquishing some power to you, yet you are incapable of such. When you are compelled to consider the sentiments and interests of those beneath you for the sake of your own ambitions, those very aspirations often become tainted. Unless you possess the fortitude to rise above, which you evidently do not. I cannot concur with such a view, Li Qing casually responded. Do as you please. If you wish to stay, then stay. If not, I shall not compel you. Is that how you intend to dismiss me, Lord Yongqing? Li Chunfang retorted. You may be strong, but I am not mere dough to be molded. Only when truly facing Lord Yongqing does one grasp the extent of his formidable presence. It is utterly terrifying. Li Chunfang was not a person prone to anger, priding herself on her temperament being far superior. Yet today her demeanor fell short compared to Gao Gong. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained unperturbed, calling out, The food is getting cold. Let us dine. Feel free, Lord Yongqing. She replied, her appetite having vanished in her frustration. Li Qing, unyielding, urged the little one. This is lunch. Do enjoy it. Zhu Houzhao murmured, It's not very tasty. What? After the meal, Li Qing rose and went to the eastern kitchen to prepare noodles for Li Shui, leaving the stage to Li Chunfang. Seizing every moment, Li Chunfang promptly retrieved her prepared books and commenced her lecture. Zhu Houzhao, overwhelmed with annoyance, felt as if a buzzing sound filled his ears, struggling to stay awake. Yawning repeatedly, after valiantly enduring for a quarter of an hour, the little one could no longer resist. Resting his chin on his hands and succumbing to slumber on the stone table. Your Highness, awaken. This is not the time for sleep. Should you continue like this, I shall have to report to the emperor. The small fellow indignantly raised his head, exclaiming, What else do you people know how to do besides complain? If your Highness were to pay attention in class, we would have no reason to report, Li Chunfang retorted, her frustration palpable and her attitude lacking in courtesy. Your Highness must cultivate a humble and earnest attitude toward learning. Zhu Houzhao huffed, When Mr. Li teaches, I am not drowsy. Should you not reflect on your own shortcomings? Li Chunfang was taken aback. Whether the crown prince had learned anything from Lord Yongqing was uncertain, but his knack for irritation was certainly perfected. As a distinguished member of the cabinet, his interactions with the crown prince were inevitable. Though the crown prince was indeed a bit mischievous, he was not of this caliber. Your Highness, I now bear the burden of your Mr. Li Chunfang reminded him. Each teacher has their own method. Your Highness should extract the essence and discard the dross. The key is that it's hard to swallow, Zhu Houzhao grumbled, his face reflecting reluctance. Besides your name, how can you compare with Mr. Li? The words were indeed somewhat hurtful, leaving Li Chunfang feeling both sorrowful and indignant, with tears welling in her eyes. Observing her distress, the little one felt a twinge of discomfort and reluctantly remarked, "Very well, please continue your narrative. I shall listen." After a while, the little fellow found his eyelids growing heavy again, the incessant blows to his consciousness making it increasingly difficult for Li Chunfang to maintain her composure. With a parting remark of, "I shall faithfully report to His Majesty," she gathered her food box and swept away. Once she departed, the little one instantly regained his spirits, albeit tinged with worry. He anxiously said, "Sir, Scholar Li will certainly lodge a severe complaint against me. What shall I do? Are you afraid?" Zhu Houzhao scratched his head and replied, "I am not afraid of him. Rather, I fear my father." "It's nothing to be concerned about," Li Qing replied dismissively. Yet the little one could not afford to be nonchalant, awkwardly stating, "We've vexed Scholar Li to such a degree that he will surely embellish his account. And perhaps my father will come personally." Li Qing squinted and reiterated, "It's nothing to worry about. If father comes, you must speak on my behalf," Zhu Houzhao urged with concern. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, inquiring, "Shall we venture out this afternoon?" The little one pondered for a moment, then subtly shook his head. "Yesterday, I suffered from being overly proactive. Pursuing them is not a transaction. I shall leave them be for the afternoon." After a pause, he added, "Sir, let us have a lesson this afternoon. Having just listened to Scholar Li's lecture, I am truly fatigued, and I fear that if this continues, I shall be unable to endure any future lectures." "Very well," Li Qing observed the little one's stifled yawns and chuckled, "It is still early afternoon. Why not take a short nap? We can resume our lessons when you awaken." "Indeed, good idea." The little fellow was indeed tempted by sleep. Slipping off his chair and heading to the side room. In the Qianxing Palace, Zhu Ziyan listened to Li Chunfang's report, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a look of displeasure. He had intended for Li Qing to educate his son, not to merely supervise him. Not a word of exaggeration. Li Chunfang responded in a low voice. "The Duke of Yongqing has not engaged in any teaching. He merely indulges His Highness in leisure, and His Highness has already begun to lose interest in his studies. If your Majesty does not believe me, you may accompany me to Lianjiaten." Zhu Ziyan hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. Li Chunfang felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity. "Your Majesty, the esteemed scholars Gao and Zhang should also teach His Highness. Why not have them join as well?" "That could be arranged," Zhu Ziyan replied, rubbing his temples, feeling both weary and helpless. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Chunfang, however, was invigorated by this response. With such a saturated barrage of intellectual firepower from the imperial cabinet, how could they possibly falter? Chapter 126. The approach of Longqing. As the afternoon waned, the little one awoke refreshed, changed into clean garments, washed his face, and admired himself in a small mirror, declaring, "Sir, I have grown. My handsomeness surely rivals yours." Li Shuer could not contain her amusement. Li Qing refrained from engaging in banter, stating, having just awakened, "Your mind may not yet be fully alert. Let us practice some calligraphy first." "May I practice in the courtyard, where the sunlight is ample?" he inquired. "Certainly," came the reply. The little fellow responded with glee, happily retrieving his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With meticulous care, he added water, ground the ink, and laid out the paper, demonstrating his significantly enhanced manual skills as he prepared to begin copying a portion of the 1,000-character essay. Although the little one had already learned and could write many characters, he had yet to reach the level of recognizing or writing 1,000 characters. Beneath the eaves, Li Shuer observed the young lad seated at the stone table, diligently penning characters with great care. She sincerely remarked, "In just a few days, his progress is remarkable." Before a child's worldview is fully formed, they are akin to a blank canvas. The emphasis lies not on the canvas itself, but rather on how the ink is applied. Li Qing interjected, Otherwise, the ancients would not have stated that the failure to educate a child is the father's fault. Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Such words are not to be spoken lightly. After all, he is the crown prince." She chuckled, as if I were vying for the role of his father. Then, she added thoughtfully, "We ought to find a time to visit the grand hall of Gaoxian." In a hushed tone, she continued, "Although it is not his true form, it is still best to lay him to rest sooner rather than later." Li Qing gently reassured her, "There is no need to fret about this. The brothers bear no animosity towards each other. Moreover, in matters of death, one must be magnanimous. If Jia Jing were truly petty, he would not have proposed the creation of a jade effigy. It is better to urge them along," Li Qing softly suggested. During her nephew's lifetime, she often met him with a stern demeanor, though more often than not, she found herself bested by him. Now that he was gone, she felt an even greater need to protect and cherish his memory. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. What once seemed ordinary now feels profoundly significant. Li Qing understood her sentiments and nodded slightly. "Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to hasten their efforts." Li Qing nodded gently, sighing, "In truth, I would prefer for him to be buried here." "That is your desire, not his wish," Li Qing responded. "In such matters, our words hold little sway." "Yes, I understand. Yet it is somewhat regretful," she acknowledged. Realizing it was not prudent to dwell on this topic, she shifted the conversation. "How long do you intend to teach the crown prince?" "Until he has thoroughly completed his assignments and fully grasped the material," Li Qing replied, directing his gaze towards Zhu Houzhao. "There is no set deadline. The lesson concludes when the exam is finished." Li Qing nodded slightly, stating, "I'll go take a look." Children are always endearing, especially at this tender age. As they grow, they begin to comprehend certain truths, making them far more delightful than those stubborn little rascals who do not understand a word. Li Qing, of course, had no intention of hindering her. Her happiness was what mattered most. The little one did not shy away from Li Qing either, frequently seeking her guidance on the parts of the 1,000-character classic he could recite but could not write. The interaction between the two, one old, one young, was harmonious and pleasant. Ultimately, with Li Qing's assistance, the young lad managed to transcribe the entire 1,000-character classic in one go, although his arm grew slightly weary and his wrist ached. The moment he completed the task, Zhu Houzhao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "Sir, look," he exclaimed, presenting his labor for Li Qing's assessment, his face aglow with anticipation for praise. The initial portion was indeed commendable, showcasing significant improvement since the last attempt, though the latter half was somewhat painful to behold. Nevertheless, this was accomplished under the guidance of Li Qing, and his attitude was commendable. "Not bad, though there is room for further improvement," Li Qing remarked. "Hey, I'm improving quickly." Zhu Houzhao grinned widely, tugging at Li Qing's sleeve. "Stop dawdling and come teach me." Li Qing was pulled to his feet and made his way to the stone table, taking a seat. The little one rested his forearms on the table, sitting upright with a serious expression on his youthful face. "Mr. Li, please begin." Li Qing felt a smile creeping upon him. After clearing his throat, he began. In the early days of the Jingguan era, Emperor Taizong said to his ministers, "To govern as a ruler, one must first consider the welfare of the people. If the well-being of the people is sacrificed for the sustenance of the sovereign, it is akin to severing one's own flesh to satiate the appetite. The belly may be full, yet the body perishes. To ensure peace in the realm, one must first cultivate integrity within oneself. There has never been a case where a ruler is upright while their subjects are in disarray. I often ponder that the harm done to oneself does not arise from external circumstances, but rather from indulgence in desires that lead to one's downfall. Furthermore, uttering irrational words can fracture the unity of the populace. Once resentment takes root, rebellion is sure to follow. As I reflect on this, I refrain from allowing indulgence to take hold." Li Qing excerpted a portion from the Essentials of Governance during the Jingguan era, explaining that Emperor Taizong of Tang meant that if a ruler nourishes himself at the expense of his people, it is no different from sacrificing his own flesh for sustenance. If a sovereign wishes for a tranquil realm, he must first rectify his own disposition. Throughout history, Emperor Wen of Han and Emperor Taizong of Tang are universally acknowledged as paragons, revered as ideal figures by both emperors and ministers alike. The young one listened intently, nodding occasionally. However, Li Qing did not elaborate further, recognizing that such wisdom, while not futile, could not anchor the child's memory. Many profound truths, though initially resonant, fade once heard. Thus, Li Qing chose to touch upon the subject briefly, shifting the focus back to the assigned task. It is only when grand principles intertwine with reality that sparks of insight emerge. Next came a moment for reflection. Li Qing urged, contemplate deeply the words of Emperor Taizong and how they relate to your actions today in Lianjia village. What are the similarities and differences? The young Zhu Houzhao found it difficult to connect the dots, exclaiming in astonishment, can they really be linked? As the saying goes, the myriad changes do not stray from their essence. With diligence, one can uncover the connection. Li Qing encouraged, take your time to think it over. Just then, an untimely knock on the door interrupted. Li Qing felt a surge of frustration. The critical moment was disrupted, rendering his earlier discourse fruitless. The child, merely 5 years old, could not maintain the same logical focus as an adult, and once distracted, regaining concentration proved arduous. What a lack of awareness. Begone, Li Qing scolded. Outside the courtyard, Li Gaozhong stood in astonishment. Zhu Houzhao wore a similar expression of bewilderment, and after a moment, he scratched his nose and called out, Li Qing. Li Chunfang, with a hint of schadenfreude, thought to herself, now, this should be interesting. Little Li secretly relished the moment, playfully asking, is Lord Yongqing at home? Inside, there was a brief silence before a calm voice resounded. In the chaos before creation, the world was tumultuous. In the vastness, no one could discern. To understand the essence of creation, one must look to journey to the west for enlightenment. Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing exchanged perplexed glances, while Zhu Houzhao appeared equally puzzled. But Li Chuanfang's expression shifted, and she dared not jest further, promptly pushing open the slightly ajar door. I say, are you not finished? The emperor has also arrived. Li Qing remarked, maintaining his composure. Your Majesty, may I inquire about your well-being? I am well, came the emperor's reply. Zhu Houzhao felt a tinge of helplessness. In each new reign, the ministers changed, yet Lord Yongqing seemed ever more audacious. Zhu Houzhao hastily approached and bowed respectfully. Son pays his respects to father. No need for formalities, replied the emperor. Thank you, father. The child felt a twinge of anxiety, awkwardly stating, Father, you are so busy with state affairs. How do you find time to visit your son? As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards Li Chunfang. She replied coolly, this morning. I have reported your highness's actions to the emperor in full. The young prince Zhu Houzhao was filled with indignation, yet he feigned composure, saying, Father, do not be swayed by the one-sided words of Minister Li. These past few days, Mr. Li has been quite earnest in his teachings, and I have indeed made significant progress in my studies. It is not merely in the art of crafting mud pies that I have excelled. Li Chunfang had come to reclaim his honor and was not inclined to show leniency. When civil officials became incensed, even the emperor could be directly rebuked. How much more so the crown prince, and Li Chunfang had already exercised considerable restraint. Before this encounter, Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing had been apprised of the situation and were naturally averse to following in the footsteps of Minister Li from the morning. Therefore, they formed a united front, resolutely standing together. Gao Gong remarked, as the old saying goes, it is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Your Highness, this is rather unbecoming. Zhang Juzhing concurred, stating, Your Majesty, honesty is paramount for the crown prince. Zhu Houzhao, both furious and helpless, saw that Li Qing seemed disinclined to speak on his behalf and urged, Mr. Li, please say something. Li Qing, calm and composed, replied, What is there to say? The fruits of your studies these past few days will speak for themselves. Let your father evaluate them. The small boy eagerly presented a freshly written piece of calligraphy, saying, Father, see here, this is what I have just penned, and the ink is still wet. Zhu Houzhao took the paper, glancing over it with surprise. You can write the entire text now? Indeed. The young lad beamed with pride, showing off the ink stains on his sleeves, declaring, I wrote each character with care. Zhu Houzhao's expression softened with delight, then turned to Li Chunfang, saying, Surely, you must be mistaken. This appears to be ink stains, not mud. Precisely. There are no mud stains at all. The little one chimed in. Li Chunfang, filled with anger and despair, retorted, Your Majesty, I witnessed the crown prince playing in the mud, covered in dirt. He then pointedly accused Li Qing, asserting, The prince must be lying. He has undoubtedly been taught this by the Duke of Yongqing. In this tangled web of accusations, it was inappropriate for Li Chunfang to directly impugn the crown prince's character, so he resorted to tarnishing Li Qing's reputation instead. Li Qing understood the implication but did not exhibit any magnanimity. He shot a glare at Li Chunfang, coldly stating, "Are you itching for trouble, to dare slander me? Oh, your majesty, you have no idea of the grievances I endured this morning," Li Chunfang lamented, but before he could finish, a book came hurtling towards him, leaving him no time to evade. Taken by surprise, Li Chunfang gasped, only to discover that the tome, upon impact, was soft and without force. Instinctively, he caught the falling book and, upon glimpsing a corner of its contents, froze in place. It was the journey to the west, the dispelling of calamities. Li Chunfang comprehended that this was the Duke of Yongqing's final ultimatum. Should he continue to press the issue, the Duke would expose him. While possessing a forbidden book was not a grave offense, it could tarnish the emperor's favor, leading the timid Li to concede defeat. Zhu Houzhao cast a glance at Li Chunfang, recognizing the genuine frustration and indignation that was evident in his demeanor, which seemed far from feigned. Yet, he could not directly unleash his fury upon Li Qing, so he sighed and said, "Zhu Houzhao, speak." "Father, I truly am studying diligently and have not been idle, Mr. Li can attest to this." Li Chunfang, casting a sidelong glance, responded languidly, "Your Highness, the Duke of Yongqing cannot vouch for you. According to the law, family and friends cannot serve as witnesses." "Indeed, that is correct," he acknowledged. Gao Zhang and the other person echoed in succession. Zhu Houzhao, filled with indignation, retorted, "Father, every word I utter is the truth. If you choose not to believe me, I have no further words to say." It seemed that Zhu Houzhao, troubled in spirit, increasingly leaned towards Li Chunfang. "I ask you, what is it that you are studying?" the emperor inquired. "In the morning, I engage in practical application. In the afternoon, I delve into theory," Zhu Houzhao replied. "I was just immersed in the essentials of the Jingguan reign. Had it not been for your arrival, I might have completed Mr. Li's questions by now." Li Chunfang, skeptical, questioned, "Might I inquire, Your Highness, which section of the essentials of the Jingguan reign are you studying?" Zhu Houzhao promptly responded, "The way of a ruler necessitates prioritizing the welfare of the people." He merely repeated what he had recently heard, a task not overly challenging. The young lad was not entirely word-for-word accurate, yet his overall message aligned with the original. Emperor Taizong asserted that a sovereign must not sustain himself at the expense of the people's interests. Otherwise, he would be akin to cutting his own flesh to satiate his hunger. Li Chunfang was taken aback, and Zhu Houzhao, though surprised, felt a sense of delight and cast a glance at Li Chunfang. Li Chunfang trembled, his face a portrait of dismay, thinking, "Have I become a mere jester?" Gao Zhang and the other person regarded Li Chunfang with strange expressions, pondering, could it be that Li the Grand Scholar is deliberately undermining the Crown Prince's authority in a bid for tutoring rights? Even the typically irritable Gao Gong felt a moment of humbleness and self-reflection. "What is with your expressions?" Li Chunfang, increasingly anxious, felt compelled to speak, lest he be wronged beyond measure. "Your Majesty, why not inquire what the Crown Prince has been practicing?" Li Chunfang gently suggested. Zhu Houzhao pondered briefly and nodded slightly. Although the outcome diverged greatly from his expectations, he understood that Li Chunfang would not unjustly slander the Duke of Yongqing, nor would he easily offend the heir apparent. "Zhu Houzhao, what did you practice this morning?" Zhu Houzhao's small face grew solemn as he earnestly replied, in response to Father, "I am dedicating myself to the nation and its people." At this juncture, Zhu Houzhao could no longer contain himself and jested, "These are mere empty words. Speak of actual content." The young lad felt a twinge of panic, casting a glance at Li Qing, who, however, did not return his gaze. The little fellow inwardly lamented the lack of loyalty, then mused aloud, as Han Fizi once said, "A prime minister must emerge from the provinces, and a fierce general must rise from the ranks. As the crown prince, I am unwilling to squander my time. Yet, being still young and unworthy of the weighty responsibilities, I must commence from humble beginnings, for how can one secure peace in the realm if one's own family is in disarray?" Zhu Houzhao listened with satisfaction, as did the three scholars with delight. However, while Li Chunfang felt joy, he also experienced a hint of frustration. Though the crown prince's words and demeanor were remarkably precious for one so young, he was still evading the crux of the matter, meandering in circles. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Li Qing interjected, "Do not be evasive. There is no shame in speaking plainly." Zhu Houzhao hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage to speak. "Father, this morning, as Minister Li mentioned, I played with the children of Lianjiaten in the mud, but it was not merely for amusement. I engaged in this activity as a means to gain their acceptance and subsequently guide them towards virtue. I believe that if one family is unsettled, how can the world find peace? This is the essence of my actions. He felt a sense of relief as Li Chuanfang's grievances were vindicated, and he sensed a comforting ease throughout his being. However, the effect he desired remained unfulfilled. With the foundation laid by the 1,000-character classic, the essentials of the Jingguan era, and the crown prince's upright demeanor and profound insights, the emperor had already perceived his son's growth and would not be incensed by a mere episode of playing in the mud. Zhu Ziyuan chuckled softly and inquired, "By your account, does that mean Lianjiaden is your jurisdiction now?" "Indeed, father is wise." Zhu Yiyuan quietly exhaled in relief, cheerfully grasping his father's large hand. "Father, please come and sit. Allow me to elaborate." The father and son settled at a stone table, while Li Qing returned to bask in the sun. And Li Shuer had already retreated to her chamber before the group arrived. In the modest courtyard, the three esteemed scholars stood there, appearing somewhat superfluous. Zhang Jujing, who prided himself on having some rapport with Li Qing, approached with a more amiable demeanor, bowed slightly, and said, "I hope to impose upon you, Lord Marquis. To procure a chair. Do take it yourself." "Ah, thank you." Zhang Jujing went to the guest hall, retrieved a chair, and chose a sunlit spot beneath the eaves to enjoy the warmth. Gao Gong followed suit, procuring a chair to bask in the sun while listening to the father-son conversation. Li Chunfang, feeling conflicted for a moment, reluctantly ascended the steps to Li Qing's side and awkwardly said, "Lord Marquis, your book of sayings." "No, it is your book of sayings." "Ah, Lord Marquis, you certainly have a sense of humor." Li Chuanfang's scalp tingled as he forced an unnatural laugh. Li Qing, however, remarked, "There is no shame in it. Why the need for concealment? Your words, my lord, are truly beyond my comprehension." Li Chunfang placed the book before Li Qing, then retreated to the guest hall to fetch a chair, distancing himself as quickly as possible. Li Qing, feeling bored, yawned and reclined, covering his face with the book for a brief rest. Although my time in Lianjiaden learning from Lord Yongqing has only spanned a few days, I have gleaned immense benefits and have come to understand human nature. Perhaps this is what Zhu Yiyuan contemplated, remarking, "To see a fraction is to glimpse the whole. Is that not so?" Zhu Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckle and retorted, "How do you know you are not merely viewing a fraction? Though a sparrow is small, it possesses all its vital organs." Zhu Yiyuan replied with a dry chuckle. "In these past days, I have engaged in practice and have come to recognize the challenges of governance and leadership. Surely, father, managing countless subjects must be quite arduous?" Zhu Ziyuan's smile faded slightly, replaced by a hint of humility. "Indeed, it is difficult, yet as emperor, he finds it manageable. For his father has shouldered much of the burden. Although his father no longer intervenes in state affairs, as long as his father lives, he is spared significant hardship. Nevertheless, his son's words warmed his heart and brought him solace. It was heartening to see his son acknowledge his struggles, and comforting to realize that his son surpasses him." Zhu Ziyuan chuckled softly, saying, "With such insights, you have not squandered your time these past few days." "Indeed, there was nothing at all," Zhu Yiyuan replied with a chuckle. "Father, allow me to recount my experiences from the past few days." "Very well," Zhu Ziyan said patiently, his voice gentle. "Take your time. I am in no rush." Zhu Yiyuan nodded and began to narrate his recent adventures, from meeting his chubby little friends, playing in the mud with them, to sharing candies, and eventually distributing sweets to most of the children in Lianjiaden. "Father, you cannot imagine how furious I was. I was so angry that I cried," Zhu Yiyuan lamented. "I offered them sweets, yet they treated me in such a manner." However, with a shift in tone, the little fellow smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "But now I've come to understand, it is not their fault. It is entirely due to my misguided approach. I have now discovered the right method." A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhu Ziyan's eyes as he calmly encouraged, "Do share your thoughts. One must not blindly pursue equality in treatment, for individuals are inherently different. Just as one reaps what one sows, true fairness and justice stem from acknowledging these differences. Only then can one win the hearts of the people and align with their desires," Zhu Yiyuan articulated. "While equality is commendable, it does not serve practical purposes. We must respond to individuals based on their contributions and needs, for that fosters a thriving environment. Otherwise, it is merely a castle in the air, momentarily appealing but unsustainable in the long run." Zhu Ziyan felt invigorated by this perspective. Simultaneously, the three esteemed scholars were stirred by the young prince's wisdom, recognizing the qualities of a sagacious ruler in his demeanor. What actions did you take? Zhu Houzhao inquired, striving to maintain a calm voice. The three scholars listened intently, eager for the prince's insights. The power of the individual is limited. One must first unite a portion of the people, and then use that unity to rally more, ultimately bringing together all, or at least the vast majority. This is the only way to secure peace in the realm, Zhu Houzhao declared with newfound confidence, feeling his father's approval bolster his resolve. This morning, I managed to unite over 20 children with just a small portion of candies. Give me 10 days, or even less, and I shall unite all the children of Li Qing. The little one sparkled with enthusiasm and confidence. Zhu Houzhao nodded repeatedly, smiling as he asked, "So, it seems you will soon complete the assignment Mr. Li has given you?" Zhu Houzhao nodded proudly, but suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his smile faded and he shook his head. "Have you encountered another dilemma?" Zhu Houzhao inquired. "It is not a problem I have discovered," Zhu Houzhao scratched his head, "but rather, I've been struck by many thoughts that I do not fully comprehend." "What thoughts have crossed your mind? What does Mr. Li represent? What does the 20 tails of silver signify? And why aspire to be the leader of the children?" The little one tugged at his hair, lost in contemplation, murmuring, "Additionally, the words from the pivotal policies of the Jingguan era seemed to resonate with my actions this morning." The child had stumbled upon a blind spot, but could not grasp the thread of understanding, leaving him perplexed and troubled. Meanwhile, the three scholars fell into deep thought. Being distinguished individuals, they quickly discerned the underlying principles, feeling a jolt of realization. The prince is merely 5 years old. Yet the teachings of Duke Yongqing seem to be far beyond his years. Li Chunfeng merely felt a twinge of pain in her face. Chapter 128, Unraveling the Heart's Knot. Zhu Houzhao slowed his pace momentarily, but soon grasped the essence of the matter. Observing his son's distress, the father could not bear it and was inclined to divulge the answer. However, Yongqing Ho appeared to possess a pair of all-seeing eyes, lazily remarking from behind the book, "It is easy to speak of grand principles, yet merely articulating them and listening to them does not suffice. One must glean understanding from personal experience. The comprehensive mirror to aid in government chronicles the rise and fall of dynasties. But can one truly discern the cycles of fortune and ruin from this alone?" Li Qing retorted coolly, "As if I have not heard enough grand principles. What is taught in the Qinqing Palace and the Eastern Palace is beyond my discourse. Do not attempt to impose that here." Zhu Houzhao fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Zhu Houzhao, undeterred and quite cheerful, turned and huffed, "I need not others to elucidate. I can comprehend it myself." Such ambition. Li Qing shifted to a more comfortable posture, leaving the conversation at that. Zhu Houzhao then turned to his father, earnestly stating, "Father, please allow me to study under Mr. Li here. I shall not disappoint you." The young lad scratched his head and continued, "I cannot articulate it well, but I feel that Mr. Li is infinitely superior to those previous Hanlon scholars. Only with him can I truly acquire real skills." "Ha. I see you are quite resolute." Zhu Houzhao laughed heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, he could not help but secretly lament, in comparison to others, "I truly seem inadequate. Am I truly not worthy of Yongqing Ho's guidance?" Zhu Houzhao's mood was a blend of elation and dissatisfaction, ultimately tinged with a hint of reluctance. He rose and approached the eaves, softly stating, "Sir, I wish to speak with you. May I borrow a moment?" Li Qing, with a resigned sigh, set aside the book on his face. "Very well then." With the emperor requesting a moment, the three naturally followed suit, rising to respectfully escort the two out, before unanimously casting their gaze towards the crown prince. Zhu Houzhao felt a chill from their stares, exclaiming, "What are you all planning? Do not look at me like that, or I shall call for help." The three replied, outside the courtyard, as Li Qing glanced around, surprised. "Why is it that not a single guard is present?" "They are all waiting outside Lianjiatun," Zhu Houzhao explained. "Though I do not comprehend your teaching methods, I trust you will not lead us astray. This village is small, while the courtyard is relatively secluded. Making a grand display could disrupt your educational plans. Thus, before reaching Lianjiatun, I dismounted the carriage and walked here with my 3 loyal ministers." Zhu Houzhao chuckled lightly. "In retrospect, I believe I have demonstrated foresight. I shall remind them to be more cautious." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." After a moment of silence, Zhu Houzhao inquired, "There is one matter I do not understand." "Speak on," Li Qing prompted. "Why do you appear to harbor prejudice solely against me? I hold no bias against you." You are overthinking it. Zhu Ziyan chuckled wryly, sighing. Let me rephrase. Why do you seem to favor Yijuan so distinctly? Is it merely because he is charming and endearing? Certainly not, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. Please, elucidate your confusion. Very well. Li Qing understood that these two inquiries essentially stemmed from one underlying question. Why does my father possess something, my son possess something, yet I possess nothing? Zhu Ziyan, hesitant to broach the subject of his father directly, thus referred to his son. Firstly, I assure you, I bear no bias against you. Li Qing remarked. This is the truth. He does not even recognize this historical figure, so naturally, he harbors no bias. Furthermore, I assure you, I do not possess a particular fondness for the young lad. It simply happened that you mentioned him, and I happened to have the time to spare. Thus I took the opportunity to impart some guidance. Li Qing continued. In truth, I harbor no concerns regarding his upbringing or educational environment, for your father is present, imparting wisdom from time to time. He shall fare well, and this teaching merely coincides with the moment. Zhu Ziyan nodded silently and inquired, in the future, when Yijuan takes hold of the divine artifact, will you return to the court? Li Qing contemplated seriously before nodding, likely so. This response brought both joy and sorrow to Zhu Ziyan. Why not now? He pondered. Because your father remains. Even if your father were to depart one day, during your reign, I would not easily return to the court. This is not directed at you, nor is it born of prejudice. Li Qing sighed. Let me be blunt. My words may be harsh, yet they are the truth. Zhu Ziyan took a deep breath and nodded. Your father's political legacy is so abundant that you need not expand further. It would take a lifetime to fully comprehend and assimilate it. You simply need to proceed methodically, inheriting your father's political will, which suffices for the nation, the people, and yourself. Moreover, the political ecosystem your father has cultivated is remarkably robust. The officials thriving within it are of unparalleled quality in the history of the Ming Dynasty. It would be an exaggeration to claim there will never be their like again. Yet they are undoubtedly unprecedented. Without delving into distant examples, consider the three in the courtyard, the three Yangs of the Rinxian era, and the three gentlemen of the Hongzhi period. How do they not pale in comparison? Li Qing sighed softly. Yet you do not cherish them. Your thoughts are solely fixated on me, the eternal Qing Marquis, neglecting to fully develop those before you. If you could extend the same regard you have for me to them, you would undoubtedly reap unforeseen rewards. The integrity of Gao Gong, the broad perspective of Zhang Juzhing, and the equanimity of Li Chunfang form a veritable golden combination. Li Qing continued. In terms of capability, these three do not fall short of Yang Tingyi, Yang Yiqing, Xia Yan, Yin Song, Zhang Tsong, Gui Yi, or Su Jie. As for character, in the current political ecology painstakingly cultivated by your father, these three surpass the aforementioned grand scholars. More importantly, unlike Yang Tingyi and Yang Yiqing, Xia Yan and Yin Song, or Yin Song and Su Jie, who are irreconcilably at odds, why must you cling to me? If I were to truly enter the court, the potential of these three would be even less likely to be realized, inevitably leading to internal strife within the court. Why endure such hardship? Not to mention in the capital, in the provinces, there are figures like Hu Zongxian, Yu Daiyou, Qi Jiguang, Hai Rui, Zhao Jingji, and countless capable officials yet to be discovered among the tens of millions of the Ming populace. I have strived for nearly 2 centuries, and your father has labored for 40 years, not aiming for singular brilliance, but rather for a flourishing of talent. Yet you are infatuated with a single branch. Is this not a disappointment? Zhu Ziyan listened silently until Li Qing finished speaking, remaining quiet. After a long pause, Zhu Ziyan finally asked, so, are you saying that only after I, or perhaps including Yijuan, have fully digested and absorbed my father's political legacy during our time in power, will you return to the court and expand once more? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Li Qing nodded, clarifying that the expansion of territory did not solely pertain to land. Zhu Ziqian gently acknowledged this, understanding that engaging in ventures that yield losses is ultimately a futile endeavor. He was acutely aware that the toll of colonial expansion had already been sounded, even though the might of the Ming Dynasty surpassed that of the Franks. It was ill-advised to tread upon a path destined for error. I comprehend, he stated. Li Qing smiled and replied, in truth, I am not as remarkable as you might believe. Zhu Ziqian chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. You are often occupied. Now that you have taken the time to visit, it would be beneficial to spend some time with the young one. This educational endeavor will not conclude swiftly. It will require at least several months. Zhu Houzhao nodded and began to make his way back. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the three scholars of the cabinet had already overcome their initial biases regarding Li Qing's unconventional teaching methods. Particularly, Li Chunfang appeared flushed, as if he had consumed a fair amount of strong liquor. After listening to Li Qing's discourse, Zhu Houzhao observed the three generals under his command, and his demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, the collective wisdom of three humble craftsmen can rival that of Zhuge Liang, as long as these three are nurtured properly. The absence of Li Qing from the court would not be detrimental. Zhu Houzhao finally felt a sense of liberation from his inner turmoil, while simultaneously extinguishing his grand aspirations. Choosing instead to adopt a pragmatic approach, enacting the political principles his father had not fully realized. He did not overtly display his feelings, but engaged in light conversation with the three scholars before turning to his son with affection. The three men, understanding their place, refrained from interruption and allowed Li Qing to converse freely. The initial tension dissipated, giving way to a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After a brief while, Zhu Houzhao glanced at the sky and instructed his son, "Focus on your studies with Mr. Li. Rest assured, until your education here is complete, I shall not summon you back to the palace." "All right." The young boy beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, father. You are truly wonderful." Zhu Houzhao chuckled, then adopted a serious expression, warning, "However, should you become distracted or negligent in your studies, there will be consequences." "Fear not, father. I shall not falter in my diligence," Zhu Houzhao declared, puffing out his little chest. He then turned his gaze towards the three scholars, awkwardly stating, "Father, Mr. Li is more than sufficient. The three esteemed scholars are busy as well. It would be best not to trouble them." The three scholars responded, "We are still present. To hear you speak thus in our presence is quite disheartening." Zhu Houzhao, maintaining a stern countenance, retorted, "Do not bargain. Mr. Li's knowledge is profound, and the three scholars are hardly lacking. This is your fortune. Do not be unaware of the blessings you possess." "Yes, I shall comply." The young boy conceded with a reluctant nod. Zhu Houzhao sighed and turned once more to Li Qing, saying, "I must trouble you with the crown prince's education. The hour grows late, and I shall take my leave." "Your Majesty, please hold on a moment," Li Qing interjected, picking up a volume of Journey to the West and approaching him. "This book is quite excellent. There is no need for a ban. Confidence and inclusiveness are indispensable elements of a prosperous era." Li Chunfang exclaimed, "Oh, you with your expressive brows and bright eyes, I just offered my apologies. And yet you stabbed me in the back? You truly bear a grudge. They were not wrong in their assessment of you." Feeling a chill run down his spine, Li Chunfang immediately addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have a friend." "You have a friend again?" Li Qing interrupted, chuckling. "Look at how frightened you are. Is it truly necessary?" Continuing, he gazed at Zhu Houzhao and remarked, "This book was previously prohibited by your father, yet I see no necessity for such a ban. I shall speak to him about it. Given time, this work will undoubtedly become a beloved classic." Zhu Houzhao glanced at Li Chunfang, chuckling softly in agreement. "If Father Emperor consents, I shall certainly lift the prohibition." Chapter 129. As radical as ever, the rhythm of life continued as they gathered for market day, indulging in breakfast, purchasing vegetables, and acquiring sweets. Although the pace was repetitive, Zhu Houzhao found it quite delightful. Compared to his previous existence, his days in Lianjiaten felt extraordinarily liberating. However, on the return journey, the little one suddenly grasped something, and his spirits dampened. Li Shui'er, perceptive as ever, inquired, "Does His Highness miss grandfather?" She intended to mention that Mr. Li would visit the Grand Hall of Gao Xian in the afternoon and could take him along, but she noticed the small fellow shaking his head. "I now understand the significance of 20 taels of silver," he stated. Li Shui'er was taken aback. Li Qing, however, displayed no surprise. His tone flat as he prompted, "Do elaborate." "It represents the national treasury's grain resources," Zhu Houzhao explained. "If we liken the children of Lianjiaten to the subjects of the Ming, then these 20 taels symbolize the national treasury's provisions." "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed with a light chuckle, "and it could be further elaborated, perhaps regarding the matters you failed to comprehend yesterday." The little one furrowed his brow, contemplating, a hint of distress upon his face. "I still cannot connect my practical experiences with the principles of the Jingguan governance," Li Shui'er suggested. "This is somewhat challenging, but perhaps you could consider the role Mr. Li plays. That should be comparatively simpler." "Right." The little one's eyes sparkled with realization. Within mere breaths, he arrived at an answer. Mr. Li represents the Ming army. Indeed, your highness is astute. Li Shuai praised generously. Yet, Zhu Houzhao yearned for Mr. Li's commendation, lifting his small face to gaze at Li Qing. Incorrect, Li Qing replied without mercy. Think again. The little one was momentarily stunned, casting a bewildered glance at Li Shuai, who mirrored his confusion, both momentarily at a loss. Zhu Houzhao sighed in mild discouragement, sinking once more into contemplation. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the little one still could not discern the underlying meaning and lamented. Could the teacher provide a hint? Do not rush. Take your time to ponder, Li Qing advised. Haste makes waste. Often, going slowly is the key to progress. Fine, Zhu Houzhao sighed again and asked, Sir, considering today's expenditures, how much silver do I have remaining? 15 taels and 6 coins, came the reply. Have I spent so much? The little one found this hard to accept. You must have miscalculated. Since Zhu Houzhao made the purchases but Li Qing covered the expenses, the little fellow did not have a concrete grasp of the finances. If you doubt me, we can go over the accounts, and tomorrow you may verify the prices with the candy vendor. I trust you, sir. Zhu Houzhao understood that Mr. Li would not deceive him, yet he felt that money seemed to vanish too swiftly. In truth, the little one was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate, as the Ming Dynasty continued its ascent, and the realm he would inherit would possess even greater strength. Unfortunate, as he would never experience the boundless spending that his ancestors had enjoyed. The future Ming would indeed be more powerful, but its fiscal deficits would also be considerably larger. Zhu Houzhao could hardly fathom these thoughts or contemplate such distant implications, yet the young lad instinctively felt a sense of looming crisis and inquired, Sir, what shall we do when this money runs out? When it's spent, Li Qing replied. The little one grew anxious, quickly retorting, The National Treasury's funds are not to be squandered lightly. Sir, your perspective is flawed. The court must have fiscal income, and I should have my share as well. Otherwise, this practice would be detached from reality. Li Qing chuckled in bemusement. Indeed, that reasoning is quite compelling. Does this mean you agree, sir? Zhu Houzhao exclaimed with delight, not waiting for Li Qing's answer, and promptly declared, Then it is settled. Li Qing chose not to argue with the child, simply stating, Earning money is far more challenging than spending it. You must be mentally prepared. I understand, the little one replied hastily, fearing Li Qing might reconsider. Li Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At the Wenhua Gate, in the Grandmaster's hall, the court meeting had just concluded when Zhu Ziqian arrived to summon the 3 scholars of the cabinet. Previously, Zhu Ziqian relished the intrigue of having his 3 advisors speculate about his intentions, enjoying their mutual discord. His tacit approval of their internal rivalry stemmed from this amusement. However, after hearing Li Qing's wise counsel the day before, he recognized the folly of such behavior, realizing it drained the court of vitality and fragmented his ministers. Undoubtedly, while this could serve a purpose of checks and balances, he discerned that such maneuvers were unnecessary. With his father still alive, the youthful Marquis of Yongqing flourishing, and his own son thriving, pursuing further checks and balances would be a diversion from the true path. Zhu Ziqian began with candor, explicitly defining the developmental trajectory for the Ming Dynasty. During the reign of Li Qing, the goal was not territorial expansion, but rather to fulfill the political aspirations that had remained unachieved during the Jiajing era. This substantial shift left the 3 scholars bewildered and perplexed. Just days prior, the emperor had been filled with vigor, proclaiming it was the 5th year of Li Qing and expressing a desire to achieve accomplishments befitting his reign. Now, he had made a complete about-face, and even the astute ministers could not decipher the emperor's intentions. Being shrewd individuals, they opted to remain neutral, recognizing that if they could not comprehend the emperor's motives, withholding their opinions was the wisest course of action. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Ziqian decided to alleviate their concerns. The retired emperor ruled for 40 years, achieving remarkable cultural and martial accolades. The grandeur of the Ming Dynasty is unparalleled. While seizing power is arduous, maintaining it is equally challenging. My father's wisdom and prowess far exceed my own. Mere expansion is not advisable. Preserving and nurturing the foundation established by my father is of utmost importance. The 3 listened intently, still unable to grasp the reasons behind the emperor's transformation, yet they believed he was not speaking aimlessly. Otherwise, he would not invoke the legacy of his illustrious father. In tacit understanding, the 3 scholars bowed respectfully, stating, The retired emperor is a sage of the ages, and your majesty is also a wise and virtuous ruler. Zhu Houzhao, accustomed to such platitudes, felt little emotional stir. Instead, the relaxation of the three scholars' defenses brought him considerable relief. Unbeknownst to him, the three scholars felt similarly relieved. The Jiajing era was indeed formidable. Everything that could be accomplished had been, leaving little room for successors. Compounding their difficulties, since Li Qing ascended the throne, he had focused solely on monumental endeavors, striving to establish policies that would yield immediate benefits and lasting legacies, which posed a significant challenge for them. Zhu Houzhao exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "From this day forth, my esteemed ministers, you shall no longer expend your energies on reforming our systems. Instead, focus on executing, amending, and operating efficiently under the existing national policies. This is my desire, to solidify the reign of Li Qing without further alterations." "Your Majesty is wise," the three ministers responded, bowing once more, their reverence more profound this time. Observing their demeanor, Zhu Houzhao felt a pang of realization for his previous misjudgment. With a sigh, he inquired, "Do any of you have prudent suggestions or counsel?" Gao Gong was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, I have a proposal." Zhu Houzhao nodded in approval. "Proceed." Gao Gong suggested that regarding the integration of the northern frontier, we must act decisively. The longer we delay, the greater the cost. Rather than prolonging our fiscal deficits, let us muster our strength and resolve this matter swiftly. Gao Gong, known for his audacity, remained steadfast in his approach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing furrowed his brow, while Li Chunfang exhibited clear reluctance. Zhu Houzhao, maintaining his composure, turned to Zhang and Li, asking, "What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers?" Li Chunfang pondered before responding. While Minister Gao's intentions are commendable and his logic sound, the practical implementation presents significant challenges. Under ordinary circumstances, Li would not have been the first to voice dissent. Yet the long-standing tensions between Gao and Zhang had recently begun to ease. If Zhang Jujing were to speak against the proposal, it could reignite their animosity, ultimately causing him distress. Zhang Jujing understood Li's concerns and merely nodded in agreement. However, Gao Gong interjected. Though the integration of the northern frontier may yield long-term benefits for the court, in the present context, it is indeed a losing endeavor. This is well understood both within and beyond the borders. To speak bluntly, those outside the borders may not fully grasp the long-term advantages of integration for the Ming Dynasty. I dare say, the tribes beyond are merely posturing out of dissatisfaction, concealing their own insecurities. He paused, continuing, "The integration will inevitably be fraught with friction and discord. The people along the borders already harbor grievances. If the court continues to lavish excessive expenditures on this matter, the resentment among the border towns will only deepen." Gao Gong remained resolute, stating, "Your Majesty, forgive my candor, but I believe the concerns of ministers Li and Zhang are somewhat excessive." Gao Gong, known for his forthright nature and simultaneously serving as the Minister of Personnel, was fully capable of engaging in a contest of wills with Li Chunfang, the Chancellor. However, it was Li's composed and fair-minded demeanor, disinterest in power struggles, that allowed Gao Gong to fully express himself. Li Chunfang, ever the amiable figure, maintained a neutral expression and inquired, "What is the basis for your assertion, Minister Gao?" Zhang Jujing also turned his attention to Gao Gong, harboring dissatisfaction with his unyielding nature. Yet, if Zhang could also act independently, the matter would be different. Gao Gong responded, "The basis lies in the previous reduction of integration funding by half. The tribes beyond did not cause a significant uproar. Is this not a sign of their underlying insecurity? This alone may not suffice." Li Chunfang gently shook his head. "Do you have any further evidence, Minister Gao?" Gao Gong inhaled deeply, admitting, "Indeed, it may lack some depth. Which is precisely why I earlier suggested that we confront our fiscal deficits and proceed with vigor." He articulated, "Enduring momentary pain to alleviate long-term difficulties. I implore your Majesty to reflect upon this matter." Li Chunfang sighed and remarked, "In matters of state, one must not take risks. The issue of deficits grows increasingly severe. A dull blade inflicts greater pain." Gao Gong retorted. Zhang Jujing paused momentarily and stated, "Even with a tenfold certainty, there remains a chance of failure. Should that occur, what remedy would we have?" Gao Gong replied in a subdued tone, "If we fail, we shall have no choice but to further reduce funding as a corrective measure. Consequently, The discord between the outer territories and the Ming dynasty will only intensify. Zhang Zhuxing's expression turned grave. Is there truly a foolproof strategy in this world? Gao Gong scoffed lightly, asserting that the benefits clearly outweighed the drawbacks, and that the plan was indeed feasible. Should we abandon it merely due to a hint of risk? Has any endeavor ever been devoid of risk? Did the founding emperor conquer the realm without peril? Did the Qingzu's Jingnan campaign lack risk? The Ming dynasty has progressed to this point despite countless risks encountered along the way. Zhang Zhuxing fell silent, not out of persuasion, but because Gao Gong's lack of decorum in invoking the founding and Qingzu emperors, as well as the nearly 2 centuries of Ming development, left him speechless. Li Chunfang, unable to counter further, turned his gaze toward the emperor. Zhu Zichuan appeared somewhat swayed, yet hesitant. Chapter 130. Dispute seizing the moment before the emperor made a decision. Zhang Zhuxing interjected. As the saying goes, when the top speaks, the bottom must run swiftly. Your Majesty, forgive my candidness. This matter is beyond our capacity to decide. We must seek the counsel of Huzhongxian and Yudayo. Zhang Zhuxing employed their own tactics against them. If the emperor could not make a decision, what right did Gao Gong have? Naturally, Gao Gong had no retort and turned to the emperor. Yet, should the emperor's anger be kindled, Zhang Zhuxing would find himself hoisting a stone only to have it crush his own foot. Zhu Zichuan contemplated for a long while and finally said, Zhang Qing is right. Yu Daiyou and Huzhongxian possess a deeper understanding of the outer territories. They are the executors, and it is prudent to heed their opinions. Zhang Zhuxing breathed a sigh of relief, and Li Chunfang felt a wave of ease wash over him. However, Gao Gong remained undeterred, suggesting, Your Majesty, allow me to prepare in advance, so that if all goes smoothly, we can implement the plan more swiftly. Zhu Zichuan chuckled softly. If it does not succeed, would you not have labored in vain? I do not fear hardship, Gao Gong replied. Very well. Zhu Zichuan nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang and Li, adding, This matter cannot be approached with mere sentiment. I shall not favor any one person. The two exchanged a discreet sigh and clasped their hands, saying, Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Zichuan continued, What are your views on the western regions, my dear ministers? Li Chunfang interjected before Gao Gong could respond, stating, We must not rush concerning the western regions. They differ greatly from the northern deserts. The value of the western regions is comparatively greater, with a relatively smaller investment, and they will undoubtedly turn a profit in the future. This time, Gao Gong did not oppose him, for the facts indeed supported it. Zhang Zhuxing extended the discussion, saying, Considering the timing, the tribute envoys from Hami, Turpan, and Yarkand will soon arrive. At that time, the court can issue a decree regarding mutual trade that will be advantageous for the court, yet harmless to them, thus reducing the expenses incurred in supporting the western regions. Pausing for a moment, he added, I have a commendable idea, to exchange hemp for cotton. Zhang Zhuxing articulated. The yield of hemp in the western regions is inferior to that in the interior, yet their cotton yield surpasses it. By each region capitalizing on its strengths while avoiding its weaknesses, we can enhance fiscal efficiency, benefit the populace, and deepen mutual trade. In contemporary times, the western regions have become an integral part of the Ming dynasty, at least in a legal sense. The hearts of the people will inevitably gravitate towards the Ming. If the exchange of hemp for cotton is well implemented, it will effectively foster the allegiance of the western populace towards the Ming. The mutual reinforcement of needs will render them increasingly inseparable from the Ming. Zhu Zichuan, invigorated by this notion, repeatedly remarked, Your words are exceedingly astute, my minister. This perspective had not crossed my mind. Indeed, it possesses considerable feasibility. However, the western regions cannot compare to the Ming in terms of cotton production to trade for hemp. Your Majesty is most enlightened, Zhang Zhuxing humbly acknowledged. In due course, I shall seek to understand the situation from the envoy delegation and make adjustments based on the realities at hand. I have confidence in our success. Indeed, the words of the Duke of Yongqing were not unfounded. Zhu Zichuan silently chuckled, feeling at ease. In light of this, I must trouble you, Minister Zhang. Your Majesty is too kind. It is my duty to serve the state and alleviate your burdens. Zhang Zhuxing quickly expressed modesty. Observing the two ministers offering counsel, each addressing significant matters, Li Chunfang felt somewhat out of place as the chancellor and thus presented his own advice. Your Majesty, I too have a proposal. Zhu Zichuan smiled warmly, urging, Pray, speak, dear minister. Your Majesty, the court has implemented widespread education for many years, yielding commendable results. The success of the Jinling Daily and Suzhou Daily speaks volumes. I have heard that places like Yangzhou and Zhenjiang now also have daily newspapers. Li Chunfang tactically paused before adding, I believe the court should adapt to the prevailing circumstances. Both Zhang Jujing and Gao Gong furrowed their brows, contemplating their response while hesitating to speak, ultimately opting for silence. Are you suggesting? Indeed, the Ming Daily, Li Chunfang asserted. It is better to facilitate than to obstruct. Since the inception of public education, it was destined that information dissemination would become efficient. The Jinling Daily has led the way, and the court cannot afford to lag behind. Zhu Ziqian observed the troubled expressions of Gao and Zhang and chuckled lightly. What troubles you both? Are you afraid that expressing differing opinions might displease Minister Li? Before they could respond, Zhu Ziqian continued, Minister Li is broad-minded. He welcomes candid discourse. The two, rarely in accord, spoke in unison. We believe that Minister Li's proposal carries more drawbacks than benefits. Oh, pray enlighten me, Zhu Ziqian urged. Zhang Jujing exchanged a glance with Gao Gong, prompting the latter to take the lead as was customary. If the court establishes the Ming Daily, it will significantly escalate governance costs, akin to openly revealing our cards. This would place the court in a passive position. Your Majesty, it is often better not to report certain matters. Once they are reported, complications multiply, and many issues are best kept confidential. Zhang Jujing nodded in agreement, respectfully adding, Your Majesty, should the court initiate a daily newspaper, deciding what to report and what to withhold may be manageable initially, but over time, it will undoubtedly become uncontrollable. Even a flourishing dynasty like the Ming has its shortcomings, and exposing these to the public is far from desirable. Furthermore, daily updates demand a level of capability the court clearly lacks. Authority would need to be delegated to localities. This is akin to handing them a knife, a weapon capable of swaying public sentiment. How then would the court respond? Gao Gong concurred deeply, solemnly stating, I second that. Li Chunfang remarked, the flow of information is an unstoppable tide. The success of Jinling Daily has drawn considerable attention. At present, it is not merely a single entity participating in this endeavor. Do you truly believe that the court's inaction can eliminate the situation you describe? The two speakers found common ground. The more one speaks, the more errors one commits. By remaining silent, one retains the initiative. Once words are spoken, one must bear the responsibility for them. Li Chunfang countered, if the court remains silent, others will speak. How can one ascertain that the court's silence does not imply consent? The court may choose to deny, to refute, or to oppose the publication of the daily. But such actions lack feasibility. He continued, once public sentiment takes shape, clarifying misunderstandings becomes an arduous task. If one denies or refutes, how can one instill trust in the populace? As for opposing the dynasty, if every facet could be contested, how could dynasties ever change? Finally, he muttered, even the previous dynasty opposed the founding emperor's uprising. Zhu Ziyan, however, remained particularly obstinate, asserting, even as Master Li suggests, the court should not establish a daily. Why? Because the populace is uninformed. The two echoed in unison. Li Chunfang replied, education has been making strides for several years now. Zhang Jujing remarked blandly, even if we exert ourselves for another century, ignorance will persist. Indeed, Gao Gong concurred. Both were political titans, advocating for governance dominated by personal will, whereas Li Chunfang, with his gentle disposition, pursued moderation and balance. Their divergent perspectives naturally led to contrasting views on matters. Gao Gong, more radical in his counsel, urged, I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to completely eradicate newspapers. Such entities could undermine the very foundation of the state. Zhu Ziyan was taken aback by the intensity of the dispute, feeling overwhelmed. Had he known it would escalate to this extent, he would have refrained from inquiry. Rubbing his forehead, Zhu Ziyan stated, the daily does have many positive aspects. In fact, I believe the court could indeed establish a publication, as it embodies a benevolent approach towards the people while simultaneously reducing communication costs. Furthermore, the wielding of power need not be confined to local authorities. It can also reside within the court. If managed properly, it would only strengthen the court's authority and diminish that of local officials. He continued, consider Hai Rui. How did he incite such upheaval in Chunnan? His success stemmed from bypassing the gentry and engaging directly with the common people. Zhu Ziyan expressed, the court's intentions are noble. However, as these intentions are relayed through layers of vested interests, they often become distorted by the time they reach execution. leading to significant discrepancies. The populace may misunderstand. While local gentry invoke national policies to their advantage, and local officials are adept at shifting blame upwards, ultimately, it is the court that suffers. Li Chunfang wholeheartedly agreed, respectfully asserting, "Your Majesty is wise. I urge you to reconsider. This matter is fraught with peril." The unity displayed by Gao Zhang was unprecedented. Even Zhu Ziyan and Li Chunfang found it hard to believe. Zhang Jujing took a deep breath and remarked, "Your Majesty sees only the positive aspects, neglecting the negative. While effective communication is indeed possible, it equates to explanation. Without proper elucidation, communication fails and may yield adverse effects, yet the cost of explanation is exorbitantly high. Indeed, Your Majesty, many matters cannot be elucidated. Some cannot even be broached, lest public sentiment be irrevocably lost." Gao Gong was cautious in his phrasing, yet his meaning was crystal clear to all present. The realm of politics has always been murky, and the streams of purity have never truly flowed clear. No one can accept the unvarnished truth, and humanity's greatest flaw is its propensity for emotional and extreme reactions, particularly in an era where the populace remains largely unenlightened. The mere glimpse of superficial darkness can lead the masses to perceive an absence of light, interpreting the actions of those in power with the utmost malice, believing that both the emperor and the officials are intent on their demise. The repercussions of this mindset are overwhelmingly severe, to an extent that is utterly unbearable. The two individuals vehemently oppose this notion. Zhu Ziqiang understands their concerns, yet considers their response to be an overreaction. "Alas, my esteemed ministers, you claim the people are ignorant. But are you truly enlightened and just?" Zhu Ziqiang lamented. "These are merely the worst-case scenarios, and there exist numerous methods to avert them. Conversely, if the court fails to act, the sword will indeed fall into the hands of local powers. Previously, when Hai Rui was engaged in surveying land in the capital to benefit the people, why did his reputation suffer? Was it not due to the gentry controlling the dissemination of information, seeking vengeance for personal grievances?" Although Zhu Ziqiang may not possess the cleverness of Gao and Zhang, his words ring with greater objectivity, while Gao and Zhang exhibit excessive emotionality. Li Chunfang perceives this clearly, and even Gao and Zhang are aware of it. Yet they persist in their stance. Gao Gong sighed. "The emperor believes we lack impartiality. Indeed, we are not entirely just. Yet we act based on the sentiments of the populace." Zhang Jujing added, "As long as the court does not take action, it will always have a retreat." Chapter 131. Money is a good thing. Gao Gong spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, explanation equates to negotiation, yet negotiation detaches itself from the edicts. If decrees devolve into mere discussions, where then lies the authority?" The grand scholar Gao spoke with reason, and Zhang Jujing concurred. Gao Gong continued, "Both the Jinling daily and Suzhou daily have close ties with the Li family. We are all aware of this. Should Your Majesty wish for the Marquis of Yongqing to intervene, he may do so." With an air of self-importance, Gao Gong declared, "Regardless of how the Marquis of Yongqing chooses to act or respond, I shall bear the burden alone, without implicating anyone else." Impudent. Zhu Ziqiang was somewhat irked. "Do you believe I support the Ming daily because of the Marquis of Yongqing? Huh, what a jest. I am the son of heaven in this great Ming. I need not concern myself with his sentiments. It is rare for a man of integrity to display such anger." And even the formidable Gao Gong dared not confront him further, hastily bowing and declaring, "I have spoken inappropriately. I am guilty." Zhu Ziqiang took several deep breaths, irritably gesturing. "Rise. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly." Gao and Zhang exchanged glances and acquiesced. However, Li Chunfang felt a twinge of regret. He had no desire to be a political strongman, yet he observed as local powers seized control of public opinion while the court remained stagnant. Witnessing the court's potential decline caused him deep anguish. With a sigh, Li Chunfang remarked, "Your Majesty might consider consulting the retired emperor, or perhaps await his decision." The retired emperor's decision? Zhu Ziqiang was somewhat perplexed. Gao and Zhang were equally bewildered. Li Chunfang explained, "If the journey to the west is no longer banned, it would indicate that the retired emperor does not oppose the court's establishment of a daily newspaper." Zhu Ziqiang paused momentarily, then understood, chuckling. "Is your friend from the capital still here?" He is not at present," Li Chunfang responded, his expression somewhat awkward. Gao Zhang felt somewhat perplexed. Yet he remembered Journey to the West, the tale of the liberation. He contemplated ways to acquire a copy and discover its true nature. Zhu Houzhao refrained from delving deeper into the topic. The commotion had thoroughly soured his previously good spirits. Zhang Qing's strategy of substituting hemp for cotton benefits both the nation and its people. I entrust this matter to you, so please devote your efforts to it. I shall obey, replied Minister Zhang Jujing with a respectful tone. Zhu Houzhao then turned to Gao Gong, saying, I will soon compose a document to Hu Zongxian. You may prepare in advance, but do not take any action until we receive a clear response from him. I shall obey, Gao Gong replied with a bow. Zhu Houzhao then addressed Li Chunfang, sighing, regarding the matter of the Ming daily, allow me some time to ponder. I understand, Li Chunfang replied. Very well. Let each of you attend to your own affairs. Zhu Houzhao waved his hand disinterestedly and turned to leave. We shall respectfully escort your majesty. The three ministers bowed in unison, and after a considerable time, they straightened up and lifted their heads. Gao Gong pondered aloud. Is Master Li not heading to Lianjiaten? Li Chunfang interjected, his usual good-natured demeanor dampened by the joint reproach from Gao and Zhang. Gao Gong hesitated, then forced a dry chuckle and nodded. I shall take my leave now. I appreciate the hard work of the chief minister. After all, he was the chief minister. And this one was far more amiable than Su Jie. Gao Gong did not wish to offend him. Once Gao Gong departed, Zhang Jujing felt somewhat uncomfortable and said begrudgingly, I bear no prejudice against Chief Li. My earlier remarks were directed at the situation, not the person. I hope you do not take offense. Li Chunfang glanced at him askance and replied coolly, let us get back to work. Ah, very well. Zhang Jujing awkwardly acquiesced. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if Gao Gong would clash with the Duke of Yongqing. To be honest, he found himself rather looking forward to it. Upon arriving at Lianjiaten, the moment Zhu Yijuan entered, he was greeted by a throng of eager little ones. Zhu Gur, why didn't you come yesterday afternoon? Yes. Zhu Gur, we missed you dearly. Zhu Gur, I've already made good mud. Amidst the enthusiastic greetings of his companions, Zhu Yijuan felt a wave of contentment wash over him, his mindset growing increasingly tranquil. No need to rush into play. First, summon yesterday as two groups. Remember, do not call anyone else, Zhu Yijuan said in a calm tone. Though he did not intend to sound authoritative, his words carried a weight that resonated with the children. I'll go right away, one of the chubby children exclaimed before dashing off, followed by a flurry of excited departures. Zhu Yijuan watched their retreating figures and sighed lightly. Ah, the burden is heavy and the road long. Is it truly so heavy and long? The little one turned back in astonishment, only to find Mr. Li still standing a considerable distance away, his voice seeming to echo in Zhu Yijuan's ears. Feeling puzzled, Zhu Yijuan scratched his head and asked, Mr. Li, are your ears so keen? Li Qing smiled ambiguously and jested. In the future, when you speak ill of me, be sure to keep your distance. Ah, Mr. Li, how could I possibly say anything bad about you? The little one chuckled awkwardly, though inwardly he felt a twinge of guilt. He had not spoken ill of Li Qing behind his back, yet he had made numerous remarks, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Li Qing withdrew his gaze, took out a book, and continued to pass the time idly. Observing the situation, Zhu Yijuan began to ponder how to win the hearts of more people with the least amount of candy, for the national treasury was not abundant. Before long, a few chubby children summoned the two groups of children from the previous day. Over 20 little ones gathered, chattering like hungry infants, which left Zhu Yijuan feeling immense pressure. He couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to manage if all the children from the entire neighborhood came. Indeed, he discovered a viable approach. Yet his resources remained fundamentally unchanged. Candy. Zhu Yijuan understood that his position as the leader among these little ones relied solely on the allure of sweets. However, the candy was limited, and once it was exhausted, what then? The little ones wore solemn expressions, their faces clouded with worry. Zhu Gur, Zhu Gur. The chorus of their calls brought Zhu Yijuan back to reality. With a sigh reminiscent of a little adult, he forced a smile and declared, I keep my promises. I won't let you come for nothing. Please line up. This time, there was little need to maintain order. The children instinctively formed a long queue. The chubby child took the lead without any sign of discontent. Following him were a few others, then the second wave from yesterday, and lastly, the third wave. Thus, a hierarchy began to unfold. Zhu Yijuan commenced distributing the candy, no longer treating everyone equally, but rather according to their closeness to him. The children from the third wave received only one piece each, which naturally bred dissatisfaction, yet they dared not voice it, fearing Zhu Gur would take offense and exclude them from the upcoming games. After the distribution, Zhu Yijuan was left with just over 20 pieces of candy, barely enough for one per child. As the clamoring for games and competitions increased, the little one felt a surge of anxiety. 20 taels of silver were insufficient. They were woefully inadequate. Zhu Yijuan silently lamented, all the while maintaining his composure. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Let us play with mud instead. To see who can mold the most impressive figure that makes a satisfying sound when dropped. We shall establish 6 positions, ranked from highest to lowest, with candy distributed accordingly." Running races were no longer feasible. He feared drawing in more participants might lead to his financial ruin. Zhu Yijuan steadied himself and emphasized, "This time, it's all about genuine skill. It's a fair competition. Those who fail to win must not shed tears. If anyone cannot accept losing, they shall not be invited to play in the future." After uttering these words, Zhu Yijuan paused, momentarily taken aback, and then silently noted that while absolute equality was unattainable, a relative sense of fairness was essential. Otherwise, it would incite great discontent among the children. They all agreed not to cry, especially the chubby child, who was the most enthusiastic. With no objections from him, the rules were set, and the competition commenced, filled with vibrant displays of creativity. However, Zhu Yijuan found no joy in the festivities. While others laughed merrily, his brow was furrowed with concern. The money was simply insufficient. He glanced toward Li Qing, who was engrossed in a novel, and paid him no mind. "Zhu Gur, does this sound good enough? Zhu Gur, do you think this looks nice?" With each utterance from Zhu Gur, Zhu Yijuan found himself increasingly overwhelmed, unable to maintain a semblance of calm, let alone relish in the joys of play. In that moment, the young lad even perceived the elegant phrasing of the Hanlon as quite melodious. "Who will come to my rescue?" Zhu Yijuan silently lamented, feeling utterly frazzled. The little one had come to a profound realization. Money is indeed a marvelous thing. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Yijuan assumed the role of judge, selecting 6 prize-winning works, ranking them, and distributing candies. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. His peers deemed his judgments unfair, as most believed their creations to be louder and more visually appealing. Unlike a race where first is indisputably first and second is second, no matter how one evaluates, consensus remained elusive. Having learned from his experience, the young lad resolved that he would not repeat this misstep in the future. After some persuasive discourse, Zhu Yijuan managed to placate the crowd by promising that tomorrow's competition would be fairer, with more substantial rewards, and then he made a hasty retreat. He dashed down 2 streets, finally stopping in a state of panic, glancing back to see that only Mr. Li remained. The throng of children had not pursued him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. His heart racing, the little one leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down to recover his strength while awaiting Li Qing. After a short while, Li Qing approached, chuckling, "You ran like a dog being chased. Was it really necessary?" Zhu Yijuan forced a sheepish smile and suddenly recognized a gap in his reasoning, exclaiming, "Aside from Mr. Li, there was no one else." Li Qing's smile faltered as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Zhu Yijuan's head, scolding, "You little rascal, feeling cheeky, are we?" Zhu Yijuan, feeling indignant, retorted, "I am the crown prince. You cannot treat me this way. Calling me a rascal is beyond your place." Smack. "You may strike me, but you must pay." The little one pouted defiantly. 10 taels of silver for a slap. "Come on, I'll take as many as you give." Li Qing then proceeded to chapter 132, where wrath meets wrath. Upon opening the courtyard door, Zhu Yijuan was unexpectedly delighted to see Gao Gong had arrived, contemplating the possibility of borrowing some money. However, before he could act on this thought, he heard Li Qing coldly state, "Dismiss your little schemes. Such intentions are ill-advised." "Oh, understood," Zhu Yijuan replied, lowering his head in disappointment. Gao Gong stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. Please, there is no need for formalities." Gao Gong straightened up and bowed to Li Qing, adding, "I have come to see you, Duke Yongqing." Li Qing glanced at the empty stone table and remarked, "When did you arrive, Scholar Gao?" "Ah, I have just arrived as well," Gao Gong responded, following Li Qing's gaze to the stone table, instantly realizing his oversight. He chuckled awkwardly. "I was preoccupied with my thoughts and lost my manners. Please do not take offense." "My lord." Li Qing scoffed lightly, not inquiring further about his concerns, and walked directly towards Li Shuer, saying, "Since Scholar Gao is here, let him teach the crown prince. There is still ample time for us to wander about." Li Shuer gently remarked, Scholar Gao has primarily come for you. Li Qing feigned ignorance, continuing on his path. It is one thing to be inactive. It is another to be aware and still behave so brazenly, truly believing that Duke Yongqing's goodwill comes without cost. Seeing that the Duke of Yongqing was entirely unresponsive, Gao Gong was compelled to apologize once more, asserting it would not happen again while blocking Li Qing's path. I must say, you truly dare, Li Qing replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Do you really believe that because the emperor favors you, I shall regard you differently? Huh. Away with you. Gao Gong, unfamiliar with the Duke of Yongqing's arrogance yet having heard of it, lost his temper and awkwardly stated, My lord, forgive me. I come today with matters of great importance concerning the nation's affairs and the people's livelihood. I implore you to grant me an opportunity. Li Qing remained unmoved, coldly retorting, Take your national matters to the emperor. Discuss them with Li Chunfang and Zhang Jujing. What? Do you wish for me to re-enter the court? Ignoring the latter part of that sentence, Gao Gong, somewhat disgruntled, continued, It is precisely because the emperor is indecisive and the cabinet's opinions are discordant that I sought your esteemed counsel. This matter is truly of great significance. Seeing him persist in his pretense, beads of sweat formed on Gao Gong's forehead, prompting Li Qing's impatience. Get to the point. Sighing, Gao Gong succinctly stated, The esteemed scholar Li has advised the emperor to establish the Ming daily. Both I and scholar Zhang do not concur. I wonder how the duke perceives this. Li Qing, taken aback, responded, Isn't that quite beneficial? The success of the Jinling daily already indicates that the populace is no longer ignorant, at least. They are far more enlightened than before, eager to embrace new ideas. Moreover, the Jinling daily is profitable, and the Ming daily could yield even greater returns. Though the profits may be modest, they would still be advantageous for the imperial treasury. Even the legs of a fly are meat. Zhu Houzhao, now fully aware of the significance of finances, interjected, If it generates revenue, why not pursue it? Gao Gong sighed wistfully. Your Highness, you are unaware. This matter is not as simple as it appears. Pray, enlighten us, Scholar Gao, the young prince urged, intrigued. Ah, Your Highness, how arduous it is to enlighten the populace. How long has education been disseminated? Gao Gong lamented. The people have always been ignorant, and now, compared to the past, their ignorance is even more pronounced. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Scholar Gao, I fail to comprehend. How can education be more widespread, yet the populace become even more ignorant? It is due to their profound poverty, Gao Gong replied. This poverty is not merely material, but also spiritual and cognitive. When these impoverished souls gain even a modicum of understanding, they become overly self-satisfied, using that little knowledge to interpret everything. The people's education is scant, their experience is limited, rendering them incapable of grasping the long-term strategies of the court. Significant policies often require sacrificing immediate benefits, yet the populace cannot foresee such distant consequences. After expounding at length, Gao Gong concluded, Silencing the masses is the best course of action. Upon saying this, he turned to Li Qing, stating, This is also the reason I sought your counsel today. Do you wish for the Jinling daily to shut down entirely? Your insight is remarkable. Gao Gong nodded. Not only the Jinling daily, but also the Suzhou daily and all other publications must be closed. Get lost. Li Qing coldly retorted, If you continue to prattle on, I shall strike you. Gao Gong was taken aback, shocked by Li Qing's vehement refusal. He had anticipated rejection, but not such brutality. After a moment of stunned silence, Gao Gong once more exhibited his characteristic boldness, huffing, What? When it concerns the Li family, can the duke not be impartial? As soon as the words were spoken, Gao Gong felt a sudden darkness clouding his vision, and then he lost all consciousness. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, Did you kill him? Li Qing replied. Li Shuer glanced at Gao Gong with a touch of pity and said with a bitter smile, The esteemed scholar Gao is merely asleep. Zhu Houzhao's expression softened slightly, though he remained anxious. Indeed, this Mr. Li was truly ruthless. The little one swallowed hard and said awkwardly, That Mr. Li. I believe Gao Shuesher's words hold some merit. This matter warrants careful consideration, and your approach seems rather inappropriate. Li Qing responded nonchalantly, There are always individuals who, having gained a modicum of shallow knowledge and limited understanding, become inevitably self-satisfied and arrogant, attempting to interpret all matters through this narrow lens. The best way to deal with such people is simply to silence them. Why did that sound so familiar? Zhu Houzhao clicked his tongue, bemused, Mr. Li. Did not Gao Shuesher just say this? Li Qing cast him an expressionless glance. The little one felt a chill run down his spine and promptly fell silent. They departed, with Li Qing turning to leave. Zhu Houzhao, feeling apprehensive, asked, "Sir, what should I do now that you all are leaving? If you wish to follow, then do so. If not, accompany Gao Shuesher," Li Qing replied without looking back. The little fellow, lacking spirit, muttered, "I'll come along." Gao Gong awoke after merely a quarter of an hour, albeit in a daze for quite some time, before his eyes regained clarity. With his fiery temper, he was ready to curse, but the words shifted to calling out for the crown prince, for Yongqing Marquis. After a prolonged silence without response, realizing he was alone in the courtyard, Gao Gong could no longer contain his anger and unleashed a torrent of foul language. He raged for nearly a quarter of an hour until his voice was nearly hoarse, and only then did he feel somewhat better. Spitting, he stormed out. Meanwhile, Zhu Houzhao, still somewhat uneasy, inquired, "Sir, Gao Shuesher is not young anymore. Is it wise for him to be sleeping on the ground? Might he come to harm? He won't die. He is likely awake by now," Li Qing chuckled. "If you are truly concerned, you ought not to have come along." The little one's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, "I trust you, sir." Then, changing the subject, he exclaimed, "Oh, the wheat is so green." Li Qing paid him no mind, strolling leisurely. After a while, Li Shuer remarked, "It's still early. If we head to the Grand Gaoxian Hall now, we might just catch the royal banquet." Li Qing smiled lightly, saying, "When have I ever chosen my meals by the clock? Whenever I go, that moment becomes mealtime." Li Shuer continued, "Mr. Li, are you going to the Grand Gaoxian Hall to meet the emperor?" The little one felt a spark of excitement and asked, "May I accompany you? Want to go?" "Yes." "All right. It will cost you a tael of silver," Li Qing stated. "What? Why are you like this? If you are unwilling, then forget it." No, it's just a tael of silver. I'll give it to you," the little one replied, his face full of reluctance. Echoing the sentiment that one should drink and be merry today, for tomorrow would bring its own troubles. Only then did Li Qing agree. Children, after all, are but children, needing an outlet for their emotions. Following this incident, when he finds himself in a tight spot, he will come to understand another profound truth. One cannot prioritize one aspect while neglecting another. After a leisurely stroll, the trio returned to the courtyard, only to discover that Gao Gong had already taken his leave. Zhu Houzhao felt a wave of relief wash over him and cheerfully exclaimed, "Sir, shall we hasten to the Grand Hall of Gaoxian?" "Why the rush? We have yet to dine," came the response. "Oh, the palace boasts an array of delectable dishes. There's no need for you to toil, sir." The little one, brimming with impatience, yearned to set off, having exchanged a silver coin for this privilege. Li Qing chuckled. "Who mentioned you?" Zhu Houzhao glanced towards Li Shuer, momentarily silenced. Li Shuer replied, "It is not yet noon. I am not hungry. You may go ahead. I shall catch up on some rest." The small child grinned widely and insisted, "I shall bring you back a royal feast." Li Shuer could not help but laugh softly. "Go on, enjoy yourselves. There's no need to rush back." "All right." The little one tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, urging, "Let us go." Li Qing brushed aside the child's hand and inquired, "Shall I lock the door, or will you?" "You lock it," Li Shuer replied with a gentle yawn. "In case I do not awaken, it will be easier for you upon your return." Li Qing nodded and was then pulled out the door by the eager child. Inside the Grand Hall of Gaoxian, the young prince had shed his yellow attire, and the imperial guards failed to recognize him. Fortunately, Li Qing's jade token proved effective, allowing the little one to enter the hall without hindrance. As they ventured deeper, they soon spotted Zhu Houzhao, who was slicing watermelon beneath the warm sun. "Grandfather!" Zhu Houzhao called out joyfully, darting forward with glee. Zhu Houzhao paused his task, lifting his grandson momentarily before placing him back down, chuckling, "You've gained some weight." "It's all thanks to the delectable meals prepared by Sir Li," the child cleverly flattered, simultaneously praising Li Qing and providing Zhu Houzhao with a gracious exit. Zhu Houzhao laughed, pinching his grandson's cheek, and turned to Li Qing. "What brings you to my humble abode? I feared if I delayed my visit, you might become overly sentimental," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Zhu Houzhao remarked, "The child is still present. Might you exercise some discretion?" In response, Zhu Houzhao quickly covered his ears and closed his eyes, understandingly stating, "You may pretend I am not here." Chapter 133. The little one's world is shattered. Zhu Houzhao playfully scolded, "You little rascal, always trying to be clever." Zhu Houzhao retorted, "When Sir Li calls me a little rascal, I can argue back, But when grandfather speaks, I find myself at a loss for words. Have you dined yet? Not yet. I thought to come to the palace for a meal, the little one replied cheerfully. Grandfather, have you eaten? I just finished a while ago. I am merely digesting. Zhu Houzhao said, stretching his limbs and gesturing to Huang Jin. Go and relay a message. Huang Jin nodded and hurried off. Zhu Yijuan, eager to impress, declared, Grandfather, would you like to know what I have learned recently? You seek a reward from grandfather, do you not? The child was taken aback. Zhu Houzhao laughed heartily. Once you have fully mastered your lessons, you may share all, and then grandfather shall bestow upon you a grand reward. Zhu Yijuan, having been interrupted mid-spell, was naturally displeased. Pouting, he remarked, if only Grandpa Emperor could offer some periodic rewards, my motivation would surely be amplified. So, you mean to say that without rewards, your drive diminishes? That is not what I meant, protested the young prince. There you have it. Zhu Houzhao chuckled heartily. Work diligently, and rewards will be forthcoming. Zhu Yijuan, resigned, replied affirmatively, then added, Grandpa Emperor, could you perhaps send over some sweets? I long for something sweet. During my childhood in Lianjiaten, I scarcely had any. This statement held truth. Indeed, he had consumed very few, initially due to disdain and later because of limited funds, which made him reluctant to indulge. Look at you being so stingy. Is it necessary to be so miserly? Zhu Houzhao seized the opportunity to tease Li Qing, who could hardly be bothered to respond. The young prince seized the moment to charm. Could Grandpa Emperor send over a bit more? I wish to savor them slowly when I return. Zhu Houzhao laughed in exasperation. What? Do you wish to take them all home? Oh, come on, can't you? No. Just a moment ago, Zhu Houzhao had defended his grandson. Yet now he was unyielding, stating flatly, you may eat, but taking them away is out of the question. Why not? Zhu Yijuan's composure began to falter. After one failed attempt, he prepared to try another, yet still faced rejection. This is too difficult for me. The young prince pouted, on the verge of tears, attempting to invoke sympathy. However, Grandpa Emperor seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read his mind, retorting sharply, stop the theatrics. You cannot endure the rigors of learning. You want rewards and sweets, all for the sake of pleasing others. If a little rascal like you can fool me, then my decades as an emperor have been in vain. I am here. Zhu Yijuan straightened up, a shiver running through him. Typically, when his father or grandfather addressed him by name, it heralded a reprimand. As expected, Zhu Houzhao thundered, what merit is there in benefiting from others' generosity? You are the crown prince, destined to face challenges head-on and resolve difficulties on your own, understand? I understand my faults, the little one said, feeling both aggrieved and ashamed. Zhu Houzhao inquired with a smile, is Mr. Li's homework too difficult? Yes, indeed, it is quite challenging. The young prince nodded, pouting. You have no idea, and I do not wish to know. Zhu Houzhao interrupted. Firstly, this is your matter, not mine. Secondly, the challenges you will face in the future will only grow more formidable. Lastly, having received this privilege, you must also endure its burdens. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yijuan felt even more wronged. The little one had indeed suffered considerably in recent days, having devoted much effort, and had hoped that sharing his hardships would earn him Grandpa Emperor's praise, sympathy, and understanding. To his dismay, Grandpa Emperor appeared disinterested. With no rewards in sight, not even a word of comfort, he was chastised instead. The young prince felt utterly slighted, tears streaming down his cheeks. Is this what constitutes grievance? Grandpa Emperor bullies me, and you all conspire to bully a child. Zhu Yijuan was heartbroken. No one comforted him. They merely laughed at his plight. Expressing his discontent towards Grandpa Emperor would be seen as great disrespect, while venting at Mr. Li would only lead to punishment. The little prince felt utterly despondent. Until he caught sight of the dragon carriage approaching, the little fellow wiped away his tears and hurriedly ran forward, pouting as he called out, Father Emperor, Father Emperor. The guards halted, and Zhu Ziqiang descended from the dragon carriage. Seeing his son so affectionately greet him, his previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. Zhu Ziqiang picked up his son, freeing one hand to pinch his cheek, and asked, What brings you here? Well, I came with Mr. Li, Zhu Yijuan pouted, pointing towards Li Qing in the distance. The Duke of Yongqing is also here. Zhu Ziqiang set his son down and said, Go play, your father emperor, your grandfather, and the Duke of Yongqing have matters to discuss. Zhu Yijuan, unable to voice his complaints, felt somewhat neglected as he muttered, I am no longer a 3-year-old child. Father Emperor. Zhu Ziqiang, both amused and exasperated, responded, "So, by that logic, you wish to speak as well?" To which Zhu Houzhao, with a hint of reverence for his father, nodded and said, "Whether I speak or not is inconsequential. What matters is learning." After a pause, he speculated, "Father Emperor, is this about Grand Scholar Gao?" Zhu Zaiqiang, taken aback, inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhu Houzhao, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Mr. Li struck Grand Scholar Gao. I witnessed it with my own eyes." "Huh. Well, that is indeed related to Grand Scholar Gao, but not in the manner you presume," Zhu Zaiqiang said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he proceeded onward. Zhu Houzhao trailed behind his father, still young and fond of the lively atmosphere. "Your son pays his respects to you, Father Emperor." Zhu Zaiqiang bowed in return and then slightly nodded towards Li Qing. "The Duke of Yongqing appears to have some leisure today. I have been quite free since my arrival in the capital," Zhu Zaiqiang replied. Zhu Houzhao cast a sidelong glance at his son and quietly remarked, "Is there yet another indecisive matter at hand?" Father Emperor, could you spare me some face?" Zhu Zaiqiang chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "Perhaps we should discuss this in the palace. Alas, I can never find a moment of peace." Zhu Houzhao lamented as they made their way towards the main hall. Zhu Zaiqiang glanced back at Li Qing and added, "The Duke of Yongqing might as well join us." "Is it because of the Ming daily?" Zhu Zaiqiang was taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Has the Duke of Yongqing already learned the details from Gao Gong?" Li Qing nodded and proceeded towards the main hall. At that moment, the little one held great discontent towards Li Qing. As Li Qing walked a bit further away, he hurriedly tugged at his father's sleeve, whispering with indignation, "Father Emperor, you are the emperor. How can you allow him to walk ahead of you? Do you not know my ears are sharp? Why speak ill of me behind my back?" Li Qing continued on, having already distanced himself by several paces. Yet his words echoed in Zhu Houzhao's ears as if he were right beside him. The little fellow's eyes widened in alarm. "If you keep speaking ill of me, I shall make you wear small shoes." Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, "Humph." Zhu Zaiqiang retorted, "Even when dealing with a dog, one must regard the master. Is it polite to threaten my son in my presence?" Zhu Zaiqiang felt his spirits dampen further. "This is too much." The little one muttered in a smaller voice. Observing his father's irritation while Li Qing moved even further away, he quietly asked, "Father Emperor, are you afraid of the Duke of Yongqing?" "Afraid?" Zhu Zaiqiang glared, but then quickly lowered his tone, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Remember, aside from your grandfather, your father Emperor fears no one." "Yes," the little one whimpered. "Even Father Emperor is afraid of Mr. Li." Inside the hall, the group took their seats one after another, and Zhu Houzhao awkwardly attempted to blend into a circle that was not his own. Zhu Zaiqiang candidly summarized the cabinet's disputes regarding the establishment of the Ming daily, promptly expressing his own support for its inception. The emperor, wise as ever, maintained his usual aloof demeanor, yet the Yongqing marquis unexpectedly offered a compliment, which Zhu Zaiqiang found quite pleasing. However, he soon discerned that his father bore an unmistakable air of disappointment. "May I inquire about your esteemed opinion, father?" Zhu Zaiqiang ventured. "Do you genuinely believe that Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing are incorrect?" "Not entirely," he hesitated, "though I believe their concerns are somewhat exaggerated. While risks do exist, the court can mitigate them." His voice wavered with uncertainty. "And how do you propose to mitigate them?" "The factory guards," he replied, only to be met with a scoff from Zhu Houzhao. Such naivety. The worries of Gao and Zhang are far from unfounded. Indeed, they are unavoidable. Zhu Zaiqiang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, shifting his gaze to the agreeable Li Qing, hoping for a mouthpiece. "What do you think, Yongqing Marquis?" Li Qing responded, "The Grand Emperor speaks wisely." The father and son exchanged glances, feeling somewhat mocked. Yet Li Qing continued, "Though unavoidable, it must be done. This is a chasm that cannot be crossed in one leap. It must be conquered step by step. The journey will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. But Ming can only advance, ever forward." "Is this how you deceive the emperor?" Zhu Houzhao mocked. Li Qing remained unperturbed. "I do not deceive. Merely stating my perspective without elaborating on the pros and cons. Is that deceit?" Zhu Houzhao smirked coldly. "You think you can gloss over the difficulties with just a mention of their ruggedness, treating others as fools? Ah, your affected disposition. What more do you have to say?" Li Qing sighed. "For 3 generations, none have been endearing." He paused, conceding, "Your father is correct. You may as well be angry with me." Zhu Houzhao erupted in fury. And then, the young lad was both anxious and expectant, his little fists clenched tightly. And then, There was nothing more. The atmosphere grew awkward. Zhu Yijuan's face fell, despair washing over him. It was over. Even the emperor could not sway Mr. Li. How could this be? The little one's world felt as though it had collapsed. Fortunately, Huang Jin arrived just in time to dispel the tension. Your Majesty, the feast is prepared. Shall we proceed now or? Before either emperor could respond, Li Qing interjected, given the circumstances, let us dine first. Chapter 134. 1 against 3. The dishes were laid out before them, yet neither father nor son made a move to eat, primarily due to their lack of appetite. Zhu Houzhao had just dined, and Zhu Ziqiang had also eaten, though even without food, he felt quite sated from Li Qing's earlier provocations. Zhu Yijuan, however, was genuinely hungry. After rising early to attend the market, he had consumed only 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge, and with such activity, he felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Yet with his father and grandfather remaining unmoved, he could only endure the hunger. Fortunately, he needed only to endure for a moment. Li Qing was the first to pick up his chopsticks, eating with such gusto that Zhu Yijuan was taken aback. Pointing at Li Qing with astonishment, you. Then, he glanced at his father, grandfather, he. Amidst his busy demeanor, Li Qing shot a glare. Are you going to eat or not? If not, step outside. Zhu Yijuan was left speechless. The second emperor, observing that both his father and grandfather remained silent, decided to transform his sorrow and indignation into appetite, indulging in a lavish feast. After a considerable time, Li Qing's pace of consumption began to slow. Sipping his wine, he addressed Zhu Ziqiang, stating, it is not difficult to comprehend that the common people lack understanding of politics and the operational rules that govern this world. In light of their limited awareness, it is inevitable that public sentiment will surge. This is unavoidable. However, to assert that it is an earth-shattering issue would be an exaggeration. It certainly will not escalate into a peasant uprising or rebellion. Nonetheless, should we completely disregard public sentiment, we may once again witness civil unrest in Chunnan. Li Qing offered a fair and objective summary of the shortcomings, then shifted the discussion to the topic of the people's ignorance. The assertion of the people's ignorance has circulated among the upper classes for millennia, often regarded as truth. But is this truly the case? Li Qing chuckled, asserting, those in power are human, as are the farmers and laborers. We all share the same basic human form. Unless one is mad or foolish, how can there be any substantial difference? You are mistaken. Your statement lacks justice, retorted Zhu Yijuan. It is true that officials are human, and laborers are human as well. That is correct. It is also true that we all possess 2 shoulders and 1 head. Yet to claim there is no distinction is absurd. Young prince, you possess considerable courage. Li Qing smiled broadly, revealing his pearly whites, which caused a shiver in the young lad. Grandfather, did I speak incorrectly? Zhu Houzhao remained non-committal, gesturing imperiously. Li Qing, you respond. Draining his cup, Li Qing placed it down and remarked, when I say there is no distinction, I refer to a macro perspective. Objectively, there are indeed differences so profound they are appalling. Often, the disparity between individuals is greater than that between humans and livestock. But how do these distinctions arise? They stem from the limited, biased, and inadequate information available to them. The fact that the common people do not grasp political matters is undeniable. Why do they not understand? Because no one has ever spoken to them. Without communication, how can they comprehend? The ignorance of the populace is not their fault. Rather, it is a consequence of the upper class's obfuscation. After a lengthy pause, Li Qing sighed deeply. Such is the ignorance of the common people. Zhu Houzhao remained indifferent, while Zhu Ziqiang appeared solemn, and Zhu Yijuan expressed surprise. After another extended silence, Zhu Ziqiang queried, this splendid dream of prosperity is so radiant. Why must we awaken it? Undeniably, no era has witnessed such a flourishing age as ours, with thriving commerce and industry, abundant harvests, and the absence of war. The lives of the common people in the current Ming Dynasty are what countless generations have aspired to. Is this truly so wonderful? Li Qing replied, in the short term, it may not be favorable. In the long term, the outcomes are mixed, and in the very long term, the benefits are unequivocal. Zhu Ziqiang spoke gravely. What advantage can arise from inciting public resentment? Without pain, there can be no progress, Li Qing responded. If the people remain ensconced in dreams of prosperity, the Ming Dynasty will stagnate. If everyone is content with the status quo, how can change ever occur? The young lad mumbled, this is merely a grandiloquent principle. Li Qing scoffed and asked, Let me inquire. If you could placate the little chubby fellow with a single candy, would you then offer him two? Of course not, the young lad replied without hesitation. Then allow me to pose another question. If one candy is sufficient to make the little chubby fellow leap with joy, would you consider reducing it to half a piece? The child, exhibiting a commendable honesty, nodded and said, if one can save, one should certainly save. Precisely, Li Qing sighed. Your reasoning mirrors that of the landlords, the wealthy gentry, and indeed the entire upper class. Take, for instance, the fiscal deficit of the court. The simplest and most efficient solution is the imposition of additional taxes. If the court increases taxes by a fraction, it burdens the common people by at least threefold. But what if the people were to submit without complaint? Would the court not perceive this as an opportunity to impose even more? Would the officials not feel emboldened to raise the stakes? The end result is a relentless cycle of exploitation, akin to draining a pond dry. Li Qing continued. Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing believed that establishing the Ming daily was a means to coddle the populace, fostering arrogance among them, and they feared that proximity would breed disdain. Objectively speaking, there is merit in this perspective. After all, those in power are indeed tasked with governance, and their intentions for the long-term welfare of the Ming dynasty are not malicious. Yet, who has ever paused to consider, throughout the annals of history, who truly indulges whom? It has always been the common folk who have pampered the rulers. Li Qing lamented, when one reflects deeply, is it truly the court that indulges the populace? It is merely a matter of exercising a modicum of restraint. Furthermore, is it inherently wrong for the common people to express dissatisfaction and grievances? Absolutely not. Their emotions serve as a deterrent against the unbridled exploitation of tenants by landlords, the merciless oppression of workers by the gentry, and the excessive taxation imposed by officials. The court too would hesitate to plunder without restraint. Moreover, the establishment of the Ming daily does more than merely evoke emotions among the populace. It elevates their awareness and knowledge. As time progresses, the common folk, armed with understanding, will possess greater means to combat injustice rather than enduring relentless oppression until they are driven to revolt in desperation. In the Qing dynasty, there were nobles and ministers. Yet who among them was truly of noble birth? In the Han dynasty, the cry the heavens have perished, let the yellow sky rise echoed. In the Yuan dynasty, the one-eyed stone figure stirred the yellow river to revolt. So, I ask, what of our Ming dynasty? Li Qing's gaze swept over the 3 generations before him as he probed. What do you believe our Ming should embody? Zhu Yijuan's face turned pale. Zhu Zihan wore a grim expression, while Zhu Houzhao merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing. The 3 generations remained silent. Yet Li Qing unleashed his full vigor. Though he faced 3 adversaries, his prowess had not reached its zenith. Everyone possesses an escape route, save for the emperor, while all have avenues for retreat. The Zhu family stands alone in their predicament. Li Qing pressed on, emphasizing that the emperor's true allies are neither the ministers nor the affluent landlords, but the common people. When the Yuan dynasty fell, those officials who survived remained officials, the landlords remained landlords, and the gentry remained gentry. Yet how many of the Yuan's emperors and royal family members were spared? Beneath the weight of his words, laced with piercing truths, the dialogue flowed relentlessly. Zhu Ziqi, unable to endure any further, interjected with palpable frustration, I have already expressed my agreement to establish the Ming daily. Are you deliberately seeking to provoke me? Li Qing, with an innocent demeanor and hands raised in surrender, replied, I do not wish to speak, yet you compel me to do so. When I voice my thoughts, it seems to displease you. In the end, it becomes my fault. Who shall I turn to for justice? Zhu Ziqi, who had always regarded Li Qing as a cherished treasure, for the first time harbored the desire to silence him. He recalled the historical records of the founding emperor, who had once threatened Li Qing with his sword. Previously, he had perceived the emperor's temperament as merely fiery. Now, he recognized a greater breadth of character and generosity, which was truly admirable. How else could this individual have survived until now? Through gritted teeth, Zhu Ziqi remarked, Your summary is commendable. Do not offer another. Li Qing, feeling as though he were being treated as if he were the one eager to summarize, mumbled and returned to his feasting. After expending such energy, hunger returned, and he indulged himself once more. Zhu Yijuan found himself somewhat sympathetic, thinking, this fellow has quite the appetite. After a considerable time, Li Qing set down his chopsticks, letting out a satisfied belch, and reclined lazily in his chair. If your majesty is in full agreement, Why then is there such delay in action? Zhu Houzhao, incensed, retorted. Are you instructing me on how to act? Li Qing, taken aback, then chuckled and nodded. If that is your interpretation, then so be it. Such insolence. Zhu Houzhao's anger intensified, and he made to overturn the table. This time, the table was wooden, and Zhu Houzhao, being considerably younger than Li Qingfang, was in the prime of his youth, making this action effortless for him. Yet he found himself thwarted. Li Qing merely placed a hand upon the table, and Zhu Houzhao could not budge it even slightly. Much like how Li Qing possessed the means to bring about his demise, yet could not be subdued. With a sigh, Li Qing remarked, "Your father is still here. Do not act rashly. I have come today to tend to his health. If you are a dutiful son, refrain from directing your ire towards me." Zhu Houzhao, through clenched teeth, replied, "I act for the sake of my father. Otherwise, I would ensure you regret this." After bowing hastily to his father, he swept away in a flurry of robes, unable to remain in the grand hall any longer. As he departed, he muttered curses under his breath. What a family heirloom. I was truly blind to it back then. The young prince, witnessing his father's departure, turned pale with concern and hastily inquired, "Li Qing, is my father unwell? What do you call me?" Li Qing responded, "Mr. Li, will my father's anger harm his constitution?" Zhu Houzhao, disheartened, altered his address with a look of regret. Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Youth brings with it a fiery spirit. It shall pass. Look at your grandfather. He does not behave in such a manner." Zhu Houzhao interjected, "What is this? Are you truly here to care for my health, or simply to vex me?" Zhu Houzhao, feeling a sense of frustration, continued, "You seem intent on ensuring my longevity. Do you not?" Li Qing mimicked his earlier tone and replied, "Li Qing, you answer." "What?" Zhu Houzhao exclaimed in surprise. "Grandfather, are you quite well?" "Nothing much. Just a bit of liver pain." Zhu Houzhao exhaled a breath of melancholy, casting a fierce glare at Li Qing. "Speak, what exactly is your intention?" "Actually, there is nothing," Li Qing replied, glancing at Zhu Houzhao. "You might want to step aside." The young prince, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "What intention could I possibly have that warrants your departure?" Zhu Houzhao was filled with indignation. The 3 generations of their lineage had been thoroughly vexed by Li Qing. "Huang Jin, take the crown prince for a stroll," he commanded. "Grandfather, why?" The young prince widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you overly indulgent with him?" "Crown prince, let us go," Huang Jin urged, grasping the prince's arm and attempting to pull him away. Stubbornly, the young prince shrugged off Huang Jin's grip, declaring defiantly, "I refuse to leave. I want to see." Yet, mid-sentence, a wave of drowsiness overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep. "Ah, to be young again," Li Qing remarked with a tsk, "unlike us older folks, who find slumber elusive." With no other choice, Huang Jin carried the young prince to his side chamber. Zhu Houzhao felt a surge of anger. If only he were 20 years younger, he would have certainly confronted Li Qing, but now, with age, his spirit had waned. "Your audacity grows by the day. In a few decades or centuries, will you attempt to control the emperor to command the realm?" Li Qing sighed softly. "One must possess a sense of reverence. An emperor cannot act without restraint. Unchecked authority breeds chaos, and this, you should comprehend." "And your reverence?" Zhu Houzhao coldly inquired. "Where is your sense of respect?" "For this land, for the people living upon it," Li Qing replied. Zhu Houzhao was left speechless, then impatiently changed the subject. "Now, tell me, how is the jade and bone crafting progressing?" "Huh, I knew it," Zhu Houzhao sneered. "Not well, I suppose. You shall wait patiently." Li Qing, exasperated, replied, "Must you be so dramatic? I am weary, and if you were born into a common family, your petulance would ruin any union." "Li Qing, do you find joy in provoking me to the brink of madness?" Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, pounding the table in fury. "Begone! Even if I were to perish tomorrow, I would not permit you to meddle in my affairs." Zhu Houzhao's face radiated satisfaction as he indulged in the utmost pleasure, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, though he insisted, "Do not think that by treating my royal health, I will overlook past grievances." Li Qing merely twirled a silver needle, dismissing him. The best way to deal with a petulant individual is to ignore them. Before long, Zhu Houzhao concluded his soliloquy and asked, "What did you discuss with the emperor?" "Nothing of consequence," Li Qing replied. "Huh, as if you could deceive me," Zhu Houzhao scoffed. "After Su Jie, there is Li Qingfang. After Gao Gong, Zhang Juzheng. This was my prior arrangement with him, and he has been adhering to this plan all along. However, today, oh, be gentle, he claimed to support the Ming daily. What did you specify to him? Li Qing responded helplessly. Why must there be such internal conflict? This is about checks and balances. Zhu Houzhao insisted. Do you truly not understand? The future balance of power will not be between officials, but between the people and the government. Li Qing remarked, disregarding the Ming daily, that the seeds of change had been sown since the Yongle era, with the promotion of universal education, the adoption of simplified characters, and the flourishing of commerce and industry. The introduction of high-yield crops and the decentralization of maritime trade foretold the present circumstances. You must understand, the tide of history is irreversible. Sighing, Zhu Houzhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. You are devoted to self-revolution and social mobility, yet you remain a Taoist. Do you not realize you are contravening humanity? The Tao Te Ching states, the way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and augment the deficit. The way of humanity is to diminish the deficit to serve the surplus. You have articulated this before, having discussed the meandering nature of water with Zhongzhou. Water, upon reaching a destination, inevitably becomes trapped in part. Despite your extraordinary talents, you cannot prevent such entrapment. Li Qing resolutely declared, I act in accordance with the way of heaven. Ah, can you truly regard all things as mere fodder? Zhu Houzhao shook his head and replied, you merely oppose humanity, not enact the way of heaven. The way of heaven does not favor the weak. It observes as the weak are devoured by the strong. If the weak wish to survive, they must become strong. Heaven is indifferent, and therein lies the greatest compassion, yet you completely invert this principle. Take the current Ming Dynasty as an example. You may have preserved peace, but at the cost of martial virtue. Zhu Houzhao continued, the Ming's warships and firearms are formidable, yet they will inevitably be surpassed. This timeline will not be prolonged. Identical weaponry does not equate to identical martial virtue. What then shall occur? Li Qing chuckled softly. You possess a modicum of truth in your assertions, yet you seek to twist my words. Zhu Houzhao interrupted, saying, in truth, you are aware of these realities. The Ming will descend into chaos once more, will it not? If I were to do nothing, the disorder would only deepen. Li Qing replied calmly, at least this chaos will no longer be one of shattered landscapes and lives as mere blades of grass. I certainly believe this. I am not here to debate your logic, merely to offer a reminder. Zhu Houzhao fell silent for a moment, stating, the Ming will not fully adhere to your will. My words stem from a concern for the day your convictions may crumble. I have always been a pessimist, allowing for any eventuality. Li Qing retorted coolly, do you presume everyone is as sentimental as you? Hypocritical. Zhu Houzhao scoffed. If you were truly a pessimist, the present flourishing Ming would not exist. Li Qing, exasperated, slapped him and scolded. Do you truly believe your silver needles intimidate me into silence? This time, Zhu Houzhao did not retaliate, responding mildly. I am looking out for your best interests. You dare to lecture me? Li Qing sneered. I know you all too well. You fear that I might become disheartened and cease to serve the Ming. Zhu Houzhao, caught in his thoughts, felt no embarrassment and retorted. The transition from order to chaos is the essence of truth. The shift from order to greater order only heralds further chaos. This is the ultimate principle of the Tao. Li Qing was incensed by his preachiness, coldly stating, what authority do you possess to debate with me? Only the officials may set the fires, while the commoners are forbidden to light lamps. Zhu Houzhao muttered in frustration, yet inwardly delighted, for he felt he had finally struck back. In the Wenhua Gate, within the National Master's Hall, the three scholars of the cabinet convened once more. This time, Zhu Ziyan arrived with a version of the answers, composed and confident. Brimming with assurance, Zhu Zhaiquan, demonstrating his acumen, recited verbatim without the slightest inclination to rephrase, articulating sentiments akin to in Qin, there exist lords and generals, in the Yuan. A stone figure with one eye stirs the yellow river to rebellion, alongside other incisive remarks. This left Li Chunfang invigorated and elated. Conversely, Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing found themselves under immense pressure, struggling to respond. In a mere half-day, the emperor leaped from a martial artist to the ranks of grandmasters. His internal strength so profound that even two master-level experts found themselves unable to contend. Although aware that this strength was borrowed rather than innate, it nonetheless proved effective, rendering Gao and Zhang powerless against such a dimensional onslaught. The populace's silence does not equate to the absence of conflict, of course. Zhu Zhaiquan proclaimed with righteous fervor, questioning who comprehends the sufferings of the common people better than they themselves? The joy of the free ride, who truly understands it? The Zhu Houzhao of the Grand Hall brimmed with indignation, while the Zhu Houzhao of the Grand Master's Hall experienced sheer exhilaration, particularly in the presence of his trusted ministers. It was ineffably delightful indeed. While his visage maintained a solemn dignity, his spirit soared to celestial heights. The mastery amassed over 2 centuries was exhilarating, albeit fleeting. After a lengthy discourse, he inquired, "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts?" Li Qing, bowing deeply, responded with heartfelt sincerity, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Gao and Zhang, feeling the weight of their defeat, acknowledged, "Your Majesty is wise." With that, Gao Gong began, "Your Majesty, I wish to speak." Zhu Houzhao, observing a defeated general daring to speak boldly, furrowed his brow, discontent evident in his expression. "Do you believe my words to be erroneous?" No, Gao stammered. "Well, then," Zhu Houzhao retorted, "Li Qing, you two have something to add?" Zhang Zhuzhing, steeling himself, interjected. Having been interrupted twice, Zhu Houzhao's demeanor darkened. Unlike the transcendent Yongqing Marquis, these two were not beyond the earthly realm. He retained an imperial demeanor towards them. Ah, splendid. A distinguished grand secretary behaving like a petulant child. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed in anger. "Having acknowledged my statements, why resort to sophistry?" Zhang Zhuzhing, somewhat dryly, replied, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. I do not oppose. I merely wish to supplement with some details." "Is that so?" Zhu Houzhao's expression remained impassive. "I hope your suggestions prove genuinely beneficial. Speak." "Very well." Zhang Zhuzhing inhaled deeply. "Establishing the Great Ming daily would be beneficial for enlightening the populace. But we must ensure a clear delineation of responsibility." Gao Gong quickly concurred. "I share the same sentiment." Zhu Houzhao cast a sidelong glance at Gao Gong before turning back to Zhang Zhuzhing, signaling him to continue. Zhang Zhuzhing elaborated. "In essence, the good reflects the court, while the bad reflects the localities. We must ensure that public sentiment does not tarnish the court's reputation, and should the court be unable to evade blame, it must never reach the emperor." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Gao Gong affirmed earnestly, "the authority of the sovereign is bestowed by heaven. It must remain untarnished." Zhu Houzhao paused for a moment and slowly nodded. Chapter 136. I turn out to be immortal. Under the assurance of quality. It would be preferable for the jade and bones to be dealt with swiftly, allowing him to rest in peace sooner. Li Qing spoke while removing the silver needles. "With no one coming, what does it matter to speak of resting in peace?" Zhu Houzhao muttered, feeling discontented. "You are the one who is too impatient. It has only been a few days." As he spoke, Zhu Houzhao rose from the bed, stretched his muscles, and sighed. "It feels as though I have shed a heavy burden. Ah, how delightful. Li Qing, if you were to come every day for acupuncture, would it prolong my life?" "Such frequency is unnecessary, and there are limitations," Li Qing replied. "It is akin to elixirs. The initial effects are remarkable, but gradually, as tolerance develops, the efficacy diminishes." In truth, Zhu Houzhao found that the medicinal pills were nearly devoid of effect, merely providing him with fleeting comfort. It was not the fault of the pills. Nor was it a matter of Zhu Houzhao being at the end of his rope. Rather, his body no longer required the aid of herbs or stones. "Those elixirs are merely pills," Zhu Houzhao scoffed. "You certainly know how to embellish." Li Qing could no longer tolerate his pretentiousness. "I have no other matters. I shall take the little one home." Go on, Zhu Houzhao replied curtly. "Teach him well. If he does not learn properly, it will be you who suffers in the future." Li Qing turned to leave, and Zhu Houzhao remarked, 2 centuries of experience amount to little more than this. I can easily stir your emotions." "Huh, little Li Qing. Ouch." The old priest clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. When he looked up again, Li Qing had already vanished from sight. Zhu Yijuan, carrying a small food box, walked out of the grand hall, feeling dejected. After a considerable time, he finally asked, "Mr. Li, what should I do?" "Step by step. Do not aspire to reach the heavens in a single leap." Li Qing gazed into the distance. "Worrying excessively about the future will only destroy your present self. Do you know why I refrain from teaching you too many grand principles?" The little one remarked. "Are grand principles useless?" "It is not that they are useless, but rather that your understanding and abilities, as well as your execution, do not align, leading only to internal strife." Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Are you familiar with Wang Shui?" "I have heard my grandfather mention him. He was Wang Shoren from the Zhengde era, who advocated certain doctrines, correct?" "Indeed," Li Qing continued. "Wang Shui has a saying, 'Practice in the world. Break the thief of hesitation. Do not only fixate on lofty mountains and steep ridges. Pay attention to your footing, ensuring each step is taken with care and steadiness. With an unclouded mind, the little one found this quite reasonable, yet struggled to implement it, lamenting, "But I cannot help but think of those lofty mountains and ridges. What should I do? Do not raise your head, keep it lowered." What does that mean? Climbing mountains is arduous, yet taking a single step toward them is easy. Focus your energy on that step. Li Qing took the small food box from him, grasped his little hand, and said, "From this moment on, do not lift your gaze. Fix your eyes on your feet. I am holding your hand. You will not bump into trees or walls. Just follow my lead." The little one still did not comprehend Li Qing's meaning, but dared not oppose him, fearing punishment. Li Qing ceased speaking, and Zhu Yijuan could only fixate on his own feet. This seems rather meaningless, Zhu Yijuan pondered deeply, unable to discern the intent behind Mr. Li's words. "We have arrived home," Li Qing suddenly announced. "Huh." Zhu Yijuan, taken aback, looked up and was astonished to find that they had indeed arrived home. Li Qing was in the midst of unlocking the door. "So soon?" the little one exclaimed, his face brimming with surprise. In his perception, he had not ventured far. "Are you tired?" Li Qing pushed open the door and stepped inside. The little one followed closely, shaking his head. "I don't seem too tired, although my legs are a bit sore. Compared to the journey there, which was easier, the return was somewhat lighter." Zhu Yijuan scratched his head, saying, "I was so preoccupied with my thoughts that I hardly noticed the passage of time." Li Qing smiled and replied, "Thinking is one aspect, but not dwelling on the journey back is another, wouldn't you agree?" Zhu Yijuan paused, then said, "I think I understand." "Go on," Li Qing encouraged. "You mean to first establish a manageable, short-term goal, right?" Li Qing neither confirmed nor denied, instead posing a question. "Do you think that is feasible?" "Well, that might be a bit challenging. I still find it hard to restrain myself from contemplating those lofty mountains," Zhu Yijuan confessed despondently. "I grasp the concept, yet I simply cannot execute it." "Ah, how refreshingly honest," Li Qing teased. The little one, feeling somewhat dejected and hurt, wondered aloud, "Am I really that inadequate?" Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. "But I know it yet cannot achieve it. People are often like that." Zhu Yijuan pouted, a look of disbelief on his face. "Am I, the crown prince, truly just an ordinary person?" Li Qing, taken aback by the little one's erratic reasoning, was momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, the child appeared genuinely disheartened, having lost his zeal. His small face devoid of the usual confidence, he sat on the stone steps, hugging his knees, his head bowed low, shoulders heaving. At this sight, Li Qing couldn't help but wonder if he had inherited Zhu Houzhao's theatrical nature. Just then, Li Schwerer emerged from the side room, and, upon witnessing the scene, inquired, "Did you hit him again?" "What do you mean again? I have never struck him," Li Qing replied tersely. "Here, the pastries from the palace, a gift from the little one." Li Schwerer accepted them, teasingly remarking, "Indeed, His Highness keeps his promises." The little one, however, seemed oblivious, showing no response. Li Schwerer grew concerned and asked, "What on earth is wrong with the crown prince?" "It's nothing serious. Merely a realization that he isn't as exceptional as he imagined, and he is struggling to accept it." Li Qing chuckled. "He is just too delicate, too fragile." "You're the delicate one. You're the fragile one," Zhu Yijuan suddenly exclaimed, tears streaking down his cheeks, launching into a tirade. Before Li Qing could react, Li Schwerer softly suggested, "Shall I try to comfort him?" "No need for that. You go enjoy your food. Leave this to me." "Then please, don't hit him again," Li Schwerer said, her voice laced with concern. "I have never struck him," Li Qing reiterated, exasperated. "All right then." Li Qing sat beside the little one, casually asking, "What? Are you ready to give up? Do you really think I don't know about the tactic of provocation?" The little one glared with wide eyes, his expression one of indignation. "Haha, you're quite extraordinary. Most children wouldn't even comprehend the concept of provocation." Zhu Yijuan's mood soured again, and he muttered, "Please, spare me the consolation. I know what you truly think. Then tell me what you think." Decay cannot be sculpted, nor can a child be taught. The self-important young lad, suddenly realizing his talents are rather unremarkable, finds his pride shattered. Mere consolation will not suffice. Zhu Yijuan lamented, "This assignment is too difficult, far too difficult. I cannot do it." Li Qing stifled a laugh, having received professional training, and restrained himself. "Shall I offer some assistance?" "Absolutely not," the young boy retorted petulantly. "I do not want your pity. This is not pity. It is merely to help you achieve your goals." The little fellow, whose pride was all that remained to him, stubbornly insisted, I said I do not want it. If I do not accomplish it myself, it does not count as my ability. What difference does it make if I complete it? Li Qing chuckled, you certainly possess a remarkable spirit. I am a descendant of the founding emperor, the crown prince. I cannot tarnish my ancestors' reputation. I do not require your charity. Zhu Houzhao's heart lay in shards, yet he stubbornly clung to his dignity. Li Qing explained, what I refer to as assistance is not revealing the answers, nor completing the assignment for you. It is merely a part of the educational process. This is neither comfort nor pity, but simply part of the curriculum. Really? Indeed. Then, please proceed, the little one said, wiping his face and gazing up at him. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, you claim to know you cannot achieve it, yet in truth, you are unaware. It is akin to your initial approach of distributing sweets. You believe that merely pleasing your peers will make you a leader among children. This is the essence of the matter. Zhu Houzhao contemplated this and replied, but what you said about the external world being devoid of substance is correct. I simply cannot do it. No, you are conflating concepts. The relationship is similar to my instructing you to be a leader among children. Yet you interpret it as merely distributing sweets. You have strayed in practice. What, then, is the correct approach? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt diminished and sulked. Forget it. The opportunity has passed, and I have already squandered it. I mentioned before that this is different. It is not an analysis of the assignment, but a part of the educational process, Li Qing stated. As a teacher, my duty is to impart knowledge, guide learning, and resolve doubts. You, as a student, must possess the quality of humility in seeking knowledge. Convinced, Zhu Houzhao nodded, please, speak on, sir. Do you believe reading is good or bad? Certainly good. The ignorance of the common people stems from their inability to read, does it not? Li Qing praised. Well said. The little one pouted. When did the teacher learn to flatter? Hey! Li Qing playfully swatted him, entirely disregarding the fact that the little fellow was feeling vulnerable at that moment. Let me ask you again, what is the purpose of studying? Zhu Houzhao huffed. To gain understanding. Precisely. The purpose of reading is to gain understanding. However, understanding is not merely obtained through reading, Li Qing explained. Do you prefer my teaching style, or that of the scholars? You. The little one quickly added, but, sir, this assignment truly is too difficult. Let us not dwell on that, Li Qing said. Since you prefer my teaching style, why not employ a method you favor to gain understanding and accomplish tasks? I still do not comprehend. Reading serves to foster understanding. Yet understanding is not solely derived from reading, Li Qing gently reiterated. Reflect further on the meaning of this statement. Chapter 137. How to Overcome Thieves. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before asking. Does the gentleman imply that understanding the principles is akin to completing assignments, and reading is merely a method of fulfilling those assignments? This seems rather clever. Where is the folly in that? Li Qing nodded with a smile, explaining that the same characters can appear in classical texts as well as in illustrated novels. If one finds the former tedious, opting for the latter is perfectly acceptable. The little one's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon, his expression turned blank once more. Li Qing sensed that the child was merely a layer of understanding away from clarity, yet he refrained from dispelling that thin veil, choosing instead to make it even more fragile. After a moment's reflection, Li Qing inquired, engaging in appropriate physical activities is beneficial to the body, is it not? Indeed. The little one affirmed with a nod. Running is a form of activity, and so is walking. If you find running too exhausting, you are entirely free to choose walking. Once your physical condition improves through walking, you may discover that running is not as taxing as it once seemed. I understand now, Zhu Houzhao suddenly exclaimed. It is about approaching tasks in a manner that resonates with one's preferences. No, wait, it is about deconstructing a task, finding an entry point that poses a lower difficulty, yet is enjoyable. Once one's abilities are enhanced, greater challenges no longer appear so daunting, and one becomes less resistant to them, subsequently seeking a favored method to tackle the task, correct? Precisely, Li Qing replied, expanding on the thought. Using physical exercise as an example, if you wish to strengthen your body but fear fatigue, it is not a source of shame. It is human nature. One should not forcibly oppose human nature, but rather find ways to navigate it. But how do we address this? Li Qing posed to himself before answering. First, we must clarify the purpose of exercising. Tell me, what is it? The little one responded, to maintain health, to become stronger, to prolong life. Indeed, That is the essence. Once the essence is understood, it becomes manageable, Li Qing continued. If running is too exhausting, then walk. If walking is also tiring, taking just a few steps is acceptable. Although it may only be 2 steps, they can still provide a modicum of positive feedback, can they not? The child queried. But what if I am too lazy to take even those 2 steps? That would indicate a tendency to lie down instead of sitting, to sit rather than stand. Is that not hopeless? The child asked, scratching his head. What should one do in such a case? Those who prefer lying down might find running, walking, or even taking 2 steps daunting. Yet, what if one simply sits up? Similarly, Li Qing explained, for someone who enjoys sitting, simply standing up constitutes a success. But what if I only prefer lying down and cannot even sit up? Zhu Houzhao seemed to challenge, persistently lowering the threshold. Li Qing, however, exhibited remarkable patience, responding, "It is simple. Seek a motivating force that encourages you to sit up, such as a game you enjoy that requires sitting to play." What is this game? That is for you to discover, Li Qing replied. Zhu Houzhao fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he articulated, "The gentleman's meaning is that when undertaking a task, one should progress from the easier to the more difficult. Throughout this journey, one must seek or cultivate interests that align with the task, allowing oneself to develop an affinity for it, or at the very least, to find enjoyment in a portion of it. Even if the endeavor ultimately fails, there remains merit in the experience." Zhu Houzhao pondered and remarked, "For instance, I ultimately could not conquer my own humanity to run. However, I have developed a fondness for walking. To me, that is a triumph. Even if I have merely overcome the inertia of lying down or sitting, it is still a form of achievement, is it not?" Li Qing smiled and nodded. That interpretation is indeed correct. Yet, might this be overly indulgent towards oneself? A sense of guilt washed over Zhu Houzhao. Li Qing jested, "This task is exceedingly challenging. I cannot manage it." The young lad, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, retorted, "Why are you so ungracious?" Li Qing laughed heartily. "Now, do you still feel distressed? Are you still timid? Do you still hesitate to take a step forward?" Zhu Houzhao's spirit sank once more as he tugged at his hair and lamented, "Yet, I still have not discovered a way that I truly enjoy." "You have found it." Li Qing spoke gently. "Not only have you found it, but you have also acted upon it." How was I unaware of this? Reflect deeply." A spark of realization flickered in the boy's mind, and he suddenly understood. Indeed, during his first playtime with his chubby companions, how joyous and carefree he felt. Where was the sorrow in that? That too was a form of completing a task, a step towards the finish line. Zhu Houzhao looked at Li Qing with a mix of guilt and happiness and said, "Mr. Li, I am sorry. What is there to apologize for? You have invested so much effort, yet I find myself regressing rather than progressing, rendering your hard work futile." Li Qing chuckled. "Everyone must traverse this phase. It is not your fault." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Can you return to the state you were in when you first arrived?" Zhu Houzhao, filled with shame, shook his head slightly. "I cannot." "You have grown," Li Qing remarked. The young boy was taken aback, and tears glimmered in his eyes. Li Qing patted his small shoulder and said, "You have already embarked on the second stage, transitioning from the easy to the difficult. You have risen to seek and cultivate an interest in walking. Go forth and discover what drives you to act, what brings you joy and fulfillment. Just as in the first stage, where playing in the mud was delightful, while having fun, you were also accomplishing your tasks." Zhu Houzhao nodded solemnly, stating, "I believe this is what you mean by taking one step, then another, without fixating solely on daunting mountains." This reflects the essence of Wang's teaching, which suggests that the world is not outside oneself. The same words, while historical texts may induce worry, novels may provide entertainment. I understand now. I will achieve it. I will find it. The young boy rose and took a step forward, ascending to a higher platform. With that step, he declared boldly, away with hesitation. Children are inherently positive, lively, optimistic, and full of vigor. They possess an intense curiosity and a desire to explore the world around them, yet they too can feel lost. Zhu Houzhao shook off his despondency and, with renewed determination, proclaimed, "Regardless of whether I can ultimately run, at the very least, I will not lie down, sit idle, or remain motionless." Having uttered this, he felt a pang of inadequacy and sought to articulate something more profound, yet lacked the conviction. "Mister, what if I ultimately fail to complete the task in a meaningful sense? Are you feeling uncertain again? Well, I am confident I can overcome what you refer to as the thief of hesitation. Yet overcoming it does not equate to success. Zhu Yijuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, confessing that, to be honest, he lacked confidence in completing this assignment to perfection. His voice grew fainter, and his head lowered further. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li, known for his temper, neither struck him nor voiced any criticism, nor did he display any sign of disappointment. Initially, I too had my doubts, Li Qing remarked. Not only in the past, but also in the present and the future. Indeed, I have always been doubtful. I am not an omnipotent deity, and the emperor does not possess the celestial mandate. It is not merely through discussions with the emperor that the Ming dynasty transforms according to our will. At best, my fellow emperors and I have managed to enrich this land, enhancing its fertility. Yet this vast territory does not merely bear crops. It is also overrun with weeds, which, alas, possess a vitality that often surpasses that of the crops. Li Qing smiled wearily and said, I can only take one step at a time. The young boy could not fully grasp these sentiments, but could sense the difficulties faced by Mr. Li and the emperor of the Ming dynasty, which were far beyond his own trivial challenges. Zhu Yijuan inquired, What drives you, sir? Passion, replied Li Qing, akin to your fondness for throwing mud pellets. I am already aware of that. My question pertains to why you enjoy it. Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Then let me ask you, why do you enjoy throwing mud pellets? Because it is fun, it brings me joy. So do I. Engaging in this activity brings me great happiness, Li Qing chuckled. To be prosperous is to benefit oneself, while to be affluent is to benefit the world. Yet, these are merely slogans, lofty principles, and empty words. I pursue this path solely for the joy it brings me. If one were to concretely define this abstraction, Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, It likely boils down to the sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment? The little one still found this somewhat abstract. Li Qing nodded with a smile, explaining, Just like your enjoyment in throwing mud pellets. What is the reason for your affection? It lies in the fact that, throughout the process, your skill with the mud improves. The clumps are shaped more beautifully, and the sound of the mud pellets grows louder. Your peers admire and praise you. Isn't this entire journey a form of accomplishment? Without these elements, would you still find joy in throwing mud pellets? It seems that way indeed. Zhu Yijuan's eyes sparkled, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a bright moon. Now, the universe appeared clear and boundless. How to conquer the thief of hesitation. How to achieve a state of being unperturbed by external distractions, Li Qing articulated in the simplest of terms to Zhu Yijuan. Even the phrase chewing it down to feed fails to capture the essence. What if one recognizes the difficulty and decides to retreat? Retreat and seek alternatives. Do not compel yourself to confront challenges head-on. In the absence of sufficient drive, engage in tasks that align with your level of motivation. What constitutes drive? Joy and self-satisfaction. How does one achieve joy and self-satisfaction? Through the receipt of positive feedback. And if one cannot identify a source of positive feedback, it is simple. Find a different entry point that yields positive reinforcement. Nurturing one's health can manifest in various forms: walking, running, maintaining a balanced diet, or adhering to a regular sleep schedule. There is always a suitable method that one can embrace and reap positive results. The path to climbing peaks is never singular. Does one have to enjoy running or achieve an early bedtime to attain good health? Li Qing still had not revealed to Zhu Yijuan what actions to take or the path to follow, yet the young one had glimpsed countless routes. Chapter 138. The Cost of Essentials. Zhu Yijuan squatted beside Li Qing once more, drawing closer in proximity, and his heart mirrored this closeness. Although the little one had yet to discover a suitable path for himself, he had shed his previous despondency, his spirits gradually lifting. He then raised his head and inquired, Sir, I find myself rather curious. Curious about what? It seems your reputation is not particularly favorable. Few admire you, and none commend your ability to find joy in your circumstances. I'm intrigued, for even the emperor and the grand emperor do not hold you in high regard. Surely, the officials must criticize your lineage vociferously? Li Qing's expression darkened as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, retorting, Do not be curious about everything. There are reasons for one's lack of favor. Zhu Yijuan, feeling indignant, remarked, How can one not be esteemed? It feels as though my warm face has met a cold backside. Li Qing yawned and replied, I am not gold. I do not require the admiration of others. However, Huang Jin is quite favored by the Grand Emperor. Hey, be careful. Your ears might fall off. Zhu Yijuan jested, smiling broadly. Li Qing, amused, released his grip, and turned towards the inner chamber. "What are you going to do, sir?" the little one asked, rubbing his ear. "What do you think?" "I shall accompany you daily, then catch up on some much-needed rest." "But what am I to do?" "What you wish," Li Qing replied without turning. "Just remember to call for me at the end of the third watch, or else prepare to go hungry tonight." "Oh," Zhu Houzhao sighed like a little adult, resting his chin in his palm and cocking his head, lost in endless contemplation. In truth, he was uncertain what occupied his thoughts. Dinner was quite simple: 3 small dishes, a small bowl of soup, and a bowl of rice for each. This simplicity was due to Li Qing having eaten heartily at noon and returning to sleep. Thus he felt little hunger. Though the meal was modest, it was flavorful, and the uplifted little one's appetite was hearty. He was not quite full, so he drank another half bowl of soup before feeling satisfied. "Sir, may I propose a matter for discussion?" Zhu Houzhao asked, leaning back in his chair as he stabilized his meal. "Need money?" "Yes. Not in the way you think," Zhu Houzhao clarified. "What I mean is, could you provide me with the funds to manage as I see fit?" Li Shuai asked in bewilderment. "Is there a difference?" "Not particularly. I just wish to hold it myself," the little one replied sheepishly. "It's not that I don't trust you, sir. But if the money doesn't pass through my hands, I feel detached from it. It feels as though it's disappearing before I've even spent it. Do you understand?" Li Shuai, having never known poverty in her life, found it hard to comprehend. Li Qing, however, understood the young one's psychology, as he had scarcely known wealth throughout his 12 reigns. While he could not claim to be destitute, his circumstances were not akin to Li Shuai's, who was accustomed to dealing with sums in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. "Very well, once the chores are completed, I shall grant you your request." "Ah, splendid." Zhu Houzhao beamed, then hesitated. "Sir, I noticed the courtyard appears somewhat untidy, since there is still quite a while until dusk. Might I wash the dishes and sweep the area?" Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "All right, name your price." "Not much, just 1 tael. 1 tael will suffice." Li Qing chuckled. "I suddenly feel that the courtyard is no longer dirty. 5 coins. Let us get to work swiftly." 1 coin. Just 1 coin should suffice, right?" Zhu Houzhao replied gloomily. "This price is indeed quite fair. You truly do not understand how difficult it is to earn money." Considering they had just finished their meal, Li Qing refrained from completing his sentence, snorting coldly. "To sweep the courtyard and demand 1 coin. What family can withstand such expenses?" "You are being overly stingy," the little one grumbled. "Then why don't you set a price?" Li Qing extended his hand, fingers splayed. "This is all I can offer." 51. The little one thought it reasonable. 5-1. Zhu Houzhao's frustration mounted. "What can 5-1 even buy? If not, then I shan't do it." The little one ignored Li Qing and proceeded to gather the dishes into the soup basin, silently departing. Li Shuai could not help but interject. 51 is truly not excessive. Encouragement should not be merely verbal. It must also be reasonably material. "You are right, but 51 is indeed unreasonable." After a while, Zhu Houzhao returned with a broom, extending his damp little hand, grumbling. "I've accepted the work, now pay me." "Payment is made upon completion of the task." Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "Go inquire. Where is there a job that pays before it's done?" The little one glared at Li Qing in indignation. Dragging the broom back outside, Li Shuai was astonished, exclaiming, "You would work for just 5-1?" Li Qing replied lazily, "You have never experienced poverty. Thus, you cannot comprehend. Surely the crown prince has never known want." "Indeed, I have never known want before, but now I am a pauper." Li Qing chuckled, calling out, "Make sure to clean thoroughly, or I shall deduct your wages." The little one did not respond. Yet both Li Qing and Li Shuai understood that he was certainly gritting his teeth. In the end, Zhu Houzhao did not slack off, and Li Qing fulfilled his promise of payment, giving Zhu Houzhao all the leftover funds: 2 gleaming silver ingots, a handful of small coins, and a considerable amount of change were laid out on the bedside. Zhu Houzhao counted them over and over, listening to the clinking of the silver and copper, revealing his little tiger teeth in delight. Ultimately, Zhu Houzhao embraced the coins and slept soundly through the night. Upon awakening the next day, the little one counted out 101, pocketing 2 silver coins, feeling their weight with a straightened back. After consuming a bowl of wontons spiced with chili, Zhu Houzhao felt warm in his belly and remarkably cheerful. While Li Qing was shopping for groceries, the little one observed the negotiations between customers and vendors with keen eyes and ears, taking meticulous notes. Previously, he had only found it amusing. Now, however, he realized that haggling, though somewhat embarrassing, could genuinely save money. In front of the pastry shop, Zhu Houzhao took several deep breaths, silently reminding himself, "It's fine. No one knows you are the prince, so don't be afraid of losing face." Li Qing noticed his little mouth moving incessantly, without sound, and playfully slapped him, exasperatedly saying, "Are you going to buy or not? If not, let us head back. Don't stand here like a fool." "Of course I want to buy." The little one sighed in relief and stepped into the shop first. For several consecutive days, the proprietor of the candy shop had come to recognize the little boy. Upon seeing the young lad, he displayed more joy than he would have at the sight of his own son, eagerly exclaiming, "What can I get for you, young master?" "I would like some candy worth 2 coins, Zhu Houzhao blurted out. The moment the words escaped his lips, his small face was etched with regret as he realized he had forgotten his earlier resolve. Yet, the clever child quickly devised a remedy. "Good sir, considering we are regular customers, might you offer a concession?" The shopkeeper paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Of course, young master. Which type would you prefer?" Zhu Houzhao circled his finger, inquiring, "Which is the least expensive?" The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback before directing his finger towards a corner of the shop. "This one." The shopkeeper cast a curious glance at Li Qing and Li Shuer, who offered no response. "Very well." The shopkeeper gathered a generous handful and placed it on the scale, adding more as he weighed it. Subsequently, he packed it in a paper bag and added 2 extra pieces, saying, "Here you are, young master, please accept." "Add a few more," the little one said, showcasing his newfound bargaining skills. "I'll return tomorrow to purchase more from you. Otherwise, I may seek my business elsewhere." Although still quite young, his manner of speaking bore an air of maturity that elicited an endearing contrast, enhanced by his rosy complexion, which further endeared him to others. The shopkeeper could not help but chuckle, adding 2 more pieces. "Let us make it 2 more, Zhu Houzhao insisted. Ultimately, through his persistent negotiation, he acquired an additional 6 pieces of candy. While he felt a twinge of embarrassment, the prospect of obtaining free treats made it worthwhile. Zhu Houzhao placed the candies in a bamboo basket and then noticed some affordable snacks. "How much are these sunflower seeds?" he inquired. 12 coins, 15 coins, 18 coins for the most expensive at 30 coins per pound, the shopkeeper replied with a lackluster tone. "Which type would you like, young master?" Zhu Houzhao assessed the options and decided, "I'll have the 15 coins per pound. Please give me 6 pounds." The shopkeeper switched to a larger scale and began to shovel the seeds. "Can I get 10 pounds? The little one playfully asked while producing a string of copper coins. "Is 100 coins sufficient?" The shopkeeper fell silent, engrossed in his task. The child was beginning to understand the adage, "One does not know the cost of living until one manages a household." Li Shuer found the situation amusing and was increasingly impressed by Li Qing's teaching philosophy. It had not been long since the young prince had descended from his lofty status to engage in the hustle and bustle of city life. On the way home, Li Qing, feigning a lack of flavor in his mouth, expressed a desire to munch on sunflower seeds. Zhu Houzhao felt a pang of pity, but recalling that he was enjoying free lodging and meals courtesy of Mr. Li, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Qing immediately grabbed a large handful, munching as they walked. Having spent a long time in the realm of theatrical arts, Li Qing had honed his seed-eating skills, devouring them with remarkable speed. In less than a mile, he had finished a substantial portion. Grabbing another handful, Li Shuer shook her head in exasperation. The little one turned pale. "Sir, please take your time. I am afraid. Look at your frugal nature. It's merely a couple of handfuls of seeds." Li Qing chided while continuing to munch, adding playfully, "Besides, this is my money." Zhu Houzhao found himself at a loss for words, silently enduring the situation. Fortunately, the distance from home was not too great. After consuming 3 handfuls of sunflower seeds, I finally arrived home. Upon entering, the little one immediately seized the seeds and candies and retreated to his room to avoid further depletion. Li Shuer could not help but remark, "It is rather excessive to impose such challenges on the little one, who already has it tough." Li Qing countered, "This is part of the learning process, and I have exercised considerable restraint, akin to the court's budgetary constraints, which extend far beyond this." Chapter 139. The deeds of the eternal youth. Marquis Zhu Houzhao was genuinely concerned that Li Qing would indulge excessively in sunflower seeds, so he secured the door, leaving Li Qing quite speechless. It was not until Zhang Juzheng arrived that the little one mustered the courage to emerge. "Your Highness, I pay my respects," the minister said. "No need for formalities," the little one replied. Glancing at the sun above, he inquired, "Why has Master Zhang come so early?" "Ah, it is because I rode here. Zhang Jujing smiled. I prepared my informal attire in advance at the cabinet and instructed my servant to hold my horse outside the palace. Hence my early arrival compared to Minister Li and Master Gao. I see. The little one nodded, acknowledging, time is as precious as gold. Master Zhang is indeed thoughtful. Zhang Jujing was taken aback and sincerely remarked, in such a short time, Your Highness has made remarkable progress. While the credit belongs to the eternal youth Marquis, your own efforts are even more commendable. Is that so? Zhu Houzhao smirked, then added with an air of maturity, truly befitting a cabinet scholar, Your flattery is unparalleled. Zhang Jujing chuckled softly, then turned to Li Qing, saying, Marquis, I have an unaccustomed request. Speak freely. Perhaps you could allow me the time before noon. The cabinet will soon be quite busy, Zhang Jujing sighed. I assume you are aware of the matter at hand. Very well, Li Qing replied, making space for the two and stepping out with Li Shuer. What is it about? The little one inquired with curiosity. Zhang Jujing hesitated briefly before answering. The emperor wishes to establish the Ming daily, and the cabinet must coordinate the officials to minimize conflicts and inefficiencies. The little one pondered this, asking, Isn't this a good thing? It is a good thing, but not entirely so. Zhang Jujing chuckled awkwardly. One might say the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Then why would anyone oppose it? Zhu Houzhao was further perplexed. This is neither a reform nor an innovation. It does not threaten existing interest groups and could even generate fiscal revenue for the state. How can this be seen as anything but advantageous? This is rather complicated. Zhang Jujing found it difficult to express the true reasons, so he feigned surprise and diverted the topic. Reforms and innovations may disrupt established interests. But what has the eternal youth Marquis taught you? Not that. Mr. Li did not teach such things. It was my grandfather who instructed me. You are evading my question. Zhang Jujing smiled wryly. Please forgive me, Your Highness. This matter is lengthy to explain, and time is of the essence. If you truly seek to know, perhaps you should inquire with the eternal youth Marquis later. Zhu Houzhao considered this and said, Answer me one question. If you answer correctly, I shall listen to your teachings. Your Highness, teaching is my duty, and there is no room for negotiation. This is the Emperor's decree. I implore you not to make things difficult for me. Zhang Jujing bowed respectfully. Zhu Houzhao surveyed him with a discerning gaze and remarked, Let us proceed thus. You shall answer to the best of your ability. Whether correct or incorrect, I shall listen to your discourse. Zhang Jujing, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence and said, Your Highness, please inquire. What does Mr. Li represent? Zhang Jujing, taken aback, replied, Your Highness, I do not fully comprehend this question. Allow me to explain. I once distributed candies widely, nearly resulting in a catastrophe. Zhu Houzhao succinctly recounted the events, likening 20 taels of silver to the treasury's wealth. He concluded, 20 taels symbolized the nation's treasury, which Mr. Li has acknowledged. However, I asserted that Mr. Li represents military authority, to which he countered that I was mistaken. Pray tell, what does Mr. Li represent? Zhang Jujing furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he responded, If I am not mistaken, the Duke of Yongqing wishes for your Highness to discern this for yourself, rather than through another's words. Am I correct? Zhu Houzhao replied, No matter. Among the three questions Mr. Li subtly posed, I have unraveled one. The second, however, is of little consequence. Zhang Jujing, amused, inquired, Then what is of significance? The final one concerns the interplay between my own practices and the principles of the Jingguan era, Zhu Houzhao articulated. That is what truly matters. As for what 20 taels represent, and what Mr. Li signifies, whether I deduce it myself or glean it through another's insights, it bears little distinction. I am merely curious. Zhang Jujing found himself in a quandary. Are you intimidated by the Duke of Yongqing? Not exactly fear, but rather, that is indeed fear. Zhu Houzhao interjected with a serious expression. If you fear the Duke of Yongqing, then do you fear me? Your Highness, you need only declare if you are afraid or not. Zhang Jujing was taken aback and thought to himself, This crown prince progresses remarkably swiftly. Simultaneously, he dismissed the concern that revealing the answer might be akin to stunting growth. I naturally hold your Highness in reverence. Would you care to establish a gentleman's agreement with me? What exits my mouth enters your ear. The young prince, with a mischievous grin, added, So, you are afraid of the Duke of Yongqing? I fear not the Duke of Yongqing. I only fear that I may no longer be able to instruct your Highness. Zhang Jujing replied. Zhu Houzhao beamed, nodding vigorously. Indeed, You are much more endearing than Gao Gong. Pray, reveal the answer, Zhang Jujing urged. In truth, your highness has not entirely erred. At least, you have discerned half the truth. The Duke of Yongqing represents power, but it is not military power. If it is not military power, then what is it? Zhang Jujing paused before responding. The Duke of Yongqing represents imperial authority. Imperial authority? Zhu Yijuan echoed, frowning slightly as he pondered. After a thoughtful comparison, he realized that imperial authority indeed resonated more closely than military power. He nodded and said, so, the Duke of Yongqing is an extension of imperial authority? Ah, your highness, you are truly astute. Zhang Jujing chuckled nervously. Zhu Yijuan tilted his head and mused. Now, tell me more about the Duke of Yongqing. Your highness, I have come today to impart knowledge. Zhang Jujing attempted to steer the conversation back. Yet the young prince, with utmost seriousness, declared, discussing the Duke of Yongqing's achievements is indeed a form of education. The ancient texts are too rigid, while illustrated novels are overly trite. Although I may not know the specific deeds of the Duke of Yongqing, from our time together, it is evident he is an exceptional individual, capable of fostering genuine growth. Is it not? After a brief pause, he added, if you, too, were to engage with me like those Hanlon scholars, preaching the doctrines of the sages, what purpose would it serve to send you here? Zhu Yijuan remarked, the tasks that the Hanlon Academy can accomplish. How can the salary of a single grand secretary like yourself possibly equate to that of numerous Hanlon members? Is this not a losing proposition for the court? Zhang Jujing found himself at a loss for words, struck by the undeniable logic of the argument. Upon reflection, he considered that the crown prince had already immersed himself in the innovative teachings of the Yongqing Marquis, and any attempt to present a rigid and formal discourse would likely prove futile. After a brief assessment of the pros and cons, Zhang Jujing resolved to alter his approach and abandon the constraints of convention. Which era's Yongqing Marquis does His Highness wish to learn about? Zhu Yijuan responded with delight. Let me ponder for a moment. The Hongwu and Yongle eras are too distant. The Hongzhi and Zhengde periods veer off course. Perhaps we should focus on the Changhua era. It's neither too far nor too near, and Emperor Xianzong is a direct ancestor, a truly capable sovereign. I believe this is the most suitable choice. Zhang Jujing reflected carefully and stated, Emperor Xianzong was indeed wise and valiant, consolidating imperial authority, reforming the court, and addressing superfluous personnel in the northern regions, all achieved through his political acumen and strategy. The Yongqing Marquis did not contribute significantly to these efforts. After a brief pause, he added, however, during the Changhua years, the Yongqing Marquis accomplished a remarkably advantageous deed for the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yijuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, what was that significant deed? It incited turmoil within Japan, Zhang Jujing replied earnestly. Since the Changhua era, the court has garnered at least 30 million taels of silver from Japan. Much of the current public education, integration of the northern regions, and wealth accrued from the western territories can be traced back to Japan. The young prince's eyes widened, his mouth agape. How much? At least 30 million taels. Confirming that he had not misheard, the young prince was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, I seem to recall that Japan is considered a non-subjugated nation by the Ming Dynasty, correct? Indeed, the Ming Dynasty never dispatched troops to conquer Japan. If any military action occurred, it was solely initiated by the Yongqing Marquis. Zhu Yijuan, incredulous, questioned, how could this be possible? Is that even humanly feasible? Of course, it is not as you might envision, Your Highness, Zhang Jujing clarified. The court lacks explicit documentation, and my knowledge is limited. However, one thing is certain. The Yongqing Marquis leveraged existing strengths rather than single-handedly conquering an entire nation. Even so, the young prince remained captivated, his heart racing with fervor. After satisfying the young prince's emotional curiosity, Zhang Jujing shifted the conversation towards a more academic tone. From this matter, can you discern the prerequisites for acquiring wealth, Your Highness? Zhu Yijuan shook his head in confusion. What prerequisites? In my view, two essential conditions must be met. First, the creation of demand among the target audience. Second, the target audience must possess wealth, Zhang Jujing explained. This is precisely why the Yongqing Marquis chose Japan, following the extinction of the imperial family and the decline of the Ashikaga shogunate. The pursuit of becoming a new sovereign became the primary ambition of various regional daimyos. It was this demand that afforded the Ming Dynasty the opportunity to prosper. Zhu Yijuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, Did the Ming earn wealth by selling weapons? No, it was grain, Zhang Jujing clarified. More precisely, it was the surplus grain from the treasury that was on the verge of spoiling. Of course, it was merely nearing spoilage, not entirely spoiled. Grain? Zhu Yijuan pondered, perplexed. But in war, isn't there loss of life? With fewer people, how can there still be a shortage of food? Zhang Jujing nodded and remarked, objectively speaking. This is indeed the case. However, reality often contradicts such notions. Warfare tends to diminish the population, yet the groups that are reduced are primarily the young and able-bodied. Essentially the armed forces of the Japanese daimyos. In the context of subjugation, when a daimyo's strength wanes, it becomes exceedingly easy for them to be consumed by others. Thus, this scenario unfolds. Zhu Yijuan inquired, "Are you suggesting that the farmers have been conscripted into the daimyo's armed forces, leaving no one to cultivate the fields?" "Yes, but it is not entirely so," Zhang Jujing elucidated. The rich silver mines in Japan also play a significant role. Mining proves far more efficient than agriculture. After a lengthy discourse, Zhang Jujing posed a question. "Your Highness, can you discern the most fundamental reason behind such a situation? You have already articulated it, have you not? Perhaps Your Highness could summarize it," Zhu Yijuan suggested. Pondering for a considerable time, Zhu Yijuan ultimately concluded, "You have stated it already. Any further summarization would be redundant." Zhang Jujing offered a wry smile and replied, "In truth, I have not conveyed it explicitly." "Then please, enlighten me. I truly cannot deduce it," Zhu Yijuan said. Adopting a more relaxed demeanor in the presence of Zhang Jujing, showing less adherence to formalities. Zhang Jujing sighed softly and articulated, "As the cost of production escalates while the cost of destruction diminishes, chaos inevitably ensues." "Perhaps you could elaborate, Master Zhang," suggested Zhu Yijuan, his tone now imbued with greater respect for his elder. Feeling somewhat gratified, Zhang Jujing reflected for a moment before adding, "The abundant silver mines in Japan and the higher returns from mining are significant factors, yet not the core. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that the cost of protecting crops is far greater than that of safeguarding silver mines. Otherwise, why would the daimyos not exploit the labor of women and children for production while simultaneously mining for silver?" Zhu Yijuan contemplated this and responded, "Are you implying that crops are more susceptible to destruction? For instance, mature wheat can be easily set ablaze, thus elevating production costs, correct?" "Indeed, Your Highness. But you have not quite hit the mark," Zhang Jujing clarified. "The primary concern is the vast disparity in value. Silver is precious, while grain is inexpensive." He continued, "Wheat is susceptible to fire, while silver mines can be plundered. If the wheat is burned, all prior efforts are rendered futile. However, if the silver is stolen, the silver already extracted does not suffer a loss. Vast fields of crops are challenging to protect adequately, whereas safeguarding an equivalent value of silver is considerably easier." "That is indeed true," Zhu Yijuan nodded slightly, reflecting for a moment before stating, "What could have been articulated in a few sentences has required such extensive discourse from Master Zhang to emphasize the importance of production. It serves as a reminder to me that we must not allow the costs of production to surpass those of destruction, highlighting the perils of the nation descending into chaos." "Correct?" Zhang Jujing expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Your Highness is astute." He then continued, "Have you considered anything else?" Zhu Yijuan took a moment to think deeply and slowly replied, "Additionally, how to generate income and how to amass great wealth." Zhang Jujing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he stifled his excitement, asking, "Could Your Highness elaborate on this?" "You have already mentioned it," Zhu Yijuan chuckled. "There are two prerequisites. First, to create a demand for the target demographic, and second, that the target demographic must possess wealth. In simpler terms, if the court desires to generate revenue, it must find a way to extract funds from the affluent, encouraging them to spend their money. Is that not so?" Zhang Jujing, with his lips pressed together, rose and offered a deep bow, exclaiming, "Your Highness is truly wise. The Ming Dynasty is fortunate." "Ha ha." Zhu Yijuan rose, placing his hands on his hips, and retorted, "Am I not far more clever than you were in your youth? I am but a fraction of what Your Highness is." "Ah, there's no need for such exaggeration." The little one, while speaking so, was secretly elated. After a while, the child furrowed his brow and remarked, Zhang Jujing, taken aback, inquired, "Has Your Highness thought of something?" Zhu Yijuan remained silent, scrutinizing Zhang Jujing with a contemplative expression. Feeling quite uncomfortable under the gaze, Zhang Jujing asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" I find you quite similar to Mr. Li, Zhu Houzhao mused. Indeed, quite alike. Zhang Zhuzhing felt perplexed, yet for some reason, he also felt a sense of unease. He stammered, "Might I ask, Your Highness, in what way? Your teaching style resembles his. The content as well, and your ideas seem quite alike too." Zhu Houzhao suddenly queried, "Are you perhaps emulating Lord Yongqing?" "I assure you, I harbor no such intentions," Zhang Zhuzhing replied, displaying an uncharacteristically awkward demeanor in front of a child, adding, "I cannot compare to Lord Yongqing in any regard, Your Highness jest." "But why do I feel that way?" The little one tilted his head. "You wish to extend the imperial authority or perhaps embody it, do you not?" Zhang Zhuzhing felt a chill run through him and promptly bowed, expressing, "I am humbled." "Oh, no need for such formalities. I was merely jesting," Zhu Houzhao chuckled lightly. "I just had a sudden feeling, consider it a joke." In truth, the child could not articulate why such thoughts had crossed his mind. Zhang Zhuzhing let out a sigh of relief and hastily redirected the conversation towards Li Qing to prevent the crown prince from wandering too far in his thoughts. However, the child's earlier notion, now rekindled by Zhang Zhuzhing's remarks about Li Qing, intensified. "Are you truly aspiring to be like Lord Yongqing?" Zhang Zhuzhing's expression stiffened. "I did not suggest anything of the sort." Having learned from past experiences, he was now more composed and curiously asked, "What prompts you to say so, Your Highness?" "Whenever Lord Yongqing is mentioned, your eyes light up, almost as if you wish to be him," Zhu Houzhao remarked, resting his chin in contemplation. "Lord Yongqing's reputation is not favorable. If it were otherwise, why would you feel this way?" Zhang Zhuzhing chuckled awkwardly. "Your Highness has misunderstood. Indeed, Lord Yongqing's reputation is lacking. Yet his contributions to the Ming Dynasty are undeniable. Throughout the ages, while officials have criticized his methods, deep down, they acknowledge, admire, and recognize his efforts." "You are not being entirely truthful," Zhu Houzhao suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Zhuzhing was genuinely taken aback, replying, "I do not comprehend. The unfavorable reputation of Lord Yongqing is certainly not solely due to his conduct, according to the theories imparted by our revered emperor. The core reason for his unpopularity lies in how he has harmed the interests of the officials." Zhang Zhuzhing was momentarily speechless. Zhu Houzhao smirked and said, "Did I strike a chord?" Your Highness is insightful. Indeed, this is a contributing factor," Zhang Zhuzhing admitted, feeling a sudden reluctance to continue his discourse. "The young prince is indeed somewhat unsettling." As anticipated, in the next moment, the little prince astonished everyone once again. "Others conceal their true feelings, yet you lay yours bare. This signifies that your admiration and recognition of Lord Yongqing surpass that of ordinary individuals." Zhu Houzhao remarked, "I hold an unwavering admiration and recognition for my grandfather, the emperor. I aspire to emulate his reign. How could you not wish to become like Lord Yongqing?" Zhang Zhuzhing, taken aback, had considered various scenarios before his arrival. He had anticipated being challenged in his teachings, feared provoking ire, yet he had never expected to be intimidated. Your Highness. This is merely projecting oneself onto others," he chuckled awkwardly. The little one, however, appeared even more perplexed and inquired, "Why do you not wish to learn from Lord Yongqing?" "Your Highness, I am here to impart knowledge. Let us focus on that," Zhang Zhuzhing replied, struggling to maintain his composure. Yet Zhu Houzhao countered, "Your discourse is enlightening, and I have greatly benefited from it. As the saying goes, one cannot overindulge in learning. Perhaps it is best to conclude our lessons here for today." "Indeed, Your Highness makes a valid point." Zhang Zhuzhing, rarely one to relent, performed a bow and declared his departure. "Oh no, it is still early. We do not know when Mr. Li will return. If you leave, I shall be quite lonely," Zhu Houzhao exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Please, remain seated. I shall fetch something. Do not run off and leave me here alone. If anything were to happen, the blame would rest heavily upon you." Zhang Zhuzhing watched as the little one dashed to the side room, returning with a large sack of sunflower seeds which he placed upon the stone table. Then he hurried to the study to retrieve a small stack of rice paper before declaring, "All right, let us continue." Zhang Zhuzhing, bewildered, stammered, "What is this?" "Please assist me by packaging these into smaller bundles. Just a few of them will suffice," Zhu Houzhao said, grabbing a handful. "Candies are too costly, alas. The landlord's provisions are dwindling. If I do not reduce expenses, it will not be long before I am unable to sustain this." Zhang Zhuzhing, taken aback, soon understood. They began to work in tandem. Zhu Yijun gathered the seeds while Zhang Zhuzhing packaged them, their collaboration remarkably harmonious. Before long, a large bag of sunflower seeds had been transformed into numerous smaller packets. Zhu Yijun beamed at the sight of the neatly arranged bundles, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed my doing. This has significantly reduced our costs." Zhang Zhuzhing could not suppress a chuckle, ready to offer compliments, when the young prince suddenly interjected. "I do not understand why you do not wish to become the second Lord Yongqing." Zhang Zhuzhing, momentarily stunned, replied, "Your Highness, must we continue this discussion? It is not feasible, as Lord Yongqing is an exceptional figure, one without a peer." Zhu Yijun, however, disagreed, stating, "Aside from immortality, what makes him so unreplicable?" Zhang Zhuzhing, at a loss for words, decided to inquire directly. "I am but a simple man. May I ask what your Highness truly means?" "Oh, I do not harbor any particular intention," Zhu Yijun replied, scratching his head. "I merely think it would be wonderful if you could become the second Lord Yongqing." "What?" Zhang Zhuzhing was once again taken aback. "Why do you think so?" "Because Lord Yongqing seldom visits the capital, nor does he linger long in the court. If you were to become the second Lord Yongqing, my father would find governance much easier, which would greatly benefit the Ming dynasty." Zhu Yijun grinned. "I genuinely believe you have the potential to become the second Lord Yongqing." Zhang Zhuzhing's heart swirled with mixed emotions, excitement, anxiety, and a hint of melancholy. Regrettably, His Royal Highness remains but a child. Alas, he is merely a prince. Were he not a prince, but an emperor instead, he would likely not harbor such thoughts. Zhang Zhuzhing felt a wave of melancholy. Zhu Yijun, oblivious to his inner turmoil, pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Perhaps I could lend you a hand?" Your Highness, do not jest." Zhang Zhuzhing, feeling overwhelmed, adopted a teacher's demeanor and replied, "Your Highness, it is time to practice your calligraphy." However, Zhu Yijun remained unfazed and continued, "You advised me that to earn money, one must acquire the wealth of the affluent, which essentially means targeting the gentry, landlords, officials, and the exceedingly rich. Yet, my grandfather has informed me that such individuals are often intertwined with government officials in various ways. The Duke of Yongqing is unafraid of offending these people, nor are you. However, others may not be aware of your indifference." Zhu Yijun grinned mischievously. "If I were to expose your secrets, leaving you with no retreat, you would inevitably become the second Duke of Yongqing, whether you desire it or not." Zhang Zhuzhing. Chapter 141. A lesson in mutuality. Zhang Zhuzhing steadied his composure and smiled, saying, "As long as your Highness is pleased." Yet, upon witnessing this, Zhu Yijun lost interest and remarked, "Please tidy up the desk. I wish to practice my calligraphy." Zhang Zhuzhing nodded, and while organizing, he turned the conversation around, asking, "Does your Highness intend to use these melon seeds to win the affection of your peers in Lianjiaden?" "Indeed, this is an assignment given to me by Mr. Li." Zhu Yijun replied, casting a glance at him. "What insights do you possess, Master Zhang?" "Your humble servant dares not claim any profound insights. But I must candidly state that your Highness's approach may be somewhat inappropriate," Zhang Zhuzhing cautioned. The young prince, not one to dispute, responded quietly, "I understand. You wish to suggest that friendships forged through profit may dissolve once the benefits cease. However, one must consider that every endeavor has a difficult beginning. Without such efforts, how can one progress?" The little fellow sighed like a miniature adult. "I am aware of this dilemma, which is why I am contemplating reducing costs for a gradual transition. Yet, I am uncertain of my success. Do you possess a strategy?" Before Zhang Zhuzhing could respond, Zhu Yijun continued, "Never mind, I shall resolve this myself. Otherwise, Mr. Li's assignment will lose its significance." Zhang Zhuzhing gathered the small bag of melon seeds and placed them in a bamboo basket, smiling as he remarked, "Your Highness is increasingly taking on responsibilities. Flattery won't earn you a reward," Zhu Yijun muttered, adding, "It would be better if you fetched me some ink, paper, and brushes from the study. Only tangible actions will truly please me." Zhang Zhuzhing chuckled, albeit helplessly. "I shall attend to it at once." As Zhu Yijun practiced his calligraphy, Zhang Zhuzhing observed, occasionally offering guidance on the prince's grip and writing techniques. While the atmosphere was not exuberantly joyful, it was nonetheless harmonious. After a considerable time, Zhu Yijun paused, rubbing his wrist, and requested Zhang Zhuzhing to review and correct his work, stating, "I have suddenly recalled a saying. May I inquire, Your Highness, what it is?" Zhang Zhuzhing inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Xian paper, his tone calm. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall, Zhu Houzhao replied. Is it upon this principle that you have taken to instructing me, subtly conveying these messages to inform my father through me? If so, how do you perceive your servant? If not, then how do you regard me? Zhang Jujing remained composed and amicable, devoid of the earlier disarray. Just now, I was caught off guard, which caused my emotions to fluctuate intensely. Having gained a new understanding of the young prince, I now harbor a sense of vigilance. Thus, Zhang Jujing shall not easily lose his composure again. Ultimately, it was a matter of negligence. As the saying goes, behind great fame, there are no false scholars. Zhang Jujing, who has been dubbed a prodigy since childhood, would not be easily outmatched by a mere 5-year-old child, regardless of whether that child is the prince or exceptionally precocious. Zhu Houzhao pondered for a moment and replied, both possibilities are quite agreeable. Oh, Zhang Jujing expressed mild surprise and inquired, could your highness elaborate? The little one said, if it is true, it indicates that you are a person of integrity who understands the need for flexibility. If it is false, it portrays you as brave, unafraid to voice what others dare not, a person of rectitude. The nation is fortunate to have a crown prince. The people are fortunate as well, Zhang Jujing sincerely remarked. Smiling, however, your highness is overthinking this. What do you mean? He asked. I do not seek to speak through your highness to the emperor, nor do I claim to be one who dares to voice what others fear to say, Zhang Jujing explained. In truth, it is not so complicated. I merely engage in teaching. I find that somewhat perplexing, Zhu Houzhao noted. Are you implying that you would dare to speak such words directly to Father Emperor? That you are not the only one who would say such things? Indeed, Zhang Jujing nodded. Scholar Gao is fiercely against evil, upright, and incorruptible, offering selfless counsel to the public good, having admonished countless times. In comparison, I fall far short. If we follow your highness's reasoning, Scholar Gao is akin to the illustrious Li Qing Marquis, and possesses even greater qualifications to be considered his second. After a pause, he added, not only Scholar Gao, but also scholarly dares to speak where others do not. Take, for instance, the matter of whether the court should establish the Ming daily. Both Scholar Gao and I were apprehensive, yet Scholarly resolutely spoke out, not just within the cabinet but across the 6 ministries, as did many other officials. Zhu Houzhao furrowed his small brow, filled with doubt and confusion. If what you say is true, does that mean our Ming dynasty is devoid of treacherous ministers? Your highness's inquiry leaves me at a loss, Zhang Jujing replied thoughtfully. If I must speak candidly, I would say that fervent passion does not necessarily equate to a virtuous minister. Age and cunning do not preclude one from being a good official. Judging solely by loyalty and treachery is overly simplistic and narrow-minded. Zhu Houzhao regarded him thoughtfully and said, your words carry much wisdom, yet I still place greater trust in my grandfather. The desire for gain is intrinsic to human nature. Officials seek to rise above others for fame and fortune. I believe in what you say, yet I cannot accept that the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and countless other officials all fit this mold. Since the time he learned to walk, the little one had been instilled with the principles of his grandfather and would not easily be swayed by Zhang Jujing's words. Though small in stature, he clearly discerned whom to trust more. He was the bloodline and legacy of his grandfather, who would never deceive him but rather seek his welfare. Zhang Jujing did not refute this, but remarked, what the Grand Emperor says is indeed correct, though perhaps your highness does not yet comprehend the depths of his concerns. Please, enlighten me, Zhu Houzhao urged. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jujing responded, only with sufficiently low expectations can one face the myriad eventualities of the future. The young one pondered deeply and felt that there was some merit in those words. Perhaps His Majesty the Emperor was indeed so thoughtful. Zhu Houzhao non-committally nodded his head and suddenly remarked, if you have ample time, there is no need to come every 3 days. Zhang Jujing chuckled in surprise and said, even the finest delicacies possess but a singular nourishment. A noble being such as your highness ought not to limit himself to only exquisite mountain treasures and ocean delicacies. One must also partake of the humble grains. Should your highness do otherwise, it would be beneath your station. The young one, taken aback, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Scholar Zhang truly deserves his title as Grand Scholar of the Cabinet, living up to the reputation of a prodigy. For today, I am enlightened. Ah, your highness exaggerates, Zhang Jujing replied modestly, while picking up a brush to correct the characters beside the misspelled ones, saying, Your Highness may wish to focus on practicing these particular characters. Indeed. Zhu Houzhao contemplated for a moment and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the rationale behind your previous statement regarding the abundance of those who dare to speak out? Are you referring to my claim that many individuals dare to voice their opinions?" Zhu Houzhao nodded. Zhang Zhuxing pondered briefly before responding. "It is not that I seek to excuse officials merely for being part of the bureaucratic class. In truth, the courage to speak is not directly tied to the absence of selfish motives. Take the censors, for instance. The number of those who report matters is countless, and instances of directly confronting the emperor with insults do occur. As for the numerous memorials addressing the misconduct of high-ranking officials, they are indeed plentiful. Might I ask, does your Highness believe the censors are fearless? Well, if you put it that way, they certainly do speak boldly," Zhu Houzhao conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Zhang Zhuxing continued, "It cannot be denied that the motivations of many censors may not be wholly pure, with some even radical enough to view the emperor's disciplinary actions as a supreme honor. Yet, we cannot dismiss their assertions outright. History has shown that the criticisms from censors often align with reality, especially in this current era of the Ming Dynasty, where basic sustenance has been met, and a significant portion of the populace has escaped the relentless struggle for survival. It is only natural that the people grow increasingly astute, a trend that compels officials to exercise greater caution. Thus, after Li Qing, the young one acquired another novel perspective on the world. If that is the case, then why do you and Grand Scholar Gao oppose the establishment of the Ming daily?" Zhu Houzhao inquired, puzzled. Zhang Zhuxing sighed. "The process of the populace becoming more enlightened is far too gradual, requiring an extensive amount of time, and at this stage, it is simply not feasible. Of course, such an endeavor would expedite the enlightenment of the people, but the court must also bear the consequences." "What consequences?" Zhu Houzhao pressed. "This, I cannot disclose directly," Zhang Zhuxing lamented. "But if your Highness truly wishes to know, you might inquire with Marquis Li Qing. Perhaps he will enlighten you." This time, Zhu Houzhao did not press further, merely stating, "Upon my return to the palace, I shall surely speak favorably of you before my father. Your Highness speaks too highly of me. I am merely fulfilling my duty," Zhang Zhuxing repeatedly insisted with humility. Yet Zhu Houzhao countered, "Fulfilling your responsibilities is your concern. Speaking well of you is mine." Zhang Zhuxing nodded, feeling a touch of helplessness. After all, a child remains a child, unaware of the art of subtlety, nor realizing that others have already adapted their approach based on his character and intelligence. Aside from the inexplicable ambush that momentarily flustered Zhang Zhuxing, the young one remained consistently within the rhythm set by Zhang Zhuxing. At the same age, the prodigy faces another prodigy, yet the outcome remains uncertain. However, with such a vast disparity in age, experience, and understanding, Zhang Zhuxing only needed to exert a slight effort to surpass the limits of the young one. Today's lecture not only achieved the desired educational effect, but also realized his own value. Aside from being taken aback, Zhang Zhuxing was generally satisfied, and he was genuinely astonished by the growth and talent of the young prince. Upon reflecting that this was indeed the masterpiece of the retired Emperor Li Qing, Zhang Zhuxing felt a sense of unexpectedness. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Li Qing and Li Shuai entered. "Oh, it's not over yet," Li Qing remarked. "It concluded quite a while ago," Zhang Zhuxing replied, bowing slightly to Li Qing and nodding in acknowledgement to Li Shuai with a light chuckle. "The prince is indeed astute and decisive. There is little I can impart, and I fear that in just a few days, I shall show my inadequacies." Unexpectedly, having just received a lesson from Zhang Zhuxing, Zhu Houzhao promptly returned the favor, delivering a profound lesson of his own. "Mr. Li, is it true that you represent imperial authority, as stated by Grand Scholar Zhang?" Zhang Zhuxing's entire being stiffened at the words. "How could something uttered by me now echo in your ears? Is this the way of martial ethics?" Li Qing glanced at Zhang Zhuxing, seeking affirmation. In an instant, Zhang Zhuxing was transported back to his childhood encounter with the Yongqing Marquis, recalling the scene of guessing riddles, and the words, "Is this true?" Although the Marquis had remained silent, his expression mirrored that of years past. Having not experienced the treacheries of the world for quite some time, Zhang Zhuxing felt a mix of frustration and helplessness as the young prince delivered a harsh lesson. What could he do, even in anger? He could only attempt to salvage the situation. "I arrived too early, not out of ignorance of human affairs. I had already informed that if I had not left Lianjiaten by noon, the servants waiting outside would go to the tavern to purchase wine and dishes. Haha. As noon approaches, would the Marquis do me the honor? Li Qing chuckled. The prodigy truly lives up to the title. Ah, the Marquis is too kind, Zhang Jujing said, casting a somewhat resentful glance at the young prince. Yet, Zhu Yijuan naturally averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact, leaving Zhang Jujing in utter despair. Li Qing did not genuinely hold it against Zhang Jujing. He stepped forward to examine the characters written by the little one, and, seeing that all errors had been corrected, chose not to comment further. However, when he noticed a pile of small sheets of rice paper, his expression soured. Who did this? Grand Scholar Zhang. Zhu Yijuan pointed at Zhang Jujing, his face a picture of innocence. Zhang Jujing was infuriated but could do nothing but swallow his anger. I shall compensate, he offered. Consider this a one-time exception, Li Qing said darkly, raising his hand to give Zhu Yijuan a slap. He did it, and you strike me? The little one's eyes widened, full of defiance. Li Qing scoffed. Who told him to do so? The boy was momentarily speechless, taken aback. Using rice paper to wrap sunflower seeds was akin to gilding a broken bowl. He was indeed resourceful with money. I refuse. Currently, Zhu Yijuan was as poor as a church mouse. Demanding money from him was akin to demanding his life. You have already stated this shall be a one-time exception. One must keep their word. Zhu Yijuan pondered. As a teacher, you must lead by example. As the saying goes, one who is close to vermilion becomes red, while one who is close to ink becomes black. To conserve the national treasury, the little fellow has indeed exhausted all his knowledge, resulting in a plethora of consequences. Meanwhile, Zhang Jujing's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Surprise at Li Qing's casual reprimand of the crown prince, delight at the crown prince's immediate retribution, and a sense of helplessness regarding the adage of proximity. It was truly a medley of sentiments. Enough is enough. Let this be the last time, the little one remarked, resembling a weasel worshipping the moon, both amusing and comical, yet exuding an air of peculiarity in Zhang Jujing's eyes. Li Shuer, feeling compassion, advised, why don't we let this go this time? After all, you've indulged in quite a few sunflower seeds. Indeed, I haven't said anything, so please don't be too harsh. Zhu Yijuan replied with a smile. Should there be a next time, we will account for this waste as well. Zhu Yijuan nodded repeatedly, then turned to Zhang Jujing and said, Master Zhang, aren't you busy? Perhaps you should return now to avoid delaying your official duties. Zhang Jujing's lips twitched as he thought. This is even worse than killing the donkey after the millstone is removed. However, he realized he had misjudged the crown prince. The little one simply wished to savor Li Qing's cooking. Li Qing, not one for diligent labor, preferred to avoid the kitchen if possible, stating, a meal won't delay important matters, and besides, the cabinet consists of more than just Master Zhang. Then, he looked at Zhang Jujing and added, since you are here, let us share a meal before you depart. Zhang Jujing found himself momentarily perplexed about who was actually hosting, staring blankly for a while before reluctantly saying, Thank you for your hospitality, Your Grace. No need for formality, Li Qing replied. Indeed, as Zhang Jujing had mentioned, preparations had been made in advance, and by the time of the noon hour, the dishes had been delivered, even accommodating Li Shuer with a selection of cuisine reminiscent of the Jiangnan style. As the sun of early April cast its warm rays, the three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, decided to dine in the courtyard. Observing the little crown prince's demeanor and expressions during the meal, which radiated familiarity with the eternal youth Marquis, Zhang Jujing felt a mix of pride and envy, along with a whimsical thought. Could it be that the eternal youth Marquis possesses some arcane art? How is it that the emperors of the Ming Dynasty, generation after generation, are so drawn to him, even the crown prince? It is indeed a marvel. After the meal, Zhang Jujing collected the plates, cups, and utensils into a food box, and in the end, felt compelled to express his gratitude once more for the Marquis's hospitality, which seemed almost illogical. Yet, considering the crown prince's growth and his own gains, Zhang Jujing felt it was worthwhile. The future cabinet would lack the presence of the eternal youth Marquis. His aim was to become the eternal youth Marquis without being one, a pursuit Zhang Jujing had long held, though he deemed it unnecessary to reveal such thoughts to a childlike crown prince. Your Highness, I shall take my leave, Zhang Jujing bowed. Zhu Yijuan, like Li Qing, slumped in his chair, their expressions and movements eerily synchronized, squinting his eyes and nodding. Yes, Master Zhang, travel safely. Zhang Jujing secretly smiled, bowed to Li Qing, and turned to leave. You shouldn't behave like this. Please refrain from such actions next time, Li Qing said, squinting his eyes. It's acceptable to prioritize certain individuals, but one must discern whom to treat so, at least not to the cabinet and the senior officials. How have I prioritized some over others? Zhu Houzhao retorted, seeking clarification. You must be referring to what I represent, as you inquired of Zhang Jujing, correct? Yes. Having promised to keep a secret, one must adhere to their word, otherwise, the next time, one may find themselves deprived of sincere confessions. I was eager to discern the truth, and I have taken note of that. The young one nodded inquisitively and asked, How did you know he asked me to keep it confidential? Setting aside whether it is a taboo or not. This is my lecture content. He may speak of his own studies, but to overstep boundaries is quite impolite and certainly unethical, hence the request for discretion. Indeed, that holds some truth. Zhu Houzhao nodded awkwardly, vowing not to be mischievous again. Recognizing his own mischief, Li Qing yawned, remarking that it was still early and that a brief afternoon nap would not be amiss before venturing out. Zhu Houzhao suddenly perked up, straightening his back, and inquired, Sir, do you think I can succeed this way? Success or failure can only be determined through action, Li Qing replied lazily. Whether it be candy or sunflower seeds, they are merely means to please others. The true aim is to win their favor, dependent on how you navigate it. The young one nodded, sighing alas. I find myself reluctant to partake, burdened by the worry that they may not like me. It feels rather humble. Li Qing chuckled softly in response. Work diligently, and I wish you success. If I succeed, will there be a reward for me? Zhu Houzhao chuckled awkwardly. It is not that I require a reward for motivation, but if there were one, it would bring me greater joy and fulfillment, he added. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, Once you have completed your assignment thoroughly, there will be a reward. Really? Zhu Houzhao exclaimed in delight. What reward? You shall know naturally upon completion. If you do not succeed, you shall not be entitled to know, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. The young one nodded in resignation. In the hall of the national master, with the arrival of Zhang Jujing, the 3 scholars of the cabinet, the 6 ministers, and the 9 officials, all 11 of the most influential figures in the court, gathered here. Zhu Houzhao began. The establishment of the Ming daily is, overall, more beneficial than detrimental. This point has already been articulated by the esteemed scholar Li. Now, I invite all of you, my loyal ministers, to share your perspectives. I am in favor, declared the Minister of Rights, his enthusiasm rivaling that of the Chief Minister Li Chunfang. So am I, followed the Minister of Revenue. However, after these 2 affirmations, the atmosphere grew tense. The Minister of Rights supported the initiative because, according to the division of responsibilities among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Rights should rightfully possess the ownership of the Ming daily. The Minister of Revenue agreed, as the Ming daily could generate income for the court, while the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue stood to benefit. The others did not share the same stake. Aside from the 3 cabinet scholars and the 6 ministers, 6 others were present, and if a headcount vote were to occur, the opposing faction would not be at a disadvantage. Even knowing that dissent might not lead to success, these individuals were still inclined to make an effort. Observing the silence, Zhu Houzhao remarked, Since I have summoned you all to discuss, I naturally wish to hear your thoughts. Do speak candidly, lest you be deemed too timid. After a moment of silence, the Minister of Justice spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the court's establishment of the Ming daily is to better implement national policies, is it not? Indeed, replied Zhu Houzhao. Forgive me for my frankness, but such an initiative would not only fail to achieve your Majesty's desired outcomes, but may also yield counterproductive effects. The Minister of Justice continued solemnly. Different circles foster different stances. This is an unchanging truth. The greatest peril lies in being overly earnest. Should that occur, it would inevitably lead the populace to become overly critical. And what harm is there in the populace being critical? Zhu Houzhao remarked nonchalantly that throughout history, the indifference of the populace, who have long adhered to a philosophy of complacency, has allowed local corrupt officials to act with impunity. Corruption is not confined to localities alone. Zhu's assertion aimed to unify the stance, and while it did have some effect, it was limited. The opposing faction remained steadfast in their dissent. The Minister of Justice, speaking respectfully, stated, Your Majesty makes a valid point, yet it seems you overlook a crucial aspect. The establishment of the Ming daily, where the people's insistence on accountability is indeed sanctioned, can effectively curb local corruption, but it may also lead to a situation where both sides are left at an impasse. The left Minister of the Censorate interjected, Ultimately, policies depend on local execution. If the court insists and the populace demands accountability, it is not mere alarmism. If this persists, local officials may consider rebellion. Renowned for their candor, the censorate had always been vocal, and the senior left minister pointedly highlighted the issue. Zhu Houzhao's notion of historical complacency among the populace failed to acknowledge that past dynasties were similarly afflicted. Some were even compelled to fully delegate tax collection for this very reason. Ah, are you referring to previous dynasties? Zhu Houzhao scoffed. Not only those of the past. He retorted dismissively. I do not deny the long-standing issues you mention, but does the inability of past dynasties imply that the Ming cannot resolve them? Nonsense. According to your reasoning, the Ming should not exist today. Zhu Houzhao continued. We must confront issues, but confronting them is to find solutions, not to provide ourselves with excuses to evade responsibility. The concerns of the three ministers were indeed valid, yet merely identifying problems was insufficient. I have summoned you not only to uncover issues but also to resolve them, he stated, surveying the room before adding, Esteemed ministers, how shall we address these matters? Chapter 143. Internal strife. The master worries while the minister is humiliated. A master's disgrace leads to a minister's demise. Living on the sovereign's bounty. One must share in the sovereign's burdens. Such phrases had become the norm among the officials. Upon the emperor's pronouncement, local officials found themselves at a loss, silencing the assembly of high-ranking ministers instead. A collection of glances exchanged among the officials revealed their mutual silence. After a prolonged pause, Zhu Houzhao's displeasure became apparent as he queried, Why the silence? Aren't you concerned for the state? The assembly understood that while the emperor could deflect blame, they too had their own avenues for doing so, albeit the targets of their deflection were not present. Eventually, a tacit agreement seemed to form. As all eyes gravitated towards Li Qing found himself in a precarious position, being the chief minister. The elderly, feeling the weight of the moment, could not remain passive. After a brief contemplation, he asserted, the benefits of establishing the Ming daily are evident, and while there are drawbacks, we must eliminate the adverse effects while preserving the advantages. The crowd remained silent, their gazes fixed upon him. They were astute individuals. And Li's ambiguous rhetoric garnered no favor, particularly since he was the advocate. Whoever bore the burden of this hot potato must also manage it. Even the second in command of the cabinet, the Minister of Personnel, Gao Gong, who held a favorable view, adhered to the adage that silence is golden, offering no face to his superior. The establishment of the Ming daily benefits both the court and the common people, while local officials and gentry face losses. Greed is inherent in human nature. The gentry and landlords embody this, as do the common folk. This point was vividly illustrated in the past in Chun'an, and the ensuing conflict is unavoidable. If not properly reconciled, the gentry could truly become the prey. Li Qing provided an analysis, yet few present heeded his words, for he offered no solutions. The left minister of the censorate, seeing the chief minister expound grand principles without addressing substance, could not restrain himself and asked, May I inquire? Master Li, with such sharp contradictions, how shall we resolve them? Li Qing turned his gaze toward the emperor. Zhu Houzhao's expression was serene, yet he remained silent. The current emperor Li Qing was no longer the same as before and would not abandon a well-placed judge to personally enter the fray. Observing this, Li Qing could not help but feel a pang of frustration. The issues of family, state, and the world are flawed precisely because those above can always openly exert pressure on those below, who can only passively accept it. Li Qing sighed inwardly, surveyed the room, and then spoke to the emperor. I dare to speak. A group of people remained silent. Zhu Houzhao nodded, saying, You may speak freely, my minister. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing continued. Policies emanate from the capital, transmitted through provinces, prefectures, states, and counties, ultimately reaching the rural populace. As orders are relayed through layers, pressures shift correspondingly. While it is indeed challenging for your majesty and the officials, the true hardship lies with the common people who implement national policies. Who suffers the most among the populace? It is not the provincial officials, nor even the county magistrates, but rather the miscellaneous clerks at the county level. These individuals do not possess the authority of officials nor the salary of court appointees. Li Qing lamented. These miscellaneous clerks, though they are still common people, serve as the mouthpiece and enforcers of local bureaucracies, burdened with the heaviest tasks for the least reward. Good deeds are attributed to the offices, while the blame for failings rests squarely upon them. This impasse ultimately falls upon their shoulders. Li Qing asserted solemnly, "How many officials exist within a county? And how many clerks?" This represents a formidable and exceedingly restless force. Should they revolt, the consequences would be dire. Zhu Houzhao nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The clerks, emboldened by the meager power granted by the government, have accustomed themselves to wielding authority and oppressing the common people. If suddenly stripped of all their rights, unrest would inevitably ensue. Therefore, we must never allow this group to be caught in an impasse. Li Qing argued that if this group is cornered, it is ultimately the common people who suffer. If local governments wish to avoid bearing the risks and pressures, the court must shoulder them. Thus, the burden of this impasse must rest upon the county officials. "I concur," Zhang Jujing interjected respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, placing the burden on county officials is the optimal solution. This approach not only prevents the escalation of tensions, but also serves to diminish county authority, further consolidating power within the court. Moreover, county officials, being officials, face greater consequences for their missteps compared to the clerks. County-level officials occupy the lowest tier of governance. However, it is precisely this position that renders them most accessible to the common people. A county magistrate, ranked merely as a 7th-grade official, must extend great deference even to a mere Hamlin scholar visiting from the capital, exemplifying the depths of their humility. Yet, this seemingly insignificant 7th-grade rank wields an extraordinarily formidable administrative power. Those who stand at the pinnacle of authority are acutely aware of the magistrate's influence and are in profound agreement with Li Qing's recommendations and Zhang Jujing's assertions. Gao Gong spoke slowly, articulating that it is preferable to burden county officials than to impose hardships upon the populace. The challenge lies in how to achieve this political objective. A collective gaze turned towards Zhang Jujing, who pondered briefly before asserting that power must be wrested from the county offices. Only through such means can a genuine division between the county magistrates and their subordinates be established, fostering both interdependence and rivalry between the two entities. Gao Gong pressed further, inquiring how this power could be seized, his eyes alight with fervor. The others, too, were invigorated by the prospect. Should this authority be appropriated, the central government's control over local affairs would undoubtedly be strengthened. For millennia, the relationship between the court and the provinces has been characterized by both interdependence and opposition. Successive dynasties have tirelessly endeavored to enhance centralization, making it the prevailing theme throughout history. Zhang Jujing, however, refrained from providing an answer, redirecting the attention to Li Qing, who similarly offered no resolution. Gao Gong furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, acknowledging that the emperor had expressed certain sentiments. Mid-sentence, as if struck by a sudden realization, Gao Gong fell silent. Observing the 3 scholars' reticence, the 5 ministers of the Board of Revenue, Rights, War, Justice, and Works felt a heavy unease. The Chief Justice, the Left Censorate, and the director of the Tongjing Division also bore grim expressions. All 8 turned their gaze towards Gao Gong, their eyes reflecting disdain and ire. The Left Censorate, with a stern countenance, addressed Gao Gong, demanding that he speak openly before the emperor, questioning whether they were incapable of hearing his words. While Li Qing and Zhang Jujing held other posts, they were not part of the 6 ministries, unlike Gao Gong, who was both a grand secretary and the head of the board of appointments. In any circumstance, the public's animosity towards traitors surpasses that directed at their enemies. Faced with the interrogation from the head of the censorate and the anger of the other ministers, the typically assertive and fiery Gao Gong found himself unusually reticent, remaining silent. Zhu Houzhao observed in astonishment, followed by a dawning understanding. Aware of the decorum of the assembly, if Gao Gong chose not to speak, none could compel him to do so. Thus, they directed their attention toward the emperor. Zhu Houzhao, too, remained mute, though his demeanor was unmistakably revealing. The group redirected their scrutiny towards Gao Gong once more, pressing him for a response. His face flushed with embarrassment, Gao Gong remained silent, prompting even the ministers who had supported him to express their indignation. The Minister of Rights, clasping his hands, proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I believe the establishment of the Ming daily requires further contemplation." The Minister of Revenue swiftly echoed this sentiment. Zhu Houzhao frowned, but refrained from rebuking the 2 ministers, instead shifting his gaze back to Gao Gong. At this juncture, Gao Gong had no choice but to respond, clearing his throat and stating, "A solution to this issue is indeed at hand. However, I find it difficult to comprehend your positions, esteemed colleagues. What do you all think? Oh, how effortlessly the esteemed Grand Secretary speaks, the two ministers scoffed. The left Minister of Personnel was exceedingly vexed, casting a disdainful glance over the three members of the cabinet. Scoffing, what magnitude of authority defines greatness? The cabinet's demeanor is rather unbecoming, is it not? Zhang Jujing maintained an impassive expression, while Li Chunfang remained indifferent. Disregarding the inquiries of those present, Gao Gong, concurrently serving as the Minister of Personnel, could not afford the same nonchalance as the other two, and thus interjected to mediate. Your Majesty, I propose the establishment of the Ming Daily for Revenue Generation, which should be allocated to the Ministry of Revenue. I suggest that the authority to publish be entrusted to the Ministry of Rights. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, the Censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Punishments should also possess the right to disseminate content. Before the emperor could respond, the assembly erupted in dissent. The Ministry of Revenue rejected the proposal. The Ministry of Rights dismissed it. The Censorate declined as well. Apart from the cabinet and the Ministry of Personnel, the other dignitaries unanimously refused, driven by both self-interest and public duty. The left Minister of Personnel, not even casting a glance at the three, addressed the emperor directly. Your Majesty, since it has been stated that words are to be spoken candidly, I shall not withhold my thoughts. Zhu Zaiqiang felt a sense of helplessness, but could not contradict himself. Speak then. One cannot expect to have the horse run without feeding it. How would county officials, having their powers curtailed, willingly embrace the court? Oh, the three great scholars are indeed shrewd, transforming the impossible into the possible. The left Minister of Personnel remarked with a cold smile. In essence, it is merely the cabinet. The six ministries, the Censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Punishments, one playing the role of the benevolent, the other of the stern, dedicated to entrap county officials between two opposing forces, with the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers continuously navigating the treacherous waters. The censorate was unafraid to charge forth and sacrifice, yet the cabinet remained self-serving, a situation not easily accepted. The left Minister of Personnel clasped his hands in acknowledgement towards his colleagues. I believe, esteemed lords, you share this sentiment, do you not? Indeed, the dignitaries expressed their collective indignation. The Minister of Rights, in a sonorous voice, declared, Your Majesty, the 6 ministries and the cabinet have never been in a subordinate relationship. Recalling from the establishment of the cabinet until the Hongzhi era, in terms of rank and authority, the 6 ministries have consistently held precedence over the cabinet. Even after the Hongzhi era, even now, the 6 ministries retain significant autonomy. Why is this? The 6 ministries are the true executors of affairs. The cabinet merely drafts proposals. Bluntly speaking, it shares attributes with the Directorate of Ceremonial. If the 3 great scholars' assertions are followed, in no time the 6 ministries would be relegated to mere embellishments, compelled to obey the cabinet's every command. The Minister of Revenue further struck at the heart of the matter. May I inquire, Your Majesty, how shall a future ruler navigate the concentration of power within the cabinet? Chapter 144. When in doubt, consult the Father Emperor. The dignitaries had ample reason to be incensed. Transitioning from exploiters to the exploited, it would be unnatural not to erupt in fury. The cabinet, too, bore its own burdens. This predicament of dual entrapment could only be resolved through a dual entrapment approach. If the localities were solely ensnared, troubles would inevitably arise, and the court must also play a role in this entrapment. At the local level, county officials are the true doers within the court. The 6 ministries and the 9 ministers are the genuine executors. From this perspective, the 3 scholars' calculations are not without merit. Additionally, responsibilities must be delineated, and accountability must rest with someone whose rank is neither too low to lack authority nor too high to evade blame. Objectively speaking, the cabinet's proposals and calculations are quite reasonable. The emperor must not err. However, it is insufficient for only the emperor to be faultless. The cabinet must also bear no blame. Of course, there exists a selfish motive behind the camaraderie of those who wish for the demise of a colleague. Gao Gong sighed and remarked, This is a fundamental dilemma. The sole resolution lies in the court possessing both the power to express and to interpret. The world is replete with both virtuous and malevolent individuals, and thus there will always be someone to play the villain. Li Chunfang interjected, The court must have a retreat. Zhang Jujing added, Someone must inevitably make sacrifices. The question arose as to why the sacrifices fell upon the 6 ministries, the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Revenue. Anger surged among the attendees. At this juncture, rational discourse had become impossible, and tranquility was a distant memory. The 3 men ceased their pretense. The typically affable Li Qing stated nonchalantly, "It is because the cabinet supersedes the 6 ministries, the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Revenue. One must weigh the greater good against the lesser evil." Gao Gong concurred. If a choice must be made between the cabinet and the emperor, it can only fall to the cabinet. The same reasoning applies. Zhang Zhuzhing nodded in agreement. All actions are for the greater good. The prominent figures expressed their outrage, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the cabinet's overwhelming dominance poses a grave threat to the realm." They urged, "Your Majesty, the cabinet harbors ulterior motives. We beseech you to reconsider. Should your resolve remain steadfast, please allow this humble servant to retire to his homeland," they implored. Zhu Zaiqiang, feeling troubled, sought to pacify them. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. The purpose of summoning you is to identify and address issues, not to make decisions. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly." The assembly was unconvinced. They had discerned the problems and identified solutions, yet the proposed methods were difficult for them to accept. Being astute individuals, they understood that this was the sole means of resolution. No alternative path existed. In unison, the esteemed officials bowed, exclaiming, "We implore your Majesty to abandon the notion of establishing the Ming daily. Your Excellency, please rise. We urge you to reconsider." Zhu Zaiqiang found himself turning to the 3 members of the cabinet, yet they unusually chose to disregard the emperor's plea for assistance. This dilemma was a deadlock, akin to the relationship between the commoners and the laborers, as well as that between the laborers and the officials. Ultimately, only the emperor could serve as an arbiter. Zhu Zaiqiang felt uncertain. This conundrum had ensnared him before it could ensnare others. After a prolonged silence, he declared, "Gentlemen, you may take your leave. I shall ponder this matter with due diligence." With that, he departed from the Grand Teacher Hall, leaving the great Gaoxian Hall. Understanding the situation, Zhu Houzhao reflected deeply, stating, "Centralization represents not only the emperor's authority but also that of the ministers. It is impossible to seek both centralization and checks and balances. You must choose one. Toward which do you lean?" Zhu Zaiqiang replied with a wry smile, "It is precisely because I am uncertain how to choose that I have come to trouble Father." Zhu Houzhao paused before asking, "Can you accept the erosion of imperial power?" "Surely it cannot come to that," Zhu Zaiqiang responded. "According to the system of the Ming Dynasty, it is fundamentally impossible for a usurpation akin to Wang Mang's to occur. Even a figure of Huoguang's caliber is unlikely to emerge. The Ming is not the Han Dynasty. Even with the establishment of the Ming daily, even with the cabinet's authority rising once more, the imperial power shall not diminish." After a brief pause, reflecting on the time of Emperor Wuzong's demise, Yang Tingyi was undoubtedly in a position of great prominence, gazing down upon all. Yet, even in such circumstances, Yang Tingyi adhered strictly to protocol, acting in accordance with Emperor Wuzong's edicts and the ancestral laws. The emperor's concerns were excessive, pondered Zhu Houzhao with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Zhu Ziyan, taken aback, hesitantly inquired, "Is Father concerned about the Duke of Yongqing? What do you think?" Zhu Houzhao replied. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Ziyan articulated, "Even without the Duke of Yongqing, Yang Tingyi would still have to comply with Emperor Wuzong's edicts and the ancestral laws. Father is the most qualified heir to the throne. The outcome remains unchanged regardless of the Duke's presence." "Indeed," Zhu Houzhao affirmed. "Then what concerns Father?" With a sigh, Zhu Houzhao rephrased his inquiry. "Do you prioritize the well-being of one family or that of countless families?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ziyan declared, "Naturally, the welfare of countless families." "If that is the case, what is there to be troubled about?" Zhu Houzhao smiled, a mixture of relief and sorrow evident in his expression. He sighed softly. "You are correct. The Ming Dynasty is not like the Han Dynasty, where figures like Wang Mang or Huoguang might emerge." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyan dismissed his worries but was left puzzled, asking, "Is Father truly troubled?" "Now that you have solidified your convictions, my concerns are no longer burdensome," Zhu Houzhao replied, momentarily taken aback. "Proceed according to your thoughts." Zhu Ziyan nodded slowly, lamenting, "This matter is destined to be contentious, alas. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers are clamoring for resignation." Zhu Houzhao chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. "When has the Ming Dynasty ever been peaceful?" Zhu Ziyan, momentarily stunned, forced a smile, and replied, "I wish to visit the Lian family village, but it would be in vain." Zhu Houzhao remarked, "The solutions provided by the three in the cabinet are optimal and indeed the only options. Li Qing would choose similarly. Seeking him is pointless. If you hope for him to quell the anger of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, you might as well abandon that hope." Zhu Ziyan felt a sudden discomfort, muttering, "I do not believe the Duke of Yongqing would remain indifferent. In moments of great consequence, Li Qing would not be passive. But is this truly a significant matter? Is it not significant?" Zhu Houzhao scoffed. Before there was a solution, it was indeed a pressing issue. With a solution, it is no longer so. Zhu Houzhao laughed derisively. "You already have the answer. How can you expect Li Qing to mediate?" Zhu Ziyan, suddenly feeling despondent, self-deprecatingly stated, "I am indeed lacking in fortune and virtue. Do you think your father has reached this point solely through Li Qing's assistance?" Zhu Houzhao chuckled at his son's jest, retorting, "When I first ascended the throne, I faced Yang Tingyi externally and Empress Zhang internally. Was that not more challenging than your current plight? Where was Li Qing then? When Yang Shun proclaimed that the state nourished scholars for a century and a half, where was Li Qing? Yes, Li Qing provided me with answers. But the true implementation has always been due to my own efforts, and many of the answers were derived from my own insights. Oh, do you think your struggles are insurmountable? Who among us has it easy? Have you endured the hardships faced by Emperor Xinzong, by Emperor Zhongzong, by Emperor Qingzu, by Emperor Taizu?" Zhu Houzhao retorted, "As long as I am here, I can alleviate your immediate difficulties, but do not expect Li Qing to be your protector indefinitely. For a considerable time ahead, his battlefield will not be the court. After a moment's pause, you are the emperor, surrounded by your trusted ministers. Do not gaze enviously at distant heights. Rather, cherish the talents before you, for that is the essence of governance." Zhu Ziqiang sighed with a wry smile, recalling how the Duke of Yongqing had expressed sentiments akin to those of his father, yet he lamented, "Alas, I lack the capability. In truth, it is not necessary for you to be exceptionally wise. As long as you do not falter on significant matters, that suffices." Zhu Ziqiang sighed deeply, expressing his foreboding that the future of the Ming dynasty would only become more challenging. The difficulties do not lie with the dynasty itself, but rather with the emperor, the ministers, and those in power, as Zhu Houzhao articulated. "Might I inquire, Father, in which direction should I strive?" "Do not concern yourself with distant futures. Simply focus on the present," replied Zhu Houzhao. "Trust in your son, have faith in Li Qing, and believe in the future ministers. There is no need to engage in needless internal strife." Zhu Ziqiang, with a bitter smile, replied, "Father, your words hold wisdom, yet how could I dare to be negligent? I have advised you multiple times. Do not exert yourself too much. Excessive effort may deplete your spirit, leading to a day when you can no longer endure." "I do not comprehend," Zhu Ziqiang admitted. "When the time comes for you to understand, you will." Zhu Ziqiang questioned, "Is it not permissible to speak of it now?" "It is not a matter of permission. It is simply better left unsaid," Zhu Houzhao responded. "Promise me one thing, my son." Zhu Ziqiang bowed and replied, "Father, please speak." "If one day you feel utterly exhausted, even despondent, do not take it out on others or yourself," Zhu Houzhao, his regal demeanor softened, advised. "When weary and worn, it is acceptable to rest. Do not torment yourself." Zhu Ziqiang lamented, "Father, I am not worthy of your stature. Your words leave me perplexed." "That is of no consequence. Just remember," Zhu Houzhao reassured, patting his son's shoulder. "When the time comes, you may learn from your father. Rest assured, I shall not blame you for lacking ambition." Zhu Ziqiang chuckled in exasperation. "You have a penchant for riddles. Indeed, this is for your benefit. It is the plight of all parents," Zhu Houzhao replied. Zhu Ziqiang laughed. "Are you not concerned that I may never comprehend this in my lifetime?" "You shall," Zhu Houzhao replied, his smile fading. "When the time comes for you to understand, you will, and that moment shall not be far off." Zhu Ziqiang forced a smile, deciding not to press the matter further. Seizing this opportunity, he conveyed to his father the counsel of Gao Gong regarding the integration of the northern territories and Zhang Jujing's advice concerning the western regions. "Gao Gong's idea is commendable," Zhu Houzhao remarked, "but taking reckless military actions is not the mark of a capable leader. Zhang Jujing is far superior." "Does father mean that the integration of the northern territories, a swift and forceful approach, is inadvisable?" "Not at all. It is indeed advisable," replied Zhu Houzhao. "What I mean is that, from the perspective of the chancellors, Gao Gong's temperament is not suitable." After a pause, he added, I know you have a preference for Gao Gong, but the Ming Dynasty requires the likes of Zhang Juzhing. Chapter 145. A balanced approach. Zhu Zaiqiang nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Father, that is well, Zhu Houzhao said with a light laugh. Since you are here, let us play a game of chess together. Very well. Zhu Zaiqiang set aside his worries and devoted himself to filial piety. The cabinet meeting had already concluded, and the three ministers did not linger as they usually would, but instead engaged in a discussion regarding the Ming daily. Li Chunfang pondered aloud. The best method to reclaim power from the local county level is to incorporate two individuals with insightful perspectives. Do you have any suggestions? Gao Gong remained as radical as ever, scoffing. To seize one's livelihood is akin to killing one's parents. It is utterly impossible to compel local officials with just an imperial edict. Strength must be employed. Zhang Juzhing, in a rare moment of agreement, stated, what the esteemed Gao has conveyed is indeed reasonable. Remaining calm is simply unattainable. Even if the emperor issues a decree, local officials will pay lip service while acting contrary, necessitating the use of force. The Imperial Factory Guard? The Imperial Factory Guard. Excellent. Li Chunfang, usually composed and fair-minded, was unexpectedly stirred with fervor. The direction was thus set. The subsequent issue at hand was the financial gap. Incorporating such a multitude of miscellaneous personnel would undoubtedly lead to substantial fiscal expenditures. If this conundrum remains unresolved, the emperor may well reconsider his stance. The trio understood that sustenance is paramount. If merely incorporating the miscellaneous personnel, the financial burden would still fall upon the local authorities, rendering the incorporation meaningless. Gao Gong nodded, acknowledging what the Chancellorly has articulated is most astute. In my view, since we are to seize, let us seize thoroughly. Li Chunfang raised an eyebrow, astonished. Are you suggesting we make the gray income of the county-level governments transparent? Indeed, he replied. That is exceedingly perilous. Li Chunfang's expression turned grave. Taiwe, what is your perspective? Zhang Juzhing, after a brief contemplation, nodded. It is risky, yet without such measures, the court cannot produce sufficient funds. That is still too radical. Li Chunfang resisted vehemently. Zhang Juzhing sighed, suggesting, then let us not fully disclose. We shall only target the rigid expenditures of the miscellaneous personnel, incorporating the local officials' expenses for their maintenance into taxation, to be collected and distributed by the court. Gao Gong felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from argument. It was a feasible, albeit arduous, approach, and seemingly no better alternatives existed. Li Chunfang sighed deeply, stating, the issue of incorporation shall be assigned to the Imperial Factory Guard, while the financial challenge will be resolved through tax reform. Thus, let this be our course. Pausing momentarily, he brought forth the final dilemma: how to establish a relationship of mutual dependence and simultaneous opposition between the miscellaneous personnel and officials. Li Chunfang furrowed his brows, remarking, as the saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The court's control over localities has always been tenuous. In the short term, we may rely on the Imperial Factory Guard, yet this cannot sustain long-term stability. Without hesitation, Gao Gong proposed, let us formulate a promotion system for the miscellaneous personnel, creating a relationship of both subordination and competition between them and the officials. Establishing a performance evaluation system for the miscellaneous personnel? Li Chunfang replied with a wry smile. That is indeed a commendable suggestion, yet we face a new challenge. Who will conduct the evaluations? Naturally, it cannot be the local officials, Gao Gong asserted. This authority must be held by the court. Otherwise, it would lose its significance. The Ministry of Personnel? Gao Gong nodded in agreement, countering, is there a better option? The two exchanged glances, responding, well, of course, with over 1,000 counties in the Ming Dynasty, the Ministry of Personnel would undoubtedly be insufficiently staffed. Gao Gong sheepishly added, the Hanlin Academy and the Censorate could also partake, leaving the Ministry of Personnel with merely the authority to review. Li Chunfang's demeanor softened slightly, yet Zhang Juzhing remained unconvinced, stating, such authority should not be granted to the outer court. What does Master Zhang imply? Gao Gong inquired, furrowing his brow. If not to the outer court, should we then entrust it to the inner court, allowing a cadre of eunuchs to wield significant power? Calm yourself, Brother Suqing. Zhang Juzhing chuckled softly and remarked, firstly, this is a double-edged sword. One must bear the responsibility once it is wielded. Secondly, since the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, the inner court has played a role in balancing the outer court. Do you believe the emperor would consent? Zhang Jujing asserted firmly, the emperor will not agree. Even if he does, the retired emperor will certainly object. This power cannot be touched by the outer court, nor should it be. Gao Gong fell silent. It may be the Jinyui, but it cannot be the silly Jian. This was Gao Gong's final act of defiance. Li Chunfang shared this sentiment and said, selecting the taller among the shorter, the Jinyui are at least officials and subjects, not mere servants. Indeed, you both possess keen insights. Zhang Jujing nodded with a smile. Gao Gong sighed and added, the Jinyui will undoubtedly cooperate vigorously, as they stand to gain significantly, thus alleviating many complications. However, there is another issue that requires our attention. Both men looked at him inquiringly. How do we eliminate bureaucratic delays? Gao Gong replied gravely, for the system to be effective, time is essential. Yet local officials will not afford the court that luxury. Under a strong counterattack, it is all too easy for the initial efforts to devolve into chaos, leaving no room for subsequent progress. Indeed, Li Chunfang fell into contemplation. Zhang Jujing suddenly interjected, this is a straightforward matter. Both men were taken aback and turned their gazes toward him. We must provide local officials with no justification for delays, Zhang Jujing elaborated. The court can issue a decree stating that all public duties, tax collection, and theft apprehensions must be accompanied by official documents, duly signed and sealed. Without such documentation, the populace is not obliged to comply. Zhang Jujing's eyes sparkled as he continued, even in the case of a suspect, if the officials lack the necessary documents, they may resist, and no punishment shall be levied against them. He paused before adding, should officials exercise power without documentation, they could face dismissal, corporal punishment, imprisonment, or even exile. Li Chunfang was astounded. Even the typically radical Gao Gong was taken aback, hesitantly stating, might this not be overly extreme? It is the lack of a retreat that emboldens the officials to resist. Zhang Jujing replied, furthermore, the court should establish a dedicated office for grievances against local officials, which would not be subordinate to the county government. Li Chunfang remarked, this would incur additional expenses, and the authority granted is indeed considerable. Selecting the right candidates poses a challenge. Zhang Jujing smiled slightly and said, I happen to have a method that serves both interests, an office within the county academy, with candidates drawn from the instructors. Brilliant! Gao Gong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. The students at the county academy possess a certain level of knowledge. This not only saves funds, but also ensures a moral baseline. Moreover, with the expertise of the instructors, they would be competent in this role. Additionally, given the large number of students, even if an instructor has some flaws in character, they would not dare to blatantly engage in corruption. This plan is indeed ingenious. Since the onset of their disagreement, Gao Gong had seldom praised Zhang Jujing, but this time, he could not help but commend him. Li Chunfang wholeheartedly agreed, stating, indeed, this is a method that achieves the best of both worlds. Although the instructors may not hold the same rank as the county magistrate, they possess considerable influence. By stripping the county magistrate of certain powers and granting them to the instructors. Ah, what a splendid strategy. How could we allow power to fall into the wrong hands? At this point, the challenges faced in the localities were effectively resolved. After all, an arm can only bend so far against a thigh. Oh, haha. The three men laughed heartily. After a lengthy period of mirth, they ceased their laughter and began to ponder solutions to the difficulties within the court. The 6 ministries and the 9 ministers are not mere local officials. They are distinguished individuals who have surmounted countless challenges. The 3 grand scholars pondered deeply, yet could not conceive a solution. Li Chunfang sighed, stating that the emperor could not entirely disregard the sentiments of the 6 ministries, the censorate, the Board of Revenue, and the Supreme Court. If the cabinet refuses to concede, they will undoubtedly resist vehemently, and in such a case, the emperor may very well abandon the matter. Would it not be wiser for all to take a step back? No retreat. Gao Zhang and he spoke in unison, their tone resolute, once again demonstrating a remarkable unity following their previous opposition to the establishment of the Ming daily. Li Chunfang smiled wryly, questioning what would happen if they could not implement their policies without a retreat. Gao Gong firmly asserted that the cabinet must firmly retain the power of interpretation. The arduous and unpleasant tasks must fall to them, and they alone must bear the blame. While his words were somewhat coarse, they were unavoidable. Zhang Jujing nodded in agreement, affirming that the cabinet indeed supersedes the 6 ministries, a fact that has been established since the Hongzhi reign. It is lamentable that they still exist in a dream. while the cabinet has long since transcended the role of the emperor as secretaries, becoming the de facto counselors. Indeed, Gao Gong echoed, stating that the grand scholars of the Ming cabinet are akin to chancellors without the title. This reality is well understood by all at this juncture. What is the merit in discussing decorum? Li Chunfang sighed, expressing concern that the emperor may not possess the capacity to withstand such pressure. If all burdens are cast upon him, he might very well retreat. Zhang Jujing countered, noting that above the emperor, there exists the retired emperor. Gao Gong, who understood the emperor best, confidently proclaimed that, as I surmised, the emperor is presently in the grand hall of high virtue, and the advantage lies with us. There is no need for concession or compromise. I find it difficult to concur with your attitudes, Li Chunfang remarked gently, contrasting with the assertiveness of Gao and Zhang. While the dominance of the cabinet over the 6 ministries may be a matter of the heart, we must not entirely disregard the feelings of the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers. Li, you are aware that I am the prime minister? Li Chunfang interjected, stating that the establishment of the Ming daily was his counsel, and he must naturally take responsibility for it. Since you both acknowledge my position as prime minister, you ought to heed my advice. The two exchanged glances, offering a bittersweet nod. Gao Gong sighed, stating that power cannot be relinquished. It can only be maneuvered through attitude, requiring careful appeasement. I am responsible for the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Revenue, Zhang Jujing added. Li Chunfang inquired how they intended to appease them. Alas, can you two afford to be perfunctory with me, and be perfunctory with them as well? Li Chunfang shook his head with a bitter smile. I do have a solution that might be deemed a compromise. Would you care to hear it? Please, enlighten us, Grand Scholarly. The cabinet must benefit. Yet they too must share in the gains, Li Chunfang articulated. In essence, the meat is in the cabinet's pot, but they should also be invited to the table. Gao Gong frowned, stating that there were not enough pairs of chopsticks for that. Indeed, we cannot have only the grand scholars of the cabinet, Zhang Jujing diplomatically declined, asserting that the more individuals involved, the greater the potential for disputes and internal strife. Gao Gong nodded in agreement, contemplating. If Prime Minister Li insists on this course, I may have a method that accommodates both sides. Chapter 146. Incompatibility. What insights do you possess, Minister Su? Simple. Utterly trample the 6 ministries beneath our feet. Gao Gong declared. Did they not clamor for resignation? Let us grant their wishes. The meaning behind Gao's words left Li Chunfang somewhat perplexed, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of ire. Gao Gong, seemingly unaware, remarked, as an academician of the cabinet, I am equally capable of holding the position of Minister of Personnel, just like Li Shoufu and Zhang Daxuishi. Li Chunfang, with an expressionless demeanor, retorted, How audacious of you. Academician Gao. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jujing stated, though Academician Gao's approach may be somewhat radical, it indeed presents a solution that benefits both parties. Li Chunfang, infuriated, laughed derisively. Am I deluded, or are you? Have you ever considered the emperor's sentiments? She admonished. What constitutes power? What defines a system? What is the essence of checks and balances? Would you dare to voice such sentiments before me, before the emperor, or in the presence of the grand emperor? With a tone laced with scorn, Li Chunfang continued, the balance of power is not intended to foster a rivalry between 2 factions, nor to establish a tripartite equilibrium. For an emperor, allowing his ministers to stand in opposition invites the peril of collusion, while a tripartite standoff could lead to the inevitable downfall of the outnumbered faction should 2 unite. Do you perceive the emperor as too naive? Or do you believe the grand emperor is incapable of wielding authority? The structure of power must be a circle. The memorials from the 6 ministries require the cabinet's endorsement. The cabinet's endorsement necessitates the approval of the Grand Secretariat, and the Grand Secretariat's endorsement must be reviewed by the emperor. This forms a seamless circle. Yet you aspire to occupy the pinnacle. How utterly presumptuous. Li Chunfang's wrath escalated. You court ruin. Do not drag the cabinet into your folly. Zhang Jujing replied. The evidence suggests that such a configuration can indeed achieve a balance of power, yet it may also lead to internal strife. The truth remains that only through strong authority can significant matters be accomplished. Where lies this truth? Li Chunfang inquired. The truth resides within the Ming Dynasty, Zhang Jujing asserted. Gao Gong added. From the time of the Taizu, Qingzu, and Xuanzong, aside from the early years of the Zhengtong, Jingtai, and Hongzhi reigns, all eras have seen the strengthening of imperial authority. The more robust the imperial power, the better the Ming dynasty thrives. But the strength lies with the imperial authority. Li Chunfang interjected, abruptly halting her discourse and scrutinizing the two men. Are you two attempting to emulate the Yongqing Marquis? Do you aspire to become him? Gao Gong responded. I seek neither to emulate anyone nor to become anyone. I merely elucidate the facts. Zhang Jujing remarked. The course of history is the continuous process of power consolidation and enhancement. While it may benefit from diverse opinions, the decision-makers should ideally be few. As is the case today, this is inherently a move towards centralization, whether the cabinet welcomes it or not. Li Chunfang, incredulous, retorted, so, by your reasoning, the emperor and the grand emperor would be delighted to see the cabinet wholly absorb the 6 ministries? Zhang Jujing fell silent. Gao Gong remained mute. After a prolonged silence, Li Chunfang's anger subsided somewhat, and she sighed. Do you recall the words spoken by the Yongqing Marquis in Lianjiaden? He deceived the contemporaries, yet he cannot deceive posterity. You are unafraid of history. I, however, am not. Li Chunfang pondered aloud. I now better understand the Yongqing Marquis' sentiment that one must harbor a sense of reverence. Zhang Jujing offered a wry smile. Academician Li reveres the emperor and history. I do as well. Gao Gong echoed her sentiment. Even the most notorious bandits abide by certain taboos. How much more so should we? I do not perceive your reverence. All I see is your ambition, Li Chunfang stated coolly. In any case, I shall not permit you to proceed in this manner. Of course, you may disregard my words. Each has their own perspective, and you may follow your own hearts, just as I shall follow mine. Having spoken, Li Chunfang rose and departed. Gao Gong glanced at Zhang Jujing and sighed. Could it be that the minister Li is? Zhang Jujing managed a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, he has gone to report our matters. After a moment of silence, Gao Gong inquired, Tai Yue, do you agree with the assertions made by Minister Li? Disagree. Zhang Jujing responded without hesitation. To accomplish significant tasks, one must concentrate one's efforts, and the most effective means of concentration is through centralization. I share your sentiments. Yet it is unfortunate. Gao Gong lamented. Unfortunate about what? It is regrettable that you and I cannot coexist. I cannot accommodate you, nor can you accommodate me. Gao Gong reflected. I possess a volatile temperament and an impetuous nature, yet I am not inferior to you. Zhang Jujing refrained from countering or speaking further. However, I will assert that I am more determined than you, Gao Gong declared. Zhang Jujing remained impassive, intrigued to hear more. I have a greater need for success, a stronger desire for fame, a deeper ambition for great undertakings, and a fervent wish to leave a lasting legacy. Gao Gong stated earnestly, my resolve is greater. Zhang Jujing, surprised, asked, what makes you say that? I have no son. Apart from success, I have no other choice, Gao Gong admitted. To be candid, even when Minister Su was still in office, I sensed that my sole political rival would be you. To speak arrogantly, I never regarded Su Jia or Minister Li as adversaries. Zhang Jujing smiled and nodded. To have a rival in Su Qing is a privilege indeed. Ah, you always think so. Gao Gong replied with a bitter smile. On the surface, you appear suave, but within, you harbor a ruthless heart. You conceal your true intentions while being exceptionally fierce. Zhang Jujing did not refute this, but stated earnestly, my determination is no less than that of Su Qing. Gao Gong did not engage in rebuttal, but shifted the conversation. What do you think the Taishang Huang will say? I do not know. It is unclear. Zhang Jujing shook his head. The Taishang Huang is too profound, too unpredictable, and too formidable. If both the emperor and the Taishang Huang were to take action, it would not concern either of us. Gao Gong nodded in agreement. The higher one climbs in officialdom, the more precarious it becomes. It seems we may not have favorable endings. Haha, Su Qing, you worry too much, Zhang Jujing replied. In the future, regardless of who remains or departs, as long as we act with a sincere heart for the public good, we can achieve our goals and retire gracefully. Oh, why so? The Ming Dynasty does not abandon loyal ministers, Zhang Jujing asserted with conviction. How so? Because the emperors of the Ming are different, Zhang Jujing chuckled lightly. Emperor Xingzong and Xinzong could show magnanimity towards Emperor Zhong. With the arrogance of Yang Tingyi and the ostentation of Yang Shun, who has ever faced reckoning? Consider this. If a loyal minister devoted to the public good were to meet a dismal fate, today Minister Li would not exhibit such agitation and fury, would he? Zhang Jujing continued. The Ming has not chilled the hearts of its loyal subjects. The emperors have never wronged virtuous ministers. Gao Gong furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before giving a slight nod. In the great hall of Shuangguang, Li Chunfang hurried in, only to find the father and son engaged in a calm game of chess, eliciting a sense of urgency akin to that of a eunuch when the emperor is unconcerned. Minister Li Chunfang pays his respects to the Taishang Huang and the emperor, he announced. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhu Ziyu gestured gently, continuing the game while asking, What brings you here? Li Chunfang cast a glance at Huang Jin and replied, A matter of great importance. Understanding the cue, Huang Jin discreetly withdrew from the hall. Taking a deep breath, Li Chunfang laid bare the ambitions of Gao and Zhang. After finishing, he refrained from looking at the emperor, directing his gaze instead towards the Taishang Huang. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Taishang showed no reaction, seemingly oblivious as he remained engrossed in his game of chess. Zhu Ziqian, lacking his father's serene disposition, furrowed his brows in mild indignation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I understand. Li Chunfang inquired, Your Majesty. Was it arduous for you to summon me? Zhu Ziqian smiled faintly. You may return to your duties, dear minister. I shall manage this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. With a quiet sigh, Li Chunfang took his leave. Once the room was devoid of company, Zhu Ziqian eagerly asked, Father, what is your perspective on this? Zhu Houzhao replied nonchalantly, It is inevitable, and not necessarily detrimental. Yet, Li Chunfang's concerns are quite valid, Zhu Ziqian expressed anxiously. If the 6 ministries become mere vassals, it could spell trouble in the long run. Is such bureaucratic infighting truly beneficial? Zhu Ziqian hesitated. Do you believe this course of action is feasible? It is a prevailing trend that cannot be halted. Any forced intervention will only regress our progress, Zhu Houzhao stated. As the Ming Dynasty grows stronger and more prosperous, the necessity for authority becomes paramount. Why should the emperor not enjoy it exclusively? Exclusively? Zhu Houzhao scoffed. Could you truly bear such a burden alone? Zhu Ziqian, somewhat disheartened, replied, I am indeed no match for your capabilities, father, but such an approach could jeopardize imperial power. Zhu Houzhao jested. Did you not assert that the Ming Dynasty is not akin to the Han Dynasty, that there would be no Wang Mang, nor even a Huaguang? Zhu Ziqian, vexed, retorted, Father, could you please take this matter seriously? It is far from trivial. Very well, Zhu Houzhao set down his chess piece, as I have conveyed. The Ming Dynasty will not face increasing difficulties. Only those in power will find it more arduous. Presently, some are eager to complicate matters for themselves. Yet you worry about the erosion of imperial authority. Imperial authority will indeed wane? Zhu Ziqian questioned. It may diminish, but not in the manner you presume, Zhu Houzhao explained. A weakened imperial authority will ultimately transfer to the populace, much like the establishment of the Ming daily. Zhu Ziqian was taken aback, exclaiming, Father, are you suggesting that the founding of the Ming daily is also a trend, part of the historical progression? Ah, you may be somewhat slow, but occasionally you lack insight. Zhu Houzhao responded. Allow me to enlighten you. Tell me, why did the Jinling daily come into existence? Zhu Ziqian, startled once more, realized, Father, are you implying that it was the Earl of Yongqing pressuring the court to establish the Ming daily? Zhu Houzhao nodded. Precisely, it compelled the court to take action. I had thought it was Li Chunfang's idea, yet it is so, Zhu Ziqian mused. Indeed, it was Li Chunfang's conception, but even if he had not thought of it, someone else would have. The answer is apparent, and someone will inevitably discover it. Zhu Ziqian nodded slowly, though his worry deepened as he asked, May I inquire, Father, how can we prevent the erosion of imperial authority? Zhu Houzhao remained silent, gazing intently at his son with a complex expression. Zhu Ziqian was perplexed by this response. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Houzhao remarked, Your elder brother has uttered similar foolishness. Chapter 147. Continuous setbacks in a lively gathering. A large group of children sat closely together, with the little ones at the center, making them appear particularly distinguished. Zhu Yijuan, casually munching on sunflower seeds, passionately recounted the perils of overindulging in candy, including, but not limited to, cavities and toothaches. The children listened, momentarily bewildered. Though not entirely convinced, they found it difficult to resist the allure of sweets. Yet their desire for candy had somewhat diminished. Zhu Gur, are you out of money? Zhu Yijuan, seated beside his chief companion, the chubby little one, inquired earnestly. The small child's cheeks flushed slightly as he retorted defiantly, That's not the case. Pausing for a moment, he added, You aren't playing with me just for the candy. Are you? No. The chubby one hastily shook his head, vehemently denying the suggestion. Zhu Yijuan, then turned his gaze toward the other young companions. A chorus of denials erupted from the group, each child fearful that admitting the truth would lead others to look down upon them, thinking them greedy, or worse, that Zhu Gu'er would disdain them and cease their companionship. In a world rife with social intricacies, even children are not exempt from such norms. They instinctively grasp these dynamics without needing explicit instruction. As long as that's the case, Zhu Houzhao mused, fully aware that this group of youngsters was not being entirely honest. Nevertheless, it sufficed for him to have their verbal assurances. By adeptly managing these assurances, he could elevate them to a moral plane. Trust is foundational. Adults abhor those who are disingenuous, and children too dislike those who do not keep their word, which is why promises are often sealed with a handshake. Even at an early age, Zhu Houzhao was being enlightened, guided by his grandfather, and had made significant strides in his understanding. When it came to engaging his peers, he was quite adept at navigating their dynamics. Everyone calls me Zhu Gu'er, so I shall take on the role of your big brother. From now on, you all will follow my lead, all right? As he spoke, the little one emptied his pockets of candies, his puffed-up chest deflating almost immediately. Without needing further encouragement, the group of children erupted in joyous laughter, instinctively lining up to receive their shares, starting with the chubby one and continuing in descending order until all the treats were distributed. During this process, at Zhu Houzhao's request, all the children sealed their promises with a handshake, further solidifying their commitments. Once the distribution was complete, Zhu Houzhao, hands on his hips, proclaimed, "From now on, we are true friends. If anyone is bullied, just call out Zhu Gu'er's name, and I'll come to help." In a context of limited resources and insufficient benefits, they resorted to these symbolic gestures, showcasing the children's innate understanding of social bonds. The Zhu family has always been adept at weaving grand aspirations, and these children thrived on such notions, each proudly calling out Zhu Gu'er, their faces radiating with joy. Thus, Zhu Houzhao took a significant step toward becoming a leader among the children, simultaneously laying the groundwork for a burgeoning sense of community. Not one to overreach. The little one played for a mere quarter of an hour before noticing more peers drawn to their merriment, prompting him to conclude their game and return home. On the way back, he walked with a spring in his step, invigorated and in high spirits. "Sir, I have found a solution to the funding issue," Zhu Houzhao declared with unwavering confidence. "Before the funds run dry, I will certainly complete the assignment you have given." Li Qing chuckled. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. Good luck." Zhu Houzhao grinned widely and asked, "What is the reward for the teacher?" "You will know once you have accomplished it." "All right then, I suggest you prepare yourself. I will complete the assignment swiftly." The little one was beginning to feel quite proud, brimming with absolute confidence. Li Qing did not reprimand him, but rather inquired, "What if the development of events diverges from your expectations?" "It won't," the young lad replied with a chuckle. "You have no idea how ingenious my plan is." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Do share. Once I accomplish it, you shall know, sir," Zhu Houzhao declared with an air of pride, returning the sentiment in kind. Li Qing fell silent. As he pushed open the courtyard door, he spotted Li Chunfang strolling beneath the fruit trees. Zhu Houzhao, unable to suppress his curiosity, remarked, "Master Li, aren't you being a tad too impatient?" "I pay my respects to your highness," Li Chunfang said, bowing slightly. "I am not here to give lessons to your highness, but rather to meet with the Duke of Yongqing." "Ah, I see. You two carry on. I shall go practice my calligraphy." The confident little one clasped his hands behind his back and made his way to the study. Upon seeing Li Qing return, Li Shuer also got up and followed him into the study. Li Qing approached the stone table and took a seat, asking, "What is the matter?" "A significant matter," Li Chunfang responded with a serious expression. "Sit down and speak." Once seated, Li Chunfang succinctly articulated the situation. After listening, Li Qing remarked, "Isn't this rather favorable?" "Favorable?" Li Chunfang was taken aback. "What is good about it? Where is the downside?" Li Qing replied, "The court has strengthened central authority while avoiding internal strife. It is, in essence, a win-win scenario, most certainly good." "What of imperial power?" Li Chunfang questioned. "Is the Duke not concerned that the imperial authority may be undermined?" Li Chunfang's concerns were not unfounded. Although the Duke of Yongqing was domineering and audacious, his historical behavior had consistently aimed to protect and strengthen imperial power. "I implore you, dear kin, this is no trifling matter. The consequences of imperial authority waning should be evident to someone of your political acumen," Li Chunfang said, his tone urgent and anxious. Li Qing chuckled. "If that is the case, Why not approach the emperor or the retired emperor? I have already done so. And how did the two emperors react? Li Chunfang opened his mouth, only to shake his head with a bitter smile. Exactly, Li Qing chuckled lightly. If the two emperors are not anxious, what is your hurry? Naturally, I cannot compare to the emperor. The retired emperor thinks far ahead, and his political wisdom surpasses mine. However, if we follow Gao Zhang's perspective in the long run, it may spell calamity for the Ming. Pausing, he added, Duke, you have always aligned with the emperor. Why this time do you seem fearful? Li Qing, intrigued, asked. What gives you the impression that I would always side with the emperor? Isn't it so? Certainly not. Li Chunfang was taken aback by the Duke of Yongqing's unequivocal denial. Disregarding political correctness, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Li Chunfang, half mocking and half exasperated, remarked, the Duke of Yongqing lives up to his reputation, indeed fearless. Li Qing smiled nonchalantly, saying, as the head of the cabinet, your political wisdom and talent are ample, yet you seem somewhat out of touch with the times. In that regard, Gao and Zhang surpass you considerably. Even if Gao Zhang is not ambitious, and their intentions are purely for the public good, what then? Li Chunfang strongly disagreed, asking, if the cabinet dominates and the 6 ministries become mere vassals, what will ensue? Why did the illustrious Emperor Taizu abolish the chancellor system? Could we see a second Hu Weiyong in the future? If Hu Weiyong were to re-emerge in the future, would the succeeding sovereign be able to handle matters more adeptly than the founding emperor? Li Chunfang posed a series of penetrating inquiries, chuckling, indeed. The esteemed lord possesses the valor to eliminate a second Hu Weiyong. Yet, once a system is established, how many Hu Weiyongs may arise? Yes, you may slay as many as you can, but what of the political landscape? What of the state and its citizens? Li Qing, maintaining his composure, listened attentively until he responded. You continue to employ entrenched notions to forecast the future, overlooking that the Ming dynasty is gradually transcending the fatalism of dynastic destiny. My understanding is limited. Please enlighten me, my lord. The emperor must delegate authority. The court requires centralization, and the populace needs empowerment, Li Qing articulated. When a person is starving, they only think of filling their belly. Yet once satiated, myriad concerns arise. The same applies to a nation. In the future, challenges will inevitably multiply, and the Ming dynasty will encounter increasing difficulties. Only through efficient execution and robust constraints can we navigate turbulent waters. Li Qing continued. Efficient execution necessitates central authority, while strong constraints require the empowerment of the populace and the curtailment of bureaucratic power. This is the optimal solution and indeed the sole remedy. After a brief pause, he added, the emperor and the retired sovereign are certainly aware of what you speak. Yet, why does the retired sovereign remain indifferent? Li Chunfang, still processing the information, instinctively inquired, why? Unable to intervene, Li Qing replied, this is the prevailing trend, the relentless march of time. Whether one wishes to embrace it or not, it will advance inexorably. Those who resist will be crushed beneath the wheels of progress. Li Chunfang gasped in astonishment, incredulous as he gazed at Li Qing. Do not regard me with such disbelief. This is the inevitability of the era, Li Qing spoke softly. Just as you advocated for the establishment of the Ming daily, this too is the zeitgeist compelling you to offer such counsel. The challenge of transformation lies in achieving consensus. Altering consensus is the only path to metamorphosis. Li Qing continued, in truth, you have transformed as well, though you may not yet realize it. Li Chunfang pondered these words intently, his mind racing. After a moment, he concluded, this is exceedingly perilous. Li Qing gently interjected. Humans are perpetually filled with trepidation towards the unknown, always seeking security, wishing to remain within their comfort zones. Yet what they truly require is the spirit of adventure. Li Chunfang acknowledged Li Qing's theory, yet internally grappled with profound resistance, sighing, the Ming is no longer the impoverished realm it once was. The cost of experimentation is far too great. Li Qing chuckled softly. Do you wish to preserve your capital? Huh. This is beyond your control, beyond the emperor's control, and certainly beyond mine. There is no turning back. Retreat to poverty? The populace will not accept it. Li Chunfang sighed deeply, bitterly remarking, this is not merely the local populace compelling local officials. It is manifestly the entirety of the people urging those in power. Congratulations. You have hit the nail on the head, Li Qing laughed heartily. For millennia, it has always been the people who compel those in power, though they remain unaware of it. Li Chunfang could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. May I ask, my lord, what should I do? Advance together with Gao Zhang. Chapter 148. Yu Dao enters the capital, the establishment of the Ming daily officially on the agenda. The emperor's resolve was unwavering, supported fervently by the cabinet, while the Jinyui were fully mobilized, and the Li Qing kept a watchful eye. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers vehemently opposed, and the officials from the 6 departments and 13 offices openly criticized. The Guozijian and Hanlin Academy each held differing opinions, resulting in a resurgence of heated debates in the court after the great ceremony discussions concluded. Li Qing chose not to intervene, spending his days tending to children, while Zhu Houzhao remained indifferent, engrossed in his esoteric pursuits. It became evident that even in the absence of their direct involvement, the sky over the Ming dynasty would not collapse. Such a robust Ming, it was universally acknowledged, would not falter due to a single political decision. Consequently, despite the fierce storm, the foundational support remained as solid as a rock. The emperor's determination, the backing from the Li Qing, and the cabinet's operations clarified the situation within a fortnight. With the retirement of several ministers, the clamor from the 6 departments and 13 offices diminished, and the previously indecisive Guozijian and Hanlin Academy began to align their positions. During this period, Zhu Houzhao also made significant strides, becoming a prominent figure among the children of Lianjian. Notably, the national treasury still retained half of its 20 taels of silver, while fiscal expenditures gradually decreased, primarily due to the young one grasping the essence of leadership. He found joy in fostering contentment among his peers, thereby establishing his prestige without merely dispensing favors. How to ensure the satisfaction of his companions? The clever child devised a strategy, first by proclaiming the Lianjian as the foremost sect, instilling a sense of superiority among his peers. Concurrently, he creatively developed competitive group games, often leveraging the sect's heritage to outnumber opponents, thus providing emotional value through victories. Gradually, the cohesion within the sect strengthened, and the disciples took pride in their affiliation, fostering unprecedented unity. However, this also brought about some adverse effects. For instance, some disciples would bully others, invoking Zhu Houzhao's name when trouble arose, which caused him considerable distress and incurred certain costs. To soothe the grievances of the bullied children, he distributed a variety of treats such as candies and sunflower seeds. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Houzhao devised a cost-free approach to comfort the wounded spirits of the children through a strategy of inclusivity, thereby both resolving conflicts and strengthening the sect. The young one was quite pleased with himself, yet Li Qing sensed that impending challenges loomed for the boy. Sir, in no more than 10 days, I will have fully completed the tasks you assigned, Zhu Houzhao confidently proclaimed, reminding him that the promised rewards should be expedited. Li Qing regarded him with a sidelong glance. Are you that certain? Absolutely certain, the young one declared, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Be cautious of potential pitfalls, Li Qing warned. The closer one gets to success, the easier it is to falter and lose everything. Zhu Houzhao laughed heartily. The national treasury still has half its funds, and our current expenditures are exceedingly low. Not to mention, even if we were to sustain this for another month, we would still be in a prosperous position. I truly cannot fathom how I might fail. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head before inquiring. Have you considered the interplay between your practices and the principles in Jingguan Jingyao? Not yet, Zhu Houzhao replied. Zhu Houzhao, somewhat abashed, replied, I am wholly devoted to becoming the king of children. Where would I find the time to ponder such matters? The little one suddenly expressed doubt, asking, surely you aren't trying to evade responsibility, using this as an excuse to forego rewards? I would never stoop so low, Li Qing retorted with a laugh. I've merely reminded you. Should you later suffer the consequences, do not come to me in tears. Haha, that is all in the past, Zhu Houzhao declared proudly. It has been proven that I am far more intelligent than you ever imagined. Li Qing countered. You are also much more inflated with pride and arrogance than I had presumed. I am not arrogant. I am simply confident. May you remain so forever, Li Qing chuckled. This afternoon, I shall visit the Grand Haishan Hall. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. It has been ages since I last saw His Majesty. I miss him dearly, the little one eagerly nodded. Sir, I have a craving for hot pot. Let us indulge in it for lunch, shall we? Li Qing playfully scolded. You are quite the connoisseur. Are you the chef, or am I? Oh, come on, the child pleaded, shaking Li Qing's arm. Let it be a reward for my significant progress. Besides, summer is approaching, and soon it will be the season for hot pot. Just as Li Qing was about to acquiesce, he suddenly glanced towards the entrance. Zhu Houzhao instinctively followed his gaze, and the next moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a tall, robust man of advanced years. "Who are you?" The newcomer inquired, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Li Qing. "Is this His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?" "Indeed. When did you arrive in the capital?" "I am Yu Dayo, your humble servant, paying my respects to His Royal Highness. I just arrived today, having come from the Emperor." "So you are Yu Dayo? My father has spoken of you, as well as that spirited young Houzhao. You have been busy with the integration of the border regions, correct?" "Yes. It is an honor that your highness is aware of me." Facing the Crown Prince, the usually rugged Yu Dayo momentarily adopted a more refined demeanor. "General Yu, you have worked hard. Since you are here, please dine with 12 coins today, 15 coins. Zhu Houzhao generously offered. The next moment, Li Qing interjected, "Is this your home? You are being generous with my hospitality." Zhu Houzhao responded, "Go practice your calligraphy in the study. I am the Crown Prince. Is there anything I cannot listen to?" The little one muttered, "We agreed on hot pot." "Your Highness, take care," Yu Dayo politely remarked, then grinned and returned to a familiar demeanor with Li Qing, saying, "It has been many years. The Duke of Yongqing still possesses his charm. One cannot help but admire the foresight of the great ancestor emperor in bestowing the title of Yongqing." Li Qing, amused yet exasperated, replied, "You did not come here merely to reminisce, did you?" "All right. I nearly forgot the main matter," Yu Dayo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "The Grand Academician Gao has advised the emperor to energetically pursue the integration of the northern desert. Are you aware of this, Duke?" "I have heard whispers," Li Qing inquired. "What is your opinion on the Grand Academician's counsel?" I wished to confront him directly, expressing my frustration, but I soon realized that this is not an outpost. Clearing my throat, I express my indignation. His upper lip barely grazes his lower lip, and it has caused us considerable distress. It is truly infuriating. Li Qing cannot help but chuckle, remarking, "If there are difficulties, feel free to voice them. The emperor is reasonable. By the way, where is Governor Hu?" "Governor Hu has been suffering from a cold recently, so I have come alone." Yu Dayo takes a seat at the stone table and sighs. "Governor Hu understands the difficulties faced by the court, and the emperor is aware of our struggles, yet some individuals remain utterly oblivious to our predicaments." Still seething, Yu Dayo exclaims, "If it weren't for the emperor being present, and that fellow being a grand scholar, I would certainly have given him a good thrashing. Damn it. He clearly has the audacity." Li Qing understands Gao Gong's temperament well, and he has an even clearer grasp of Yu Dayo's disposition. He can vividly imagine the scene. "Is the issue of funding unresolved?" "Indeed," Yu Dayo replies sullenly. "That fellow merely urges me to empathize with the court's difficulties, completely disregarding the plight of those tribes outside the borders who are desperate with hunger. How can one expect to be a nurturing figure without providing sustenance?" Li Qing nods. "I will assist in addressing this matter." "That would be splendid. You truly embody righteousness, my lord." Yu Dayo beams with delight. "My lord, I find that fellow utterly arrogant. He is in dire need of a lesson. Please take the opportunity to teach him a thing or two." Li Qing inquires, "Is Governor Hu's cold severe?" "Fortunately, he has improved since my arrival, yet he is advanced in years and not as resilient as in his youth," Yu Dayo sighs. "Time is unforgiving, indeed. To speak candidly, this is truly not an easy task. Even I, a rough warrior, have been forced into the role of a civil official. Who can I turn to for reason?" Li Qing comprehends Yu Dayo's vexation and patiently listens to his grievances. After a considerable time, once Yu Dayo has vented his frustrations, he asks, "When will you visit the border, my lord?" "To be honest, I was quite anxious when Governor Hu fell ill recently, and with Shaoqi absent. I had no one to consult. Isn't there a civil official available?" "Ah, that group of officials may have a way with words, but when faced with confrontation, they are anything but timid. In fact, they can be even more obstinate than I am, threatening to annihilate entire clans over a disagreement. Damn it, their actions have only served to frustrate both Governor Hu and me, pushing us into roles we are ill-suited for. It is utterly unjust." Yu Dayo, in his frustration, resorts to harsh language, clearly agitated. Li Qing, fully aware of his struggles, allows him to vent. "I will certainly visit the border, but not in the immediate future." Li Qing gestures towards his study. "I have matters to attend to regarding the Crown Prince." "It is good to know that you will go." Yu Dayo breathes a sigh of relief, then inquires, "By the way, my lord, Could you speak to the emperor about transferring Shao Qi as well? His intellect surpasses mine. And I truly believe we should swap roles. I shall deal with the pirates while he handles the integration beyond the borders. This would make far more sense. That cannot be done. Li Qing shakes his head. General Qi has his own responsibilities. His battlefield lies in the south. I can fight as well, truly. Yu Dayo insists, eager to prove himself. My lord, do not let my rough speech deceive you. I am quite competent in battle. Li Qing chuckles. You excel in combat. But General Qi is far superior in training troops. Yu Dayo, puzzled, asks, haven't the soldiers been adequately trained? Far from it, to be precise. I have yet to commence my practice. Li Qing remarked directly, expressing that sending General Qi to the northern deserts was simply unacceptable. Alas, it appears he has indeed been granted an undeserved favor. In Chapter 149, Golden Heads and Jade Bones, during midday, Li Qing prepared a modest hot pot for Li Shuer and Zhu Yijuan, along with a few stir-fried dishes to accompany their drinks. As they dined, they engaged in discussions with Yu Dayo regarding the integration of the northern deserts. Since the Hongwu era, following the sweeping campaigns alongside Lan Yu and Li Jinglong against the Yuan court in the north, the Ming dynasty has endeavored to assimilate these regions. This period has seen numerous challenges, from the Yongli's 5 campaigns to the northern deserts, to the internal and external conflicts during the reign of Rinxian, culminating in the decisive battles of the Zhengtong era. Now, it seems they are finally approaching a resolution. Li Qing could not help but reflect. After so many years of effort, results are finally manifesting, which is no small feat. Yu Dayo, sipping another small bowl of wine, sighed, stating, it is not so simple. Even if everything proceeds smoothly, we shall still face myriad troubles. To put it bluntly, the tribes beyond the borders are a burden. The grasslands are severely desertified, and the climate grows increasingly harsh, rendering them unable to sustain themselves. While the Ming has indeed acquired vast territories, it has simultaneously inherited a large population. Without delving into other matters, the sheer number of mouths to feed constitutes a considerable expense. Yu Dayo lamented, honestly, I still find it rather unprofitable. Li Qing chuckled, saying, you truly resemble a civil official now. As if I desired this. I am compelled by circumstances. Yu Dayo replied with a hint of frustration. The court may show understanding towards me and Governor Hu, to the soldiers and officials executing national policies. Yet such understanding often remains merely verbal, lacking in genuine implementation. Especially when it comes to finances, the court is notoriously frugal. I understand, however, the court's financial expenditures are indeed substantial, and many matters must be dealt with as best as one can. Li Qing sighed. For many years, the finances have been under immense strain, not out of stinginess, but from a lack of abundance. Yu Dayo expressed his vexation. If that is the case, why must so many matters proceed simultaneously? Li Qing responded with a wry smile. This is not born of greed. Rather, the time has come, and we must act. Regarding the integration of the northern deserts, I concede that is indeed the case, but in other areas, opportunities must not be squandered. Time does not wait for anyone. While it may seem exaggerated to say opportunities must not be missed, missing this pivotal moment will only render the future more arduous. Li Qing elaborated. It is akin to warfare. If one does not seize the moment to strike decisively during a critical juncture, the enemy will regain their strength, and the situation will become even more challenging. Yu Dayo took another sip of wine, smacking his lips, and remarked, Governor Hu often speaks of the court's difficulties and the emperor's predicaments. I confess, I neither comprehend nor sympathize with them, but since the Marquis has said so, I shall refrain from further comment. After a pause, he added, yet truly, adhering to that scoundrel surnamed Gao, this task is beyond our capabilities. Yu Dayo expressed his frustration. The tribes beyond the borders lack education. If you do not ensure their bellies are full, even if you proclaim the grandest of truths, they will still ignore you. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will not place you in undue hardship. With the Marquis's assurance, I feel at ease. Yu Dayo exhaled a breath of wine-laden air, then chuckled, inquiring, I recall you mentioned a distant western land. What is it like there? Li Qing smiled and remarked, it's rather ordinary. Compared to the Ming Dynasty, that place is even more primitive and rugged. Particularly with the entrenched colonial mindset, small-scale warfare has become the norm, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Yu Dayo, however, listened with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, for a military general, that must be exhilarating. Li Qing noted. Yu Dao traveled day and night to reach the capital, with no time to rest. After a hearty meal, he took his leave to the meeting hall to recuperate. Meanwhile, Li Qing took the little one to the grand hall of high virtue. With the arrival of the summer season, the vegetation was thriving, and the hall was lush and green. Inside the sleeping quarters, Zhu Houzhao was still napping, while Huang Jin was yawning in boredom. This scene already bore the essence of the sweltering summer days. Upon noticing the two arrivals, Huang Jin rubbed his eyes and hurried to fetch some snacks for the crown prince, saying, "The Grand Emperor will wake up in a little while. Please wait." Li Qing inquired, "Why aren't you taking a nap?" Huang Jin yawned again. "If I sleep during the day, I won't be able to sleep at night. After so many years, I've become accustomed to this routine. Once I get through this period, I'll feel invigorated." After a pause, he added, "Would you like some baked sweet potato?" "No, I just had a meal and am not hungry," replied Li Qing. He then asked, "Has the emperor been visiting frequently these past few days?" "He came daily a few days ago, but has been coming less often now." Huang Jin rubbed his chubby face, looking much more spirited. "Liu Bing is busy again, claiming he needs to inspect the officials. Is there some significant matter at court?" "Nothing of great concern. The Grand Emperor is in the mood for a nap, so why worry?" Li Qing gently shook his head and continued, "Has the Grand Secretary been visiting often?" Huang Jin thought for a moment and replied, "Just over half a month ago, Minister Li came by once." Li Qing felt reassured that the situation was stabilizing. At that moment, Zhu Houzhao emerged from the inner chamber, appearing somewhat listless, but his spirits lifted upon seeing Li Qing and his precious grandson. Huang Jin promptly presented the already prepared basin of water. Zhu Houzhao washed his face and, while accepting a towel to dry his cheeks, asked, "When did you arrive?" "Just now." "Grandfather, I have missed you so much," the little one exclaimed, putting down the candied fruits and scampering forward to hug Zhu Houzhang's leg. "Such sweet words." Zhu Houzhang chuckled, pinching his grandson's cheek. After freshening up, he appeared more energetic and in high spirits, leading his grandson to a side to sit. "Since you've missed your grandfather, why not stay with me for a couple of days?" "That sounds wonderful." Zhu Yijuan suddenly remembered something more pressing and sheepishly said, "Grandfather, may I come to keep you company after I finish the assignments Mr. Li has given me?" Zhu Houzhang laughed. "Then your grandfather will have to wait quite a while." "I promise it won't take more than 10 days, the little one confidently assured. Quite self-assured, Zhu Houzhang mused, "How about this? You shall not leave today. Tomorrow, let Li Qing come to fetch you so that it doesn't interfere with your studies." The little one's eyes sparkled with delight. "Mr. Li, is that all right?" Li Qing felt a twinge of excitement and nodded, "Of course. That's fantastic." The little one jumped with glee, then suddenly remembered something and shyly asked, "Grandfather, may I go see mother?" Zhu Houzhang, ever accommodating, replied, "Huang Jin, please make arrangements." "Yes, Your Highness, please follow the maid." As the elder and the young departed, only two individuals remained in the chamber. Li Qing, shedding all reservations, inquired directly, "Is the jade and stone effigy completed?" "Yes, follow me." Li Qing accompanied Zhu Houzhang into the inner sanctum, where a lifelike statue, with a golden head and jade body, stood poised, remarkably resembling Zhu Houzhao in stature and presence, exuding an impressive aura. "What do you think?" "It is quite splendid. I shall refine the facial features slightly later." Li Qing surveyed the figure with satisfaction. This form, matching Zhu Houzhao in height and physique, possessed a head crafted from pure gold, renowned for its malleability and exceptional ductility, making it highly adaptable for sculpting. After a prolonged gaze, Li Qing retracted his focus and asked, "What will we tell the public?" "The truth, of course," Zhu Houzhang replied lazily. "I shall merely state that it is a statue of the great king of Daqing, representing the enlightened Buddha of the Western paradise, nothing more." Li Qing paused briefly, nodding in agreement. "That reason is indeed sound. I shall return for it tonight." Zhu Houzhang silently nodded, before suddenly inquiring, "Did he leave any final words before his departure?" "What a prominent figure indeed." Zhu Houzhang appeared momentarily perplexed, but soon grasped the meaning, offering a wry smile. "I meant, did he have anything to convey to me?" Li Qing gently shook his head, stating, "Is there anything left to say? Your efforts and achievements speak for themselves." "Ah, how rare to hear such commendation from you." Zhu Houzhang chuckled, then asked, "Do you have anything to convey to our ancestors?" "Let me extend an apology on his behalf," Li Qing replied. Zhu Houzhang was taken aback, then expressed with a sense of relief, "At last, he has matured." Li Qing paused before responding, "In truth, he is not immature. But the things he has done hardly reflect the actions of an adult, Zhu Houzhao jested. Where is the maturity in that? Enough now. Death holds greater significance. Zhu Houzhao shot him a glance, surprisingly devoid of pretentiousness, and inquired, what is that rascal up to? Busy with daily reports, engaged in research and metal refining. Though he is occupied, he seems to relish it, Li Qing replied. The little grandson is thriving, plump, and charming. Zhu Houzhao listened quietly, his face radiating the warmth of a proud father. After a moment, he said, please, perform acupuncture on me. Li Qing nodded and went to retrieve the silver needle case from the bookshelf. In the Qinqing palace, father, mother, the young child burst through, disregarding the eunuch's attempts to stop him, and dashed inside, finding the grand hall empty before rushing toward the inner chamber. However, before he could enter, his father emerged first. What a disarray! What kind of behavior is this? Zhu Houzhao exclaimed angrily. I instructed you to learn from the Duke of Yongqing, not to play around. It hasn't been long, yet you've gone wild. The child, feeling wronged, replied, I understand my fault, but I simply missed you too much. Just then, Li Shi approached gracefully, speaking softly, Your Majesty, it is rare for Yijuan to return to the palace. Let us not scold him. Zhu Houzhao took a deep breath and remarked, a mother's indulgence spoils a child, before striding out. Father, where are you going? Your father is occupied with state affairs. What else would he be doing? Zhu Houzhao said without turning back, continuing on his way. The little one, bewildered, murmured, Mother, did you upset father? No. It is you who have irritated your father, Li Shi clarified, clearing her throat and speaking gently. Your father is laboring for the nation, not directing his ire at you. Oh. The little fellow dashed forward a few steps, lifting his face with pride, and declared, Mother, I am quite formidable now. Is that so? Li smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she crouched down, slightly straining to lift her son. Her heart swelled with happiness, noting how much stronger Yijuan had become. Hee, Mr. Li's cooking is simply exquisite, the child grinned, even better than the royal banquet. One day, Mother, you must taste Mr. Li's culinary skills. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you. Chapter 150. Li's astonishment listening to her son repeatedly mention Mr. Li. Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, while simultaneously growing more curious. Yijuan, who exactly is this Mr. Li? The little one responded in surprise. Mother, you don't even know? Well, of course I know, but not much, Li feigned understanding. Anyone who has garnered such high praise from your father and your grandfather is no ordinary person. I have heard a little about him. You're lying, Mother. If you knew Mr. Li, you wouldn't be asking who he is, Zhu Yijuan pointedly revealed. You're just trying to pry information from me. Li's cheeks flushed, and she huffed. All right, I won't ask anymore. Noticing his mother's wounded expression, the little one felt a pang of embarrassment. After contemplating, he added, Actually, it's not a secret, many people know. Even General Yu, stationed far away, is aware. I'll tell you, Mother. Li's previous melancholy evaporated, replaced by joy. Indeed. Mother has not endured your antics in vain. Quickly, tell me. Mr. Li is the Duke of Yongqing. The Duke of Yongqing? Li was taken aback, then quickly came to terms with it, asking curiously, Isn't the new Duke of Yongqing solely focused on commerce? Why has he come to the capital? Mother. You are unaware of the facts. This Duke of Yongqing is not the one from the Jinling Li family, but rather the one conferred by the founding emperor. Li's brows knitted in disbelief. Conferred by the founding emperor? The little one nodded and whispered, Mr. Li possesses divine abilities. He is truly remarkable. Li was momentarily stunned, hastily reaching to touch her son's forehead, then her own, murmuring, It doesn't feel hot at all. Seeing his mother's skepticism, Zhu Yijuan quickly insisted, It's true. Mr. Li can concoct elixirs and even make people fly. Though not in the literal sense, it's south quite close. I experienced it myself. What? Li's complexion paled as she hurriedly set her son down, her expression turning serious. Yijuan, tell me, has this Mr. Li given you something to eat? The little one looked confused. I've just been eating and drinking at Mr. Li's house. Mother means, has this Mr. Li given you any elixirs? Li's face grew grave. Zhu Yijuan nodded. I did eat one. It was delicious. It felt wonderful, like I was about to float away. I'll ask Mr. Li to make some elixirs for you to try as well. Li was alarmed. My child, that is no elixir. It's a hallucinogenic drug. Come. We must find your father. This matter must be clarified. Without waiting for further discussion, she seized her son and rushed out. The imperial study was just next door. And before Zhu Yijuan could explain, they stood before his father. Why are you so flustered? Zhu Ziyan, reviewing official documents, glanced at his beloved consort with evident displeasure. Your Majesty, there is something amiss with Mr. Li. Li was in a state of urgency, having administered the so-called tiger wolf medicine to Yijuan. Zhu Ziqiang, astonished at first, then chuckled. What is this tiger wolf medicine? It is merely a health elixir for nurturing vitality. If Mr. Li has recommended it, it can only be beneficial. Li interjected. Ah, indeed. That is it. Zhu Ziqiang retrieved a jade vial from his drawer, poured out a pill, and said, Here, try it, and you shall know. Li was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, Your Majesty, you too have consumed this elixir? Zhu Ziqiang laughed heartily, proudly declaring, Before you entered the palace, I received it as a gift from Father Emperor. Well, Your Majesty, you may indulge, but please do not. Li protested, her heart filled with dread. Zhu Ziqiang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her as he inquired. Have you inquired about Mr. Li from Yijuan? I did, Li replied, but only out of concern for Yijuan. She steeled herself, continuing. While it is commendable for Father Emperor to pursue health, you, Your Majesty, are still young and in the prime of your life. Such remedies are unnecessary. Yijuan, present. The son replied. Come, feed your mother. Zhu Ziqiang said nonchalantly. Li was aghast, perceiving this act as a conspiracy between her husband and son to poison her. Do not be ungrateful. She trembled, resignedly taking the pill from her son's fingers. With a closed eye, she swallowed it. Almost instantly, her beautiful eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed with color, and disbelief transformed into sheer delight. Zhu Ziqiang scoffed, Isn't that delightful? Realizing the ambiguity of his words and his son's presence, he cleared his throat and added, Now, you must believe me. Li swallowed again before asking, Your Majesty, who exactly is this Mr. Li? Did Yijuan not inform you? Zhu Ziqiang replied. Yijuan said Mr. Li was granted the title of Duke Yongqing by the Taizu. Li stammered, Indeed? Yes, that is correct, Zhu Ziqiang affirmed. While this is not a secret, it is not something to be shared lightly. Your servant shall take her leave, Li said, filled with questions but refraining from arrogance. She curtsied and exited the study with her son. Mother, now you must believe me, Zhu Yijuan asked with pride. Li remained somewhat incredulous, questioning, Is Mr. Li truly a celestial being? Not exactly, the young one replied cheerfully. Mr. Li is not a deity, but he is much more formidable than an ordinary person. For instance, he remains eternally youthful and immortal. Li gasped, You mean Mr. Li has lived since the Hongwu era? Indeed, Zhu Yijuan affirmed. The three scholars of the cabinet are aware, as is General Yu at the border. Father Emperor and Grandfather Emperor certainly know as well. Mother, you do not doubt them, do you? Mother, do you think Grandfather Emperor would be deceived? Zhu Yijuan said, mirroring Mr. Li's words. The Emperor of the Ming Dynasty is fully aware of his secret. Li found himself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he incredulously remarked, This is utterly unfathomable. But why do our ancestors, despite their lineage, remain inescapably bound to the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death? For Mr. Li could not grant immortality to others. Zhu Yijuan elucidated, stating that Mr. Li's longevity was inherent. Concubine Rong gently watched as Li sank into a chair, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. Eventually, Li forced himself to divert his thoughts from Mr. Li and inquired, Yijuan, have you completed your studies? Not yet, Zhu Yijuan replied cheerfully. It was Mr. Li who went to the Grand Hai Xuandian to tend to grandfather the emperor's health, and he brought me along. With a grin, he added, I missed both father and mother, so I hurried over from the Grand Hai Xuandian, but I must return shortly. Upon hearing this, Li felt a pang of disappointment and asked, Will this teaching session last long? Not for long. It will conclude soon, Zhu Yijuan confidently assured him. In less than 10 days, I shall return to the palace. After saying this, the little one's expression fell, and he sighed, Alas, what a pity. What is there to lament? Li inquired. Once the lessons are over, Mr. Li will depart, Zhu Yijuan replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. He is an exceedingly busy man, and once he leaves, who knows when we shall meet again. Alas, it truly saddens me. Li's thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions. But ultimately, she suppressed them all and smiled gently. If that is the case, we must cherish the time we have with Mr. Li. Since your father and grandfather wish for you to study under him, it is evident that he is an extraordinary individual, and you must dedicate yourself earnestly. Yes, I understand. The little one nodded. In these days, I have learned so much from Mr. Li and have never been negligent. That is reassuring, Li exhaled, speaking tenderly. If the teaching period extends, do remember to visit Mother whenever you have the chance. She has missed you dearly. Of course, I will, the little one vigorously nodded. Mother, could you procure some candies and snacks for me? Li smiled warmly. Certainly, let us go to Mother's place. There will be plenty of fruits and sweets. That night, the courtyard was particularly bright with candlelight, and the stillness of the night was punctuated by the sounds of tapping and knocking. Is it like this? Not quite yet. Another round of knocks ensued. How about this? Almost there. Just enrich the details a bit more. After a quarter of an hour, the contours of the golden head bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Houzhao in life, rendered with remarkable fidelity, even capturing his usual nonchalant expression. Li Qing sincerely remarked, "Your craftsmanship surpasses even that of skilled artisans." Li Qing chuckled softly, sighing, "In truth, it is quite similar to making a snowman." Li Qing fell silent. "Shall we do it together?" Li Qing asked. Li Qing felt a flicker of eagerness but hesitated. Is it not a bother? What trouble could this be? It's not yet midnight. We have ample time. Then let us proceed. Li Qing nodded. Though her feelings for her grandfather were minimal, her bond with her mother was profound, and her mother's connection with her grandfather was equally strong. For her mother's sake, Li Qing felt it essential to pay proper respects to her grandfather. Li Qing gathered Zhu Houzhao's hair, nails, old garments, and a brand new dragon robe, all bundled together and hanging before him like a small mountain, yet without appearing cumbersome or heavy. In the twilight, Li Qing, with a bundle hanging in front and Li Qing on his back, made his way to the Ming Emperor's tomb. The two navigated seamlessly past the tomb's guards, arriving at the mausoleum of Zhu Houzhao, known as Kongling. Here we are, Li Qing gently set Li Qing down, saying, "This is your grandnephew's tomb." Chapter 151. A night tour of the imperial tomb. Standing atop the Ming Tower, Li Qing gazed around. The night obscured her vision, allowing only a vague outline to emerge. Compared to the existing imperial tombs, such as the Chongling of Emperor Yongle and the Yongling of Emperor Jiajing, this Kongling appeared significantly smaller, akin to a celestial body above and a terrestrial one below. Perhaps due to the customary simplicity of the rituals, a sense of desolation enveloped Kongling. Feeling an inexplicable discomfort, Li Qing remarked, "Though both are emperors of the same generation, how can the elder's mausoleum be so humble while the younger's rivals that of Emperor Taizong? It seems rather unreasonable." Such is the consequence of a lengthy reign, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. No matter the scale, it ultimately accommodates but one. Yet, shouldn't we at least avoid suspicion? Li Qing murmured, her fondness for her grandnephew far surpassing that for her second nephew. Pausing, she added, "Do you not find the name Yongling somewhat ambiguous?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. This perspective had never crossed his mind. He soon chuckled. What does it matter if it is or isn't? With that, Li Qing stepped into the Ming Tower, retrieved a flask of wine from his waist, and poured half a jug before the stele of the Emperor Wuzong. He then began to assemble the golden head and jade bones. Li Qing, unable to assist, could only watch from the side. Li Qing skillfully pieced everything together and reinforced it before dressing it in an inner garment, followed by a brand new dragon robe. Finally, he affixed small pouches containing long hair and nails to its sides. Once completed, Li Qing inspected his work and, confirming its accuracy, said, "It will take approximately half an hour. You should stay here and not wander." Li Qing nodded, cautioning, "There are mechanisms everywhere beneath the tomb. Do be careful." Li Qing smiled lightly. Long before Zhu Houzhao faked his death, I had already planned the route based on the internal blueprints of the tomb. Besides, this isn't my first venture into an imperial tomb. There's still plenty of time. Take your time. There's no rush, Li Qing said softly. All right, I shall be off. Li Qing replied. Li Qing nodded, watching him depart, her gaze shifting to the interior furnishings. The moonlight was hazy, casting shadows in the Ming Tower, which felt relatively confined. Yet, Li Qing felt no fear, only a profound melancholy. The furnishings in the Ming Tower were exceedingly simple, consisting solely of an oversized stele and a modest incense table. Nothing else adorned the space. Typically, rituals for the imperial tombs were conducted in the Hall of Beneficent Grace, rather than here. Li Qing stood in silence for a considerable time. With an unintentional glance, she caught sight of the indistinct mural and, driven by curiosity, moved closer. The mural of this Ming Dynasty building was strikingly different from those found in other imperial tombs. only the corners adorned with cloud and dragon motifs, while the vast majority of the walls depicted a grand battle. The dimness of the building, coupled with the mural's fading colors, rendered it difficult to discern even from a close distance. Nevertheless, Li Qing could ascertain that it portrayed the formidable general versus the Tartar prince. She considered teasing him with a quip but deemed it inappropriate, opting instead to savor the artwork. The mural was exquisite, showcasing figures wielding long spears, curved sabers, drawn bows, and slashing arms, some slaying foes while others fell in battle. The artist's skill was remarkable, perfectly capturing the grandeur and brutality of large-scale warfare. After a prolonged search, she finally located the banner of the formidable general and, through further exploration, identified Zhu Houzhao. There he was, atop a magnificent steed, one hand grasping the emperor's sword while the other held the command flag. As he struck down enemies, he simultaneously directed his troops, his voice resonating like thunder, embodying a divine presence. Indeed, he was imposing. Li Qing gently caressed the mural, fully able to envision her nephew's majestic demeanor at that moment. Before long, she noticed an even more formidable figure than the general. This man was not mounted, yet he occupied a vacuum amidst the chaos, with enemies scattering in all directions. He faced Zhu Houzhao, seemingly eager to aid the emperor. Without a doubt, this was Li Qing. Li Qing was momentarily astonished before finding understanding. Ordinarily, the existence of someone more powerful than the emperor is inconceivable, especially in a mural symbolizing the emperor's life. Such a portrayal defied logic. However, imperial tombs are constructed during the emperor's lifetime, granting him absolute authority and autonomy over their design, as long as it does not disrupt the feng shui. Generally, the arrangements reflect the emperor's will. Her nephew enjoyed boasting, yet it was never baseless bragging. Li Qing could imagine how dire the circumstances must have been at that time. Her gaze shifted back to her nephew as she softly remarked, "You truly are a source of concern." The mural was rich in detail, yet its chaotic arrangement left Li Qing perplexed for quite some time, unable to determine whether it was the Ming army surrounding the Tartars or vice versa. "What are you looking at?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure and inquiring, "Is everything ready?" "Yes," Li Qing replied, covered in dust, exhaling deeply. "This time, it's truly conclusive." Li Qing nodded silently and asked, "Is this mural depicting the Battle of Yingzhou?" Li Qing focused on it for a moment and nodded, "Indeed. That battle, quite realistic." "It must have been intense," Li Qing queried. "Is there any large-scale war that isn't intense?" Li Qing recalled, sincerity evident in his voice. Although the outcome was favorable, the process was truly harrowing. "Aside from your grandfather's personal campaign, this was the most thrilling. Was it more thrilling than the sweeping of the Northern Yuan court or the Taizong's 5 campaigns in the north?" Li Qing sighed softly. "It's different. The commander of the Northern Yuan campaign was Lan Yu, and the commander of the 5 northern campaigns was my 4th uncle. I wasn't the tallest, so the psychological pressure wasn't as immense." Li Qing nodded gently and glanced at the sacred tablet, lamenting, "Alas, it has come to this conclusion." Li Qing replied calmly, "Even the most spectacular exit will eventually fade into tranquility with the passage of time. A life rich in colors is sufficient." "Yes, I understand," Li Qing said wistfully. "Though he is in Jinling, I can't help but feel that this place is the true resting ground. Compared to other imperial tombs, Kongling feels rather hasty." "It shall no longer be hastily done," Li Qing softly responded. The haste was because Zhu Houzhao knew his cousin was still alive, not due to enmity. The two brothers had no real grievances, or else Zhu Houzhao would not have cooperated so willingly this time. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "So, we are leaving? Are we to remain here?" Li Qing sighed and said nonchalantly, "We are departing. There are many more imperial tombs to visit, such as Tai Ling and the mausoleum of Emperor Xiaozong." In the Ming Hall, Li Qing, adhering to Zhu Houzhang's last wishes, offered apologies to Emperor Xiaozong. Meanwhile, Li Qing examined the murals, which, as she had expected, featured cloud dragon patterns and auspicious imagery, exuding an air of majesty, in stark contrast to the flamboyant designs of Kongling's Ming Hall. After conveying Zhu Houzhang's messages, Li Qing murmured, "You have no direct descendants, yet you have grandsons, great-grandsons, and even great-great-grandsons. Your lineage thrives, with your descendants enjoying a life of wealth and splendor." At Maoling, the mausoleum of Emperor Xianzong, Li Qing remarked, "Your eldest grandson, though mischievous, has not harmed the state. Following him is your second grandson, who is equally your own flesh and blood. His political acumen and achievements are no less than yours, preserving your good name. Suddenly, a story came to Li Qing's mind, and he chuckled ruefully. You once deceived concubine Xiao, promising her that her son would ascend to the throne, which indeed became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Ming is quite well. Find solace in your one sister, your Li girl, and your concubine Chun. Living a good life is far better than anything else. At Sholing, the mausoleum of Emperor Zhongzong, Li Shuai knelt thrice and bowed 9 times, offering a sincere tribute on behalf of her mother. Li Qing stood silently beside her, remaining mute until her tribute concluded, at which point he said, "The Ming is flourishing, do not worry." At Jingling, the mausoleum of Emperor Xuanzong, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Deep within, he perceived the Ming as divided into 2 distinct eras. Xuanzong marked a watershed moment. The period from Xuanda to Hongwu constituted one phase, while from Zhengtong to the present formed another. The beauty embodied in the former vastly outweighed that of the latter. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing uttered a cryptic remark that left Li Shuai puzzled. Since I have taken over this chess game, I shall not relinquish it. At Xianling, the mausoleum of Emperor Renzong, in the upper chamber, Li Qing refrained from mentioning the Ming Dynasty or the state, only remarking on the delightful sweetness of roasted Xuanda potatoes and the splendid life of the 3 treasures. After a lengthy discourse, the 2 found themselves at Chongling. Ascending to the mausoleum of Zhu Di, Li Qing casually seated himself before the sacred inscription, gleefully exclaiming, "Do you know, 4th brother? You may have endured much, but now you have become an ancestor yourself." In the words of a fellow grandchild who, like you, transitioned from a minor lineage to a major one. The prosperity of our nation began with the illustrious Emperor Taizu, and through trials and tribulations, with our Emperor Taizong, the 2 saints jointly established a great enterprise. Their merits intertwined, thus deserving of the title of ancestor. Ultimately, the entire court acknowledged this, though whether Taizu accepted it, you are more aware than I, Li Qing continued. In truth, it matters little. The sacrifice was but your own, yet the happiness belongs to all your descendants. Little Fatty and the young ones. Regardless of how many emperors the Ming dynasty endures, they shall not be cast aside. All the emperors of the Ming will forever remain. Of course, I still value loyalty. Li Qing boasted, I gave that grandson quite a fright. He was utterly terrified. I have avenged your grievance, and if you remain unsatisfied, you shall have to wait until your eldest grandson joins you. Chapter 152. The self-doubting Zhu Houzhao as they departed from the royal tomb complex. Dawn was breaking, arriving burdened. They left feeling light as a feather. Li Qing welcomed the early summer breeze, leisurely strolling, though a sense of emptiness lingered. Li Shuai perceived that Li Qing was not sorrowful. Time seemed to have healed him, though he appeared somewhat lethargic, resembling an elderly man in his twilight years. Unsure how to console him, she chose silence. Fortunately, it was not long before the sun rose steadily, casting its warm glow upon Li Qing, invigorating him slightly. As he ambled beneath the morning sun, he exhaled deeply and half-squatted, saying, if we continue to walk at this leisurely pace, it will be dark by the time we reach home. Come along. Are you not afraid of being seen in broad daylight? Li Shuai inquired, not out of shyness or embarrassment, but out of concern that Li Qing's swift pace might attract attention. This path is not lined with villages. We merely traverse populated areas. So I shall take my time. Li Qing beckoned, come along. I haven't slept a wink all night. The sooner we return, the sooner I can catch up on rest. In the Grand High Hall, due to his daily routine of early markets and breakfasts, Zhu Houzhao awoke early, only to discover that his grandfather had risen even earlier. The dragon bed was unoccupied. The little one dressed himself and hurried out, startling the young eunuch waiting outside the inner hall. Ah, Your Highness, you have awakened. Why did you not call for me? I am already 5 years old. I do not require your attendance, the little one replied, glancing around before asking, where's grandfather? Your Highness, the Grand Emperor is currently practicing his morning exercises. I shall join him. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, bounding back outside, brimming with boundless energy. In the courtyard, Zhu Houzhao leisurely sliced watermelon, catching sight of his grandson dashing toward him. He halted his movements, preparing to embrace the enthusiastic charge of the little one. The child, though small in stature, sprinted with remarkable speed, quickly leaping into his grandfather's arms. Fortunately, Zhu Houzhao had made preparations in advance, which prevented him from stumbling. Why are you up so early? Zhu Houzhao half-squatted, pinching his grandson's chubby cheeks, exclaiming, "You've grown quite sturdy. What has Li Qing been feeding you?" Zhu Yijuan grinned. "Actually, it's just some home-cooked meals, but Mr. Li's culinary skills surpass those of the palace chefs." The little fellow gestured. "I can eat a bowl this big." "You're not demonstrating a bowl. You're showing a basin." Zhu Houzhao laughed, teasing. "Is having a big appetite something to boast about? Isn't it?" The child made a silly face. "Oh, haha, indeed. Eating well contributes to growing quickly." Zhu Houzhong's hearty laughter dispelled the lingering negativity from his earlier nightmares. "Grandfather, are you practicing in the morning? Does it not appear so?" Not quite. It resembles leaf fighting." As he spoke, Zhu Yijuan mimicked several distinctive movements of leaf fighting, and it did bear some resemblance. Zhu Houzhao could not help but chuckle. "This is not leaf fighting. This is cutting watermelon. This is practicing Tai Chi for health." "Is Tai Chi related to the 8 trigrams?" "Indeed, this Tai Chi health exercise was created by the immortal Zhang and passed down to me by Li Qing." "Without a doubt," Zhu Houzhao cheerfully said. Come, learn from grandfather." Under the morning sun, the elderly man and the child practiced Tai Chi, one flowing gracefully while the other frequently faltered, creating a comical yet heartwarming scene. After their morning exercise, the grandfather and grandson sat down for a meal. With the vigor of his grandson, Zhu Houzhao ate more than usual. "Grandfather, after the lesson, Mr. Li is going to leave. Can you persuade him to stay?" Zhu Yijuan asked. "What? You don't want him to go?" Zhu Houzhao was surprised. "Hasn't he ever hit you?" "He has." Zhu Yijuan shrugged. "It only hurt for a little while, then it was fine." Zhu Houzhao scolded. "You certainly have a selective memory." "Actually, it didn't hurt much, Mr. Li knows his limits." The little fellow smiled. "He only does it for my own good." "Goodness, so you want to thank him?" "Shouldn't I?" Zhu Yijuan was puzzled, then proudly declared, "Even though Mr. Li hasn't taught me much, he has imparted many useful things. I am much better than before." "So, are you implying grandfather's teaching is inadequate?" Not really." The grandson quickly soothed his grandfather. "What you teach is also beneficial, no less than Mr. Li's. Just like these small steamed buns, a basket has 9. Your teaching is the first 8, and Mr. Li's is the 9th. The 9th bun fills me up. But the first 8 are equally indispensable." Zhu Houzhao chuckled. "Whether your skills have improved remains to be seen, but your ability to talk has certainly flourished." "Hee. I've grown in every way, even a bit taller," the little one said, glancing outside. "Stop looking. He won't be here now. It's probably nearly noon." "Why not?" "Because he wants to scrounge a meal." Zhu Yijuan believed him, as it aligned with his impression of Mr. Li's character. "Grandfather, can you persuade Mr. Li to stay?" "I cannot." "Oh, why not?" "With legs attached to him, what can I do?" Zhu Houzhao shrugged, acknowledging that his grandfather was merely a mortal, devoid of divine abilities. Zhu Yijuan sighed like a little adult, reluctantly nodding. "All right then." In truth, whether or not Li Qing was present in the court had become less significant. As long as one possessed enough talent and ambition, one could face any challenge with grace. Zhu Houzhao encouraged, just like grandfather, who has reigned for 4 decades. During even the most arduous times, when he first ascended the throne, Li Qing did not come to his aid, yet he persevered. "Indeed, grandfather speaks true," Zhu Yijuan replied, nodding his small head, somewhat bashfully adding, "But I still hope Mr. Li can remain in the capital to advise me." Zhu Houzhao couldn't help but chuckle, refraining from reproaching him. At noon, Li Qing arrived at the Grand Hall, immediately requesting food, which inadvertently confirmed Zhu Houzhao's words and led Zhu Yijuan to form a negative impression of Mr. Li as someone indulgent. "Mr. Li, I wish to take some items back, not for expense, but for myself." The little one had procured many candied treats from his mother and wanted to bring them home, fearful that Li Qing would object. He pouted, "My mouth lacks flavor, and you are too stingy to buy me anything. Is it truly for yourself?" "Of course." The little fellow huffed. "I have ample funds. I do not require external assistance." "Very well." Li Qing nodded, adding, "But just so you know, there will be no candied hawthorn at the next market." "You miser," Zhu Yijuan sulkily agreed. "Fine. Look at your stinginess. It's making my grandson covetous." Zhu Houzhao seized the opportunity to tease Li Qing. "And you are not stingy? How many years of salary do you owe me? It's time to settle that." Li Qing retorted with a chuckle. "Ahem," Zhu Houzhao stammered. "Yijuan, why don't you go play for a while? I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Li." "Oh." The little one stifled a laugh and scampered outside. "Huangjin, keep an eye on him." "Yes, sir." Once the two were out of sight, Zhu Houzhao inquired, "Have all matters been handled?" Indeed, Li Qing replied, the specifications for the upcoming ceremonies can be slightly elevated. Nothing extravagant, just on par with other emperors. Zhu Houzhao sighed and nodded gently. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly remarked, Li Qing, this morning, I dreamt of Emperor Taizong. Ah? Li Qing exclaimed, intrigued, thinking how uncanny that was. I merely mentioned it casually. I didn't expect the fourth prince to hold a grudge. Let us speak of serious matters, Zhu Houzhao admonished. Can't you show some respect? What did you dream about? He continued. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhu Houzhao admitted, it was nothing significant, mainly concerning the temple title. Taizong had strong objections to the title of Qingzu and berated me quite harshly. Didn't he hit you? You? Zhu Houzhao gasped. Can you not speak kindly of me? What is the rush? Li Qing chuckled, curiously asking, did he strike you? No, he merely scolded me, warning that he would deal with me later, Zhu Houzhao said, feeling tense and a bit anxious. Li Qing, do you think I might be overthinking this? What do you think? Zhu Houzhao replied sheepishly, how would I know? I've never met Taizong, so I'm unfamiliar with him. You understand him. You tell me, Li Qing teased. What Taizong? He is clearly Qingzu, he quipped. I speak sincerely. My heart always feels unsettled, lamented Zhu Houzhao. Do not jest, calculate for me. Li Qing replied. The fact that I have not struck you indicates that you possess redeemable qualities. At least, you are not entirely insufferable. As for the notion of dealing with you later, it is likely just a means of intimidation. In his early years, Zhu Houzhao was quite unlikable, yet the present Zhu Houzhao has earned his worth. Li Qing wished to spare him from living in constant apprehension, desiring that he not end up like the fourth prince in his later years. Really? Of course. Li Qing stated, the temperament of the fourth prince is not much better than that of the old Zhu. If he were to take action, would he wait until later? I know him too well. Rest assured, when the time comes, he may only scold you once more. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Houzhao eased a bit, retorting, what do you mean by the fourth prince and old Zhu? How dare you speak so? Li Qing sighed, moving the fourth prince's unmoving hand. The temple title of Qingzu is quite commendable, is it not? On the dragon throne, Zhu Houzhao indulged in acupuncture, questioning anxiously, for having committed transgressions. No mere words of comfort from Li Qing could resolve his unease. Much like Zhu Di in the past, he too felt a lingering trepidation. Li Qing chuckled. Offering a gentle tone, Yongla lived up to Hongwu, and Jiajing lived up to Yongla. Chapter 153. The child king of a day. Humans are often like this. In youth, they are unrestrained, yet in old age, they harbor a sense of reverence. Zhu Houzhao, now aged, bears an aged heart. Each passing day diminishes the time he has left, making it impossible to maintain the mindset of his youth. Nevertheless, upon hearing Li Qing's words, Zhu Houzhao's spirits lifted significantly, not because he believed that Taizong would not hold grudges, but because he realized he was not alone. Jiajing defied Yongla, just as Yongla defied Hongwu. Even if misfortune befell him, he would not be the sole sufferer. Zhu Houzhao exhaled deeply, then inquired, what of Yijuan, that child? His talent is quite promising. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Zhu Houzhao replied with a light-hearted laugh. If he works diligently, the more capable he becomes, the easier it will be for you. Li Qing chuckled softly, saying, I have come today to discuss one more matter with you. Regarding the funds for the integration of the northern desert? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. I am aware that the national treasury is not affluent, yet we cannot afford to skimp on this matter. It is non-negotiable. I will inform Zhu Zaichang later. Zhu Houzhao, being an astute individual, required no further elaboration from Li Qing. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention, Li Qing continued. The Journey to the West, The Legend of the Exorcism is not a novel that needs to remain hidden. Zhu Houzhao paused, then scoffed. Is this your political transaction with the cabinet? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. This is not a political transaction. I simply believe it unnecessary to conceal. The future of the great Ming will undoubtedly be an information age, and to persist in hiding will only lead to a disadvantage. Zhu Houzhao remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Li Qing ceased to elaborate further, attending to his acupuncture. Grandfather, Mr. Li and I will take our leave now. We shall visit you again another day, the little one said, turning back to wave as he walked away. Zhu Houzhao stood beneath the eaves, smiling and nodding, watching his grandson depart. On the way, the little one munched as he walked, his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, which made Li Qing somewhat envious. Citing a lack of flavor in his mouth, he joined the ranks of those indulging in snacks. As I strolled along, savoring various treats. I returned to the courtyard with a basket that was significantly depleted of its candies and preserved fruits. Though the little one did not voice his concerns, his heart was undoubtedly heavy with sorrow. Following the expedition to the royal tombs, Li Qing appeared even more relaxed, to the extent that Zhu Houzhao noticed his increasing languor. This was particularly evident in his declining culinary endeavors, as he spent his days indulging in the offerings from the 3 scholars of the cabinet. The child had to remind him to prepare for rewards, but Li Qing merely smiled in silence. Indeed, the very next day after the first sect, painstakingly crafted by the little one, took shape, it faced a significant crisis, disbandment and fragmentation. The child king, Zhu Houzhao, experienced a precipitous fall from grace, plummeting from the heights of success to the depths of despair, shattering into a multitude of pieces buried within the earth. This blow was exceedingly harsh, surpassing even the initial animosity he faced upon distributing sweets, plunging the little one into a state of despondency. With the sect in ruins, Zhu Houzhao's heart lay in tatters. Even the meals prepared by Li Qing failed to entice him. He did not weep, but his demeanor radiated a profound sense of sorrow akin to the deepest despair. Li Shui, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion. Noting Li Qing's indifference, she could not help but remark, after all, he is merely a 5-year-old child. Although precocious, his capacity for endurance is limited. Perhaps you should comfort him. The greater the blow, the deeper the memory, and the more substantial the progress, Li Qing replied. Much like the unfairness faced during the initial distribution of sweets or the first realization of the challenges of assignments, these experiences only serve to anchor his memories and promote growth. Excess can be detrimental. Li Shui expressed her concern. Are you not afraid that the impact might be so severe that he would abandon all hope? Abandon? Impossible. Li Qing chuckled. Anyone can give up, but he cannot. A crown prince must not yield. Li Shui sighed in resignation. The issue remains that he is still a child. The little one's intellect surpasses your expectations, Li Qing asserted. He is not one to be coddled excessively, for that would stifle his innate talent. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. With a heavy heart, Li Shui nodded. For 3 days, the little one remained quiet, eating, performing household chores, and sleeping in silence, until he finally broke his silence. Mr. Li, you knew this day would come, did you not? Zhu Houzhao asked, his voice subdued. Indeed, came the response. The child, frustrated, retorted, why did you not warn me? I did, but you chose not to listen. Li Qing shrugged. Have I not cautioned you about the dangers lurking in the shadows? Have I not told you that the closer one gets to success, the greater the risk of failure? Fine, you did say that, Zhu Houzhao admitted, his small shoulders sagging. He began to blame himself, muttering, I have disappointed you, Mr. Li. I failed to complete my assignment and faltered before dawn. Li Qing chuckled softly. Falling is but a part of life. One must endure many tumbles and face numerous obstacles. It is not the end, so why succumb to despair? You speak so lightly, yet I lack the means to rise again, Zhu Houzhao protested bitterly. Yes, I still possess 5 taels of silver, but what can that accomplish? It is not enough to treat all the children in the village to a feast of sweets. I am defeated. Li Qing replied. Have you surrendered? I can bear the loss. Zhu Houzhao felt a wave of sadness wash over him, struggling to hold back tears. Yet Li Qing shook his head. To concede is to truly lose. If you do not concede, there remains a glimmer of hope for a comeback. But what do I have to fight with? The little one pouted, voice tinged with grievance. Li Qing, unperturbed, replied, the capital you perceive is not true capital. It is essential to analyze the reasons for failure, learn from them, and refine one's methods. After a pause, he inquired, have you recognized the cause of your failure? I know. The little one glared at Li Qing, feeling as though Mr. Li was mocking him. Li Qing, seemingly oblivious, responded with an even more infuriating demeanor. I do not believe you. Zhu Houzhao shouted in frustration. The reason for my failure is that I gathered all the children, which caused the original companions to lose their superiority. I know. And I also know that you are doing this deliberately, bullying me. Unable to contain himself, the little one began to cry. Li Qing was taken aback. Weren't you supposed to stop crying? But the child continued to weep, feeling both wronged and furious. He threw himself onto the ground, rolling about and getting covered in dust, unsure if he was punishing himself or expressing his anger towards Li Qing. Li Shui, unable to bear the sight, helped him up, brushing off the dirt while comforting him. If there is a problem, we must solve it. Why must you demean yourself? Your Highness? Zhu Houzhao sobbed. This assignment was doomed from the start. This problem has no solution. It is fundamentally flawed. Li Qing is too cruel. I want to return to the palace. Li Shuai cast a helpless glance at Li Qing, who showed no inclination to console the child. He chuckled. Have you truly applied yourself? You say it is impossible to complete. Are you so quick to surrender at the first sign of adversity? Will you govern as emperor in such a manner? Stop provoking me. It is futile. I will not fall for your tricks. The little one, feeling utterly despondent, stubbornly protested. You are deliberately making things difficult for me. Am I? Absolutely. The child retorted, incensed. The threat from foreign enemies will lead to the ruin of our nation. Am I wrong? Not at all. But you expect me to gather all the children from Lianjiao village and become the leader of the children, which is akin to saying there are no foreign threats. Is that not making things difficult for me? Zhu Houzhao wiped his tears with the back of his hand, lamenting. This is clearly an impossible assignment. Li Qing burst into laughter. You still dare to laugh at me. I will retaliate. The little one, infuriated, ground his teeth and attempted to break free from Li Shuai, wanting to charge at Li Qing in a wild fury, much like Huang Jin of old. Li Shuai, however, would not allow that. Though she had affection for Li Qing, she was well aware that he often lacked decorum, and it was commonplace for him to deal harshly with children. The little one, in the throes of anger and deep grievance, would surely suffer if he were to receive a sound beating at such a moment. Li Qing shook his head in amusement. You assert that the foreign threat will lead to national ruin. That is true. But who told you that gathering all the children from Lianjiao village and becoming their leader would eliminate such threats? Then tell me, where is this foreign threat? Zhu Houzhao glared at Li Qing, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Right beneath your nose, accessible to you every day, you simply remain unaware. Huh, where is it? I cannot see it. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed, looking around in confusion before glaring once more at Li Qing. Li Qing replied calmly. You cannot see it because you are not attentive. This assignment is not impossible to complete. It is your lack of capability, patience, and meticulousness that hinders you. How dare you bully me so? The little one suddenly exerted his utmost strength to break free from Li Shuai, defiantly attempting to collide with Li Qing. However, his efforts proved futile. Li Qing merely pressed down on his small head with one hand, rendering him immobile. In a fit of anger, he flailed his arms in a comical manner. After a while, Zhu Houzhao, exasperated, declared, I shall no longer attend to this. If you do not come to the family estate, so be it. I shall take my leave. Your Highness, you must not. Li Shuai urgently grasped the little one's arm. Li Qing, with an indifferent expression, scoffed. If he wishes to leave, let him go. It is the emperor, the grand emperor, and the Ming dynasty that will be disappointed. Huh. The emperor fails to recognize this is an impossible task, and so does the grand emperor. Only this little brat sees through it. What concern is it of mine? If he wishes to go, let him go. Li Qing stated coolly, once you exit this door, do not return. Are you threatening me? Zhu Houzhao retorted. If you wish to think so, then perhaps that is the case. Li Qing replied, his expression unchanged. Zhu Houzhao, furious, struggled but with diminished strength. After a moment, he asked, how will you prove this is a task that can be completed? That is for you to discover, Li Qing stated. As long as you delve deeply and seek diligently, you shall certainly uncover the correct path. Zhu Houzhao's small chest heaved dramatically as he inquired. Does Father Emperor and Grandfather know of this task? No, I speak in jest, Li Qing nodded. Indeed. Good. I shall trust you once more. If you deceive me, I shall not let this go. The little one left with a fierce remark and retreated to the study. Chapter 154. A lack of agency. Li Shuai gazed at the tightly shut doors and windows of the study, sighing, the difficulty exceeds expectations. Li Qing slightly nodded. It is somewhat beyond the standard. I initially intended to provide a gentle nudge, yet the little one's rate of growth and intelligence far surpasses my expectations, necessitating an appropriate increase in difficulty. Are you not afraid of overwhelming him? She asked. I will adjust the difficulty as needed, Li Qing assured. Li Shuai chuckled wryly. What if he had insisted on leaving just now? Do you truly believe I would let him go? Li Qing chuckled. I guarantee that at the very moment he is about to cross the threshold, he will fall asleep, Li Shuai remarked. The little one locked himself away for the entire afternoon, only emerging close to evening, and he wore a rather sour expression, muttering, I want to eat saucy noodles. Is that what you needed to come out for? None of your concern. Hurry and make my saucy noodles. The little one, still simmering with anger, commanded. Li Qing, Unusually lenient. Asked, in a medium bowl or a large one? In an extra-large bowl. Zhu Houzhao exclaimed loudly. Peel the garlic. Off I go. The little one muttered as he set off, not out of forgiveness for Li Qing, but rather influenced by him. He now believed that eating noodles without garlic diminished half the flavor. After satisfying his hunger, the little one no longer felt inclined to return to the palace and was less irate. Tomorrow at the early market, you must buy me candied hawthorn, Tuchan. Li Qing shot him a stern look. On what grounds? Because mother gave me snacks, and you have eaten more than half. Li Qing rubbed his nose, conceding, fine. The little one, feeling he had regained some ground, brightened a bit, tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, and hurried to the east kitchen to busy himself. Li Schwerer sincerely remarked, in truth, the little prince is not a mischievous child. Indeed, he is far better than your mother. Li Schwerer, the following day, it was once again Zhang Zhuxing's turn to serve, and he arrived early. Zhu Houzhao, full of mischief, insisted on going out to play under the pretext of needing to attend to Mr. Li's assignments, hoping to irk Zhang Zhuxing while harboring resentment towards Li Qing. However, the little rascal miscalculated. Zhang Zhuxing remained unfazed, claiming he wished to assess the crown prince's academic progress, thus turning the tables on him. The small child, fearing embarrassment, was not permitted to leave, which only deepened his sense of shame and frustration. After several days of neglect, the sect he had established fell into complete disarray, losing the vibrancy it had once displayed. The usual gathering place now hosted only a few of his chubby companions. After much wandering, he found himself back where he started, feeling utterly dejected. Fortunately, his loyal little friends greeted him warmly upon his return, which somewhat lifted his spirits. Zhang Zhuxing observed from a distance, neither too close nor too far, and did not intervene. Li Qing, as usual, leaned against the earthen wall, watching the young boy at play while inquiring, has the Ming daily been finalized? It is fundamentally settled, though we have taken a slight step back, Zhang Zhuxing replied. We will first establish the Ming monthly in Jiangnan for a transitional period of 6 months, and if all goes smoothly, we shall then launch the daily, ultimately allowing it to flourish everywhere. Being appropriately cautious is quite commendable, Li Qing nodded. The 6 ministries, the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of State Affairs possess the right to publish. The cabinet holds the final interpretative authority, and the supervisory power belongs to the Jinhui. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord. Zhang Zhuxing nodded, sighing. When we formally initiate the daily, we must delegate authority to the localities. If we were to allow the censorate to supervise, it would equate to the 6 ministries and 9 ministers possessing both publishing and supervisory rights, thus preventing the cabinet from remaining aloof. Therefore, this supervisory power can only be granted to the Jinhui. After a pause, he added, this also aligns with the emperor's interests. Li Qing slightly nodded. Such is the nature of power dynamics. It is rare for the cabinet to advance further. Let us not be ungrateful. The authority of final interpretation is already substantial, and in the future, the chief minister of the cabinet will truly embody the role of prime minister. Zhang Zhuxing's spirits lifted, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Do not be too quick to rejoice. You are not yet the chief minister, Li Qing teased. Zhang Zhuxing's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, my lord has misunderstood. I am merely pleased about the establishment of the Ming daily. Is that so? Weren't you and Gao Gong initially staunchly opposed? Li Qing chuckled, ceasing his jesting to remark, this young boy before us will likely inherit the virtues of both his father and grandfather. You are fortunate. Li Qing held no doubts regarding Zhang Zhuxing's future as chief minister. He was confident that Gao Gong would not prevail against him. The rationale was simple. Zhang Zhuxing was far more cunning, and to put it bluntly, Gao Gong merely lacked grace, whereas Zhang Zhuxing employed far more unscrupulous tactics. Years prior, Zhang Zhuxing had revealed his ambitions before Li Qing, and now he would not conceal them any longer, inquiring, what are the shortcomings inherited? Naturally, one must extract the essence and discard the dross, Li Qing replied leisurely. The heart of an emperor is as vast as the empire itself. This the retired emperor understands all too well. Even in my absence, the crown prince shall certainly not go astray. Zhang Zhuxing paused briefly and remarked, the grand emperor perceives the situation with clarity, yet the current emperor appears somewhat bewildered. What shall the future hold? Li Qing, taken aback, inquired, have you discerned this? Zhang Zhuxing, momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. Indeed, it is the handiwork of the marquis. I am but newly enlightened myself. After a brief silence, he continued, "Today, I have grasped this truth. In the future, many others will come to see it as well. It matters not, for the Grand Emperor has long been aware. But what of it?" Li Qing chuckled lightly. "It has become an unstoppable tide. Even if I wish to halt it, I find it impossible." Zhang Zhuxing nodded silently, directing his gaze towards the distant crown prince, his eyes filled with hope. After a prolonged moment, he said, "My lord, this shall be my final visit for instruction." "To take charge?" Li Qing asked. "Indeed, without a sufficiently influential official present, it is exceedingly challenging to proceed. I have already submitted my request, and the emperor has consented." Li Qing queried, "From where do you intend to commence, Suzhou?" "Truly, nothing escapes the Marquis's notice," Zhang Zhuxing replied with a rueful smile. "As I am unfamiliar with the terrain, I must rely on the governor of Su and Wan." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Shun Lian is a righteous official of commendable capability. He will assist you without burdening your conscience." Zhang Zhuxing tentatively asked, "I have heard that you and Governor Shen share a past? That can be arranged. I shall write you a letter of recommendation upon my return," Li Qing assured him. Zhang Zhuxing exhaled in relief and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance." "Indeed," Li Qing replied. "Zhu Guer, do consider a solution. Our group must not disband." The chubby one advised, "We have been quite anxious these past few days. You have mentioned that we are a collective. You cannot abandon us." "Yes, yes." Another child chimed in. "Zhu Guer, you cannot forsake your role as leader." "Zhu Guer, we also have candies to contribute." Several little companions chimed in, fearing the dissolution of their sect, showing greater concern than Zhu Yijuan, the current leader. As long as the team exists, the leader remains. With the leader present, they can aspire to be second, third, fourth, and fifth. The sweetness of candy and the superiority it brings are cherished, and they would willingly sacrifice it all if necessary. Observing the eager expressions of his friends, Zhu Yijuan suddenly pondered whether the founding emperor had felt similarly when he rose to power. The young boy experienced the constraints that accompany elevated status. When one occupies a certain height, personal preferences must yield to broader responsibilities. If one hesitates, others will compel action, and if one refuses to advance, others will push them forward. While Zhu Yijuan felt a twinge of melancholy, he also found his spirits lifted. He was not alone in this struggle. At the very least, the chubby ones and the others shared his aspirations and were willing to strive for their cause, albeit also for their own benefit. Revitalized with determination, Zhu Yijuan vowed, "Rest assured, I shall not relent. I am destined to be the king of children." "Well said, Zhu Guer," cheered the chubby ones, their spirits soaring. Zhu Yijuan inquired, "How many candies can you all contribute?" The chubby one scratched his head and replied, "Zhu Guer, the candies we possess are all those you have given us. Our parents do not indulge us with treats outside of festivals, so we cannot offer much." "Indeed," Zhu Guer, another added, "we can only provide the candies we previously hesitated to consume." The remaining companions wore equally sheepish expressions. Zhu Yijuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "It matters not. I am genuinely delighted that you all came to my aid during my time of difficulty. As long as you are not upset, that is sufficient." Little Fatty heaved a sigh of relief, declaring, "I can gather a substantial amount. I can procure 2 handfuls. I can manage a handful and a half." Realizing their lack of numerical understanding, Zhu Yijuan adjusted his request, saying, "Very well, let us do this. You shall return home and fetch some candies. This afternoon, we shall regroup our forces." "All right." With that, the children dispersed, each heading home to retrieve their treats. Not far off, Zhang Zhuxing observed this scene and sincerely remarked, "Though the Lord's teaching methods are unconventional, they surpass countless scholars. In the realm of power, is it not often similar? Power is invariably a double-edged sword. If it cannot wound others, it may well harm oneself. Many times, this is the case. If you are reluctant to advance, someone will nudge you forward. If you steadfastly refuse to move, you will find yourself trampled underfoot, becoming a stepping stone for others." Of course, the emperor enjoys a far greater latitude than the high officials. Provided he does not transgress fundamental principles, he is generally able to act according to his own inclinations. However, if the emperor were to grasp this truth early on and comprehend the difficulties faced by his ministers, it would indeed be a tremendous fortune for someone like Zhang Zhuxing. Zhang Zhuxing turned to Li Qing and said earnestly, "I serve the Ming Dynasty, but also myself." "Thank you, my lord." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I act solely for the sake of the Ming, not for you." This matter concerns the Lord. Having received his favor, I naturally owe my gratitude. Zhang Zhuxing smiled in response. Like Zhu Houzhao, he too felt invigorated and brimming with determination. With such a crown prince, what future endeavors could be beyond reach? Chapter 155. Li Qing, I have been too kind. Zhang Zhuxing understood that his era was drawing near. The former emperor of the Ming Dynasty had nearly become a norm. Given his understanding of the emperor, once enlightenment dawned, disappointment and disillusionment would surely follow. It was all but certain that the emperor would emulate the former emperor. Once the emperor assumed that role, toppling Gao Gong would require little effort. This timeline would not stretch far into the future. Of course, this represents the worst-case scenario. Should Gao Gong err and make foolish moves, there would be no need to await the emperor's ascension to the former emperor's status. Zhang Zhuxing could easily topple Gao Gong and rise to prominence. As for Li Chunfang, much like Gao Gong, Zhang Zhuxing did not regard him as a political adversary. This was not because Li Chunfang was inept, but rather because he lacked the qualities of a power-hungry minister. The little one felt a heavy weight within, both physically and emotionally, for the first time experiencing overwhelming pressure. Little Fatty and his companions had sacrificed their candies, and should they fail again, it would bring disappointment far beyond mere discontent. The little one understood that there was no retreat. Success was the only option. Upon returning home, before Zhang Zhuxing could broach the subject of his lessons, Zhu Houzhao interjected, "Scholar Zhang, I shall not attend your lecture today, for I have more pressing matters to attend to. You may note it down, and we shall resume later." Alas, time is of the essence. It is settled thus. Without allowing Zhang Zhuxing a chance to object, the little fellow sighed and retreated to the study, deep in thought. Zhang Zhuxing did not call him back, but simply remarked, "The Lord holds high expectations for His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Qing remarked, "For those in power, it is increasingly challenging. Thus, one must possess exceptional qualities." Zhang Zhuxing nodded in agreement. "Are you departing tomorrow?" "Indeed. In that case, I shall not keep you for dinner today. Please wait a moment. I will write you a letter of recommendation. You say you are keeping me for dinner, yet I funded the meal, did I not?" Zhang Zhuxing chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, my lord." In truth, Zhang Zhuxing did not require Li Qing's recommendation. In terms of official rank, he was a grand scholar in the cabinet. And in terms of status, he was an imperial envoy appointed to local affairs. Whether or not Li Qing recommended him, Shun Lian would have to cooperate with him. However, Zhang Zhuxing was not well acquainted with Shun Lian and had limited knowledge of him. Fearing that Shun Lian might share the same disdain for the establishment of the Ming daily as the six ministries, offering only outward compliance while harboring inner resistance. Although a grand scholar held significant power, it is often said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Zhang Zhuxing had wagered too much this time. Choosing to distance himself from the court and the emperor, naturally wishing to avoid any missteps. Before long, Li Qing approached with a piece of writing paper in hand. "Here it is." There was no envelope, and the content was disappointingly brief. Zhang Zhuxing quickly discerned the entirety of it. He was undertaking a long-term endeavor that required diligent collaboration. The signature bore only the 2 characters of Li Qing. With just this one phrase, fewer than 20 characters, it was as stark as could be. Zhang Zhuxing smacked his lips, contemplating whether to comment on the hastiness. Yet he recognized that this was consistent with the style of the eternal youth Marquis. He could only thank him and accept it. "Does the Marquis have any messages for Governor Shin?" Zhang Zhuxing inquired, hoping for more substantial content to support his case. "None. Then I shall take my leave. Wishing you a smooth journey and all success." "Ah, I appreciate your kind words. Please take care." Zhang Zhuxing bowed and departed. At that moment, Zhu Houzhao poked his head out of the study window, his face a mask of anguish and frustration. "Mr. Li, could you lend me a hand?" The little one was truly at a loss, feeling cornered. "Do you need money? Is that what you seek?" "No," Li Qing replied. "Money is always hard to earn and even harder to spend. You may inquire with your father or your grandfather." "But what am I to do?" Zhu Houzhao exclaimed. "Are you really going to leave me to my own devices?" Li Qing responded, "It is not a matter of neglect. Rather, money must be earned, not simply obtained. Just as the national treasury is currently low, can the emperor simply demand funds from others? You are so stingy." The little one retorted angrily. "You are like a miserly iron chicken." Li Qing, unperturbed, smiled and said, "As long as we do not discuss money, everything else is negotiable. What else is there to discuss without money?" The little one slammed the window shut and ceased his conversation with Li Qing. After a while, Zhu Houzhao emerged from the door, beginning to sweep the courtyard. After tidying up, he wiped the table. He toiled for a good half hour, panting with exhaustion before finally approaching Li Qing, asking for money. Your actions amount to coercive bargaining. What do you care? I simply want to know if you will give it or not. The little one pouted defiantly. He was genuinely unable to afford failure now. He had collected candies from his few little friends, and if he failed this time, he would have nowhere to turn. Li Qing, Zhu Houzhao suddenly appeared dejected. Expressing his frustration, I understand your intentions are good, but you can't treat me this way. I am still just a child, and you're driving me to the brink of madness. The little one, with a forlorn expression, pleaded, I don't ask for your heroic assistance. I merely request that you refrain from adding insult to injury. To be frank, the little creature was indeed pitiable. Li Qing, no longer feeling stingy, pulled out the small change he had from breakfast and generously said, Here, take it all. The little one, filled with anticipation, accepted the coins, only to find there were merely 35 coins. Zhu Houzhao questioned his life choices. Considering Li Qing's earlier display of generosity, he had expected at least 35 taels of silver. Yet this was all he received. Look at your generosity, he remarked. I know you're touched, but there's no need for such theatrics. Li Qing patted the little one's shoulder and sincerely stated, I may be a bit stern with you, but my affection is genuine. Oh, why are you crying still? I said there was no need to be so moved. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. Just take it with ease. You deserve this, and it is not pity. The little one yearned to hurl the coins back at Li Qing's face and defiantly declare, I am not in need of your trifling gifts. However, the thought that those coins could purchase 2.5 pounds of sunflower seeds made him unable to maintain his bravado. Ultimately, the little one suppressed his indignation and humiliation, pocketing the coins and quietly returning to the study. Alas, I am too compassionate, Li Qing sighed softly. Li Shuer, who usually managed to contain herself, found herself unable to hold back this time, asking, is it possible that he was not moved at all? Li Qing shot her a glare, insisting, nonsense. The little one's eyes were brimming with tears. Have you not considered that he might be upset with you? She countered. What do you know? Li Qing retorted before heading to the east kitchen. Li Shuer, feeling helpless and speechless, hesitated for a moment before deciding to visit the study. Indeed, the young prince was slumped over his desk, sobbing, his little shoulders shaking, eliciting sympathy. Your Highness, what troubles you? Zhu Houzhao rubbed his arms and finally lifted his face. Responding stiffly, are you here to witness my misfortune? Ha, you'll be disappointed. I am not as fragile as you think. Li Shuer was taken aback and asked, does your Highness believe that only money can solve problems? What does that have to do with you? The little one retorted indignantly. I do not require your pity. Li Shuer replied with a wry smile. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I am merely bored and wish to converse with you. If you prefer silence, I shall refrain. By the way, what would you like for lunch? Having known each other for some time, the little one could sense that this lady Li genuinely cared for him. Zhu Houzhao wiped his face, his tone softening slightly as he muttered, money cannot solve problems. I learned that during the last distribution of sweets, as they say, excessive generosity leads to a lack of gratitude, and that is the essence of it. After a pause, he added, while money may not resolve issues, it can buy time and space, which is precisely what I lack at the moment. Li Shuer nodded in agreement. Your Highness is wise. Huh. Wisdom doesn't put food on the table. If I were truly wise, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Zhu Houzhao lamented. Li Qing is utterly unreasonable, entirely disregarding my capacity to endure, relentlessly piling on the pressure. Li Shuer gently inquired, have you considered why Mr. Li insists on applying such pressure on you? Because he is inhumane. Li Shuer smiled wryly and inquired, is it possible that your Highness is simply too exceptional? Zhu Houzhao cast her a sidelong glance and muttered, I am aware that you are attempting to comfort me and speak well of him out of kindness, yet your goodwill does not aid me. If you truly wish to assist, lend me some money. Would you accept it if I did? Li Shuer asked. Of course. Zhu Houzhao fell silent for a moment. Therein lies the crux. Deep down, your Highness prefers to rely on your own abilities to complete your tasks rather than on the assistance of others. If that is the case, why persist in this internal struggle? Li Shuer spoke gently. In truth, you understand that Mr. Li has your best interests at heart and you acknowledge his efforts. Otherwise, why would you feel attached and distressed over completing your assignments? The young lad, persuaded, sighed like a miniature adult. That may be true, but I have genuinely exerted myself. He always seems to wish I could do better, though he does not voice it. That is what he thinks. Li Schwerer chuckled softly. Even if what your highness suggests is accurate, it is precisely because you are so exceptional that Mr. Li would not harbor disappointment. If he were truly disheartened, he would not be so concerned about your progress, would he? Alas, I am truly at a loss. Zhu Houzhao sighed deeply, adopting a tone uncharacteristic for his age. If I were to use an idiom to describe my current state of mind, it would be to gaze at the vast ocean and lament. He paused. Am I using it correctly? Indeed, quite right. Li Schwerer could not suppress a smile. The young lad grinned for a moment before becoming pensive again, sighing. Today, I finally comprehend the challenges faced by our illustrious ancestors in their endeavors. Li Schwerer paused, glancing at the candies on the desk, and suddenly understood. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, why not emulate the great ancestors? How would I even do that? It is a completely different matter. The young lad suddenly grasped something profound, exclaiming, are you suggesting the Stone Man's single eye incited the Yellow River's rebellion? The Jingnan campaign? Li Schwerer responded with an "Oh." Chapter 156. The prodigy Li Schwerer was left speechless while the young lad was filled with delight. Ha, it must be me. Zhu Houzhao's gloom dissipated, and he was filled with self-satisfaction. Li Schwerer was utterly bewildered by the workings of his little mind, finding it incomprehensible, while simultaneously regretting having led him astray. Your Highness, you may have misunderstood. What I meant is that you should draw lessons from the successes of the great ancestors. I am certain the Grand Emperor has shared the entrepreneurial history of our forebears with you. Yet, the young lad was unwilling to listen. What you say is reasonable, but what I propose is even more so. Li Schwerer was exasperated and helplessly remarked, Your Highness, tread carefully. Even you cannot utter those two phrases. Someone come help with the vegetables. The voice of Li Qing echoed from afar, clear and resonant. Zhu Houzhao immediately leaped from his chair, eager to assist, but really wishing to show off. Li Schwerer would not allow him to go, quickly pulling him back, saying, Your Highness, perhaps you should think a little longer. There may be a better solution. I can assist with the task instead. After a moment's pause, she added, helping with the vegetables is not compensated. It is purely voluntary work. The young lad pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Li Schwerer sighed and rose to hurry to the eastern kitchen, appearing somewhat guilty. Li Qing, while rhythmically chopping meat, inquired with curiosity, Why do you look so uneasy? After a moment of internal conflict, Li Schwerer decided to speak candidly. I was just advising the young prince. Oh, Li Qing continued chopping. Li Schwerer hesitantly added, Don't you want to know how I advised him? Advising him is one thing, but the method is of little importance. Li Qing paused momentarily, chuckling lightly. Excess in all things is detrimental. If you don't guide him, I will find an alternative way to alleviate his psychological pressure during lunch. Do you truly believe I would only apply pressure without regard for the young one's emotional capacity? What if I were to guide him in discovering solutions to his problems? Li Schwerer timidly asked. Li Qing chuckled. That would indeed be a tall order. Even without your guidance, I would devise a way to steer him, as leaving the little one to ponder alone is simply impractical. I see, Li Schwerer exhaled softly, her hesitation evident. Li Qing, surprised, remarked, You didn't just tell him the answer outright, did you? No. I couldn't possibly disregard the situation you painstakingly set up. Li Schwerer hastily shook her head, still feeling guilty. Very well, Li Qing replied with amusement. My stern demeanor is merely a facade. My true nature is one of care. Though the little one is small, he possesses a sense of right and wrong, or else he would have returned to the palace long ago. There's no need for concern. Whether you act or not, my aim remains to guide him in the right direction. With that, Li Qing resumed chopping the meat. At that moment, Li Schwerer summoned her courage and asked, What if I were to lead him astray? Would you be angry? Angry? What did you just say? Li Qing's smile faltered, and his composure slipped. Li Schwerer stammered, I meant well, but the little one's thought process is so erratic. It wasn't my intention. Get to the point. Fine. Li Schwerer braced herself and recounted their earlier conversation, concluding weakly, I truly didn't expect him to think of rebellion, considering the past dynasties. Really. Think about it. One is against the previous dynasty, and the other against Emperor Jiangwen. As a legitimate prince, who on earth is he rebelling against? Li Schwerer felt genuinely wronged. The little one's reasoning was utterly incomprehensible, something she could never have anticipated, and certainly not her intention. Li Qing looked utterly astonished. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. The child can indeed be taught. Li Schwerer assumed he was mocking her, feeling increasingly uneasy. I really didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. I won't speak out of turn again. Why would I be angry? Li Qing chuckled. This could be seen as an unintentional success. If I had been the one guiding him, who knows if I would have achieved such results? Quite impressive indeed. Li Xuan'er was skeptical. Really? What reason would I have to deceive you? Li Qing sighed contentedly and said, this lesson has been largely successful. Before long, we shall conclude our visit to the capital. Li Xuan'er exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean by that? Let us discuss it after lunch, Li Qing replied. Li Qing once again grasped the kitchen knife, the rhythmic sound resonating in the air. For lunch, they indulged in dumplings filled with a delightful mixture of pork, scallions, and celery, complemented by Li Qing's secret dipping sauce, an extraordinary delicacy. The little one, with an insatiable appetite, devoured more than 10 dumplings and drank nearly half a bowl of the original broth, his belly round and full, reclining against the chair with an expression of sheer enjoyment. Zhu Houzhao, shaking off his previous despondency, confidently declared, this time, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Li Qing refrained from delivering any discouraging remarks and simply inquired, are you certain you have found it? Indeed, I have found everything. The little one grinned, exclaiming, the development route is established, external threats are identified, and there is a balance of power both internally and externally. Everything is in place. Li Qing nodded slightly, responding with pleasure. Naturally, policies and guidelines are of utmost importance. Yet practical implementation must not be overlooked. Understood. The small child no longer felt dejected or harbored any resentment towards Li Qing. Hurry and prepare the reward. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. You need only to exert your efforts. Let us agree, this reward better not be mere copper coins or scattered silver, nor even paper money. Zhu Houzhao insisted. Money is of no concern to me. Just don't be perfunctory. I assure you will be pleased. They declared, sealing the promise with a pinky swear. Li Xuan'er, feeling a twinge of concern, asked, Your Highness, what is your plan? The little one was taken aback. You truly do not know? Li Xuan'er's face flushed, and she retorted, Of course I know. I merely fear you might misinterpret it. Zhu Houzhao, unperturbed, responded, There is no misunderstanding. It is merely imitating the great ancestors. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan'er's heart sank, and she turned to Li Qing. Li Qing's expression remained calm. Subsequently, Li Xuan'er directed her gaze back to the little one. Unable to restrain herself, setting aside the imperial pacification, the slogan the stone man with one eye stirs the yellow river to revolt was not proclaimed by the great ancestor. Your Highness, do not misattribute it. Zhu Houzhao's mouth hung open, stammering. Why do you say that? Do you truly not know? Li Xuan'er, her expression stern, retorted. How would I know if you do not say it? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Li Qing interjected, No need for cryptic words. Simply articulate your intentions. Oh, the little one cleared his throat and spoke with a tone of authority. Whether it be the stone man with one eye stirs the yellow river to revolt or imperial pacification, why do they resonate so profoundly? The essence does not lie in rebellion or pacification. What truly stirs the hearts of the people is the success that follows both. The focus remains on the harvest. Mr. Li has long articulated this point, and only now do I grasp its essence. Indeed, this may seem like a lofty ideal, yet it serves as a political agenda, a developmental trajectory, and an unparalleled means of uniting the hearts of the people. Zhu Houzhao took a deep breath, ready to proclaim his slogan loudly, yet felt it lacked the necessary grandeur. Thus, he leapt off the chair and climbed back up, standing taller than both Li Qing and Li Xuan'er. Satisfied, he waved his arm and declared, My slogan is, My parents are proud because of me. Li Xuan'er was taken aback, while Li Qing beamed with pride, praising, That is a splendid slogan. Li Xuan'er, momentarily taken aback, queried, Is there nothing more? That is all. Zhu Houzhao replied earnestly, This encompasses everything. Where are the external threats? Li Xuan'er pressed, And where is the balance? Parents represent the external threats. Parents constitute the balance. Zhu Houzhao scratched his head and glanced at Li Qing, pondering whether she truly remained oblivious. Li Qing responded, while Li Xuan'er observed, Indeed, a commendable idea. Now, you may rest. She spoke with an air of nonchalance, acknowledging his ability to fully grasp her intentions. Allow me to tidy up the dishes. All right then, the little one chuckled, expressing his gratitude as he slid off the chair and scampered away. Li Xuan'er inquired, Do you share the same sentiment? Li Qing nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The child is indeed correct. It encompasses everything in merely 7 words. Truly, one cannot underestimate the prodigious talent nurtured by Zhu Houzhao since childhood, far surpassing my expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing furrowed her brow and expressed her confusion. I still find it somewhat perplexing. If the external threats are the parents, why then do they also represent the checks and balances? Li Qing chuckled. This is a matter of unity and duality. Children are constrained by their parents' expectations. When the children fail to succeed, parents become stern, embodying the external threats. Conversely, when children thrive, parents rejoice, encouraging their continued progress, thus representing the checks and balances. To put it succinctly, as long as the little one inspires the children of Lianjia village to improve, their parents will align with him, facilitating their interactions and even heeding his guidance. As the children of Lianjia village flourish and mature, they will earn their parents' acknowledgement, attaining spiritual fulfillment. This is the essence of reward. Li Qing remarked. Few parents do not aspire for their children to excel, and few children do not yearn for their parents' validation. Thus, if parents take pride in me, it resolves all dilemmas. Li Qing, taken aback, finally chuckled wryly. This child is undeniably extraordinary. Yet, it would be unfair to attribute it solely to him. You have seldom engaged, while he has immersed himself in the experience, consistently building upon a solid foundation. Your inadvertent words have played a role, but it is largely a stroke of inspiration, with luck being a significant factor as well. Li Qing smiled, adding, however, it must be said that luck is also an integral component of strength.